Chapter 1. A Hell on Earth. Is Wukong returning? The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Rubble lay scattered everywhere, smoke swirling in the air, and the entire world was engulfed in darkness, offering humanity nothing but endless despair and fear. The harbingers of this darkness were two artificial beings created by Dr. Jero, whose eyes were filled solely with a desire for destruction and slaughter, mercilessly reveling in their self-indulgent pleasure of chaos and cruelty. On an abandoned floor, a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform gazed solemnly at the ravaged city before him, his hands clenched tightly and his eyes ablaze with fury. He was Sun Wukong, currently the sole Super Saiyan on Earth. Although Trunks possessed Saiyan blood, as it stood, he was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Since the emergence of the two brutal androids, his father, Sun Wukong, succumbed to viral heart disease and passed away, while other Z-fighters such as Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha fell one after another in their battles against the androids. Now all hopes rested upon him. The burden he bore was immense since the onset of the conflict with the androids. He had not enjoyed a single day of respite. Each day was filled with a state of heightened tension. At this moment, in a distant corner of the Earth, the fabric of space suddenly trembled violently, erupting with a tremendous surge of energy, and a man dressed in black appeared. Surveying the endless ruins, he was utterly astonished how had he ended up in this world. Ding! Host awakening, binding the dimensional ascendancy system to the host. A voice, as clear as a bell, rang out, nearly startling Li Feng to death. He looked around, but saw nothing. The voice emanated from within his mind. What was this dimensional ascendancy system? And where was he? Why was the landscape before him nothing but ruins? Host, you're currently in the Dragon Ball future world. This system is the dimensional ascendancy system. The system explained to Li Feng. Dimensional system? Have I crossed over? Into the Dragon Ball future world, no less? Li Feng, having read numerous dimensional crossover novels, had always fantasized about traversing endless realms and indulging in the company of countless beauties. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. System, since I have been reborn into this Dragon Ball future world, do I have any new user benefits? Or perhaps a newbie package? Li Feng, familiar with the tropes of such novels, expected numerous perks for newcomers. Ding! The host's current identity is Saiyan Darius. As for newbie package, this system does not currently possess that feature. The system responded, What? Darius? You mean to tell me I'm Darius? It's known that Darius' combat power barely exceeds a few 100,000. While that might have sufficed in the early Dragon Ball Z era, in this future world, where powerful androids can overpower even ordinary Super Saiyans, you've turned me into cannon fodder. Li Feng was distressed. Darius was a character from the Dragon Ball movies, and though he bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, their power levels were galaxies apart. Arriving in this world with such an identity was tantamount to being a mere pawn. Given the host's current low power level, this system can provide the host with instant transmission King Kai version and 100 senzu beans. The rest must be resolved by the host. Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a slight sense of consolation. He had to admit, compared to other travelers he had read about, he was the most humble of them all, lacking both power and benefits, a true failure among crossovers. What is my current mission? Li Feng inquired. Ding! The host's current mission is to eliminate the androids and restore this world to its former state. The host must complete this mission to unlock the next dimension. The system will immediately enter a dormant state and will awaken once the host completes the task in this world. After delivering this message, the system fell silent. System? Hello? System? Li Feng's face darkened in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the most frustrating system of all time. However, after a moment, he accepted the reality. Fortunately, he had the King Kai version of instant transmission. If he couldn't win, he could at least escape. After all, as long as a location existed in the universe, he could instantly teleport there. First, I should seek out Trunks and the others. I wonder if Sun Wukong is still alive? Here they come. Sun Wukong sensed two powerful energy signatures approaching, his expression instantly turning grave. The androids had arrived. Boom! A powerful energy blast hurtled towards him, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. In a split second, he leaped aside, avoiding the energy blast. Rumble. In an instant, the remnants of the building where Sun Wukong had just stood were reduced to rubble. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. Hey, Sun Wukong, I thought you were hiding in fear. A voice taunted, belonging to a handsome young man with long hair. If one were unaware, they might mistake him for the boy next door, yet he was a merciless killer in android. At that moment, a fresh-faced young woman appeared beside the boy. These two were Android 17 and Android 18. whose sole focus was destruction and slaughter, starkly different from the androids of the Dragon Ball Z world. Sun Wukong's eyes burned with unquenchable rage. He unleashed a powerful aura, transforming into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, his energy completely shifting. With lightning speed, he charged at the androids, launching 2 energy blasts directly at them. Boom! The androids, moving at blinding speed, vanished from sight in an instant. The energy blasts missed their mark, striking the ruins instead and exploding with tremendous force. Android 17 delivered a swift kick from behind, but Sun Wukong reacted just in time, executing an aerial flip to evade the attack. However, Android 18 was already poised behind him, unleashing an energy blast that sent Sun Wukong hurtling into the ruins. Had it been just one android, Sun Wukong might have stood a chance as a Super Saiyan, but against both, defeat was inevitable. Subsequently, androids 17 and 18 employed Vegeta's royal strategy, unleashing hundreds of energy blasts in rapid succession. Rumble. The ruins erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Ultimate magic flash. Believing Sun Wukong to be obliterated in the explosion, androids 17 and 18 were taken aback when a powerful energy surged toward them. Not good. They both darted in opposite directions. Boom. The tremendous energy erupted in the very air they had occupied, sending them flying several feet away from the blast. Damn it. The androids were enraged this Sun Wukong had managed to unleash such formidable power, prompting them to abandon their playful intentions and resolve to eliminate him. In the next moment, both charged at Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong surged forward, meeting the 2 androids head-on. Fighting against 2 androids was already a daunting challenge, especially when each possessed strength rivaling his own. The battle unfolded at a breakneck pace, with each move nearly fatal. Yet gradually, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage, his injuries mounting and his stamina dwindling. Meanwhile, the androids, fueled by inexhaustible energy, pressed their advantage, leading to Sun Wukong's inevitable defeat. Boom! Sun Wukong was violently slammed into the ground once more. He spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to remain conscious as the relentless assault of the androids continued, intensifying beyond the previous onslaught. Thousands of energy blasts descended upon him in an instant. Believing his end was nigh, Sun Wukong was suddenly snatched by a figure that appeared beside him at the moment the energy blast struck, vanishing in an instant. Rumble. A massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky, the shockwave reducing countless crumbling structures to dust. This time you must be dead, Android 17 remarked with a sinister grin as he gazed at the explosion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong opened his eyes to behold a face he recognized all too well, one he had longed for. Father? Chapter 2. I am not Sun Wukong. My power surpasses yours. As the smoke cleared, a vast crater marred the ground, and Sun Wukong's figure had vanished without a trace. Now, Sun Wukong is surely shattered beyond recognition. There's no longer anyone left to threaten our reign of destruction. Android 17 exclaimed gleefully. While it is indeed good, it has just tarnished my new outfit. Come, let's seek out some new clothes. Number 18 expressed her dissatisfaction with having sullied her attire during the battle with Son Gohan, promptly deciding to find a replacement. Though an android, number 18 shares a common affinity with ordinary girls for beautiful garments. Differing only in that her clothing acquisitions require no payment, she would not hesitate to obliterate an entire city over a trivial disagreement. Very well, let's go. Number 17, though somewhat exasperated by his sister's antics, acquiesced to her wishes, considering that with Son Gohan now deceased, they had the liberty to explore freely. With that, the two transformed into radiant beams of light, soaring off to other locales. Li Feng, too, felt a twinge of trepidation in a moment fraught with peril. He utilized instant transmission to rescue Son Gohan and transport him to the afterlife. Had he delayed even a fraction longer, with his battle power exceeding 100,000, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. At this juncture, he accessed his attribute points. Although the system had lapsed into dormancy, he could still check his stats at any time. Character: Li Feng. Race: low-tier Saiyan warrior. Talent: Great Ape Transformation. Skills: Flight, Energy Blast, Instant Transmission God version. Battle power: 150,000. To his astonishment, he discovered that his battle power was horrifically low, scarcely distinguishable from that of a mere cannon fodder. Yet he possessed a means to rapidly catch up, and that method lay within this afterlife. The denizens of the afterlife had long since perished, Yet upon inspection, he found that this realm remained unscathed. After a brief interval, Son Gohan opened his eyes and beheld a man strikingly similar to his father, Son Goku. "Father, is that you? I thought you had already." Son Gohan inquired, astonished yet elated. After all, waging battle alone had proven exceedingly taxing. At the sight of Son Goku, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. For as long as he could remember, Son Goku had borne the mantle of protector of Earth, embodying the savior in the hearts of many. Had he not succumbed to heart disease, the androids would likely have been vanquished long ago. However, following Goku's demise, Vegeta and the others had also perished in their struggle against the androids, leaving Son Gohan without guidance. Consequently, his battle power had stagnated, and the androids remained undefeated. "I'm not Son Goku," Li Feng replied coolly. He understood that Son Goku had always been the beacon of hope for Dragon Ball warriors. Yet he was not Goku, he merely bore a striking resemblance. "Huh, you're not my father? How can that be? You look exactly like him," Son Gohan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features, unwilling to accept the reality. "I assure you, I am not Son Goku. However, I am also a Saiyan, hailing from a distant corner of the universe. My purpose here is to defeat the androids," Li Feng elucidated. Upon hearing Li Feng's intention to assist in vanquishing the androids, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. The burden of solitary combat had been unbearable, and now, this man resembling his father claimed he would help him defeat the androids, filling him with delight. "Greetings. Pray, who might you be?" Son Gohan addressed the man who bore such an uncanny likeness to his father with utmost respect. "I am Li Feng, a low-tier Saiyan warrior." Li Feng refrained from disclosing his origins or his identity as Dale's. "Hello, Li Feng. I am Son Gohan. Let us proceed to obliterate the androids without delay," Son Gohan declared, brimming with excitement. Having lacked allies until now, he was eager to take action, momentarily disregarding his injuries and his enthusiasm to eradicate the androids. Li Feng quickly interjected, "Gohan, we must not be hasty. I cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan, yet how can I confront the androids?" "What? Li Feng, you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan?" This time, it was Son Gohan's turn to be taken aback. It was understandable, given that Li Feng bore the visage of Son Goku. Even if Gohan knew he was not Goku, he would instinctively compare him to him. However, learning that Li Feng could not transform into a Super Saiyan caused Gohan's earlier exhilaration to dissipate. "Li Feng, if you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, you cannot aid me," Son Gohan lamented, the initial thrill now replaced with disappointment. Although assistance was welcome, if it came from someone as powerless as a mere foot soldier, it would be no different from having none at all. "Gohan, I have a request. I am confident I can achieve Super Saiyan status within a day," Li Feng asserted, a hint of assurance in his voice. He knew that within this afterlife lay an exceptional training ground known as the hyperbolic time chamber. In the original tale, Son Goku had dramatically enhanced his battle power and transformed into a Super Saiyan in less than a month. With a year's time, he would undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan, perhaps even stronger. In one day, you can become a Super Saiyan? Gohan was left flabbergasted. Surely, becoming a Super Saiyan could not be so commonplace. If it were that easy, the androids would have been obliterated long ago. "Indeed, I require your assistance to locate Bulma, so she can help construct a gravity training chamber. Then we can train here in the afterlife." This realm contains a place known as the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equates to 1 year inside. However, an individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, otherwise, they may never return. Li Feng explained, outlining his plan to bring the gravity training chamber inside and train within the hyperbolic time chamber. "What? Such a place exists? Had we known earlier, we would have annihilated the androids long ago." "Excellent. Li Feng, let us seek out Bulma and enlist her assistance in creating a gravity training chamber." Son Gohan, invigorated by the prospect of such a place, felt a surge of excitement. A year was ample time to elevate his strength. Furthermore, if Li Feng could indeed transcend to Super Saiyan, together they would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing the androids. "Wait, first consume this." Noticing Son Gohan's grievous injuries, Li Feng produced a senza bean for him. Upon seeing the senza bean, Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware of its miraculous properties, yet had believed that Kirin, the guardian of the beans, had long since perished. "Is this a senza bean? Where did you acquire it?" "I brought it from another place. Please consume it." Li Feng thought it unnecessary to reveal that it was a gift from a system. Crunch, crunch. Without hesitation, Son Gohan devoured the bean. Instantly, his injuries healed, revitalizing him and restoring him to peak condition, even enhancing his battle power slightly. Chapter 3. Journey to West City. Shidu, a city that remains uniquely unscathed. Thanks to Li Feng's ability to teleport, he arrived at Bulma's home in an instant. "Brother Gohan, you have returned." "Who is this?" a purple-haired youth exclaimed joyfully as he rushed out. Li Feng cast a glance at the violet-haired youth and immediately recognized him as Trunks. However, unlike the character from the original narrative, this Trunks lacked the maturity and decisiveness typical of his persona, instead exuding an inexplicable naivety. Yet, beneath this youthful exterior, Li Feng could sense a formidable power lurking within him, a strength that was undeniably imposing, especially to someone like himself at present. The transformation of Trunks into the composed and resolute figure known in the original story began with the death of his mentor, Sun Wukong, but now, Li Feng's arrival held the potential to alter this trajectory. Nevertheless, such considerations paled in comparison to his current objective, the annihilation of the androids. "Wukong, is that you? You've returned?" A violet-haired woman emerged, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Li Feng. She mistakenly believed him to be Sun Wukong, her joy palpable. The exquisite beauty of her visage, however, bore the marks of time and a tumultuous life. This was Bulma. Had she followed the natural course of events in the original world, she would still have retained her youthful allure at this stage. Yet, under the relentless pressure of the androids, her days were steeped in tension, making it arduous to stave off the effects of aging. "Greetings, I am not Sun Wukong. My name is Li Feng, a fellow Saiyan. I have come to vanquish the androids and would appreciate your assistance in constructing a gravity training chamber." Li Feng addressed Bulma with utmost politeness. Bulma, taken aback, replied, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. Although there was a gravity training chamber that belonged to Vegeta, it is currently malfunctioning and requires repairs." Despite their striking resemblance, Bulma discerned through their conversation that he was not Sun Wukong. The martial enthusiast Wukong lacked the gentlemanly demeanor exhibited by Li Feng, prompting a knowing smile from her. "Please, take a moment to rest. I shall locate and repair the gravity training chamber," she said, heading toward her laboratory. "Thank you, Aunt Bulma." Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, smiled appreciatively. "Gohan, you must allow me to join you in the fight against the androids. I am eager to battle alongside you," Trunks declared, his youthful fervor evident. At that moment, Li Feng observed Trunks closely and was taken aback. This Trunks possessed a battle power of at least 1 million. Gohan, on the other hand, was even more formidable, boasting a power level in the tens of millions. Li Feng felt almost insignificant in their presence. "All right, let us see how much you have improved during this time," Gohan remarked, recognizing Trunks as his pupil and the sole other surviving Saiyan in this world. Trunks' development was a testament to Gohan's guidance. "Brother Li Feng, you should join us," Trunks urged. "I shall refrain for now. I will simply watch your training," Li Feng replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment, aware that Trunks and Gohan could hardly fathom that his own battle power was merely in the tens of thousands. "Huh!" In the courtyard, Trunks shouted, unleashing his energy and invigorating his spirit. "Brother Gohan, here I come." With that declaration, Trunks appeared before Gohan in an instant, launching a powerful punch. Gohan maintained an expression of calm throughout. As Trunks' fist approached, Gohan effortlessly parried the seemingly forceful blow, neutralizing it with ease. Then, he countered with a strike to Trunks' chest. Trunks, caught off guard, was sent flying several dozen meters. However, as this was merely a training exercise, Gohan moderated his strength, ensuring Trunks remained unharmed. Regaining his footing, Trunks was undeterred and vanished from sight like a flash of lightning. Gohan, sensing the challenge, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before similarly disappearing in pursuit of Trunks. Li Feng gazed in astonishment at the battle between the two, their speed so astonishing that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. He could only instinctively sense the collision of energy in the air, realizing that they were engaged in a relentless struggle. However, due to his own insufficient combat prowess, he found himself unable to follow the intensity of their duel. He felt like the most insignificant being in this realm, where others wielded systems capable of overwhelming everyone, while he himself was relegated to the status of mere cannon fodder, devoid of any benefits. This thought ignited a fierce flame within him, as his Saiyan blood boiled with fervor. Clenching his fists unconsciously, he resolved fervently, "I must become stronger than anyone else. I will become the strongest." As the two engaged in their friendly contest, the pace was swift. Initially, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, exerted no effort and effortlessly subdued Trunks. In the next instant, he unleashed his energy, delivering a single punch that defeated Trunks. It was undeniable that Trunks' current strength was still quite feeble, certainly not a match for the androids. Moreover, should this attempt fail, both he and Li Feng could very well perish at the hands of the androids. The future world relied on the Saiyans for protection, and thus he could not allow Trunks to take such a risk this time. Son Gohan, observing Trunks' serious expression, stated gravely, "This time, Li Feng and I have certain matters to attend to. Next time, I will definitely bring you along." Upon hearing Son Gohan mention certain matters, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Trunks' face. Yet, when he heard that he would definitely be included next time, excitement surged within him. He longed to protect the Earth and eradicate the androids with his own strength. Time swiftly passed through the afternoon, and as night approached, Li Feng and Son Gohan took refuge in Trunks' home. After enjoying a hearty dinner, they retired for the night. Yet, throughout that night, Li Feng found it impossible to sleep. His power felt incredibly inadequate. He was merely an ordinary young man, unexpectedly chosen by the system to enter this world. The pressure was immense, facing foes whose strength far exceeded his own. No, I must elevate my combat power within a year. His only resources were the hyperbolic time chamber, the gravity training room, and the Senza beans. If Sun Wukong could dramatically increase his power in a short time, then surely he could as well. The next morning, Bulma presented the repaired gravity training room. "Here you go, Li Feng. This training room has been fixed. Its maximum gravity can reach a staggering 1,000 times. Bulma handed Li Feng a capsule, smiling brightly. 1,000 times? Bulma, you are truly a genius." Li Feng was astonished. Bulma had upgraded the gravity training room to such terrifying levels. If his current combat power were subjected to 1,000 times gravity, he would likely be crushed instantly. However, seeing the dark circles under Bulma's eyes, he realized she had spent the entire night working on this. "Thank you, Bulma. You must be exhausted from your sleepless night. Please, take some rest now, and we will handle the rest." "You're definitely not like that fool, Wukong. He would never say such a thing. All right, I'm off to rest. Good luck." Bulma replied with a smile, further confirming that Li Feng was not Sun Wukong. Unlike Wukong's simplicity, Li Feng was clearly a person of wisdom. "All right, we shall set off now." Son Gohan placed his hand on Li Feng's shoulder, while Li Feng pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, sensing the position of the other world before they vanished in an instant. "Instant transmission? Although you're not Sun Wukong, how is it that you can also use instant transmission?" Bulma murmured to herself as she watched the two disappear. "Brother Gohan, Brother Li Feng." Just as they vanished, Trunks rushed out, but the two were already nowhere to be seen. "Mother, where did they go?" Trunks inquired. Looking at Trunks, Bulma shook her head and replied, "They used instant transmission and left. I don't know where they went." In the blink of an eye, the two arrived in the other world. "Li Feng, I have a question for you." Son Gohan addressed Li Feng. "Yes? What is it? You look exactly like my father, and you can use his instant transmission too. Are you really not my father?" Son Gohan, unlike his father Wukong, was perceptive and astute. Given the development of this world compared to the original, Son Gohan's intellect indicated he would certainly be a scholar now. Li Feng, possessing strength and intellect similar to Wukong, felt his resolve beginning to waver. "Actually, I have visited the Yardrat planet and learned instant transmission from its inhabitants, which is how I arrived on Earth." Li Feng contemplated, fabricating a plausible lie. "I see. You truly are a mysterious person, Li Feng." Son Gohan replied with a smile. With that, they made their way towards the temple. With a resounding bang, they opened the heavy door, revealing a vast expanse of white, devoid of anything else. Son Gohan's eyes lit up. It was his first visit to this place, and he was filled with curiosity. However, this realm felt like an entirely different world, with thin air and a harsh environment. This place, with its thin air and harsh conditions, is indeed a great location for training. Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Upon entering, they discovered a hyperbolic time chamber within the temple, stocked with ample food and accommodation. Excellent. A day outside is a year inside. A year is more than enough time for us to enhance our strength. However, my base combat power is far too low, so I must first train in the gravity room. Li Feng declared. "All right, you train in the gravity room, and I will train elsewhere." With that, Son Gohan glanced at the vast, white expanse of this small world and, utilizing the flight technique, soared away. Li Feng cast the universal capsule onto the ground. Bang! A vast gravity training chamber materialized before his eyes. Li Feng nodded in appreciation. This technology of universal capsules was beyond anything his Earth could achieve, yet in the world of Dragon Ball, it was an ordinary item widely available. The gravity training chamber was enormous, rivaling a small castle, and Li Feng couldn't help but admire Bulma's ingenuity. Upon opening the chamber door, he stepped inside. The interior was spacious, with a capacity at least equivalent to that of a basketball court, and at the center of the training chamber was a control console. Li Feng contemplated for a moment. In the original tale, Sun Wukong, with merely tens of thousands of combat power, could cultivate under a gravity of 100 times. Thus, with his current combat power exceeding 100,000, he too should be capable. Without further hesitation, he pressed down on the 100G button. Instantly, the air around him grew dense, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped him from head to toe, rendering him breathless. Gradually, the pressure intensified, forcing Li Feng to kneel partially. The reality surpassed his expectations. Unlike Sun Wukong, Li Feng felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of disintegration. Was it not said that Sun Wukong could master a weight of 100 times with just tens of thousands of combat power? How infuriating. Li Feng gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he struggled to rise to his feet. How infuriating. If Sun Wukong could accomplish this, why could I not? Despite the grimace upon his face, the determination in his eyes grew ever more resolute. Under the weight of 100-fold gravity, he gradually felt the onset of faintness, yet he refused to succumb. He must conquer this sensation. He dropped to the ground and began performing push-ups. After completing the first, he nearly collapsed, but his formidable willpower compelled him to rise again. 2. Straining against the weight, veins bulged from his body, sweat pouring down his face like rain, yet he showed no signs of halting. 30, 31, one after another. Sweat cascaded down. He continued to push himself, occasionally feeling the dizzying sensation wash over him. But Li Feng remained undeterred. His indomitable spirit forbade him from surrendering. 99. 100. He paused only to exclaim with a near roar. At that moment, he finally flipped over, gasping for air. Feeling as though he had clawed his way out of the depths of hell, yet his resolve was unyielding. If he could not surmount this minor obstacle, then what was the purpose of his journey? Chapter 5. The Super Saiyan. With a fierce cry, Li Feng, clad in black, was relentlessly training in the gravity chamber. Alternating between push-ups, running, throwing punches, kicking, and jumping, he pushed his limits. The oppressive gravity rendered the air around him stifling, as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat and blood, yet the determination etched on his face never wavered. To become the strongest was his ultimate aspiration. After completing the final set of exercises, Li Feng at last ceased his movements and gazed at his hands in disbelief. He had managed to endure such gravity. Behind him, the data screen displayed a prominent 500G, marking his remarkable ascent from being unable to withstand 100-fold gravity to now moving freely under 500-fold gravity. His training was nearing completion. It was time. Li Feng looked at the control panel, approached it, and pressed the exit button. Instantly, the surrounding air felt extraordinarily light, and he could scarcely sense the weight of his own body. He promptly retrieved a senzu bean and chewed it vigorously. Despite his battered state, he felt his vigor restored to its peak. In that moment, Li Feng's aura underwent a profound transformation. Much like Sun Wukong in the original tale, he had trained himself to the brink of exhaustion, consuming a senzu bean. Thanks to the Saiyan lineage, each time he recovered from severe injuries, his combat prowess enhanced. At this juncture, Li Feng's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. A glimmer of confidence finally graced Li Feng's face. 2 months had elapsed, and he had refrained from accessing his character attributes, all in anticipation of this moment, hoping to surprise himself, though he had a rough estimate. Character: Li Feng. Race: Saiyan. Talent: Great Ape. Transformation skills: Instant transmission, divine version. Energy blast, flight combat power, 20 million originally. He had estimated it to be around 10 million, yet it had astonishingly risen to 20 million. Li Feng was taken aback by this figure, but after a moment's reflection, he felt a sense of understanding. Countless times his bones had nearly shattered, and blood had spattered, followed by the consumption of magical beans. Such relentless training, combined with the innate traits of the Saiyan race, warranted this outcome. Next, the transformation into a Super Saiyan awaited. Li Feng mused to himself. Exiting the gravity training chamber, he felt an overwhelming lightness. Although the figure of Son Gohan had vanished, he could sense a formidable aura pulsating not far away. How does one transform into a Super Saiyan? The original narrative offers several methods. Firstly, there is Son Goku, the first to achieve this transformation in Dragon Ball Z, who did so through sheer rage and a heart filled with justice. At the moment when his dear friend Krillin fell victim to Frieza, his boundless, almost frenzied fury compelled him to become a Super Saiyan. Another example is Vegeta. In the original story, Vegeta realized that while he yearned for the same justice and kindness as Goku, it was unattainable for him. Nevertheless, through relentless effort, a heart steeped in pure malevolence, and his anger at Goku surpassing him, he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lastly, in Dragon Ball Super, there are the Saiyans from Universe 6, such as Kaba and Kale, who possess a simpler method of transformation. They merely need to concentrate their energy at their backs to achieve the Super Saiyan form. In summary, Li Feng concluded that the Saiyans from Universe 6 had the most straightforward approach to becoming Super Saiyans. Inspired by this thought, he exclaimed, "Let us do it." Li Feng instantly concentrated all his energy in his back, feeling a surge of uncontrollable power coursing through his body, yet he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, he amplified his energy output, an unending stream of power flowing toward his back. The sensation of this tumultuous energy intensified immeasurably. In that moment, Li Feng realized he was on the verge of entering the realm of a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, he further escalated his energy output. In the next moment, Li Feng felt as though shackles had been shattered, and a transformation began to unfold within him. First, his eyes shifted to a striking emerald green, followed swiftly by his hair turning a brilliant golden hue. This time, he had made the right gamble. As long as his base combat power was sufficiently high, he could transform into a Super Saiyan, akin to those from the 6th universe, by concentrating his energy at his back. With a primal roar, he sensed the blood coursing through his veins boiling with fervor, igniting an overwhelming desire for destruction that surged forth. A thrill that accompanies the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Li Feng struggled to contain his exhilaration and spoke. Golden-haired and azure-eyed, he radiated a golden aura. This was the manifestation of Li Feng's Super Saiyan state. At that moment, he opened his attributes interface. Character: Li Feng. Race: Saiyan. Talent: Great Ape Transformation, Super Saiyan, 50x multiplier. Skills: Energy Blast, Flight, Instant Transmission. Combat Power, Base 20 million. Super Saiyan 1 billion. With his combat power reaching 1 billion, he felt well equipped to confront the androids. Based on his estimates, Son Gohan possessed over 10 million in his base form, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would soar to at least 600 to 700 million, roughly comparable to one of the androids. Thus, he believed his current strength was sufficient to vanquish both androids. Yet, merely 2 months had elapsed. He could not rest on his laurels, especially with the uncertainty of Cell's appearance lingering. What is this aura? Son Gohan, engrossed in his training. Since the moment Li Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan, the intensity of this aura rivaled his own, if not surpassing it. Could it be that Li Feng had transcended to Super Saiyan? With disbelief etched across his face, he vanished from his location in an instant. Oh, is that Son Gohan? Feeling a potent energy approach him, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. In the next instant, Son Gohan, also in Super Saiyan form, appeared beside Li Feng. However, the energy emanating from him lacked the same intensity as Li Feng's. "Gohan, let us go." In an instant, the warrior's blood within him surged, the exhilaration of his first transformation as a Super Saiyan overwhelming him. While Son Gohan was intrigued by how Li Feng had transformed so rapidly, the Saiyan blood within him ignited with fervor. He too yearned to test the fruits of his training over the past 2 months. "All right, let us do this." Son Gohan grinned, and in the next moment, an even more formidable aura erupted from him. An energy blast coalesced in his hand and was unleashed with blinding speed. Li Feng gazed intently at the energy projectile hurtling toward him, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight like a flash of lightning. Boom. Chapter 6. The erroneous transformation method. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, 2 golden figures clashed incessantly, each collision generating immense waves of energy. Although it was Li Feng's inaugural battle, the inherently combative nature of the Saiyan allowed him to fully unleash his potential against Sun Wukong. His combat instincts were instinctively heightened. Sun Wukong, equally astonished, had not anticipated that Li Feng, initially at a disadvantage, would now match him blow for blow. Moreover, he sensed that Li Feng had yet to tap into his true power. Boom. After a particularly fierce impact, Sun Wukong and Li Feng created distance between them. Sun Wukong remarked, "Li Feng, you are indeed formidable. In just 2 months, you have ascended to this level, and it seems your strength extends even further." Li Feng nodded, his excitement reaching an unparalleled peak. The exhilaration of transforming into a Super Saiyan was indeed overwhelming. "Very well. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my training over the past 2 months." With that, Sun Wukong erupted with an even more formidable power. In an instant, the aura surrounding him intensified, radiating an immense and explosive energy. Li Feng gazed at the transformation of Sun Wukong, murmuring, "Super Saiyan second stage?" At that moment, Sun Wukong charged forward, unleashing a powerful energy blast from his palm. Li Feng realized that if he did not unleash his full strength, he might very well face defeat here. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and in the next instant, a sphere of energy rapidly coalesced in his hand. Boom! Both combatants were jolted back by the explosion. "Is this truly your full power? It is indeed remarkable," Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at Li Feng with admiration. The fact that Li Feng, merely in his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, exhibited such formidable strength left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. Despite his inner astonishment, his form did not falter. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished from his position in an instant. With a fierce shout, the two engaged in a whirlwind of combat, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Their speed escalated to such a degree that, in the end, their shadows seemed to blur and fade, yet they remained evenly matched. Eventually, both were once again thrust back by the force of their own attacks. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong gathered his energy, unleashing a dazzling technique, the magic flash. The attack came at Li Feng with such swiftness that he was caught off guard, not due to a disparity in strength, but because the magic flash was executed with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. However, what could he do? His combat skills seemed limited to energy blasts at present, and he resolved to learn from them whenever the opportunity arose. Boom! He braced himself against Sun Wukong's magic flash. Fortunately, as they were allies, Sun Wukong did not hold back too much, and given Li Feng's robust physique, he emerged unscathed from the encounter. "Truly, you are becoming increasingly formidable, Li Feng. To hold your own against me on your very first transformation into a Super Saiyan is no small feat," Sun Wukong praised. Yet, the fervor of battle in his eyes did not wane. Rather, it intensified. He still had a more powerful state yet to be revealed, and should he unleash it, Li Feng would undoubtedly be defeated. Thus, it was the perfect moment for him to test Li Feng's mettle. Li Feng sensed it as well. Could it be? "Drink up." Sun Gohan erupted with rage once more, and in an instant, his aura surged to unprecedented heights, a transformation unlike any before. As his energy escalated, his stature seemingly grew, muscles swelling as if imbued with raw power. Roar! With a thunderous cry, Sun Gohan reached the pinnacle of his might. "How do you like this, Li Feng? This is my strongest form. Care to take a hit?" Sun Gohan's fighting spirit was palpable. "Very well," Li Feng exclaimed, unleashing a powerful punch charged with energy. Sun Gohan, facing Li Feng's oncoming strike, did not evade but chose to absorb it head-on. Boom! The explosive sound was deafening. Yet Li Feng's punch was effortlessly caught by Sun Gohan. "Indeed, the strength is formidable. However, this form of yours, which sacrifices speed for power, cannot possibly defeat me." Li Feng pointed out the flaw in Sun Gohan's transformation. Sun Gohan was taken aback, since he had developed this form. He had noticed a slight decrease in speed, but had dismissed it, believing it insignificant. In that moment, Li Feng vanished from sight. And although Sun Gohan sensed that Li Feng had appeared behind him, his body lagged a half-beat behind. He was struck down by a powerful energy blast from Li Feng's rear. Li Feng understood that Sun Wukong's current state of power was no weaker than that of Super Saiyan 2. However, possessing such power yet being unable to strike the enemy bore no difference from being devoid of strength altogether. The Super Saiyan form comprises 4 distinct stages, with the initial stage being the basic transformation into a Super Saiyan. It was evident that Li Feng currently resided within this stage. The second stage of Super Saiyan corresponded to the form previously assumed by Sun Wukong, characterized by increased emotional stability, enhanced speed, and augmented strength, albeit accompanied by significant energy consumption. This form was first explored in the original story when Vegeta and Trunks entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training, which propelled Vegeta to a new level of power, advancing him to Super Saiyan 1's second stage, utterly overwhelming the imperfect cell before his absorption of androids 17 and 18. The third stage of Super Saiyan, however, represented a flawed transformation. During his battle with Cell, Vegeta, driven by Saiyan pride and his own nature, inadvertently assisted Cell in achieving his perfect form. Vegeta eventually recognized his mistake, succumbing to defeat. To preserve Vegeta's pride, Trunks activated the third stage of Super Saiyan after Vegeta lost consciousness. His muscles swelled rapidly, his hair stood upright, and a surge of lightning surrounded him. While his power increased, his speed suffered a severe decline. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan is referred to as the Super Saiyan Full Power Mode, a unique state that allows the Super Saiyan form to be maintained for extended periods. It represents the most ideal Super Saiyan condition and the pinnacle of Super Saiyan strength. In contrast to other Super Saiyan forms, the Full Power Mode overcomes the significant energy depletion typically experienced in battle, maximizing the formidable combat prowess of the Super Saiyan while mitigating energy loss even in the absence of combat, all the while maintaining a calm demeanor. In the original narrative, Goku was the first to discover this formidable realm, leading him and son Wukong to sustain their Super Saiyan forms throughout a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, ultimately achieving Full Power Mode. This Full Power Mode allowed for preliminary parity against Cell. Though not as formidable as the lightning-imbued Cell, it nonetheless attested to its own strength, representing the most exquisite form of Super Saiyan 1. Chapter 7. Super Saiyan Full Power State. After being struck down by Li Feng, Son Wukong quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Cough, cough. I refuse to believe that such tremendous power is merely for show." It was evident he was unwilling to accept that his efforts would go in vain. Special Beam Cannon. Son Wukong gathered energy and unleashed a special beam cannon aimed directly at Li Feng. A smirk played on Li Feng's lips as he vanished in an instant, like a bolt of lightning, just as the formidable energy blast approached. Had Son Wukong been in his second stage, he might have felt some trepidation. Yet now, even the mightiest energy could not strike its target. What good was it? Another energy blast struck Son Wukong from behind. He was caught off guard and sent hurtling away. At that moment, the thin air of the hyperbolic time chamber, combined with the substantial energy expenditure of his current state, left him gasping for breath. Damn it! How can I still be defeated by you when my power has grown so formidable? Is it truly as you say, that this transformation is erroneous? Despite Son Wukong's desire for his efforts to bear fruit, reality revealed to him that his current form was inherently flawed. Li Feng nodded and remarked, "In truth, your current form can already be regarded as the most powerful among the Super Saiyan transformations. However, your speed fails to keep pace, and the energy expenditure is quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Son Wukong retracted his Super Saiyan form, acknowledging, "Indeed, it seems I should not become entranced by the power this form affords." Son Wukong's intellect was astute. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that this state was untenable. From his recent spar with Li Feng, he discerned that this form was even slower than that of a typical Super Saiyan. Were he to engage in battle with an android, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, Son Wukong had made commendable progress, having navigated this path through sheer determination without guidance. In reality, there exists an even more perfected form of Super Saiyan. Although Li Feng had yet to attain the second level of Super Saiyan, he resolved to impart the training method for the full power Super Saiyan to Son Wukong. What? There's an even more perfected state? How do you know this? Son Wukong was skeptical of Li Feng, who had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. After all, it had taken him considerable time to stumble upon that flawed transformation, while Li Feng had achieved it so swiftly. True, this is my first time transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet I have previously traversed certain planets for months, which enabled me to reach this level. I believe my words hold merit. Li Feng explained. The Super Saiyan transformation encompasses 4 stages. The initial transformation marks the first stage, characterized by a preliminary qualitative leap in strength, albeit with unstable emotions. The second stage corresponds to the form you recently adopted, where both speed and strength surpass the first form. The third stage is the transformation you just utilized. While it grants power, it sacrifices speed, rendering it an erroneous transformation method. Of course, the fourth stage of Super Saiyan is the most flawless, as it not only addresses the issue of energy consumption, but also maintains a combat power comparable to the third stage. This stage can be termed the full power Super Saiyan state, Li Feng articulated. The advantage of this full power state lies in its ability to overcome the significant stamina expenditure characteristic of Super Saiyans during battle, allowing for the utmost exploitation of their latent combat potential while circumventing the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans experience even when not engaged in combat. Instantly, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How can one successfully attain this stage? A fervent desire coursed through him, driven by the Saiyan blood flowing within, compelling him to pursue a superior realm. Li Feng understood that since in the original work, Sun Wukong and his son were able to achieve the full power of Super Saiyan within the time chamber, they too could accomplish this feat with the remaining 10 months. First and foremost, they must maintain their ordinary Super Saiyan form, ensuring that they do not revert back during meals or sleep, allowing their bodies to acclimatize to this state. Gradually, they would be able to control unnecessary energy loss. Thank you, Li Feng-san. I now know the direction in which I must cultivate. Son Gohan nodded, immediately transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan. He made his way towards the time chamber, recognizing the need for rest. Li Feng nodded slightly. Yet he found himself unable to rest. Achieving the full power of a Super Saiyan felt like a distant dream. He couldn't even reach the second stage. Thus, his primary objective became attaining the second stage of Super Saiyan. With renewed determination, he transformed once more into a Super Saiyan and ventured into the vast expanse of white before him. The Room of Spirit and Time served as an impeccable training ground. Despite its overwhelming whiteness, it essentially represented another realm, characterized by thin air and harsh conditions, ideal for honing one's willpower. How he wished to possess such a sanctuary. With a burst of energy, he began his training, focusing on mastering the second stage of Super Saiyan, striving to control the emotional fluctuations that accompanied his transformation. Time flew by swiftly. Before he knew it, 2 months had passed. At this moment, Li Feng had perfected his control over the second stage of Super Saiyan. Although the emotional turbulence of his initial transformation had subsided, the energy expenditure remained substantial. His aspiration was to attain the full power state of a Super Saiyan. If possible, he yearned to touch that pinnacle. A fire seemed to burn in his eyes, a manifestation of his insatiable desire for strength. First and foremost, he needed to sustain the Super Saiyan state until it became second nature. "Huh," he exclaimed, "magic flash, energy blast." During his battles with Sun Wukong, he had acquired the magic flash technique, recognizing the critical importance of formidable martial skills in combat. Day after day, he trained in the Super Saiyan state by day and maintained that form during meals and sleep. Time passed rapidly. 2 months had elapsed while he sustained his Super Saiyan state. Remarkably, Li Feng now felt as tranquil as still water, resembling an ordinary person. Were it not for his golden hair, one might think he was in a normal state. At last, he had preliminarily attained the full power state of a Super Saiyan. Li Feng excitedly murmured to himself, "I must completely master this state, and then pursue even greater strength." Chapter 8. Emerging from isolation, facing the androids in the celestial realm. A heavy door creaked open. 2 young men emerged, one clad in an orange martial arts uniform and the other in black attire. Both shared the striking features of golden hair and azure eyes, yet their energy was entirely subdued, presenting an unremarkable fade. Were it not for their distinctive appearances, one might mistake them for ordinary humans. "Li Feng, it's time to eradicate the androids," Sun Wukong remarked calmly, gazing at Li Feng. These two were none other than Li Feng and Sun Wukong, who had refined their abilities in the Room of Spirit and Time for a year. They had both flawlessly mastered the full power state of a Super Saiyan, standing at the pinnacle of their strength. Li Feng nodded and remarked, "With our current strength, we can easily deal with the androids." After saying this, he pointed his fingers at his brow, searching for the location of the androids. Ah, found them. Meanwhile, in the sky above a city that had not yet been entirely destroyed, a man and a woman hovered in the air. Number 17. It is time to relish the thrill of slaughter. The elegantly dressed number 18 brushed her hair back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For these androids, only endless carnage and destruction could ignite their fervor. "All right, watch this." Number 17 nodded, and an energy blast shot forth from his hand. The blast struck a towering building. Boom. The edifice was instantly obliterated. "Ah, the demon of death has arrived. Flee." The humans on the ground, witnessing the city vanish in an instant, were filled with terror and scattered in all directions. At that moment, number 17 and number 18 were soaring through the air, pursuing the fleeing humans with expressions of cruelty. Boom. Energy blasts of varying sizes ravaged the city. Although they possessed the power to erase the city entirely, they derived greater pleasure from witnessing the despair of humans in frantic flight. Bang! Bang! Numerous police officers arrived, firing shots at the two androids. All they could do was employ the limited force of humanity to thwart these formidable beings. Yet, the bullets that could pierce steel seemed futile against the androids, who remained unscathed. Haha, you stubborn humans, pitiful insects, you truly refused to surrender. Number 17 chuckled. Immediately, an energy blast was unleashed at the center of the gathered police. Boom! An explosion ensued, leaving a trail of devastation. Haha! At that moment, their laughter echoed throughout the city, akin to that of demons. As the remaining humans were engulfed in despair. Boom! Just as number 17 was about to inflict further destruction, an energy blast shot toward him, catching him off guard. Number 17, are you alright? As the smoke cleared, number 18, relieved to see number 17 unharmed, turned her gaze and her eyes widened in fury. Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan. The original purpose of creating the androids was to eliminate Sun Wukong, and now, seeing him before her, the commands within her surged intensely. Number 17, number 18. Your doom has arrived. Sun Gohan's eyes burned with anger as he witnessed the androids wreaking havoc and destruction upon the city. So it is Sun Gohan. I never imagined this wretched insect was still alive. And Sun Wukong, you have returned, splendid. This time, we shall eradicate you both. Number 17 said with a laugh. As if Li Feng and Sun Gohan were already doomed. Humph. Number 17, why waste words? Quickly eliminate them. Urged number 18. Her form transforming into a streak of lightning as she struck towards Li Feng. Li Feng, however, had no intention of explaining anything about Sun Wukong. His mission was simply to eliminate the androids. Boom. As he unleashed a punch, number 18's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Feng effortlessly grasped her fist, dissipating all her strength. With such beauty, why resort to such cruelty? He delivered a punch that struck number 18's body. In an instant, she was sent hurtling like a meteor, crashing into the rubble of the building. Rumble. Number 18. Number 17 shouted, astonished by Sun Wukong's unexpected strength, and charged at Li Feng. Yet, a figure clad in orange stood in number 17's path. Your opponent is me. How dare you? Do you truly believe that surviving last time means you can defeat me? You are but a pitiful insect. Number 17 seethed with rage, delivering a powerful punch, only to find it rendered ineffective against Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan retaliated with a punch infused with energy, striking number 17 squarely in the chest. Number 17 shrieked, crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, as number 18 attempted to emerge from the rubble, a figure appeared before her, forcefully pressing her head down into the debris. Though she struggled to resist, she was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong. Li Feng exhibited no trace of compassion. Despite the undeniable beauty and refreshing allure of Android 18, she was, at her core, merely a ruthless killer in this world. With a resounding crash, he slammed Android 18 into the very center of the floor, unleashing an energy blast that followed suit. The explosion echoed violently. Although Android 18 was an artificial being endowed with eternal energy, she sustained grievous injuries under Li Feng's full-powered assault. Seeing his sister struck down, Android 17 was consumed by unbridled fury. Despite their penchant for destruction and their history of bloodshed, the bond between the siblings remained profound, which was the very reason they had persevered together in this world. Had they been separated, they would have long since succumbed to Sun Gohan's relentless onslaught. In a fit of rage, he charged towards Android 18, only to be met by Sun Gohan's sudden appearance before him. With a forceful kick, Sun Gohan sent Android 17 flying across the battlefield, his form hurtling through the air before he managed to regain his footing. Coughing, Android 17 pondered the sudden surge in their power, but confidently proclaimed that the androids were not so easily vanquished. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed directly at Sun Gohan, who remained unfazed throughout the entire encounter. Chapter 9. The sudden arrival of Cell. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of energy blasts encircling Sun Gohan's figure. Yet he did not attempt to evade them. Android 17 grinned wickedly, believing that this time, Sun Gohan would surely perish. The explosive sound reverberated, and clouds of dust billowed forth. Is this truly all the strength you possess? A voice emerged, leaving Android 17 in utter disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. As the dust settled, Sun Gohan stood unscathed. Seething with anger, Android 17 realized that just a day prior, they had easily overpowered Son Gohan. Yet he now exhibited such formidable strength. If this is the extent of your capabilities, then perhaps you should meet your end, Son Gohan remarked coolly, unperturbed by the android's presence. In the past, he would have hesitated to counter an android's attack, but now, their strikes felt utterly inconsequential. In an instant, Son Gohan appeared before Android 17, delivering a flurry of punches, each landing with brutal precision. Android 17, unable to match Son Gohan's speed, found himself on the receiving end of dozens of heavy blows. After being sent reeling, he coughed up blood, astonished at the sight of his own crimson stains. It dawned on him that even an android could suffer wounds. Ah, Son Gohan, you dare to inflict injury upon me? This is unforgivable. A surge of boundless rage coursed through him as he lunged at Son Gohan once more, who met him head-on. The two engaged in a furious exchange, their fists colliding with explosive force, the surrounding air crackling with intensity. While Android 17 fought fiercely, Li Feng's encounter with Android 18 was decidedly one-sided. He showcased his true power, leaving her in a state of utter defeat. Curse be you, Son Goku. What manner of monster are you? Why does the information in my system differ from reality? Android 18 trembled, blood trickling from her lips, her injuries evident. Ultimately, the system was merely a computational construct, retaining only outdated data, oblivious to the fact that humans continuously evolve. Thus, you have fallen behind, Android 18. Li Feng spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he charged forward. How infuriating. I am an artificial being. How could I possibly be defeated by such a pitiful insect? Oh, number 18 unleashed her full power, also advancing towards Li Feng. Bang, boom, boom. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of blows, and surprisingly, number 18 managed to withstand all of Li Feng's attacks this time, although Li Feng was entertaining the notion of toying with her before delivering a fatal blow. The power he wielded was at least that of a Super Saiyan in its second stage. Excellent. How delightful this is. Haha. The warrior's blood surged once more. Saiyans are inherently such. The more they battle, the more exhilarated and powerful they become. However, for number 18, the situation was dire. This was her utmost strength. While Son Wukong clearly had not unleashed his full potential, rather, he grew stronger with each clash. Saiyans are truly a repugnant race, number 18 thought. Despite being an artificial human who relished destruction and chaos, she did not enjoy combat. Suddenly, thoughts of retreat began to surface. If this continued, she and number 17 would undoubtedly be annihilated here. Little did she realize that, as an artificial being, she too could experience fear. She possessed a psyche akin to that of humanity. She wished to withdraw, yet Li Feng afforded her no such opportunity the moment she attempted to retreat. His attacks followed relentlessly. Do not lose your focus. Li Feng, with a smile on his face, unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck her directly. Caught off guard, she felt a surge of rage. Boom. She was forcefully propelled back, crashing into the building, while Li Feng, having mastered the so-called Prince's Battle technique, unleashed a barrage of hundreds of formidable energy orbs. The building was obliterated, reduced to rubble, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. However, Li Feng failed to notice that at the moment his energy blasts were about to hit the structure, a green creature emerged from the ground, its large tail swiftly devouring Subject 18 before retreating underground. As the dust settled, Li Feng flew over, only to find that the building had vanished. Yet, Subject 18's body was nowhere to be found. This was peculiar. Even if she had been defeated, there should have been remnants left behind, right? Li Feng searched frantically, but found no trace of Subject 18, not even fragments. What is this? He noticed a hole in the ground. Could it be that Subject 18 escaped through it in her moment of peril? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and shock washed over his face. Oh no, Cell. He had never anticipated that Cell would manifest in this world. He initially believed this was the future, where Cell would not emerge, yet here he was, having consumed Subject 18 in a critical moment, and then fleeing? This is bad. He must be seeking Subject 17. Meanwhile, Subject 17 was in a fierce battle with Gohan. But it was evident that Subject 17 was cornered. Die! Gohan shouted, unleashing a powerful attack. The energy collided with Subject 17, slamming him into the ground and causing a massive explosion, sending dust soaring. A green creature, already lying in ambush below, felt joy as it saw the Android 17 approach. It was as if it had stumbled upon a feast without any effort. The dust had not yet settled. But the creature could clearly see that Subject 17 was barely hanging on. It's time for you to become my potent nourishment, Subject 17. The green creature leaped forward, its large tail aimed directly at Subject 17, ready to consume him. Gohan, where's Subject 17? At this moment, Li Feng had arrived beside Gohan, inquiring about Subject 17's whereabouts. Gohan pointed towards the cloud of dust below, saying, he should be dead. That last strike utilized my full Super Saiyan power. I'm quite certain Subject 17 cannot survive such an onslaught. This is bad. Gazing at the dust, Li Feng exclaimed. He immediately activated the prince's battle technique once more, unleashing dozens of energy blasts. Boom, boom. The dust had not yet settled, but another explosion erupted, creating a towering mushroom cloud. Just then, a voice echoed, startling both Li Feng and Gohan. Is that all the power you possess? It merely tickles. Chapter 10, Perfect Form. Cell as the smoke cleared, a towering green figure stood confidently. Cell had transformed, no longer resembling his previous grotesque form. After absorbing Subjects 17 and 18, his power surged, and he appeared remarkably handsome. Yet, his heart remained wicked, an unchangeable truth. Unlike in the original narrative, where Frieza found redemption, Cell remained irredeemably evil. Now, it was Gohan's turn to be astonished. How could Cell, who had just been struck down, appear anew? Be cautious, that is also an android. Now that he has absorbed Subjects 17 and 18, he must be even stronger. Li Feng warned Gohan. Humph. Regardless of his absorption, I shall deal with him. Gohan, infuriated at the sight of yet another android, declared that all creations of Dr. Gero were vile. Prepare to perish. Gohan gathered energy with fervor, launching a flurry of energy blasts. Yet, Cell evaded, vanishing from sight. Boom. The energy blast struck the ground, detonating in a spectacular display. As the dust swirled, Cell was already positioned at a distance, watching Li Feng and Gohan with crossed arms, a triumphant smirk on his face, as if flaunting his newfound power. Ha ha ha, Gohan, Goku, I never expected you to be alive in this world. Cell taunted from afar. You mean to say we survived in this timeline? Li Feng pondered, contemplating the possibility that this Cell had traversed from another dimension. What is your purpose? Gohan demanded. Despite Cell being a new type of android, Gohan remained rational enough to inquire about his intentions. Ha ha ha, I am unlike those two androids. My goal is not destruction, but to eliminate you and then pursue ultimate power in the universe. Cell proclaimed confidently, having absorbed androids 17 and 18. You two shall be the first to perish at the hands of Perfect Cell. You should feel honored. With that, Cell unleashed his full power in his perfect form. Perfect form? Is this the strength of perfection? Gohan thought, feeling the immense power radiating from Cell, as if a mere clench of his fist could shatter the universe. Cell tightened his fist, reveling in the torrent of strength within him, quietly exhilarated. The sensation of newfound power instilled in him an invincible confidence, for the programming had foretold that he possessed unparalleled might in this form. Impressive. Gohan sensed Cell's overwhelming aura, realizing that his strength surpassed even his full Super Saiyan power. Li Feng, meanwhile, observed Cell, understanding that regardless of which timeline Cell originated from, facing him in his perfect form alongside Gohan offered no chance of victory. Moreover, Cell had yet to reveal his ultimate transformation. In the original story, after Cell's self-destruction, he attained an even greater form, Super Cell, second only to Super Saiyan 2. Though Li Feng had gleaned some insights into Super Saiyan 2 during a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was still uncertain of his ability to achieve it. Ha! Gohan roared, unleashing his full Super Saiyan power. Cell, observing Gohan's state, remarked, I never imagined you would reach such heights in this timeline. Yet you remain no match for me. A glint of determination flashed in Gohan's eyes as he instantly vanished from sight. Ha! In the next moment, he appeared before Cell, wielding an energy orb poised for attack. Faced with Gohan's assault, Cell remained utterly still, brimming with confidence in his own strength. The computer had proclaimed that once he achieved his perfect form, he would become invincible. Observing Gohan's movements, he felt no alarm. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. Boom. As the dust settled, Cell emerged unscathed, his expression one of amusement as he regarded Gohan, his eyes glinting with mockery. What? Have you truly reached such heights? Gohan exclaimed, astonished, yet his momentum did not falter. He launched a powerful punch at Cell, the surrounding air whooshing in response. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my invincible perfect form. A flicker of disdain crossed Cell's eyes as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. Bang. 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 The two clashed ferociously, but Cell felt no impact. Rather, Fueled by the Saiyan cells within him, his thirst for battle intensified. Meanwhile, Gohan struggled, frustrated that despite attaining such a level of power, he was being overpowered. Haha, Gohan, have you forgotten to eat? Your punches are as feeble as steamed buns. Cell taunted, exhilarated by the sensation of invincibility. Enough. Dark Flash. A formidable dark flash erupted forth, surging like a dragon breaking the waves, unstoppable in its force. Cell chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let me show you the true power of my dark flash. With that, Cell mirrored Gohan's movement, unleashing his own dark flash. Boom. Gohan was astounded. Cell's prowess was already shocking enough, yet now he was employing Gohan's own signature move. The two dark flashes collided, triggering a tremendous explosion. The city around them had already been decimated by their previous battles, and now the clash of energies obliterated the surrounding area. Gohan was sent reeling back several paces. Astonishment etched across his face. You monster! Why can you wield my ultimate technique? Gohan demanded, pointing at Cell. In response, Cell's smugness only intensified. Are you surprised? It's not just your technique. I can use the moves of Goku, Vegeta, Tien, Krillin, and all the others. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, infused with the cells of all of you, which has shaped the being I am today. Haha. Cell's exhilaration grew with every word, reveling in his perceived invulnerability. As I pen these words, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the support of all my readers. Your encouragement inspires me to continue writing. If you have any remaining collections or free gifts to spare, it would bring me comfort. Thank you. Chapter 11. The Dual Battle with Cell. Gohan. Let me remind you of this classic move. In an instant, Cell struck a familiar pose, reminiscent of the Kamehameha that Li Feng had seen countless times on television. Kamehameha. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. You can use that too? Cell gathered energy for the Kamehameha, aiming it squarely at Gohan. Boom. A torrent of energy surged towards Gohan, overwhelming in its intensity. Gohan swiftly evaded, leaping several paces away, yet the Kamehameha seemed to lock onto him, curving relentlessly in pursuit. Dark Flash. With no option for escape, Gohan unleashed his own Dark Flash with blinding speed. Boom. The formidable Kamehameha met Gohan's Dark Flash, and he was immediately pushed back several steps, struggling to maintain his ground. You are merely a manufactured android. I cannot be defeated by you, Gohan declared, channeling more energy into his attack. Cell, noticing the surge, chuckled. I didn't expect you to possess some skill, but alas, you are no match for me. Cell amplified his Kamehameha's energy output. Boom. Though the Saiyans generally abstained from energy clashes, such wisdom fell short in the face of overwhelming power. Gohan could no longer withstand the force and was violently propelled away. With a resounding explosion, Gohan vanished amidst the swirling dust. Cell turned his gaze toward Li Feng, a smile on his face. What is the matter, Goku? Are you not going to intervene? If you linger, your son may perish at my hands. Due to Li Feng's striking resemblance to Goku, Cell mistakenly believed him to be Goku. Cell, even if you mistake me for Goku, it matters not. I have no desire to explain myself to you. Come, Cell. Witnessing the battle between Gohan and Cell ignited Li Feng's bloodlust. The Saiyan's combative nature filled him with anticipation for this confrontation. The previous androids, 17 and 18, had merely toyed with them, lacking intrigue, while Cell stood as the perfect adversary. Regardless of whether you are Goku or not, before my perfect form, you are nothing. Cell, a creation of Dr. Gero, was driven by an instinctive urge to eliminate Goku, a compulsion that remained even after breaking free from Gero's control. Li Feng unleashed his formidable aura, causing a golden blaze to surge skyward, while within his emerald eyes burned an insatiable desire for battle. Truly. He is worthy of being compared to Sun Wukong, possessing strength far superior to that of Sun Wufan. The Saiyan cells within Cell also ignited his inherent combative nature. And at this moment, Li Feng's unleashed aura thrilled him to the core. Bang! Li Feng moved with remarkable swiftness, appearing directly before Cell, unleashing a powerful punch. Yet, Cell's reaction was instantaneous, retaliating with a strike of his own. Both warriors were forced back several paces by the impact. Excellent. This is precisely the battle I have longed for. The force behind Li Feng's blow was sufficient to push Cell back, and rather than being astonished, Cell's fighting spirit surged even more. I feel the same way. Li Feng gazed at Cell, a smirk gracing his lips. Boom. Bang. Bang. Their speed was astonishing, and their strikes were heavy. Within mere moments, they had exchanged several blows. Each combatant matched the other's pace, each punch more powerful than the last. Rumble. At this moment, Gohan hovered above, observing their fierce clash. Despite bearing some wounds, his aura remained undiminished. Truly impressive, Li Feng. In just a year, he has surpassed me. Gohan mused as he watched the duel unfold. It is worth noting that Li Feng's strength had previously been insufficient even to transform into a Super Saiyan. The power he demonstrated now was beyond Gohan's expectations. In witnessing the battle between Li Feng and Cell, he grasped the essence of true combat. Although Cell was stronger than Gohan's current state, Saiyans are inherently a warrior race, always capable of surpassing their limits when facing formidable opponents. It felt as though he was nearing that threshold. Boom. Cell, a being infused with the cells of numerous warriors, possessed an abundance of combat experience, effortlessly dominating Li Feng. At present, Li Feng bore several injuries, a searing pain occasionally coursing through him, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise at Cell's hands. Just then, Cell feigned a weakness, launching a powerful energy blast. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy struck Li Feng squarely in the chest. Li Feng was caught completely off guard and was abruptly propelled into the sky. Meanwhile, Shala's lips curled into a smirk as he bellowed, "Sky Cannon." It was none other than Vegeta's signature move. A formidable energy projectile soaring through the air like a shooting star. How infuriating. Demon Flash. After being sent flying, Li Feng sensed the energy unleashed by Shara below. He swiftly executed a somersault, countering with a magical flash to meet the soaring cannonball. It is not surprising that Li Feng could only employ these two techniques, Energy Blast and Magical Flash, up until now. In contrast, Shara possessed an extensive repertoire of skills, mastering nearly every technique among the Dragon Ball warriors. Boom. The two energies collided, causing the magical flash to be instantly dispersed. And Li Feng braced himself to endure the impact of the cannonball. Li Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy crash into him, instantly propelling him into the heavens. The Demon Flash. Nearby, Son Gohan could no longer restrain himself. A devastating demon flash erupted forth, striking the very spot where Cell stood. In an instant, explosions roared and dust choked the air. "Son Gohan," came the mocking voice. "Has no one ever told you that ambushes are despicable?" The next moment, Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Cell had already closed the distance, his fist slamming mercilessly into the young warrior's body. Gah! Sent flying with brutal force. Gohan crashed into the ruins below, blood spraying from his lips as his face paled from grievous injury. "Enough. Cell, your opponent is me." Li Feng, having recovered midair, charged once more, his fist aimed squarely at Cell, only for the android to effortlessly catch the strike with disdain. "Son Goku, do you still not understand?" Cell sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "My perfect form is invincible. No matter how you struggle, it is futile." His overwhelming power had only amplified his hubris, though, admittedly. Vegeta's cells played no small part in that. Chapter 12, The Fall of Cell. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered on the horizon, lightning flickering like the prelude to a storm. Now, suspended in the sky, Li Feng and Cell faced each other in a silent standoff. Li Feng could no longer tolerate Cell's insufferable arrogance. Perfect form or not, there's only one word for you: fight. Li Feng let out a mighty roar, golden flames swirling around him as he clenched his fist, summoning a tempestuous wind from all directions. "Behold my technique. Tornado Fist." This was a move he had just comprehended in the heat of battle. Strong gales began to spiral around his fist, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The once dismissive Shala now wore a look of grave seriousness upon witnessing this technique. "A commendable move. Final flash." Shala bellowed, unleashing Vegeta's signature attack in an instant. "Hiya." Li Feng's visage twisted with intensity as he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, solely to execute this formidable technique. A wave of energy, accompanied by howling winds and crackling lightning, erupted forth like a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea, unstoppable in its momentum. The energy wave of the sky cannon collided fiercely with that of the tornado fist. Boom. Unlike before, the fierce gale surrounding Li Feng's energy wave shattered the sky cannon of Cell, surging towards him with relentless force. What? Cell, taken aback by the approaching energy wave, was astounded. He was acutely aware of the immense power he had just summoned. Yet Li Feng's energy wave had effortlessly pierced through his sky cannon. Instinctively, he spread his arms wide, conjuring a thick protective barrier before him. Boom. The formidable and domineering energy crashed against his shield. Clang. In the next moment, a sound reminiscent of cracking emerged, leaving Cell's face a canvas of bewilderment and astonishment. The fissures in the barrier began to multiply, ultimately leading to its shattering. Boom. The energy voraciously consumed Cell's form. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Has he succeeded? At that moment, Sun Wukong gazed upon the immense mushroom cloud and approached Li Feng, speaking. Cell will not perish so easily. Cough, cough. Li Feng gasped heavily. The ultimate technique he had just developed had drained his stamina tremendously. Without hesitation, he produced 2 Senzu beans, offering one to Sun Gohan while consuming the other himself. Crunch, crunch. As he swallowed the magical beans, all his expended energy was instantly restored, and his wounds completely healed. Unlike Son Goku, he harbored no foolish notions of fairness in battle, refusing Senzu beans for the sake of honor or offering them to Cell. Though Saiyan blood coursed through his veins, he wasn't reckless enough to indulge in such naivety. This world's Son Gohan shared the same sentiment. The devastation wrought upon Earth by the androids left no room for chivalry or fair duels. With their bodies revitalized and injuries mended, both warriors reached peak condition, their power surging even higher than before. As the dust settled, Cell appeared somewhat disheveled. His supposedly invincible form now marred by wounds, courtesy of Li Feng's devastating cyclone storm fist. The razor-sharp winds embodied the principle of cutting through all defenses, leaving nothing unbroken. Damn you, Son Goku. How dare you reduce me to this state? I won't forgive you. Cell seethed with fury. His perfect form, which he believed to be invincible, had been wounded by Li Feng. The humiliation was unbearable. In an instant, he lunged before the 2 warriors, fists crackling with explosive energy. Boom. The resulting shockwave shook the heavens. Yet, to Cell's astonishment, his attack was intercepted. Both warriors stood unharmed, their strength unmistakably heightened. Bang. The force of the clash sent all 3 skidding backwards several meters. Impossible. How have your powers increased again? And your injuries, how are they healed? A torrent of questions spilled from Cell's lips. Your end has come, Cell. Li Feng offered no explanation, nor did he intend to. Whoosh. Li Feng's lips curved into a determined arc as he charged directly at Cell. Sun Wukong did not lag behind. In this future world, the notion of martial honor had vanished, leaving only the ruthless path of annihilating one's adversary as the true way. Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, now matching Cell's prowess. With a flurry of strikes exchanged in mere moments, the powerful ripples of energy surged forth, instilling an unrelenting sense of dread. Li Feng and Son Gohan held nothing back, each strike aimed with lethal precision, every blow unleashed with deadly intent. Yet Cell grew increasingly astonished. As the most formidable being in his perfect form, he now suffered the humiliation of being overwhelmed in battle. How could this be? He was Dr. Gero's ultimate creation, a masterpiece synthesized from the strengths of countless warriors. And yet here he was, battered and struggling. Boom, boom, boom. The old adage proved true. Even the mightiest fists could not withstand 4 hands, especially when Li Feng and Son Gohan had replenished their strength with Senzu beans, restoring their bodies to peak condition. Cell, already drained from earlier battles, found himself faltering, unable to match their relentless assault. Wounds accumulated across his body, and with each passing moment, his dread deepened. Could this truly be the end of his perfect form? Distracted by his own doubts, Cell left an opening, one that Son Gohan and Li Feng seized without hesitation. Arg! A simultaneous strike from both warriors sent Cell hurtling downward like a blazing meteor, crashing violently into the earth. Now finish him. Final flash. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan channeled every ounce of his power into the devastating technique, directing it straight at the fallen Cell. Cyclone Fist Hurricane. Hiya! Li Feng did not lag behind, with a firm grip of his fists. An overwhelming tempest of lethal energy coalesced within them. With a mighty shout, 2 formidable waves of energy surged forth from his hands, hurtling towards Cell with unrelenting ferocity. Both warriors were not like Sun Wukong, the martial fanatic. They understood that showing mercy to an adversary equates to cruelty towards oneself. 3 energy orbs enveloped the descending Cell, unleashing an explosive force that far exceeded the previous bombardments. The ground trembled with resounding roars as dust and debris filled the air, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The powerful shockwaves forced Li Feng and Son Gohan to cross their arms in defense, nearly destabilizing their stances. Another deafening explosion echoed through the chaos, and within the swirling dust, Cell was left in a gruesome state. After a moment, the dust began to settle. Surely he could not survive this, Gohan gasped, gazing downward. Chapter 13. Lightning Cell. The thunderous rumble of dark clouds heralded the arrival of torrential rain, cascading upon the ruins with a cacophonous sound. In the next instant, a fierce wind swept through, its howling intensity deafening. as if proclaiming the inevitable approach of the tempest. Had Cell truly met his demise in this manner? Li Feng felt an unsettling disquiet, reminiscent of the original narrative, where Cell, despite his self-destruction, was not truly vanquished. Was he now so easily defeated? A persistent sense of danger loomed, yet a thorough search yielded no trace of Cell. It seemed prudent to observe first, after all. Cell had assimilated the cells of numerous warriors, warranting caution. Li Feng's face bore no signs of excitement. Instead, it was etched with gravity. Suddenly, a tumultuous roar echoed beneath. As lightning erupted violently, heralding a formidable presence ascending skyward, as if something momentous was about to be born. What is this? Such overwhelming energy! Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the tempestuous lightning. Ah, this is Cell's energy, so that fiend still lives. Sun Wukong quickly discerned the source of the power. Cell had not perished. He had emerged even stronger. What? That explosion couldn't kill him? What manner of monster is he? Sun Wukong uttered with growing concern. If the two of them could not thwart Cell, the Earth itself would face annihilation. They exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong, who had previously believed Cell was eradicated, found his earlier exhilaration evaporating. The storm raged, accompanied by torrential rain, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. In the next moment, amidst the lightning, a green figure gradually emerged, Cell. It was undeniable. Cell's tenacity was astonishing. In the original tale, he survived self-detonation, and before them now, he had withstood their fierce onslaught, resurrecting even more powerful than before. Cell possessed Piccolo's cells. As long as his core organs remained intact, he could resurrect, a trait inherent to the Namekians. This innate ability now unexpectedly manifested in Cell. The Saiyan's talent for rebirth with enhanced strength, combined with the Namekians' racial characteristics, ultimately propelled Cell to a new zenith. Revived, Cell seemingly struggled to comprehend his circumstances. However, upon realizing his continued existence, a sense of relief washed over him. As he sensed the newfound power stemming from his resurrection, elation surged within him. The golden aura surged wildly, and with the eruption of his formidable strength, countless sparks of electricity danced around Cell's form, an ominous energy instantly radiating across the earth. Cell remained silent, appearing to acclimate to his body, but soon his eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he had darted behind Li Feng. So swift. Li Feng's pupils constricted. At that moment, it was too late for him to react, and he was forcefully kicked away by lightning Shadow. Li Feng struggled to steady himself as the lightning-fast Cell charged at him once more, clearly intent on denying him any opportunity to react. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the formidable energy of a Super Saiyan and met the oncoming assault head-on. In that moment, Cell was the perfect adversary. Their fists collided with the force of a meteor strike, creating a resounding impact. Feeling the immense power coursing through his arms, Li Feng's expression shifted as he was sent flying backward. Cell, meet your demise, shouted Son Gohan, who had just completed gathering his energy. Special beam cannon, he cried, launching his technique with determination. However, Cell, with a sly smirk, narrowed his eyes and disdainfully remarked, a mere parlor trick. In an instant, he vanished like a bolt of lightning, evading the attack entirely, leaving Son Gohan's move to fall futilely into the void. Suddenly, Son Gohan's expression changed as he attempted to pivot, but he was already a half-beat too slow. The power and speed of Cell had transcended that of his perfect form. A fist struck Son Gohan squarely in the back, rendering him pale and sending him hurtling away. Without pausing, Cell appeared behind him in the next heartbeat. With a resounding kick, he sent Son Gohan crashing to the ground. Witnessing the two who had once pressured him now reduced to mere playthings, Cell's exhilaration soared. Ha. All of this is thanks to you two, allowing me to ascend to a higher realm. As a reward, you shall both perish by my hand. Ha. In that moment, Cell embodied the very essence of Vegeta's arrogance, relishing the thrill of overpowering his foes, clearly intoxicated by his own inflated ego. With a mighty roar, the surrounding blue arcs of electricity crackled ominously, and a golden aura flared dramatically. Tornado Storm Fist. A voice rang out as Li Feng, having gathered his strength, unleashed two energy blasts that surged forth like a tidal wave towards Cell. I have warned you. None can stand against me now. Why persist in your futile resistance? Cell's eyes brimmed with contempt. Kamehameha. Cell retaliated with an even more powerful Kamehameha wave aimed at Li Feng. The explosion echoed deafeningly, yet this time, the Tornado Storm Fist failed to penetrate Cell's Kamehameha, instead being forcefully repelled back. No, Li Feng cried out in desperation, attempting to amplify his output. But the overwhelming force offered him no respite, as the Tornado Storm Fist was driven back with relentless might. Li Feng's eyes widened in agony as he bore the brunt of the combined force of the Kamehameha and his own tornado fist. In that instant, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of pain and the disintegration of his bones. Boom. It was now Li Feng who found himself engulfed by the explosion. At this moment, Son Gohan charged forth once more, disregarding the perilous explosion that enveloped Li Feng. His singular focus was to vanquish Cell. For the fate of Earth hung in the balance. Son Gohan unleashed a powerful punch, yet Cell's form vanished in an instant, as if he were but a wisp of air. It was the afterimage technique. Son Gohan realized this too late, as Cell struck from behind with a swift kick. G.U.H. Son Gohan coughed up blood, and just as he prepared to retaliate, Cell's figure darted like lightning, denying him any opportunity. After enduring several heavy blows, Son Gohan could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground. Huh! Cell roared with ferocity, feeling as though he could shatter the very universe with a single punch. Indeed, the creation of Dr. Gero was the most formidable warrior. Chapter 14, Ultimate Breakthrough. Li Feng coughed up blood, turning onto his side, overwhelmed by the sensation that his entire being was on the verge of collapse due to Cell's relentless assault. Truly, one could not deny the prowess of the lightning Cell. With a decisive crunch, he swallowed a Sinza bean, and in an instant, his gaze sharpened. The bones that had just been shattered mended completely, and his strength surged slightly. His aura reached its zenith once more. However, Li Feng was acutely aware that unless he transcended that threshold, no amount of enhancement would lead to a transformative change. At his core, he remained in the first form of a Super Saiyan, his power and speed still significantly inferior to Cell's. That elusive barrier lay before him. Yet it was invisible and intangible, rendering him unable to breach that step. The only path forward was combat. A frenzied battle held the potential for breakthrough. A glimmer of determination sparked in Li Feng's eyes as he muttered to himself. He swiftly rose, casting a fierce glance at Cell, his body ignited with a vibrant aura, his emerald-hued pupils brimming with a fervent desire for battle. Only through confrontation could he hope to shatter his shackles. The Saiyan blood within him surged. And feeling Cell's overwhelming presence, Li Feng sensed his hands trembling with a life of their own. Oh, is that you, Son Goku? You're still alive? It appears you have once again reached your peak, but don't you realize? I am the most formidable warrior created by Dr. Gero. No matter how many times you recover, you shall never stand a chance against my perfect form, Cell remarked, a smirk playing upon his lips as he noticed Li Feng. Li Feng's lips curled into a smile as he declared, Sharu, you are indeed formidable. However, I shall not concede. With that, he unleashed the full force of his energy, his combat power now reaching an impressive nearly 2 billion. In contrast, Sharu's strength surpassed 30 billion, a disparity that was nothing short of astronomical. Humph! How utterly reckless! Sharu could not possibly believe that the current Li Feng posed any threat to him, although it was evident that Li Feng's combat prowess had seen an increase. In the presence of the most perfect artificial being, he was merely insignificant. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he launched a fierce punch. Sharu chuckled softly and replied, Very well, I shall indulge you for a moment. Bang! With a powerful strike, Li Feng's punch was effortlessly intercepted, and in a flash, Sharu retaliated with an even swifter blow, landing squarely on Li Feng's abdomen. Is this all the strength you possess? Whoosh! Li Feng's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelled with fierce intensity. How infuriating! I shall not yield to a mere insect like you. With a determined shout, he summoned his strength, trembling yet resolute, steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed at the formidable figure of Shalu before him. Li Feng's battle intent had reached an extraordinary peak, as if only an intense confrontation could quell the tempest within him. In the next moment, Li Feng charged towards Shalu once more, his fists imbued with overwhelming energy, sweeping forward with great force. Bang! Boom! Li Feng moved with remarkable speed, delivering powerful punches with every strike. Yet, Lightning Cell was able to swiftly assess the situation and retaliate in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of hundreds of blows, unleashing a torrent of energy that rained down upon the ground, causing a series of explosions. The city below had long been reduced to a mere void. Tornado Fist. The formidable force of the wind manifested, instilling a hint of caution in Cell. However, he remained undeterred. It could be said that he did not underestimate his opponent. Yet he continued to press Li Feng relentlessly. Perish! Li Feng sensed an impending crisis, his gaze falling upon the sinister smile of Cell. In the next moment, with a powerful punch, Li Feng struck fiercely, only to witness Cell's figure instantly dissipate into thin air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. It was the phantom fist. Li Feng immediately turned around and beheld Shera poised high above, gathering energy to unleash a Kamehameha wave that surged forth like an overwhelming tide. With no time for contemplation, he unleashed a tornado fist in response. Yet, how could it possibly rival the charged Kamehameha wave? Hiya! Li Feng found himself ensnared within the vortex of the energy wave. Utterly immobilized, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the astonishing speed of Shalu. Was this truly the end of his journey? A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, propelling Li Feng forcefully into the ruins below. Gasping for breath, he coughed violently, feeling the weight of fresh injuries upon his body. Could the chasm between them truly be so vast? No. I refuse to succumb to despair. Li Feng, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rose to his feet. If Sun Wukong could achieve this in the original tale, then so could I. I shall become the strongest. Here I go. Li Feng suddenly emanated a formidable aura. But this time it was accompanied by the emergence of blue arcs of electricity. This power was rapidly escalating. The ground beneath his feet instantaneously spread out like a spider's web in all directions, with fragments of stone flying chaotically amidst the violent energy vortex. The entire planet trembled violently. Strikes of blue lightning appeared around Li Feng, 1, 2, and increasingly more, crackling with intensity. At that very moment, his golden hair stood upright, save for a small tuft of bangs that fluttered before his brow. His gaze was now more resolute and fierce than ever. With hair standing on end and his body crackling with electricity, Li Feng reveled in the immense and overwhelming energy coursing through him. He had finally ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku, do not presume that your change in appearance makes you my equal. Although Cell was somewhat taken aback by Li Feng's transformation, he would never regard him as a rival, as he considered himself the ultimate warrior. With a powerful punch, he struck towards Li Feng's face. Bang! Contrary to expectations, Li Feng did not get sent flying by the blow. Instead, he effortlessly swatted away Cell's attack with a single hand. What? How is this possible? This must be a fluke. Cell was astonished. Yet he could not bring himself to believe that Li Feng had reached a level of power that could match, or even surpass, his own. Anything is possible. Now, Cell, prepare to experience the might of my Super Saiyan 2. Li Feng's lips curled into a subtle arc as he swiftly appeared before Sheru. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck Sheru squarely in the abdomen, catching him completely off guard. Sheru's face contorted in pain, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Before he was sent hurtling several feet away. How infuriating. This must be mere coincidence. After all, I am the most perfect warrior. Enraged beyond measure, Sheru was engulfed in a tempest, the surrounding winds howling fiercely, while blue arcs of electricity crackled ominously. Chapter 15. The Strongest Sword. Boom. Li Feng stood suspended in the air, his golden aura radiating fiercely, intermittently accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. This was the manifestation of his Super Saiyan 2 form. It was no wonder that Cell had been so arrogant. The disparity between his previous state and his current form was akin to that of heaven and earth. Below, amidst the ruins, Sun Wukong sensed the overwhelming and explosive energy emanating from Li Feng. With a smile, he remarked, Li Feng has finally transcended the threshold. Coughing lightly, it was evident that Sun Wukong was no longer capable of battle, his strength completely exhausted. He could only observe this fierce clash through the sensations of energy. A golden lightning bolt surged towards him, yet Li Feng effortlessly evaded it, delivering a powerful kick to Cell's back, causing him to lurch forward several paces. Cell, you are no longer my match, Li Feng declared with a grin. Impossible. Do you not know that I, Cell, am the strongest? However, before Cell could finish his boast, Li Feng had already darted in front of him, delivering a crushing blow to his torso. Must you incessantly repeat that line? Li Feng spoke nonchalantly, while Cell was once again sent flying several dozen zhang. With great difficulty, Cell managed to stabilize himself. Damn it, I will kill you. Cell's fury reached its zenith. As the most powerful android created by Dr. Gero, he had never experienced such humiliation. Immediately, he unleashed all his strength, charging directly at Li Feng. In response, Li Feng lowered his previously disdainful expression. It was important to note that the lightning Cell was akin to Cell's own Super Saiyan 2 state. The few blows delivered to Cell earlier had merely caught him in a state of disbelief. However, at this moment, fueled by rage, Cell came at him with unrestrained ferocity, necessitating Li Feng's utmost caution. Boom. The two clashed once more, and with a single punch, they were evenly matched, both astonished by the displayed power of the other. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, they collided again, but this time, no matter how fast Cell moved, Li Feng was able to counter his attacks. Cell grew increasingly astonished. What was the Son Goku doing? Previously, he had been no match for him, yet now he was on par, which brought a measure of clarity to Cell's rage. However, today, both Li Feng and Son Gohan must perish. Otherwise, his pent-up hatred would remain unresolved. Both fighters exchanged rapid blows, each strike lethal, withholding nothing. After all, in battle, to hold back would mean certain death. Boom. The sound of explosions resonated through the sky, and the earth trembled under the might of their powers. Both Li Feng and Cell had reached a level far beyond my own, and I must attain such prowess as well. Below, Son Gohan watched their fierce battle, muttering to himself. Boom. Throughout this confrontation, Cell unleashed every technique of the Z fighters, while Li Feng significantly honed his martial skills. Cell executed a variety of techniques, each met with Li Feng's signature move, the Tornado Fist. Son Goku, die. Cell bellowed, unleashing Vegeta's ultimate move, the Final Flash, sweeping toward Li Feng with overwhelming force. Ultimate Magic Flash. Li Feng, in the midst of battle, has become increasingly adept at the formidable technique known as the Demon Flash. With a fierce strike, his momentum rivaled that of Cell's devastating Kamehameha. Boom. Another explosion resonated, sending both combatants reeling. They hovered in the air, locked in a standoff, surrounded by golden flames and blue arcs of electricity that crackled ominously. Their eyes burned with fury, each intent on vanquishing the other. Come on. In the next moment, Li Feng and Cell clashed once more. A momentary lapse on Li Feng's part allowed Cell to miss his attack, and in an instant, a powerful demon flash struck Cell's body with unrelenting force. Caught off guard, Cell was hurled violently toward the ground by the energy. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, but the sound of coughing emerging from within the haze indicated that Cell was not gravely harmed. Cough, cough. Goku, I must say you are impressive. But do you truly believe that such a move can obliterate me, Cell? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Cell proclaimed, let us settle this with one decisive blow. Li Feng concentrated the swirling energy in his hands, gradually shaping it into the form of a sword. Those familiar with Dragon Ball Super know that Black Goku favors this technique, although both involve condensing energy into a blade. Li Feng's attack is derived from his own martial art, the Tornado Storm Fist. Infused with the sharpness of the wind's energy, this strike is capable of piercing through anything, as if the very earth could be cleaved in two. A blue energy sword materialized in Li Feng's right hand, intermittently flashing with arcs of electricity, exuding an aura of dominance. Let this sword resolve our conflict, Cell. Li Feng raised his energy sword before his eyes and spoke calmly. Do not underestimate me, Son Wukong. Your strength is indeed formidable, but do you think it will be so easy to take my life? With that, Shalu instantly assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave. Let me show you the might of my 100-fold Kamehameha. Shalu grinned maliciously. This would be a strike fueled by all his strength. Kamehameha. The entire earth trembled as Shalu unleashed his full power. The ground beneath him began to crack and splinter into countless fissures. Wind. Split. Sword. Li Feng called out with each word, and in an instant, the previously formidable energy sword coalesced into an even more tyrannical force, its blade elongating significantly, instilling an ever-deepening sense of terror. Break for me. With a sweeping motion, he directed the sword towards Cell's Kamehameha wave, unleashing a strike that seemed to encompass the heavens. This blow was fueled by the entirety of Li Feng's strength. As Cell's colossal energy wave collided with the sword's aura, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The sword energy cleaved through the powerful Kamehameha wave, which parted like ocean waves under the might of the sword's onslaught, reminiscent of a dragon surging forth from the sea, unstoppable in its momentum. No, the sword's energy, having breached the Kamehameha wave, did not relent. Instead, it surged directly towards Cell. Clang. The blade wreaked havoc upon Cell in an instant. No. How can this be? I'm the strongest. Cell's expression was one of utter disbelief as he faced his demise, unable to reconcile the reality with the data that proclaimed him the mightiest warrior. Yet, in this moment, he was destined to perish at the hands of a Saiyan. A thunderous explosion erupted, and Cell's body, along with his core, disintegrated into nothingness. Extinguished beyond revival. Chapter 16. A New Hope, Journey to King Kai's Planet. The torrential rain finally ceased, and the dark, oppressive clouds began to dissipate, allowing a ray of sunlight to pierce through the remnants of the storm, cascading down to the earth below. Li Feng and Son Wukong stood atop a towering expanse of ruins, gazing down at the vanquished androids, their previous solemnity dissipating. Li Feng, the androids have finally been eradicated, exclaimed Sun Wukong, a rare smile gracing his face. With the androids eliminated, will this world finally return to peace? Li Feng nodded, then retrieved 2 magical beans, offering one to Sun Wukong and consuming the other himself. The recent battle had completely exhausted Li Feng, and Sun Wukong was no better off, bearing serious injuries. As they swallowed the beans, a delightful crunch echoed. In an instant, their stamina was fully restored, and their wounds healed. "Ah, I feel invigorated once more," exclaimed Li Feng. However, the form you assumed earlier, Li Feng, resembled that of Cell. "Is it an evolution beyond the Super Saiyan state?" Sun Wukong inquired. Having witnessed Li Feng's prowess in battle, realizing that the Super Saiyan form was not the ultimate achievement. "Indeed, I refer to that form as Super Saiyan 2, which transcends the Super Saiyan state. If the Super Saiyan form enhances one's power by 50-fold, then Super Saiyan 2 amplifies it by 100-fold. Li Feng elucidated to Sun Wukong. In this altered timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, due to Li Feng's intervention, not only had Sun Wukong survived, but he was also poised to grow exponentially stronger. The future Sun Wukong was unlike his past self. He was resolute, bearing burdens from a young age. And Li Feng held a deep admiration for him. "Super Saiyan 2, hearing you speak of it ignites a fiery passion within me," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his Saiyan blood surging with anticipation for greater strength. "Can I attain such power as well?" he asked. Li Feng nodded and said, "You have already reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. All you need is a pivotal moment to break through to Super Saiyan 2. And Super Saiyan 2 is not even the ultimate destination." Li Feng is indeed a modern individual, having watched the various series of Dragon Ball countless times. He is well aware that after Super Saiyan 2, there are transformations such as Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Ultra Instinct. However, he remains uncertain about the direction this world will take in the future. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Son Gohan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Realizing that Super Saiyan 2 is not the ultimate limit, he is determined to continually surpass himself and attain greater strength. Observing the fervor in Son Gohan's expression, Li Feng nodded in approval. Indeed, he is the future Son Gohan, whose pursuit of martial arts is no less fervent than that of Son Goku. Yet he does not share Goku's singular obsession. It seems that in this world, he is the true protagonist. "Brother Gohan, Brother Li Feng," Trunks' voice echoed. And both of them turned to see Bulma piloting an aircraft hovering above, with Trunks peering out to greet them. "Hey, Trunks," Son Gohan replied with a smile, waving back. "Everything has calmed down, hasn't it?" Li Feng smiled gently and waved his hand. In that moment, he truly felt the essence of existence in this world. He was no longer merely a spectator before the television, but had become an integral part of it. Shortly thereafter, Bulma piloted the aircraft to the ground, and she, along with Trunks, approached. "Gohan, Li Feng, have you managed to eliminate the androids?" Bulma inquired with delight. Li Feng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we have finally vanquished them. This battle has truly exhausted me." "Ha!" Trunks, also wearing a joyful expression, exclaimed, "That's splendid, Brother Li Feng and Brother Gohan. At last, the world can return to peace." Return to peace? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan glanced around, only to be met with endless ruins and lingering smoke. With Piccolo now fallen, could the Earth ever revert to its former state? Observing the somber expression on Gohan's face, Trunks too came to a realization. He surveyed the devastated surroundings and stated, "These wretched androids may have been eradicated, yet the Earth lies in utter ruin." Li Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Isn't there still the Dragon Balls of Namek? As long as we use the Dragon Balls from Namek to restore the Dragon Balls of Earth, we can then use the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect all those who were annihilated by the androids." As soon as Li Feng's words escaped his lips, Bulma's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, how could I have forgotten? We could construct a spaceship to travel to Namek," she exclaimed. "Truly, Li Feng, your intellect surpasses even that of Sun Wukong." In response to Bulma's enthusiasm, Li Feng scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, come now, it was merely a casual suggestion." Son Gohan, equally exhilarated, interjected, "However, since the last destruction of Namek, we have lost all knowledge of the Namekians' whereabouts. What shall we do?" Son Gohan's remark struck at the heart of the matter. "We could consult the Kaioshin for the coordinates of the new Namek. And as for the spaceship, I can simply teleport us there," Li Feng proposed. "Yes, Li Feng, that is an excellent suggestion. Thank you." Son Gohan expressed his gratitude. "Does this mean my father could be resurrected?" Trunks' eyes lit up with hope. For Trunks, who had not seen Vegeta since his earliest memories, the thought was deeply yearned for. Son Gohan felt a similar longing, as the prospect of reuniting with his own father was nothing short of wonderful. Li Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and began to search for the position of Planet King. He found it. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Everyone, await my good news. And Bulma, prepare the Dragon Balls. Li Feng declared. Bulma nodded and replied, as for the Dragon Balls, I have already gathered them. They have merely turned to stone. But shouldn't you return with us first before heading to King Kai's planet? Li Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, I shall not accompany you for now. Once I have settled my affairs, I shall return. With that, he employed instant transmission and vanished from sight. Very well. I must first return to Mount Pausa to share this joyous news with my mother, to inform her that my father is coming back. Son Gohan could scarcely contain his excitement. The father he had yearned for day and night, along with Uncle Piccolo and the other warriors, now had a chance to be revived. How could he not be exhilarated? Immediately, he activated his Boop Jutsu and soared toward Mount Pausa. All right, we too should return and prepare, declared Trunks. Without delay, he and Bulma boarded their aircraft and set course for West City. Chapter 17, The Crisis on Namek, The Arrival of Cooler North Kai's Planet A Stout. Middle-aged man with antennae resembling those of a mantis was leisurely driving his car around his modestly sized celestial domain. Oh. The gorilla Bubbles and the cricket-like Gregory sat in the back seat. What splendid weather today. Ha 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 ha. North Kai burst into uproarious laughter, convinced that this was one of his finest jokes. Naturally, his two pets did not share his amusement. At that very moment, a shadowy figure materialized abruptly before the vehicle. Startled, North Kai fumbled in panic, failing to brake in time. The car collided with the dark-clad figure, who remained entirely unfazed. Instead, the impact sent the vehicle flipping backward. So this is indeed the Kai S planet, with gravity 10 times that of Earth S. Yet to me, it is of no consequence, Li Feng murmured to himself. Where did this insolent brat come from, appearing so suddenly without warning? Have you no manners? A voice demanded. Only then did Li Feng realize something had struck him moments earlier. Goku? How did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be dead? North Kai, upon recognizing Son Goku, was utterly bewildered. Li Feng, upon realizing he was in the presence of the King of the Universe, felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired. Might I ask if you are indeed the esteemed King of the Universe? I am not Sun Wukong. I have come here solely to pose a question to you. Oh, I never anticipated encountering such a peculiar situation. An individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, yet is not him. The King of the Universe chuckled, covering his mouth in amusement. This truly is the most hilarious jest. Witnessing the King's demeanor, Li Feng felt somewhat speechless. However, he remained courteous, as he was here to seek answers. You mentioned that you have a question for me. Kindly recount all the details thoroughly, and then I shall determine whether I can extend my assistance, the North King of the Universe said, stifling his laughter and gazing intently at Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and promptly recounted all the events that had transpired on Earth to the North King. What? You have annihilated the androids? The North King exclaimed in astonishment. It was widely known that the mightiest warriors of Earth had perished in their battle against the androids, so hearing that they had been vanquished was nothing short of shocking. I have come to inquire about the coordinates of planet Namek, Li Feng respectfully asked. The North King nodded in acknowledgement, saying, since you have eradicated the androids, I shall assist you in your search. With that, he stepped aside, raising his antennae towards the sky to locate the position of the new planet Namek. I've found it, but planet Namek is currently under the watchful gaze of formidable foes. You must hasten your journey. Without delay, Li Feng utilized instant transmission and vanished from his location, following the coordinates provided by the North King. Instant transmission? Surely, he cannot be anything but Sun Wukong. The North King mused aloud as he observed Li Feng's sudden departure. To possess the ability of instant transmission and bear the visage of Sun Wukong, yet claim he is not him. What a truly amusing jest. The North King chuckled heartily, unable to contain his laughter. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a colossal spaceship sped through the void. Lord Gula, the probe has detected the coordinates of the new planet Namek, and we are nearing its atmosphere. Within the spacecraft, a peculiar alien in battle attire knelt respectfully before a figure. Are we finally arriving? The being, whose skin shimmered with a white and purple hue and bore a lizard-like physique, observed the vast universe with a detached demeanor. Shaviza, Immediately command our full force to head for planet Namek. I shall personally oversee this mission. With the Dragon Balls from planet Namek, I will attain the power of immortality. And soon, the entire universe will be at my command. This individual was none other than Gula, the prodigious son of King Cold, the elder brother of Frisia. His father, King Cold, and foolish brother had foolishly ventured to Earth only to meet their demise at the hands of a monkey, a folly of the highest order. While he had initially intended to journey to Earth, he later learned of planet Namek and redirected his focus. I shall not be as foolish as Frisia. Although Super Saiyans have emerged, once I obtain the Dragon Balls of planet Namek, what are Super Saiyans but mere trifles? The chilling laughter of Gula sent shivers down the spines of those aboard the ship. As a genius of the Frost Demon clan, Gula possessed a transformation that surpassed that of his father and brother, a fact that bolstered his confidence. On planet Namek, a group of Namekians, resembling Piccolo, toiled diligently. The new elder gazed anxiously at the sky, his expression grave. "Elder, what troubles you?" inquired a young Namekian named Dondi. The elder turned to Dondi, saying, "Dondi, calamity is upon us once more." Dandy's eyes widened in shock. Are we to face another invasion for the Dragon Balls? Memories of Frisia's brutal campaign against their kind flooded back, nearly leading to their extinction, were it not for the intervention of Sun Wukong and his companions. "Quickly, lead the others to safety," the elder commanded urgently. "And what of you, elder?" Dondi asked, concern etched on his face. "As the elder of planet Namek, I must fulfill my responsibilities." The elder's countenance darkened. He was not a warrior, yet he resolved to do all he could to thwart their enemies. Dondi nodded and set off to gather more Namekians. "Wait, something is amiss. There is a presence both righteous and sinister." The elder sensed Li Feng's approaching power and murmured to himself, "I hope he can aid us in weathering this disaster." He cast a grave glance at the sky. Chapter 18. Arrival at planet Namek. On planet Namek, the elder's solemn gaze remained fixed on the heavens, uncertain if their kind would survive this trial. The Dragon Balls they had created, originally a symbol of their wisdom and energy, had become a magnet for malevolent forces, inviting calamity upon them. The adage, "Possessing treasures brings trouble," aptly encapsulated their plight. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized before the elder, causing him to stagger back several paces. Upon recognizing the visitor, the elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and once certain, his heart soared with joy. "Mr. Wukong, is that truly you? It has been so long." Li Feng heard a sound and turned to see a rather plump Namekian with green skin and two antennae atop his head, gazing at him with great delight. Li Feng nodded and said, "I am not Sun Wukong, but I am his friend. I have come to Namek to borrow your Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, the elder shook his head and replied, "As a traveler from afar, it would ordinarily be no trouble to lend you the Dragon Balls. However, our Namek is currently under threat from a formidable enemy." Formidable enemy? Li Feng sensed the presence of a powerful force upon his arrival, but it was significantly weaker than his own, so he paid it little mind. "Elder, allow me to assist you in confronting this adversary, and afterward, you may lend me the Dragon Balls." A smile graced Li Feng's lips as he spoke to the elder. The elder nodded, choosing to place his trust in the Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Sun Wukong. "Thank you immensely." The elder bowed to Li Feng, sensing the latent power that resided within him. Who could this enemy be? Li Feng pondered. Having traversed to the world of Dragon Balls, he had never encountered Frisia, yet he could discern that this presence was exceedingly malevolent. Nevertheless, it posed little threat to him now that he had transcended Super Saiyan 2. Before long, a massive spaceship gradually materialized in the sky. The elder's expression shifted. "Mr. Li Feng, it is a member of the Frozen Demon clan." Over the years, the Frozen Demon clan had relentlessly invaded and occupied planets, earning a fearsome reputation throughout the universe, and Namek was no exception. Previously, Frisia of the Frozen Demon clan nearly annihilated their race in his quest for the Dragon Balls, and the mere thought of facing another member of that vile clan ignited a profound anger within the inherently benevolent elder. The Frozen Demon clan, Li Feng mused. In this world, Frisia and King Cold had been vanquished by Sun Wukong, so it was undoubtedly Cooler who had now arrived. He immediately suppressed his own energy to its bare minimum, for he did not wish to frighten Cooler away with an overwhelming display of power. "Elder." At that moment, a voice called out, prompting Li Feng to turn his head. He saw a group of Namekians flying towards them. "Weren't you told to seek refuge? Why have you returned?" The elder exclaimed with a sense of disappointment. After landing, Dandy spoke up. "Elder, this was not my intention. They insisted on coexisting with Namek." "Ah, Mr. Wukong. Dandy's face lit up with joy upon seeing son Wukong, as he had previously been their savior, having defeated Frisia when he invaded their planet. The other Namekians also wore expressions of delight. With son Wukong present, they believed they could weather this calamity. Li Feng uttered not a word. As he was often mistaken for the legendary son Wukong, one cannot help but acknowledge the profound influence of son Wukong, even extending to the planet Namek. Thus, he felt no inclination to clarify, or rather, he simply lacked the time to do so. With a resounding boom, the spaceship descended, stirring a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. As the hatch swung open, an array of bizarrely shaped extraterrestrials surged forth, quickly filling the area around the craft. Their imposing presence exuded an aura of fierce intimidation. Among them, 3 particularly menacing aliens emerged, their formidable energy palpable. The Grand Elder, observing these 3 extraterrestrial beings, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. The Mecha Brigade. Li Feng squinted his eyes and remarked, "Is it the Mecha Corps?" Frisia commands 5 loyal subordinates. The Jinyu Force, while Cooler has 3 exceptionally powerful minions who together constitute the Cooler Mecha Corps. Cooler's elite guard is composed of super warriors selected from the finest fighters across the universe, namely Shaviza, Nez, and Dre, each possessing battle powers exceeding 100,000. Along with remarkable skills, they accompany Cooler in his conquests, earning a fearsome reputation, rendering the astonishment of the Namekians entirely reasonable. At last, a more imposing alien emerged from the spaceship. He had skin that shimmered in a blend of white and purple, resembling a lizard man, emanating an aura of coldness from every pore. As someone familiar with Dragon Ball, Li Feng instantly recognized him as Cooler. "Lord Cooler, welcome to the Namekian planet. The Namekians are gathering to greet your arrival." Shaviza dutifully flattered Cooler. "They have all gathered. How convenient. It saves us the trouble of searching for them." However, who is that peculiar individual amongst them? Cooler quickly discerned Li Feng's presence and inquired. Upon hearing this, Nez stepped forward, activated his scouter, and mockingly announced, "It turns out to be merely a Saiyan monkey with a power level of only a few thousand." "Lord Cooler, it's just a Saiyan with a power level of a few thousand," Nez shouted to Cooler. Upon hearing the mention of a Saiyan, Cooler was momentarily startled. But upon learning of the low power level, he felt reassured, unaware that Li Feng was deliberately concealing his true strength. "Curse that Saiyan monkey. Eliminate him. I cannot abide the sight of a Saiyan." Cooler spat venomously. After all, his father, King Cold, and brother, Frisia, had both perished at the hands of Saiyans. So he could never allow a Saiyan to stand before him. The towering Dre, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. A simple-minded brute who relished in battle and bullying the weak, he stepped forward, grinning wickedly. "Allow me to dispose of this monkey, heh. Hey, you Saiyan monkey. Come forth and meet your demise." As the large Dre shouted, Li Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. What a foolhardy individual, he thought. He stepped forward with a smile and said, "I've emerged, what now?" Dre's grin faltered. He had expected this feeble Saiyan to cower in fear, yet here he was, audaciously approaching. "Heh, you must not know who I am." Dre chuckled. Li Feng shook his head, feigning ignorance, and remarked, "I do not know." Is it possible that someone is unaware of my esteemed self? Very well, I shall reluctantly enlighten you. I am Lord Dre of the Mecha Corps. How does that make you feel? Afraid, perhaps?" Dre chuckled heartily. "Dre, stop wasting time and eliminate him," shouted the captain of the Mecha Corps, exasperated by Dre's incessant self-aggrandizement and his penchant for threatening foes, relishing in their fear. "Understood, Captain, I shall do it." But before he could finish, his complexion turned pale as Li Feng had somehow appeared before him. The azure energy soared piercing through his body. Li Feng swiftly withdrew the energy sword and delivered a powerful kick, sending Dre crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Li Feng realized that his proficiency with the energy sword had grown immensely. It was akin to Black Goku from Dragon Ball Super wielding the energy sword. Such elegance. What? How could this be? The Mecha Corps Sawiza and Nizi stood in stunned disbelief. They had followed Lord Gula for many years, enduring numerous perils, yet had never lost a single comrade. Now, witnessing the defeat of their comrade at the hands of such a seemingly weak Saiyan was beyond comprehension. Gula, standing behind them, was seething with rage. A member of his Mecha Corps had been slain, and as the current ruler of the universe, he could not tolerate such an affront. "Sawiza and Nizi, together you shall vanquish this Saiyan monkey." At Gula's command, The two rushed towards Li Feng, their earlier arrogance replaced with caution after witnessing Dre's demise. With their first strike, they unleashed their full power. Come at me. But know this, your kind is nothing but a mere nuisance. I need not even transform into a Super Saiyan to deal with you, especially since my base power level is in the millions. In the instant Sawiza and Nizi launched their attack, Li Feng vanished like a bolt of lightning. The two, unprepared for such speed, collided violently. You two pitiful fools shall no longer plague my presence, thus, you shall perish. Now hovering high above them, Li Feng looked down at the clumsy duo. Two energy blasts locked onto Sawiza and Nizi and shot forth with great ferocity. Boom. The once invincible Mecha Corps members now lay lifeless on the ground, reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone, with no breath left to draw. The Mecha Corps had been obliterated. The alien soldiers, witnessing Li Feng's effortless annihilation of their once mighty Mecha Corps, trembled in fear. Splendid. A Namekian behind Li Feng rejoiced, sensing that their calamity could finally be averted. You detestable Saiyan monkey. You have truly roused my ire. Gula could no longer contain himself, flying over with an air of superiority. It's of no consequence. They were merely worthless trash. I have done you a favor by eliminating them. You ought to express your gratitude. Li Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Gula felt no sorrow for the downfall of the Mecha Corps. To a true master, they were hardly worthy of notice. It seems you are the one who fortuitously dispatched my father, King Kuld, and my inept brother, Frisia? With Li Feng's displayed prowess, Gula could only surmise that he was the fabled Super Saiyan capable of slaying the frost demons. Li Feng, unwilling to elaborate further, remarked, you may interpret it that way. What? Is the imperious Lord Gula, the Emperor of the Cosmos, afraid of me, this Saiyan monkey? As Li Feng's mocking words resonated, Gula was instantly consumed by rage. He had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Very well. Saiyan monkey, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to face my fury. Gula uttered through gritted teeth. Moreover, do not think that merely by slaying my father and Frisia through a stroke of luck, you have become invincible. I possess an additional transformation beyond theirs. Oh, and what of it? Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Had he not achieved the full power of a Super Saiyan, perhaps he would have felt some trepidation. However, now that he had attained Super Saiyan 2, Gula's additional transformation held little terror for him. Damn it. Arrogant Saiyan monkey. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of my ultimate form. With that, Gula, thoroughly incensed by Li Feng's repeated provocations, unleashed an overwhelming surge of dark, frigid energy. It enveloped him instantly, while the black winds around him wreaked havoc, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. An atmosphere of dread and cold intensity enveloped the area, causing all present, save for Li Feng, to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. As the black energy dissipated, Gula transcended his previous transformations, directly achieving his ultimate form. At the center of the void, Gula stood resplendent with sharp, white horns, youthful purple skin, a newly formed, blade-like tail, and a white exoskeleton adorning his shoulders and legs. This was Gula in his final state. Well, foolish Saiyan monkey. Does the sight of my ultimate form instill such fear in you that you cannot move? Gula scoffed, reveling in his newfound power as he observed Li Feng's stillness. All flash and no substance. With that, Li Feng's aura surged as he transformed into a full-powered Super Saiyan, his appearance contrasting sharply with Gula's ferocity, exuding an air of calmness instead. You can even change colors? Yet you remain nothing but a weakling. Prepare to meet your demise. Planetary Annihilation Ball. At this moment, Gula was singularly focused on obliterating Li Feng, unleashing his most formidable technique. With a thunderous roar, an immensely colossal energy sphere shot forth, hurtling directly towards Li Feng. Li Feng extended his hand, and a surge of azure energy rapidly coalesced, forming an indomitable energy sword. His gaze sharpened as he charged forward. Wind-extinguishing sword. Break for me. The azure sword swelled immensely, striking forcefully against the formidable energy orb. In an instant, it cleaved through the projectile like a wave crashing upon the shore, exuding an aura of invincibility. What? Gula, witnessing Li Feng's sword effortlessly shatter his planet-annihilating blast, felt an overwhelming rage, his face contorted in fury. No, the azure sword pierced through Gula's very being with devastating force. How is this possible? No, I refuse to accept this. With a pale complexion, Gula's form was obliterated in the ensuing explosion. Boom. The legendary Emperor Gula was vanquished by Li Feng's singular strike. Chapter 20. The Physique of Majin Bu Boom. A vast cloud of dust engulfed the entire land, and Gula's body was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. It was all over. The reign of the Cosmic Emperor had come to an abrupt end. Li Feng descended to the ground, casting his gaze upon the group of extraterrestrials. They appeared as though they had encountered a specter, hastily rushing into their spacecraft in a desperate bid for survival. In their minds, the once invincible Lord Gula had been vanquished by this Saiyan. Upon witnessing the merciless gleam in Li Feng's eyes, they dared not linger in this place any longer. This Saiyan was a being far more terrifying than a demon. The aliens swiftly boarded their spacecraft, which gradually ascended into the sky, seeking to evade this calamity. Humph! They are nothing but cowards. A glint of brilliance flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he moved, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, a colossal energy projectile struck the spacecraft with ferocity. The thunderous roar echoed as the entire vessel was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. Li Feng is certainly not Sun Wukong. He shows no mercy to his adversaries, for there is a saying that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Upon witnessing the annihilation of all extraterrestrial beings, the Namekians were filled with unparalleled joy. As Li Feng approached, all the Namekians surrounded him, cheering, for he had helped them overcome the calamity that threatened their very existence. Elder, may I borrow the Dragon Balls to make a wish? Li Feng inquired of the Grand Elder. Of course. You vanquished our formidable foes. Borrowing the Dragon Balls is a trivial matter. The Grand Elder replied with great delight. The peril that loomed over their race had been dispelled by Li Feng, and requesting the Dragon Balls for a wish was of no consequence. He promptly instructed everyone to gather the Dragon Balls. In no time, the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled. Dandy stood before them and shouted in Namekian, "Arise, Purunga! Come forth to grant my wish." Instantly, the heavens transformed, and the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with radiant light. Surging upward like lightning into the sky darkened ominously, thunder roared, and from the electric storm emerged an enormous dragon, like the legendary genie from Aladdin's lamp. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, manifested in the firmament. Gatherers of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes. Any desire can be fulfilled, and you may make 3 wishes. The corpulent Purunga proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with crimson light as he loomed above. Mr. Li Feng, please share your wish. Dandy urged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. My first wish is to resurrect Piccolo from Earth, Li Feng declared after a moment's contemplation. The Dragon Balls of Namek did not possess the capacity to revive multiple individuals at once, so he resolved to first restore Piccolo. Once he returned, the Dragon Balls of Earth would be activated. Dandy nodded, familiar with Piccolo, and promptly spoke to Purunga in Namekian. Bring back a being named Piccolo from Earth. That wish is easily granted. Piccolo has been revived. Now, please state your next wish. Purunga responded. Let a being named Son Goku return to life. Li Feng instructed Dandy. Son Goku had succumbed to a congenital heart condition, which rendered the Earth's Dragon Balls incapable of reviving him. This explained why. After Son Goku's demise in the future timeline, the Dragon Balls had not been used to restore him. Dandy nodded once more and conveyed in Namekian. Bring back a being named Son Goku from Earth. That wish is easily granted. Son Goku has been revived. Now, what is your final wish, Mr. Li Feng? Dandy inquired. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully, pondering whether the divine dragon could grant him the gift of immortality. I wish to become immortal, he declared. Dandy hesitated momentarily before addressing Purunga in the language of Namek. Let Li Feng attain immortality? Upon hearing this, Purunga paused briefly before responding. I regret to inform you that this wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot fulfill it. Li Feng anticipated this outcome, merely wishing to test the waters, pondering on the slim chance of success. Then, Dandy, tell the dragon that I wish to possess the essence of Majin Buu, he urged. The essence of Majin Buu is indeed formidable, unlike Cell, who requires the preservation of vital organs to regenerate. Majin Buu merely needs a single cell to revert to his original form. Moreover, upon devouring others, he assimilates their powers, an extraordinary phenomenon within the realm of Dragon Ball. Coupled with the Saiyan trait of significantly enhancing their strength upon revival from the brink of death, it seems that in the Dragon Ball universe, he would be virtually invincible. As long as a single cell remains, he could regenerate infinitely. Grant Li Feng the essence of Majin Buu, Dandy implored Purunga. This wish can be fulfilled. However, the transformation of your body will require some time. With that, Purunga's eyes gleamed with radiant light, which swiftly merged into Li Feng's being, enveloping him in a brilliant glow. Li Feng felt as though his body was undergoing a transformation. Though accompanied by agony, he could sense his physical prowess amplifying. After a while, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing Li Feng unchanged in appearance, yet exuding an entirely different aura. At this moment, he emanated a chilling demeanor, his gaze sharp and formidable. I feel an inexhaustible power coursing through my being, as if no force, however potent, could extinguish my existence. Li Feng remarked, gazing at his hands. Your desires have been fully realized, until we meet again. With that, the divine dragon Palunga vanished into the heavens, while 7 colossal stones scattered across the surface of planet Namek. Instantly, the horizon cleared, as though nothing had ever transpired. At this juncture, Li Feng accessed his long-neglected personal attributes interface, character, Li Feng race, Saiyan abilities, Great Ape transformation, infinite regeneration, Super Saiyan levels 1 and 2 skills, Demon Flash, Tornado Fist. Sword of Wind Annihilation combat power, 50 million, normal state. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction with his current condition. After enduring a fierce battle against Shalu, he had sustained severe injuries, yet he had remarkably recovered. Coupled with the recent enhancement of his physical abilities, his combat prowess had ascended to this remarkable level. Congratulations, benefactor of Namek, for achieving your aspirations, the Grand Elder remarked, gazing at Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for lending me the Dragon Ball. Well then, it seems regret is on the horizon, my friends. Li Feng did not linger long on this Namek planet. He prepared to return to Earth to see if everyone had been resurrected. In that case, it would soon be time for him to depart as well. Farewell, everyone. Li Feng waved his hand and utilized instant teleportation, vanishing in a blink. Chapter 21. The Resurrection of the Warriors. Li Feng departs. On Earth, at Baozi Mountain, a man clad in an orange robe appeared in the air, utterly astonished by his surroundings. Wasn't I in hell? How did I suddenly arrive at Baozi Mountain? Could it be that Gohan and the others used the Dragon Balls to resurrect me? This man was none other than Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Sensing the familiar environment below, he hurriedly descended, only to find the house empty. Where have Chi-Chi and Goten gone? Sun Wukong scratched his head, then suddenly had a thought. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, he concentrated on sensing Gohan's energy. Found you. With that, he vanished from his spot. At that moment, in West City, Bulma exclaimed, Gohan, come quick. The Dragon Balls have revived. As she saw the 7 stones transform back into Dragon Balls, joy filled her voice. Really? Instantly, several figures emerged, including Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Trunks. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. The Dragon Balls had finally awakened, and everything would soon be right again, as their loved ones would be resurrected. Hey, what are you all looking at? A familiar voice interjected. Turning around, Chi-Chi beheld a smiling man in an orange robe standing behind them. Tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes. Wukong. She immediately leaped into Sun Wukong's arms, sobbing loudly. Dad, you're finally back. Son Gohan joined them in a heartfelt embrace. Bulma watched the reunion of the Sun family with quiet joy, but soon, she thought of her own family too. All right, Trunks, let's make a wish. She picked up the Dragon Balls and headed to the yard. Bulma carefully placed the Dragon Balls together and shouted, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Thunder rumbled, and the sky darkened as the 7 Dragon Balls shot up into the heavens. A massive Shenron appeared in the sky. Wonderful, Shenron has finally been revived, Bulma exclaimed. Shenron's eyes glowed red as he addressed them from above. Humans who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. I can grant any desire. Trunks, seeing Shenron for the first time, was momentarily speechless. Bulma, filled with happiness, said, Shenron, please resurrect all the humans who were killed by the androids. Shenron hesitated slightly before responding. That wish is quite simple. After a brief moment, Shenron declared, Your wish has been granted. Farewell, everyone. With that, Shenron transformed back into 7 stones and scattered across the world. The storm clouds dissipated and tranquility returned. Hey, wasn't I dead? A voice echoed as Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others appeared behind them. Wukong, you guys are back too. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Son Wukong nodded, though he was utterly perplexed. He then turned to son Gohan and asked, Gohan, by the way, did you defeat the androids? Dad, it's like this. Son Gohan took on the role of narrator, explaining the events to everyone. Meanwhile, through Bulma's tear-filled eyes, she spotted a proud man in battle attire striding towards her. Vegeta. Without hesitation, she rushed into his arms. Trunks, having never met his father, felt a complex swirl of emotions at this moment. Come, Trunks, this is your father, Bulma called out. Dad? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face broke into a rare smile, though he quickly huffed and turned his head away, embodying the proud nature of the Saiyan prince. All the Earthlings who had been annihilated by the androids were resurrected. Although the Earth remained in disarray, as long as life had returned, hope was restored. At that moment, high above West City, a dark-clad figure observed the scene. Witnessing the revival of everyone filled him with joy. The future of this Dragon Ball world would not unfold as tragically as in the original tale. He refrained from intervening in this emotional moment, fearing that Sun Wukong, the martial arts fanatic, might challenge him again, which he wished to avoid. Thus, he concealed his presence in the skies, watching the reunion. System activated. A long-forgotten voice resonated within him, indicating the system had awakened once more. System, you truly can sleep for ages. Li Feng chuckled. Ding. The host has perfectly completed the current task in the Dragon Ball world and will now receive a reward. Does the host accept? The system inquired. How could I refuse? Only a fool would decline. Li Feng retorted, exasperated by the system's absurdity in asking such a question. Ding. In light of the host's flawless performance, you are rewarded with a room of spirit and time, with no time restrictions. The host may enter at will simply by envisioning it, and the time within can be controlled by the host. The system's melodious voice echoed. Li Feng was overjoyed. A room of spirit and time he could control was an extraordinary reward. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location, entering his own room of spirit and time. Inside, a vast expanse of white stretched endlessly before him. Indeed, this is the room of spirit and time. It's essentially a small world. Li Feng exclaimed with delight. System, are there any additional rewards? Ding. In recognition of the host's exemplary performance, an extra 1,000 senza beans are granted. The system announced. However, this time, Li Feng felt less excitement. After all, he now possessed the abilities of Majin Buu. Did he still require senza beans? Yet, upon reflection, having them was better than not, as others might still need them. Alright, system, when will the next dimension open, and which world will it be? Li Feng inquired once more. Ding. The next dimension for the host is the Dragon Ball Z world. If the host wishes, you may be transported at any time. However, be advised that once you leave this dimension, the system will not provide services to return until all tasks in this world are completed. Does the host confirm? Confirmed. Li Feng pondered to himself. Having accomplished all tasks in this world, he felt no regrets. As the countdown for the host to enter a new realm commenced. 10, 9, 8, 1. At the moment the system announced the final digit, Li Feng's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chapter 22. Crisis on Earth. In the vast expanse of the universe, a colossal spaceship sped through the cosmos, colliding with and shattering numerous asteroids and meteoroids. Within the vessel, a variety of oddly shaped extraterrestrial beings donned combat suits and wielded weapons, seemingly preparing for battle. Indeed, that was the very intention. Frieza, is it true that there are Dragon Balls on Earth? An authoritative voice resonated. A massive figure stood before the control room's glass window, gazing into the distance. Speaking with a nonchalant tone, this imposing being bore a lizard-like physique, yet was 2 or 3 times larger than the earlier appearance of Cooler. Indeed, my father, as long as you help me eliminate that accursed Saiyan monkey, the Dragon Balls on Earth will be easily within our grasp, replied a diminutive figure, half mechanical in nature. These two were King Cold and his son Frieza. Since suffering severe injuries at the hands of Son Goku on Namek, Frieza's physique had been partially mechanized. Yet this transformation enhanced his power. Do not be misled by Frieza's apparent goodwill. His mention of the Dragon Balls was merely a means of manipulation. The Frieza race has never valued familial bonds, only profit. However, in manipulating King Cold, Frieza was, in turn, being utilized by his father. Report, Lord Frieza, King Cold. Our ship is nearing Earth's atmosphere. Shall we proceed? Please advise. An oddly shaped alien knelt, reporting. At last, we have arrived? Humph, those detestable Saiyan monkeys. This time I shall exact my vengeance. Frieza gritted his teeth, recalling the humiliation inflicted by Son Goku. He longed to obliterate Earth with a planet-destroying blast. Yet the knowledge of the Dragon Balls forced him to suppress such impulses. Excellent. Full speed ahead. King Cold commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, my king. My father. This time I shall personally slay that Saiyan. Only then can I relieve my pent-up rage. Frieza declared fiercely. Indeed, for my son to be reduced to this state. How could I not seek revenge? If we acquire the Dragon Balls and do not destroy Earth afterward, where shall we save face as the Frieza race? King Cold replied. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, Son Gohan was diligently completing his homework when a frown crossed his face, sensing two immense energies approaching Earth. What an evil and powerful energy, he exclaimed, promptly opening the window and shooting out into the sky. Hey, Gohan, where are you going? Have you finished your homework? Chi-Chi called after him, but Gohan did not pause, for those two forces would soon arrive on Earth. Almost simultaneously, residing at Bulma's house, Vegeta, participating in a baseball game, Yamchu, meditating in the other world, Piccolo, training on Kame House, Krillin, and the hard-working Tien Shinhan all sense the overwhelming presence drawing near Earth. Why does this energy feel so familiar and sinister? Vegeta burst forth from the gravity training room, his demeanor fierce. Vegeta, where are you going? Bulma inquired, noticing his eagerness. Humph, ignorant woman, mind your own business. Vegeta retorted, maintaining his prideful attitude. Despite staying at Bulma's home, he had never shown them any courtesy. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and soared into the distance. Humph, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Bulma dismissed Vegeta's rudeness, accustomed to his nature. With a swift motion, she tossed out a capsule, transforming it into a helicopter and flew in the direction Vegeta had taken. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball warriors converged toward a single point. Attuned to the energies they sensed, they could surmise the invaders' landing direction. Hey, Uncle Piccolo. Just as Piccolo was flying at full speed, he heard a voice, none other than Son Gohan. Piccolo nodded. Gohan, what brings you here? Gohan smiled, with Dad not on Earth. I, as a Saiyan, wish to contribute my strength in protecting our planet. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a sense of pride, for Gohan was indeed his pupil. Before long, the Dragon Ball Z warriors gathered at a single location. However, upon seeing Vegeta, Krillin and others displayed expressions of anger mixed with fear. Vegeta, what are you doing here? They exclaimed, skeptical of Vegeta's claim of protecting Earth. Humph, this prince is not here to protect your precious planet. Do not be naive. I have come to challenge a formidable foe and surpass Kakarot, he declared, crossing his arms with an air of superiority. Hearing this, the others chose to ignore Vegeta, having grown weary of his incessant proclamations of being the strongest Saiyan. At that moment, Bulma arrived piloting the helicopter. Hey, Bulma, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Krillin exclaimed. What? There's an enemy? Had I known, I wouldn't have come, but you all are here, right? Bulma replied innocently. Humph, ignorant woman. Vegeta scoffed at Bulma's presence, turning his head away. Gradually, the oppressive aura of malice enveloped them, rendering them breathless. Is this Frisia's energy? Krillin gasped, recalling the terrifying power he had faced on Namek. How could Frisia still be alive? Gohan realized, sensing that this power was even greater than before. This is bad. With Goku missing, we now face the terrifying Frisia. Krillin lamented hopelessly, collapsing to the ground in despair. Is this truly Frisia's presence? It is astonishingly powerful. Tien Shinhan, who had never fought Frisia, now understood the immense gap in their strength, like a drop of water compared to the ocean. Even Vegeta was taken aback. Frisia was supposed to have been vanquished. How could he still exist? No, this aura undeniably belonged to Frisia, and there seemed to be an even more formidable presence alongside him. Chapter 23, Vegeta battles Frisia Dam. How could it be that monster Frisia? Goku, where are you? Bulma thought, recalling the terrifying power Frisia had exhibited on Namek. In truth, if the events of the original Dragon Ball Z world were to unfold as they should, Trunks would indeed be expected to appear at this juncture. However, due to Li Feng's intervention, everything has been altered. Trunks has not emerged, and Goku has been unable to reach the battlefield in a timely manner. Despite possessing instantaneous movement, he has chosen to travel to Earth via spaceship. As the words left his lips, a white suddenly materialized in the sky, growing ever closer until a massive spacecraft revealed itself in the air. Vegeta gazed at the design and insignia of the spacecraft and declared, "It is undoubtedly Frisia. Since Frisia is so recklessly persistent, let him witness the formidable power of me, Vegeta." Feeling the immense pressure, Vegeta experienced no fear. Instead, he was filled with confidence. He believed that during his time on Earth, he had reached an unprecedented level. As the Prince of the Saiyans, endowed with noble blood, why should Kakarot, a lowly Saiyan, be able to transform into a Super Saiyan while he could not? Uncle Vegeta, it's a pity my father isn't here, otherwise, dealing with Frisia would be no challenge at all, Gohan remarked. Indeed, within the Dragon Ball world, nearly everyone regarded Goku as a savior. as if his very existence ensured that hope would never fade from this world. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. Yet, he had no grounds to refute it, for a colossal spacecraft was descending not far from them. Boom. As the spacecraft landed, a group of bizarre extraterrestrials emerged, and the warriors fixed their intense gaze upon the vessel. Is that Vegeta? How did you end up among the Earthlings? A voice called out, none other than Frieza, albeit in a half-mechanical form that appeared rather grotesque. Upon seeing Frieza, Bulma, who had been to Namek, cowered in fear, while Krillin trembled uncontrollably. After all, it was Frieza who had obliterated his body last time, and only the Dragon Balls had restored him to life. Since then, Frieza had become an indelible shadow in Krillin's mind. Damn it, Goku, hurry back, Frieza hollered. Is this the Saiyan who defeated me last time? Another voice chimed in, revealing a being of immense stature, resembling Frieza in his incomplete final form. His presence exuded an even more terrifying aura. Could it be King Cold? Vegeta thought incredulously. Yet the reality before him left him with no choice but to confront it. The pressure from King Cold was also immense, with two frost demons appearing simultaneously. Their chances of victory seemed nearly non-existent. However, during his time on Earth, he had come to understand the truth of survival through madness. Just as Kakarot had fought Frieza despite the vast disparity in their strengths, ultimately transforming to defeat him, Vegeta too was determined to achieve Super Saiyan status today. Father, that Saiyan standing amongst the crowd was merely my pet before, Frieza insidiously proclaimed, aimed at King Cold yet clearly intended as a blatant provocation towards Vegeta. Humph, Frieza, do not underestimate me. The being before you is no longer the same. Vegeta retorted with a sinister smile as he stepped forward. Oh, are you a Super Saiyan as well? Frieza responded with a sardonic tone. I am not yet a Super Saiyan. I am Super Vegeta. With that declaration, he unleashed his full power, unleashing a tempest that swept across the battlefield. Even Gohan and Piccolo could feel the terrifying might emanating from him. It was evident that the Saiyans were truly formidable. In just a year, Vegeta had achieved such a staggering transformation. I must say, Vegeta, your arrogance is amusing. It seems your power has indeed increased significantly over the past year. Frieza scoffed as he assessed Vegeta's battle prowess with disdain. However, I do not have time to play with you now. Summon Goku. I have old scores to settle with him. Frieza exclaimed, noticing Goku's absence among the crowd. Against you, Super Vegeta is more than sufficient. Vegeta declared, narrowing his eyes as he surged towards Frieza, an energy sphere forming in his palm. Take this, Frieza. The energy sphere shot forth, yet Frieza remained unmoved, casting a dismissive glance at Vegeta's attack. Whoosh. In the next instant, a brilliant beam shot from Frieza's eyes, colliding with Vegeta's energy sphere. The explosion was deafening, and dust erupted all around. Yet, Frieza had effortlessly nullified Vegeta's assault without even lifting a finger, leaving Vegeta in shock. Had all his relentless training in the gravity room been in vain? Frieza, meet your demise. Vegeta charged forward with a powerful punch, only to have it easily swatted aside by Frieza. I already told you, I'm looking for Goku. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Frieza, now irritated, delivered a fierce blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Puff. The strike left Vegeta grievously wounded, propelling him like a shooting star. Boom. He crashed into a small hillside. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan cried out in alarm, his compassion evident as he witnessed Vegeta being hurled away. Now, I shall ask you one last time. Where is Goku? Also, hand over the Dragon Balls, or we will eliminate every human on this planet. Frieza sneered maliciously. You shall not succeed. Gohan retorted angrily, soaring into the air. Gohan. Piccolo shouted, rushing to follow him. All right, we're going too. Tien shouted, and both Yamcha and Tien joined the charge against Frieza. Are you also fearless? Krillin observed the reckless charge of his companions, feeling a sense of helplessness as he recalled his past trauma. Forget it. If I must die, then so be it. With that, Krillin suppressed his fear and followed suit. Chapter 24, The Pride of Vegeta. Humph. You insignificant underlings are all worthless. Frieza mocked. Evil Flash. Energy Wave. Kamehameha. Ki Blast. Gohan and his allies unleashed their strongest techniques, a barrage of energy blasts converging upon Frieza. Yet, Frieza merely extended a finger, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, a colossal energy blast erupted from his fingertip, charging toward the warriors' combined assault. Boom. A tremendous roar resonated as Frieza's energy obliterated their collective attacks amidst the swirling dust. The sheer terror of Frisia's power was incomprehensible to them. "You resilient monkeys truly irk me," Frisia exclaimed. Frisia clasped his hands and smiled at the crowd, while Gohan and Piccolo were utterly astonished. Frisia's power was far greater than it had been on Namek. Even their combined strength was effortlessly dispersed by a mere flick of his wrist. One by one, they exchanged glances, and with Goku still absent, the threat loomed larger than ever. "Humph. If my father were here, you would be in for it." Gohan pointed at Frisia defiantly. Frisia, unfazed, replied leisurely, "Oh? So that means Goku is not here? No need for him to intervene. Let Vegeta handle you." At that moment, Vegeta emerged from the mountain, his clothes soiled and tattered, as if he had just rolled in the dirt. His body bore numerous wounds, yet his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. As the prince of the Saiyans, noble blood coursed through his veins. Surrender was not an option. "Vegeta, I never expected this wild monkey to be so resilient, but strength must be matched with true power." Frisia mocked as Vegeta approached, showing no sign of concern. "Step aside. This is a personal grudge between Frisia and me," Vegeta declared, positioning himself before the others. Frisia had exploited the Saiyans to conquer various planets, ultimately destroying planet Vegeta and nearly annihilating their race. This was a debt he could not ignore. "Uncle Vegeta, we might stand a better chance if we work together," Gohan urged, gazing at Vegeta's unwavering resolve. "Silence. As the prince of the Saiyans, if Kakarot can defeat Frisia, then so can I. No one is permitted to interfere," Vegeta thundered. Gohan attempted to persuade him further, but Piccolo intervened, shaking his head and signaling for everyone to retreat, leaving the battlefield to Vegeta and Frisia. "Humph, Vegeta, what I despise most is your feudal bravado. You possess no real power, yet you wish to challenge me? That is the most laughable joke I've ever heard." Frisia sneered. "Heh, Frisia, you cannot fathom the pride of a Saiyan prince," Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk before unleashing a mighty battle cry. The powerful aura emanating from him caused the surrounding air to tremble, the manifestation of his full strength. Unlike Goku, who had mastered the Kaioken, Vegeta had no such guidance. His achievements were born solely from relentless effort. With his energy fully charged, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he vanished from sight in an instant. "Humph. No wonder you are the prince of the Saiyans. You possess a modicum of skill," Frisia remarked as Vegeta's figure reappeared before him, delivering a heavy blow to Frisia. Frisia grimaced, retaliating with a punch that sent Vegeta sprawling several yards away. The sight of Vegeta's strike causing Frisia to grimace sparked a flicker of hope among Gohan and the others. "You've truly angered me now, Vegeta. Though I only unleashed 10% of my power, it still stung, but I shall not show mercy this time." Frisia snarled, his visage twisted with rage. "Humph. Spare me your condescension. Your feigned bravado is nauseating," Vegeta retorted, struggling to regain his footing but unable to resist taunting Frisia. Vegeta, fueled by his indomitable will and the pride of a Saiyan prince, had devoted himself to relentless training in the gravity chamber, all to surpass Goku. Yet Frisia's arrival ignited an even fiercer desire for battle. There was no greater satisfaction than vanquishing a foe. Frisia coldly stated, "I need only to use 50% of my strength. You won't be able to withstand even a single blow." With that, Frisia unleashed a torrent of power, causing Gohan and Piccolo to tremble in fear. This was Frisia at 50% of his strength, a truly terrifying force. Vegeta felt the overwhelming energy wash over him. Yet he endured. His pride would not allow him to show weakness before anyone, even though his battle power was merely over 300,000. While Frisia's was nearly 80 to 90 million, he had already declared his intent to fight. "Death Beam," Frisia bellowed, unleashing a massive energy blast that surged towards Vegeta like a tidal wave of doom. "Final Flash," Vegeta shouted, channeling all his strength into this singular attack. A culmination of his pride. In that fleeting moment, he felt ready to meet his fate. If he was to die, he would do so with dignity. The two beams collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. The explosion enveloped the area in a cloud of dust and debris, rendering visibility non-existent. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, as if an earthquake had struck. The powerful death beam not only obliterated Vegeta's final flash, but struck him directly as well. With a pained gasp, Vegeta felt the beam pierce through his chest, the energy blasting into the mountain behind him, erasing it from existence. At last, he fell helplessly to the ground. Chapter 25, Urgency, Li Feng arrives. As they witnessed Vegeta being brutally impaled, Gohan and the others finally comprehended the true malevolence of the cosmic tyrant, Frisia. "Now, which of you shall step forward to die first? Or would you prefer to go together?" Frieza grinned wickedly, regarding Gohan and his companions as nothing more than fodder. How infuriating. Rather than wait for death, I would rather fight. Piccolo shouted, charging forward first. Ah, so it's you, Namekian. Worry not. I shan't destroy you. I will only relish in your torment. Since the events on Namek, Frieza had learned of the Dragon Ball's creator's demise, realizing they would turn to stone. Thus, he had no intention of exterminating this Namekian, however. He would not allow such insolence to go unpunished. We'll assist Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, unleashing his energy as he surged forward. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin followed suit, all propelled by the urgency of the moment. With Goku's whereabouts unknown, they could not simply wait for death. Perhaps in battle, there remained a sliver of hope, however faint. Meanwhile, Bulma hid behind a large rock, utterly powerless and opting to remain out of the fray, wishing only to avoid being a burden. Frieza's figure darted swiftly, and just as Piccolo charged at him, he had already instantaneously maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Piccolo flying. Subsequently, he confronted Gohan and the others. So it is you, this Saiyan brat. But all Saiyans deserve to perish. Frieza snarled viciously. At that moment, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha encircled Frieza. Frieza grinned, exuding an aura of invincibility. Alas, he was merely a villain. With a roar, the four launched a barrage of intense attacks. Their speed so rapid they appeared as mere shadows. Each strike was more forceful than the last. Yet throughout it all, Frieza effortlessly countered their onslaughts, perceiving their efforts as sluggish as that of snails. With a sudden surge, a powerful gust of energy erupted from Frieza, violently repelling the four away. They soared through the air like shooting stars, crashing into the distance. What? Is this all the strength you possess? Where did that earlier bravado vanish to? Ha ha ha. Frieza boasted triumphantly, realizing these warriors were nothing but a ragtag assembly. Die. Special beam cannon. Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the air. Frieza looked down from his elevated position to see the Namekian had completed his charging, unleashing a special beam cannon that surged towards him like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a swift motion, Frieza shot two beams of energy from his eyes, colliding with the special beam cannon. The resulting explosion reverberated, leaving Piccolo in shock as he witnessed Frieza effortlessly dismantling his most powerful attack with myriad beams. Namekian, do not presume that I will spare you. You will not go unpunished. Frieza scoffed disdainfully. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Piccolo's pupils dilated. A profound sense of danger washed over him, but his body could not keep pace. An energy blast engulfed him in an instant. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan, who had just risen from the ground, rushed towards the explosion with fierce determination. Oh, son of Goku. I wonder how Goku will react when he sees his son's body torn asunder? Hee, I can hardly wait to witness that scene. Frieza chuckled ominously. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Frieza extended his hand, and an energy force surged toward Gohan, caught off guard in his frenzied state. Gohan found himself immobilized in midair, unable to escape. What is this? Let me go. Gohan struggled relentlessly, but it felt as if his body was frozen in place. Utterly unmovable. Son of Goku. Very well, then. Die. Death Ray. Frieza bellowed, a black energy beam shooting from his fingertip, rapidly expanding towards the helpless Gohan. Gohan. As the dust settled, Piccolo, gritting his teeth against the agony, lifted his gaze to the scene, seeing Gohan suspended in the air and Frieza's attack unleashed. He yearned to shield Gohan, yet his grievous injuries rendered him immobile, forcing him to watch in despair as the death ray hurtled toward Gohan. Just as the beam was about to strike Gohan, a powerful energy surged forth, colliding fiercely with the death ray. Boom. An explosion echoed, scattering debris. As Frieza's death ray was dispersed, Gohan, initially bracing for death, realized he was unharmed upon hearing the blast. Frieza's fury ignited. Furious that someone had thwarted his death ray, this individual could not be allowed to escape. Meanwhile, Krillin, lying on the ground, recognized an all-too-familiar silhouette. Clad in black, exuding an icy demeanor, the figure was unmistakable. Goku. Krillin felt a surge of hope wash over him, tears brimming in his eyes. With Goku's arrival, there was renewed possibility. Dad. At that moment, the energy binding Gohan dissipated, allowing him to move freely again, and he immediately soared to Goku's side. All present were filled with boundless hope upon seeing Goku. The very reason he was the protagonist, he always materialized in times of dire need. Gohan's heart swelled with joy at his father's return, a breath of relief escaping him. Dad, you're finally back. Goku. Piccolo, upon seeing Goku, felt the weight of his worries lift, but was unable to hold on any longer and succumbed to unconsciousness. From a distance, Frisia's fury intensified upon seeing Goku. This was the Saiyan who had nearly vanquished him last time. Were it not for this Saiyan, he would not have become this half-cybernetic monstrosity. The thought only fueled Frisia's rage further. Chapter 26, Li Feng takes action. Observing the eager gazes of those around him, Li Feng was at a loss for how to convey his feelings. He was not Goku, yet he was undoubtedly stronger than Goku at this moment. And Goku seemed inexplicably delayed in his arrival. Well, leave the rest to me. Li Feng spoke softly, although he felt somewhat resentful at being called father. He recognized that there was no time for such sentiments now. Is this the Saiyan who nearly killed you last time, Frisia? The long silent King Cold finally spoke. Observing Frisia's exasperated demeanor, in King Cold's eyes, this frail Saiyan could scarcely be perceived as a threat capable of defeating their Ice Demon clan. Frisia nodded and replied, "Indeed. It is that accursed Saiyan monkey." After a moment's contemplation, a sinister smile spread across Frisia's face as he declared, "No need for father to intervene. Since our last encounter, my power has evolved beyond its former limits. This time, I shall reclaim my honor." Frisia was brimming with confidence regarding his strength. During his previous battle with Son Goku, he felt their powers were nearly equal, but now, having returned from death, his abilities had undoubtedly ascended to new heights. Li Feng gazed at Frisia, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was not Sun Wukong and would show no mercy. Frisia's power had grown even stronger since their last encounter on Namek. "Father, do you have confidence?" Gohan inquired with concern. Li Feng nodded slightly, saying nothing as he soared forward. "Furthermore, let me clarify. I am not Sun Wukong." This statement left Son Gohan utterly bewildered. How could this person, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, claim otherwise? Nonetheless, Son Gohan remained unconvinced, unable to accept that this identical figure was not his father. As for the peculiar words just uttered, only the outcome of their confrontation could reveal the truth. Son Gohan was increasingly unsettled by his father's demeanor, which exuded a decisive and ruthless aura unlike before. "Humph, what's this? The Saiyan monkey is eager to meet its demise?" Frisia arrogantly proclaimed. "Frisia, have you yet to grasp the gravity of life and death? Why not simply live in peace? It's truly pitiful to witness you seeking your end on Earth." Li Feng retorted, disdain evident on his countenance. "When did Goku become like this?" Krillin remarked, observing Li Feng. It was well known that the Goku of old would never utter such words. "You detestable Saiyan monkey, even on the brink of death, you remain so defiant." "Very well, let me demonstrate my full power." Frisia, consumed by rage, abandoned any pretense of restraint, believing that eliminating this individual, who had once nearly brought him to his demise, was the only viable option. With a fierce shout, the air around Frisia crackled ominously, his overwhelming energy surging upwards, instilling an icy dread of impending death. Li Feng observed Frisia's transformation and understood the source of his arrogance. Frisia's current power level was approaching 200 million. Had he just transformed into a Super Saiyan, there might have been some cause for concern, but to the present Li Feng, he was utterly insignificant. Son Gohan and the others could feel Frisia's overwhelming energy, a suffocating pressure so immense and terrifying that it dwarfed even what they had experienced on Namek. "Tremble, Saiyan monkeys," Frisia sneered, brimming with confidence, believing that Goku's strength remained unchanged from their battle on Namek. "Ha ha, Frisia, ignorance truly breeds fearlessness." Li Feng chuckled, his eyes sharpening in an instant as he transformed into the golden-haired, emerald-eyed form of a Super Saiyan. Yet, unlike the usual transformation, Li Feng's aura was eerily calm, as if he were an ordinary person, deceptively unassuming, giving the impression of utter frailty. "Is this Father's energy after becoming a Super Saiyan? Why is it so tranquil?" Son Gohan murmured, recalling the bloodthirsty, overwhelming presence of Goku's transformation on Namek. Back then, the sheer savagery of that power had seared itself into his memory. But now, Li Feng's state lacked any trace of that volatility, so serene that, were it not for his golden hair and emerald eyes, one might mistake him for a powerless commoner. "Oh, a mere change in color, yet no increase in strength? Then you leave me no choice." Frisia smirked, convinced of his inevitable victory. "Humph. So this is the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Unimpressive," King Cold muttered, arms crossed in disdain. Little did they know, this was Li Feng's perfected Super Saiyan full power state, the most refined version of Super Saiyan 1, minimizing energy waste while maximizing combat efficiency, speed, and raw power. Humph. Saiyan monkey, prepare to die? Frisia narrowed his eyes, firing a dark energy blast from his fingertips straight at Li Feng. Still resorting to these tired old tricks? How utterly pathetic. Li Feng gazed at the surging energy, slowly raising his hand as he clenched his fist. In an instant, the surrounding air currents converged at his palm. With a powerful shout, he hurled it forth, akin to a shooting star, unstoppable in its momentum. Boom. The energy blast unleashed by Frisia vanished without a trace. What? This was my death beam, delivered with 100% of my strength, and it was so effortlessly dispersed? Frisia was taken aback. It seemed that the enhancement did not solely pertain to himself. Indeed, Saiyans must not be underestimated. In the next moment, Frisia's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Li Feng with a triumphant grin, unleashing a devastating punch. However, just as his formidable strike was about to connect with Li Feng's body, he abruptly disappeared from sight. What? How is this possible? Frisia then sensed a chill creeping up his back, followed by a powerful kick landing squarely upon him. His body was sent flying. Meanwhile, King Cold, unable to comprehend the Scion's speed, was equally astonished, despite possessing seemingly minimal battle prowess. Witnessing Li Feng's velocity left him utterly astounded. This Scion is perilous. Chapter 27. The Might of a Sword-Cursed Scion Monkey. You shall pay. Frisia, now somewhat disheveled from the impact of Li Feng's kick, was engulfed in fury. He had boasted of crushing this Scion before arriving, yet now, this audacious Scion dared to humiliate him. Rage surged within him. With a swift motion, the air around him compressed, and then surged violently towards Li Feng. A gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed in a flurry of punches, their speed so extraordinary that onlookers like Sun Wukong could only catch glimpses of their shadows. Such swiftness. Sun Wukong watched the fierce battle with eyes aglow, harboring a fervent desire to one day attain the strength of his father. At this moment, Sun Wukong had not yet transformed into Goten. Yet the Scion blood coursing through his veins ignited within him an ardent longing for greater power. Boom. Frisia, increasingly astonished with each exchange, felt an overwhelming pain radiating through his arms with every impact, while Li Feng appeared almost nonchalant. How infuriating. In a moment of carelessness, Frisia was struck squarely in the face by Li Feng's formidable punch, feeling as though his visage was on the verge of distortion. Without warning, Li Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Frisia's body. Li Feng was in a state of full-powered Super Saiyan, and the might of his punches was unimaginable. With a resounding thud, Frisia's body was sent soaring, utterly powerless against the onslaught. Yet, Li Feng showed no inclination to grant Frisia a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity to pursue relentlessly was the undeniable truth of combat. His speed reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Frisia, delivering a ferocious kick to his back, sending Frisia hurtling into the sky once more. However, the assault was far from over. Li Feng vanished again in an instant. With another powerful strike, Frisia was propelled in yet another direction. King Cold, Sun Gohan, and the others watched in disbelief as Frisia was treated like a mere ball, tossed back and forth by Li Feng. Was this truly the once mighty cosmic emperor they had imagined? Finally, with a resounding crash, Frisia's body was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a colossal crater in its wake. Father's strength has surpassed that from the days on Namek, Sun Gohan remarked as he observed their fierce battle. It was worth noting that during the Namek saga, although Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had not exhibited such overwhelming dominance. What kind of training had he undergone over the past year? As they watched Frisia being mercilessly pummeled by Li Feng, the warriors around them were filled with exhilaration. It seemed that Earth was finally saved. Coughing and gasping for breath, Frisia found himself bleeding profusely, clearly wounded from the recent ferocious attacks. Damn Scion monkey! How dare you reduce me to this state? Very well, you shall perish along with this planet. With that, Frisia's body shot up like a bolt of lightning, looking down upon the others with a cruel smile. Surrounding him was an intense eruption of dark energy, for in his eyes, the common folk below were as good as dead. He cared little for King Cold's wrath. His sole focus was to reclaim the dignity of his status as the Cosmic Emperor. Observing Frisia's demeanor, Li Feng anticipated that Frisia was about to unleash that signature technique they so often employed. Indeed, the Ice Demon clan shared a singular nature. Li Feng extended his hand, summoning the surrounding air currents to converge upon it. Gradually, a blade of azure energy began to materialize. Frisia, perish. Behold, wind obliteration sword. Li Feng's gaze sharpened, his right hand wielding a formidable azure energy blade. The planetary annihilation bomb. Frisia, high in the sky, gathered an incomprehensibly vast energy sphere, as if a single strike could devour the entire Earth. Driven to desperation, Frisia cast aside any thoughts of Dragon Balls, solely intent on obliterating this Saiyan monkey along with the planet. A powerful surge of energy rushed forth, startling Sun Wukong and his companions. The sheer magnitude of this energy was terrifying, threatening to annihilate the Earth in an instant. Has Frisia abandoned the Dragon Balls? King Cold remarked casually, his arms crossed as he ascended into the sky. After all, their Frost Demon clan could survive in the vacuum of space. The colossal energy sphere descended with overwhelming force, causing the Earth to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, fissures tearing through the ground. Li Feng, observing the immense energy bomb, couldn't help but smile. The Frost Demons were truly impulsive, resorting to the planetary annihilation bomb to wreak havoc, just like the earlier Goldo. Without hesitation, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his azure energy blade slicing through the air with relentless precision, charging directly toward the massive annihilation bomb. With both hands gripping his sword, he delivered a powerful strike at the energy sphere. The sword's aura radiated an indomitable force, exuding an essence of invincibility. The azure flames surged dramatically, morphing into a colossal energy sword of staggering proportions, unstoppable in its advance. Below, a tempest raged, blinding those present with its ferocity. Inexplicably, Sun Wukong felt an instinctive assurance that Frisia was no match for Li Feng. Is this a new technique developed by Dad? It feels incredibly powerful, he exclaimed, shielding himself from the tumultuous winds. Boom. The catastrophic explosion Frisia had envisioned for Earth did not transpire. Instead, he found himself witnessing something entirely different. Li Feng's sword of energy sliced through his planet-destroying bomb with a fierce precision, the ensuing energy waves dispersing like ocean tides. Frisia's eyes widened in horror. Yet the colossal sword energy showed no signs of abating, advancing relentlessly toward him. A powerful aura of death enveloped him in an instant, leaving Frisia pale. This sensation was one he had never encountered even on Namek. It felt as though, should he be struck by that sword, all hope of survival would vanish. In a moment of desperation, Frisia aimed his finger at the approaching sword energy, unleashing a beam of lethal light that shot forth in an instant. However, to his utter disbelief, the death beam was instantly shattered. No. The sword energy rampaged forth, cleaving Frisia's body in two. In the wake of the split, an explosion obliterated his form entirely. A thunderous roar echoed, marking the demise of the once mighty Emperor Frisia. Meanwhile, King Cold, who had been anticipating a spectacle, was left in utter shock, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. The ferocity of this Saiyan had surpassed all his expectations. As the clouds of dust settled, King Cold and the surrounding aliens stood in astonished silence. His son, the so-called Cosmic Emperor Frisia, had been vanquished, slain by this Saiyan's hand. Well done, Goku. Krillin chuckled from the ground. It was no surprise that Goku consistently resolved every crisis with his arrival. Gohan gazed at Li Feng with fervent admiration. That move was simply dazzling and overwhelmingly powerful. In their eyes, the terrifying Frisia had been so casually dispatched by a single stroke. King Cold descended before Li Feng with a smile, expressing his admiration. You are quite impressive. I never anticipated that my unworthy son would fall to you. How about considering becoming my adopted son? Together, we could dominate the universe. King Cold, unconcerned with familial ties, harbored ambitions of recruitment after witnessing Li Feng's prowess. Oh, is that so? It sounds rather tempting. Li Feng replied, momentarily stunning Gohan and the others. How could Goku possibly entertain the idea of aligning with the villainous King Cold? They observed Goku with a sense of unease. The Goku they once knew was benevolent, willing to sacrifice for the protection of Earth, a steadfast warrior. Yet the Goku before them now exhibited a shrewder demeanor, displaying a decisive ruthlessness, as evidenced by his merciless execution of Frisia. Ha! Then join me, King Cold exclaimed, interpreting Li Feng's response as a hint of agreement. Very well, but I hold no interest in ruling the universe. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. You shall perish, he declared. With a sickening sound, the Kurdish king wore a pained expression, his eyes filled with astonishment, as a cerulean energy blade pierced through his body. Why you? How could you? The Kurdish king had not anticipated that this Saiyan would be so ruthless, delivering a fatal blow when he had let his guard down. Humph. I simply cannot tolerate you, thus, my apologies. Li Feng coldly replied, forcefully kicking the Kurdish king aside. Dozens of energy blasts surged forth, engulfing the Kurdish king's form in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom. The formidable Kurdish king was thus slain by Li Feng, never even having the chance to transform, meeting his end with bitterness in his heart. Not a single alien was spared. Li Feng showed no mercy, leaving none unscathed. Son Gohan soared to Li Feng's side, exclaiming, "Father, that was incredible. You have defeated both Frieza and his son." Li Feng glanced around and remarked, "You must be Sun Wukong, am I right?" "Unfortunately, I am not Sun Wukong. My intentions have never been to protect this earth. I merely found the actions of Frieza and his offspring intolerable." As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from him, instilling fear in everyone present. What? This individual is not Sun Wukong? How can he bear such an uncanny resemblance to him? Is he here to confront us on Earth? At that moment, Sun Wukong finally accepted the reality that the person before him was not his father, Sun Wukong. Li Feng said with a wicked smile, "Oh, it's nothing much, just here to have a little fun on Earth. Look, they're all still alive. Here, give them this." With that, Li Feng produced several magical beans to offer to Sun Wukong. "What is this? A magical bean? How wonderful, thank you." Sun Wukong replied politely, witnessing Li Feng's defeat of Frieza and his son, along with his generous offer of the magical beans. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness for this man who bore such an uncanny resemblance to his father. Surely, he thought, this individual could not be a villain. Wukong, how splendid. At that moment, Bulma, who had been hiding behind, rushed forward to speak with Li Feng. Seeing Bulma's purple hair, Li Feng was reminded of the Bulma from the future world of Dragon Ball, though that Bulma had been marked by maturity and experience, while the one before him was merely a girl in her 20s. "Bulma, I apologize, but I am not Sun Wukong." Li Feng chuckled. Bulma was taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? Wukong, are you feeling ill?" With that, she reached to touch Li Feng's forehead. As her hand made contact, a youthful fragrance wafted into Li Feng's senses, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. He felt his cheeks flush, as he had never truly engaged with a girl before. "Huh? Wukong, why are you blushing?" Bulma inquired playfully. She recalled how the former Sun Wukong was rather oblivious to such feelings. Could it be that he truly was not Sun Wukong? "I am not Sun Wukong. My name is Li Feng," he responded to Bulma. She glanced at him and smiled. "It seems you genuinely are not Sun Wukong." Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tianjin Han, Krillin, and Yamcha had consumed the magical beans, their health restored to its former state. With the last magical bean in hand, Sun Wukong approached the barely conscious Vegeta. "What? Wukong, you intend to save Vegeta?" Piccolo cautioned. In his eyes, Vegeta had never been considered an ally. "But I believe Uncle Vegeta has changed for the better. He fought alongside us against Frieza just moments ago." Sun Wukong protested. "Go ahead and give it to him. I am confident Vegeta will gradually improve." Li Feng interjected. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Piccolo chose to remain silent. After all, it was Li Feng who had saved them, or else Earth might have been obliterated by Frieza. "Li Feng, thank you." Krillin and Tianjin approached to express their gratitude. Looking at Li Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, they readily accepted him as a good person, harboring no resistance. "Wait, has Vegeta come back to life?" After ingesting the magical bean, Vegeta's injuries healed rapidly. "Uncle Vegeta, you're awake," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. "Huh? What happened to Frieza and his son?" Vegeta sensed the absence of their energy signatures. Upon seeing Li Feng standing nearby, he shouted, "Kakarot." Recognizing Sun Wukong, he realized that Frieza and his son had been vanquished by him, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Uncle Vegeta, he is not my father," Sun Wukong clarified. Vegeta was astonished. This Saiyan, who looked so much like Sun Wukong, was not him? This meant that he, Vegeta, had been surpassed by two Saiyans. Chapter 29. The Return of Sun Wukong. Observing Li Feng clad in black, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. How could he, the proud prince of Saiyans, be outclassed by two lower-class Saiyans? The thought that he, the noble Saiyan prince, had fallen behind was utterly intolerable. "You claim you are not Kakarot?" Vegeta pointed an accusatory finger at Li Feng, unable to believe his eyes. Li Feng, regarding the proud Saiyan prince, chuckled and replied, "I am not Sun Wukong, yet I am a Saiyan. There are many among us who share similar appearances. What is so peculiar about that? That cannot be. To my knowledge, besides Kakarot, there are only myself and this half-earthling, Sun Wukong. There should not be any other Saiyans." Vegeta exclaimed, his agitation evident. Though he was aware that it was not unusual for Saiyans to resemble one another, the situation still irked him. Humph. Believe what you will, Li Feng retorted, uninterested in engaging further with Vegeta, who seemed to have lost the regal bearing expected of a Saiyan prince. How dare you disregard me, the prince? Vegeta fumed. Although he understood that the two Saiyans, who bore such a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, had defeated Frieza and his son. Thus, he refrained from further argument, merely observing Li Feng. Ultimately, despite being a prince, he had been left far behind by both Sun Wukong and Li Feng, both of whom could transform into Super Saiyans, while he, Vegeta, had been surpassed by two lower-class warriors. This thought only fueled his anger, compelling him to resolve to train diligently to reclaim his status as a Super Saiyan and restore his pride as a Saiyan prince. However, if not for Li Feng's arrival, he might have remained the perennial second place. It seemed that now he was destined to occupy the position of third place. Uncle Li Feng, do you know my father, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong inquired of Li Feng. I do not know Sun Wukong, but I have heard of him, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing that Li Feng did not know Sun Wukong lowered his head, saying, Oh, I wonder when my father will return. It had been over a year since the battle on Namek, and Sun Wukong and his companions had learned from the dragon that Sun Wukong was not dead, merely unwilling to return just yet. Li Feng smiled and said, There's no need to rush. Sun Wukong will return to Earth today, and he will land nearby. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with joy. Is Wukong really coming back? Krillin exclaimed happily. In their hearts, Sun Wukong was a beacon of hope. As long as he was present, everything seemed possible. Observing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Li Feng chuckled, acknowledging the undeniable charisma of the protagonist, Sun Wukong. With confidence, Li Feng noted that he was well acquainted with the storyline, and he sensed a powerful yet subdued energy approaching the Earth's atmosphere, though Gohan and the others were currently unaware of it. Let us wait for Sun Wukong, Li Feng said with a smile, and everyone immediately agreed. However, Vegeta, perplexed, continued to stare at Li Feng, as if he could unveil some hidden secret by doing so. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, Vegeta remained baffled, his frustration and impatience only intensifying. He longed to find a place to train vigorously. After a considerable wait, a small spaceship, designed specifically for Saiyans, came into view. Sun Wukong has returned, Li Feng remarked, observing the spacecraft with a calm demeanor. However, he is quite tardy. Had it not been for my intervention, Frieza would have obliterated Earth. In truth, Li Feng had arrived in this world long before Frieza's arrival, merely observing from a distance. Under normal circumstances, Frieza would have been defeated by Sun Wukong. However, in this instance, Wukong was yet to make his appearance, prompting Li Feng to step in. His mission in this world was clear, to defeat the ultimate adversary, Majin Buu. While this task may have seemed daunting for his former self, he now possessed the essence of Majin Buu, allowing him to resurrect infinitely as long as a single cell remained. Coupled with the Saiyan trait of gaining strength upon revival from near death, he was essentially a walking anomaly, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Given time, he was confident he could reach a more formidable level, especially since he owned a hyperbolic time chamber, rendering time a non-issue for him. A small spacecraft, reminiscent of those used by Saiyans in the past, descended onto a vacant plot of land. The hatch opened, revealing a familiar face and hairstyle, albeit clad in different attire. Wukong! Wukong! The crowd erupted in cheers, filled with elation at the sight of the Wukong they knew so well. Everyone, what are you doing here? How did you know I was landing? Wukong floated up using the instant transmission technique. It was this young man who informed us. Wukong, do you recognize him? Krillin pointed at Li Feng. Upon seeing Li Feng, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, Hey, why do you look exactly like me? Wukong was taken aback, having never encountered someone who resembled him so closely, and who appeared to be a Saiyan as well. As he landed, Wukong stared at Li Feng, his face a portrait of shock. Is it really possible for such a peculiar occurrence to exist in this world? Do not be so surprised, Kakarot. I too am a Saiyan. My name is Li Feng, and had I not intervened, your friends would have already fallen to Frieza, Li Feng replied with a smile. Well, you see, I fell asleep on the spaceship, haha. Wukong scratched his head, chuckling. Li Feng thought to himself, it seems he is truly a carefree and single-minded protagonist. To his surprise, the storyline had deviated significantly. At a critical moment, Wukong had inadvertently let his guard down and dozed off. This left Li Feng momentarily speechless. Chapter 30. Li Feng versus Sun Wukong, I can sense your strength. How about we have a friendly match? Sun Wukong proposed, his eyes alight with the thrill of battle. The Saiyan warrior spirit surging within him. In contrast to the original narrative, where Trunks arrived and, despite being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, was sensed by Wukong as weaker, leading Wukong to not initiate a duel. Instead, it was Trunks who wished to witness Wukong's power after his transformation, prompting Wukong to agree to the contest, ultimately blocking all of Trunks' attacks with just a finger. Li Feng cast a glance and smiled. Fully aware that Sun Wukong was just like this, whenever he encountered a formidable opponent, he yearned for a clash. Li Feng harbored the same sentiment, having missed the opportunity to spar with Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball future world. Therefore, in this realm, he was determined to engage in a battle with the protagonist, Sun Wukong. The prospect of fighting Sun Wukong thrilled Li Feng, especially since they now bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, evoking a sense of a true and false Sun Wukong. Of course, I am inclined to do just that, Sun Wukong, Li Feng declared with a smile, his eyes brimming with the spirit of combat. Then let us commence. Sun Wukong responded, employing the instant transmission technique to soar into the sky. Li Feng followed suit, executing the same technique to confront him midair. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien Shanhan observed the two, recognizing the value of witnessing a duel between such high-level fighters. Hey, why is it that all you Saiyans are the same, always ready to brawl without a thought for others' feelings? Bulma remarked, looking at Sun Wukong and Li Feng. Yet, she could not help but feel a flutter of admiration for Li Feng's striking appearance, clad entirely in black. However, at that moment, Bulma and Vegeta had yet to develop any romantic feelings for one another. Vegeta, too, held no affection for Bulma. His singular focus was on enhancing his strength to surpass the two lesser warriors above him and uphold the dignity of a Saiyan prince. Having recently emerged from a near-death experience following his battle with Frieza, Vegeta's power had surged, yet he had not attained the form of a Super Saiyan. Thus, he had no desire to partake in the duel between the two, instead wishing to observe the combat between the two Super Saiyans. This could prove beneficial for his own future transformation into a Super Saiyan. Suppressing his inner discontent, Vegeta gazed at the two warriors high above, eager to ascertain just how much Sun Wukong had progressed over the past year, as well as to gauge the strength of the Saiyan named Li Feng, whose prowess had left a profound impression during his recent battle with Frieza. Li Feng, meanwhile, contemplated Sun Wukong, recalling that it was on planet Namek that Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, after a year of training on Yardrat, he should be adept at transforming without being influenced by the ensuing emotions. Sun Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan but instead unleashed a formidable aura, radiating an impressive presence. With a gleam in his eye, he charged towards Li Feng. In response, Li Feng also released his own aura and surged forward to meet him. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air, which resonated with a thunderous roar. The two continued to trade blows, exchanging dozens of punches, their strengths remarkably well matched. This equilibrium was partly due to Li Feng deliberately restraining his power. Otherwise, his typical combat strength would have easily overwhelmed Sun Wukong in his normal state. However, once their strengths were equal, the battle hinged on martial skills, and Sun Wukong, having grown up on Earth and engaged in countless battles, possessed a wealth of combat experience. Boom! At nearly the same moment, Li Feng and Sun Wukong unleashed powerful punches, striking each other squarely in the face, yet both felt their fighting spirit intensify. The battle unfolded with such swiftness that onlookers could merely catch glimpses of their shadows. Incredible speed, Tianjin Fan remarked, watching the fierce clash. Yamcha and Krillin nodded in agreement. After all, their previous differences with Sun Wukong had diminished over time. Yet in recent years, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had propelled him far ahead of them. Are all Saiyans truly this formidable? Piccolo pondered, having merged with Nail on Namek. His own combat power had reached 1,000,000, allowing him to barely perceive the intensity of the battle. Of course, this was before either had transformed. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed, with the air around them swirling chaotically, a testament to the sheer force of their attacks. After their powerful punches met, both warriors were thrust backward significantly. Kakarot, transform into a Super Saiyan, Li Feng exclaimed, eager to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's strength in that form. Sun Wukong grinned widely and replied, "All right, let me show you the might of my Super Saiyan transformation." With a mighty shout, the surrounding air became charged with energy, and his aura surged like a tempest. Vegeta, sensing this overwhelming force, watched with wide eyes as Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. TCH. Kakarot's strength has surpassed what it was on Namek. Yet, Li Feng seems even stronger. Dad has become stronger again, Sun Gohan remarked, feeling the powerful aura emanating from his father. He hoped that one day he too could attain the Super Saiyan transformation, for he too bore the bloodline of a Saiyan. With a final cry, Sun Wukong transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, his golden aura blazing like an inferno. All right, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan as well, Li Feng declared with a smile, feeling the overwhelming energy of Sun Wukong. With a resounding shout, Li Feng instantly transformed into a golden-haired, azurite Super Saiyan. However, unlike the typical transformation, the aura surrounding him exuded an unparalleled calmness, as if he were an ordinary human. Oh, is this your Super Saiyan state? Although I cannot sense your energy, I instinctively perceive your immense strength, Son Goku remarked, gazing at Li Feng. Indeed, this is my Super Saiyan form. Feel free to attack, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed the Super Saiyan forms of the two, deep in thought. Could it be that Super Saiyans possess varying levels of power? Chapter 31. Returning home with Bulma? Li Feng stood in his full-power Super Saiyan form, while Sun Wukong remained merely at the initial stage of Super Saiyan, highlighting the evident disparity in their abilities. With a swift move, Sun Wukong teleported behind Li Feng and launched a powerful punch. However, Li Feng remained utterly composed, evading the blow with a seamless roll just as Sun Wukong's fist connected with the air. In an instant, he retaliated with a decisive kick to Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong's body was propelled towards the ground with tremendous force. What astonishing speed! Vegeta observed Li Feng's recent maneuver, musing to himself about the impossibility of such rapid reflexes, questioning if Li Feng's Super Saiyan form surpassed that of Sun Wukong, stabilizing himself just in time to avoid crashing into the ground. Sun Wukong recognized that both Li Feng's speed and strength were indeed superior to his own. In awe, he exclaimed, "Incredible, Li Feng. Your power ignites an irresistible desire within me to engage in battle." With that, Sun Wukong charged forward once more, an energy sphere crackling ominously in his hand. Boom. Li Feng did not unleash an energy blast. Instead, he dispersed Sun Wukong's energy projectile solely with the force of his fists. Is he truly that formidable? I am quite eager to witness your true strength, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at Li Feng. Li Feng broke into a grin and declared, "Let us see if your prowess can compel me to unleash my full strength." Of course, Sun Wukong replied with unwavering confidence, for his greatest trump card was the King Kai Fist. However, the strain this technique imposed on his body was exceedingly great, and after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the impact on his physique was even more pronounced. Thus, let this one move determine our fates. I cannot sustain it for long, Sun Wukong proclaimed. With a mighty shout, he unleashed King Kai Fist. Instantly, a colossal aura surged skyward, and the energy enveloping Sun Wukong gradually morphed into a magnificent blend of white and golden flames. Li Feng observed the movements of Sun Wukong and could not help but admire him. Truly a remarkable being. He was able to execute the King Kai Fist even while in its state. The aura surrounding Sun Wukong was fierce, and his expression bore a hint of ferocity, clearly indicating that this technique placed a significant strain on his body. In that moment, Sun Wukong assumed a classic pose. Kamehameha, he exclaimed, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that surged toward Li Feng like an overwhelming tide. Li Feng, witnessing the full force of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, felt no trepidation at all. Am I to exchange blows with a member of the Sun family? He mused, a smile spreading across his face. It was said one should never engage in a contest of power with the Sun family. It seemed he was destined to dispel this myth today. Whirlwind Storm Fist, Li Feng proclaimed, as powerful winds swirled around his fists, crackling with lightning. What an extraordinary technique, Vegeta remarked, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he observed Li Feng's move. A wave of energy, accompanied by wind and lightning, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable in its momentum. The Kamehameha wave collided with the Whirlwind Storm Fist, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. The shockwaves were so potent that Krillin, Piccolo, and others below struggled to open their eyes against the onslaught of force. Vegeta, too, found it difficult to maintain his vision, yet his anger propelled him forward. He was determined to witness the extent of the clash between these two warriors. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed across the sky, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The whirlwind storm fist not only dissipated the energy of the Kamehameha but also struck directly at Sun Wukong. Ah! Sun Wukong gasped, having exerted himself fully with the Kamehameha, leaving him with little strength to withstand the whirlwind storm fist. His body was propelled like a shooting star, crashing into the mountainside, which fractured under the impact. Coughing and gasping for breath, Sun Wukong was severely injured from the encounter, yet he felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. Initially, he believed that becoming a Super Saiyan marked the pinnacle of his abilities, but the truth was far from that. What could be more thrilling than discovering a new direction? Father. Upon seeing Sun Wukong being sent flying, Sun Gohan rushed to his side. In that instant, Li Feng appeared before Sun Wukong. Ah, it hurts so much. I never imagined that even with the King Kai fist I would still be no match for you. How exhilarating. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth against the pain. Uttering those words, "Here, take this." Li Feng promptly tossed a magical bean to Sun Wukong, who eagerly accepted and consumed it. With a satisfying crunch, he exclaimed, "Haha. My body has fully recovered. I still wish to spar with you, Li Feng." With those words, a glimmer of combat fervor reignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. "Ah, Kakarot. You truly are an unabashed warrior." Li Feng chuckled. "Perhaps another time. At present, you are not my equal," he replied nonchalantly. "Dad, shall we return home?" Sun Gohan asked, grasping Sun Wukong's hand. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, realizing he had not been home for a year. It was indeed time to visit. "You're right. I'm nearly starving." He laughed heartily. Sun Wukong's enthusiasm for food rivaled his passion for martial arts. Despite having just consumed a magical bean, the Saiyan's appetite was formidable. "All right then, everyone, farewell. Gohan, let us depart," Sun Wukong declared, and with a gesture to his forehead, he sensed their location before vanishing from sight along with Sun Gohan. "We shall take our leave as well, until we meet again." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan bid farewell to Li Feng before employing their flying techniques to disperse in various directions. Meanwhile, Vegeta had flown off after the conclusion of Sun Wukong and Li Feng's battle, consumed by a desire to train vigorously and reclaim his dignity as a Saiyan prince. Only Li Feng and Bulma remained at the scene. "By the way, Li Feng, where are you currently residing?" Bulma inquired cheerfully. Li Feng shook his head and replied, "I only recently arrived on Earth and currently lack a place to reside. However, I believe I will be staying here for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested, "Why not come to my home? It is quite spacious, and you may stay for as long as you wish." "Really? Would that not be a burden to you?" Li Feng inquired, though the prospect of residing in Bulma's home seemed quite appealing, and financial concerns were of no consequence. Unlike his days in the future world of Dragon Ball, he anticipated spending an extended period in the Dragon Ball Z universe, making the search for accommodation entirely reasonable. "Not at all. Come, let's south head to my place." With that, Bulma gleefully boarded the aircraft, and Li Feng waved, signaling for him to join her. Li Feng paused for a moment. Although he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, accompanying Bulma on a flight seemed to be an equally splendid choice. Chapter 32, Vegeta's Challenge West City. This marked Li Feng's second visit here. However, unlike the ravaged buildings of the Dragon Ball future world, this place was adorned with towering skyscrapers. "Bulma, my precious daughter, you have returned. Come, indulge in the treats your mother has prepared." Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, exclaimed as she presented her daughter with delicacies upon her arrival. "Oh, Goku, you are here too. You appear to have become even more handsome," Mrs. Brief remarked, squinting at Li Feng. It must be said that the Dragon Ball timeline is populated with many carefree characters who embrace life with an untroubled spirit, displaying a remarkable nonchalance towards gains and losses. Mrs. Brief epitomizes such a character. "Hello, ma'am. I am not Son Goku. I merely bear an uncanny resemblance to him." "My name is Li Feng," he replied with utmost politeness. What a courteous young man. Clearly not Goku. "Would you care to join me for a date?" Mrs. Brief said appreciatively to Li Feng. Ah, Mrs. Brief remains true to her character, always suggesting a date with handsome young men, leaving Li Feng somewhat speechless. "Mom, Li Feng has just arrived. How can you speak like that?" Bulma interjected. "Come, Li Feng, let me show you to your room." With that, Bulma took Li Feng by the hand and led him away, unable to tolerate her mother's antics, yet feeling helpless in the face of them. As she watched Bulma lead Li Feng away, Mrs. Brief could not help but smile, remarking, "What a gentlemanly young man, far better than Vegeta." She then turned and walked away with her pastries in hand. In the gravity training room, Vegeta was immersed in his rigorous training amidst the intense gravitational force. his eyes ablaze with fury. Kakarot. Li Feng. I am the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Yet his expression of anger and determination allowed him to endure the overwhelming gravity. As the prince of the Saiyans, his pride forbade him from lagging behind others. The display on the gravity training room read an imposing 200G. What is this presence? Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing a concealed yet formidable energy. At that moment, Bulma was occupied arranging Li Feng's room, but suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility. Li Feng, accept my challenge. Vegeta charged in, fixing his gaze upon Li Feng. Li Feng gazed at Vegeta, who was drenched in sweat, evidently having just completed an intense training session. At that moment, sensing Li Feng's aura, Vegeta was struck with the urge to challenge him. Hey, Vegeta, what on earth is wrong with you? Li Feng has just arrived. And you won't even let him catch his breath? Bulma expressed her displeasure at Vegeta's behavior. It was one thing for him to take advantage of her hospitality, but his lack of courtesy was truly unacceptable. Unlike Li Feng, who not only possessed immense strength and striking good looks, but was also far more polite than Vegeta. Mind your own business, ignorant woman. Vegeta bellowed, his focus solely on battle and power, disregarding notions of chivalry. Upon hearing this, Bulma was ready to unleash her fury on Vegeta, but Li Feng intervened. He had long wished to teach Vegeta a lesson. Very well, Vegeta. Since you were so impolite, allow me to remedy that, Li Feng declared, eyeing the proud Saiyan. Vegeta, upon hearing this, could not help but grin, preparing to launch an attack. However, he was halted by Li Feng, confusion etched across his face. He cared little for the potential damage to the surroundings. His sole focus was on combat. Fighting here will damage the property. Come with me. With that, he seized Vegeta's clothing and instantly teleported away. Bulma, I'll be back shortly, echoed through the air before they vanished. Bulma, appearing somewhat displeased, pouted, what a nuisance, all because of that insufferable Vegeta. Reflecting on a past moment from Dragon Ball, she recalled the first time Goku appeared before everyone as an adult. His handsome visage had captivated her instantly. However, after Goku married Chi-Chi, those feelings dissipated. Yet, here was Li Feng, who not only resembled Goku, but possessed unparalleled strength and a level of gentlemanly grace far beyond Goku's carefree demeanor. This thought caused a faint blush to creep across Bulma's cheeks as she resolved not to let Li Feng slip away. As for Vegeta, in her heart, he was merely an impolite nuisance. On a desolate planet with thin air, two figures materialized high in the sky. Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that Li Feng could also teleport like Kakarot. Li Feng, if you possess the ability, dare not transform into a Super Saiyan and face me in battle. Vegeta challenged, convinced that his regular combat power, honed in the gravity training chamber, was unmatched among his peers. Little did he know, Li Feng's base power was terrifyingly formidable. Hearing this, Li Feng could not help but break into a smile, and said, then let me experience the remarkable prowess of the Saiyan Prince. Li Feng deliberately amplified his voice while mentioning the Saiyan Prince, as if he were mocking Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta could not help but erupt in fury. He was an exceedingly proud individual and could hardly tolerate such sarcastic jests from Li Feng. With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed his wrath, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently, his immense aura soaring skyward. Li Feng sensed Vegeta's energy and immediately understood that the latter had nearly perished and revived during his battle with Frieza, achieving an astonishing battle power in the tens of millions. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, to challenge Li Feng with such power was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and unleashed his royal fighting style, launching dozens, even hundreds, of energy blasts towards Li Feng. Bang, bang, bang. To everyone's astonishment, Li Feng remained motionless, effortlessly swatting away each energy blast with a mere wave of his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Not a single blast managed to strike Li Feng. All were deflected with ease. What? How is this possible? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Li Feng had merely moved one hand, without shifting his position, yet had dispersed his attacks so nonchalantly. Chapter 33, Vegeta departs. Vegeta, is this truly all the strength the Prince of Saiyans possesses? Li Feng taunted him. Enough. Vegeta, infuriated, charged at Li Feng once more, delivering two powerful punches. Yet, Li Feng met his assault with two strikes of his own. The surrounding air resonated with explosive sounds from their collision. Ha! 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 Vegeta attacked fiercely, each punch more forceful than the last, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bang! 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 Regardless of how swiftly Vegeta moved, Li Feng effortlessly countered every blow. Boom! Li Feng flashed a grin, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Vegeta's defenses, striking forcefully against his chest. With a thud, Vegeta's body was sent crashing to the ground. Infuriatingly, despite being knocked down, the impact was mitigated by the fact that Li Feng had not unleashed his full strength, leaving only a minor effect on Vegeta. Once more, Vegeta erupted with fury, charging towards Li Feng. In an instant, Li Feng vanished from his position, and before Vegeta could react, a swift kick landed squarely behind him. How fast? Vegeta was propelled several paces away, and at that moment, his pupils constricted, sensing impending danger. Indeed, Li Feng reappeared at the spot where Vegeta had been sent flying, landing a punch directly on his face. In an instant, Vegeta felt as if his teeth might be shattered. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, exchanging blows hundreds of times. Vegeta felt as though his hands were on the verge of breaking, while Li Feng remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Was this Li Feng some sort of monster? Finally, after yet another collision, the two separated by several paces. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a mighty roar, Final Flash. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed the Final Flash towards Li Feng. Tornado Fist. Li Feng unleashed the Tornado Storm Fist, releasing a formidable energy blast that collided with Vegeta's Final Flash. The resounding explosion reverberated across the planet, as the force of the Tornado Storm Fist pierced through Vegeta's attack and struck him with tremendous impact. Vegeta's face turned pale as he endured the brunt of the Tornado Storm Fist. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the assault, his body faltering and collapsing to the ground. Boom. The earth cracked slightly beneath him, and although Vegeta remained defiant, his body lay immobilized. Next time, I shall surpass you, Vegeta uttered weakly. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the terrifying depth of Li Feng's power, as if his strength were boundless. He had believed that after extensive training in the gravity chamber, in his normal state, Li Feng would surely not be his match. Yet it was abundantly clear that he was mistaken. Li Feng's prowess surpasses that of Kakarot. Although Vegeta harbors a degree of admiration within, his visage remained steadfastly defiant. Li Feng descended to the ground and tossed a bean aside, remarking, "Now, put away that haughty expression of yours. Your strength is rather limited, so why the pretense?" Ignoring Li Feng's mockery, Vegeta picked up the Senzu bean and promptly devoured it, the sound of crunching echoing as his energy was instantly restored, and his mental state reached its peak. However, he momentarily set aside any thoughts of challenging Li Feng. Confronting him with his current abilities would undeniably lead to a futile endeavor. "Thank you," Vegeta suddenly uttered. "Oh, I never imagined the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, would utter such words of gratitude. How remarkable." Li Feng chuckled. Vegeta merely scoffed in response, choosing not to elaborate. After all, might makes right. Li Feng and Vegeta swiftly returned to Bulma's residence, observing Vegeta's disheveled appearance while Li Feng remained immaculately pristine. Bulma instantly discerned the outcome of their duel. Li Feng's superiority was undeniable. "Oh, you're back already," she exclaimed. "Humph." Vegeta crossed his arms in characteristic tundra fashion, his proud princely nature revealing itself without restraint. Li Feng nodded and, with a smile, said, "Bulma, do you have any food? I'm absolutely famished." Ever since Li Feng arrived in the world of Dragon Ball Z, he had been preoccupied with various tasks, and coupled with the Saiyan appetite, he was now ravenous. It is often said that Saiyans have an insatiable hunger, and Li Feng was no exception. Humph. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just engaged in a fierce battle, was also evidently starved. Yet he maintained his proud demeanor as the prince. "Of course, everything is ready," Bulma replied with a smile. It seems Saiyans are indeed born to be gluttonous. Just like Goku, and Li Feng is no different. Soon, a lavish spread of delicacies was laid out before them, enough to make Li Feng nearly drool. Vegeta had already seized a drumstick, devouring it with great zeal, and soon after, Li Feng joined the fray of feasting. In no time, the sumptuous array of dishes was utterly devoured by the two. Burp. Li Feng let out a satisfied belch, exclaiming, "Wow, I am utterly full. It has been ages since I savored such delectable food." "Thank you, Bulma." "Oh, Li Feng, there is no need for such formality. Just treat this place as your home." "I have plenty of food to spare," Bulma responded generously. "Hey, woman, craft me a spaceship," Vegeta, who had remained silent until now, declared after his meal. "Huh? Vegeta, what do you need a spaceship for?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "Humph. I intend to train in the universe. When I return, I will surpass both Li Feng and Kakarot," Vegeta proclaimed with a defiant expression. Bulma nodded in understanding. She had long been irritated by Vegeta's entitlement, eating and drinking without even uttering a word of thanks. If she could dispatch him with a spaceship, she would gladly oblige, as it would mean less disruption for her and Li Feng. After their meal, evening approached, and Li Feng finally fell into a stress-free slumber, soon snoring peacefully. Since his arrival in this world, he had scarcely enjoyed a good night's rest, and this was the first time he slept so soundly. Upon waking the next day, Li Feng found himself rising at noon, a first for him in this realm. Ah, how delightful it is to have a good sleep. He yawned lazily. At that moment, Bulma had already repaired their old spaceship, and Vegeta departed Earth aboard it. His sole purpose for this journey was to break through to Super Saiyan and reclaim his dignity as the Prince of the Saiyans, surpassing both Li Feng and Son Goku. Li Feng knew that Vegeta would indeed achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, though surpassing him and Goku seemed improbable. Chapter 34. The ambiguity with Bulma. Thunder rumbled through West City that night as torrential rain poured down. No one ventured outside to brave the downpour. At this moment, as the wind howled, Li Feng sat quietly in his room, contemplating his current situation. From Earth's perspective, he had undoubtedly become the strongest individual. His Super Saiyan 2 power could easily overwhelm anything in his path. Even if Cell were to appear in this timeline, he would possess the strength to defeat him. However, there was still a year before the androids would arrive. How should he allocate this time wisely? Should he enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train? Li Feng pondered. But he felt that spending an entire year solely training would lack excitement. Moreover, his time chamber was a significant advantage, allowing him to control the flow of time and enter for training whenever he pleased. Should he venture into the universe? After all, it was a rare opportunity to explore the Dragon Ball world, and the universe, vast and full of wonders, beckoned. With ample time at his disposal, neglecting a journey through the cosmos would seem rather unreasonable. Yes, my next goal is to travel through the universe, Li Feng mused to himself. Such a journey might even enhance his abilities further. With his instant transmission, he could go anywhere he desired, making any distance manageable. Just as Li Feng immersed himself in these thoughts, a shrill scream from Bulma's room pierced the air. Li Feng was taken aback, realizing that something was amiss, and immediately dashed forward like a whirlwind. However, upon arriving at Bulma's door, he discovered that it was securely locked from the inside. In a state of urgency, he forcefully kicked the door open. Yet, upon entering, he was left stunned, for he beheld a young woman, devoid of clothing, standing before him. Ah! Upon seeing Li Feng burst in and gazing at her form, Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a ripe apple, as she instinctively shielded her chest and exclaimed, "Get out!" Despite the vastness of Bulma's residence and the fact that only she and briefs inhabited it, with a few servants residing at a distance, no one heard her cries. All right. My apologies. I shall leave at once." With that, Li Feng covered his eyes and retreated. This was undeniably the most embarrassing moment for him. Overwhelmed with shame, he had rushed in, thinking Bulma was in trouble, only to stumble upon an unexpected scene. He could only wait outside the room. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. The moment he heard Bulma's call, he became anxious and, in his haste, witnessed an image he ought not to have seen. However, reflecting on it, Bulma possessed a remarkable figure, perfectly accentuated in all the right places, undeniably captivating. Li Feng immediately shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts from his mind, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. After a brief moment, he heard Bulma's voice. "All right, Li Feng, you may come in now." Upon hearing this, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief and re-entered Bulma's room, where she had already donned her attire. Bulma, what just transpired was entirely a misunderstanding. I heard your call and, concerned for your well-being, I barged in, leading to the rather awkward situation we just experienced. I sincerely apologize, Li Feng said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Bulma replied, "There is no need for you to blame yourself, Li Feng. I was merely taking a shower when I suddenly heard a tremendous clap of thunder, followed by the lights in the bathroom extinguishing. That's why I screamed and dashed into the bedroom, just as you unexpectedly entered." At this point, Bulma's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. "Rest assured, I will not speak of this. I shall pretend as though I saw nothing," Li Feng declared promptly. "Will you take responsibility for me?" Bulma suddenly posed this unexpected question. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bulma would utter such words. Moreover, Bulma was exceptionally vibrant and enchanting, a striking beauty who epitomized affluence. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not captivated. "If you do not mind, I am willing to take responsibility," Li Feng declared, gazing at the alluring Bulma. "Really?" Bulma replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at the handsome Li Feng. In truth, she harbored a strong affection for him. Li Feng nodded once more, hardly anticipating that happiness could arrive so swiftly. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had never experienced a romantic relationship. Now, in this world of Dragon Ball, to his astonishment, Bulma harbored feelings for him. The recent flirtation had undeniably deepened their bond. Wonderful, Li Feng, I adore you, Bulma exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek before retreating gracefully, akin to a playful kitten. Ah, this left Li Feng slightly blushing. As he touched the imprint of her lips on his face, still able to feel the warmth and essence she had left behind. Li Feng, would you stay and keep me company? Bulma gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Li Feng struggled to fully process it. Wasn't it supposed to be Bulma at a disadvantage? Why did it seem as though he was the one losing out? This is all happening too quickly, Li Feng stammered. It wasn't that he was unwilling to stay, it was simply that everything unfolded at a pace he found overwhelming, even for someone regarded as the strongest being on earth. Bulma, noticing the blush adorning Li Feng's cheeks, couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was amusing to see his Saiyan blush. His bashful demeanor was undeniably endearing. She quickly reassured him, all right, I was just teasing you. There is plenty of time ahead. You should head back for now. After returning to his room, Li Feng lay on his bed, reflecting on the recent scene. Was it merely a coincidence? Yet, everything unfolded so swiftly. It was but a moment ago that he unexpectedly glimpsed Bulma's form, and suddenly their relationship was defined. Ah, why does it feel so vexing? Alas, enough of this. It is time to sleep. Li Feng found himself utterly perplexed, and without further ado, he turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the room as he succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, in Bulma's chamber, after Li Feng had departed, she nestled deeper into her blankets, feeling both shy and elated. Have I truly confirmed a relationship with Li Feng? She mused to herself. Chapter 35, The Journey to the Cosmos? Rise and shine, Li Feng. A voice called out from outside, unmistakably belonging to Bulma. Ah, how delightful it is to sleep. Li Feng stretched languorously, groggily opening the door to his room, only to be greeted by a waft of fragrant air that invigorated his senses, pulling him closer to wakefulness. Before him stood Bulma, adorned in a fresh and vibrant outfit, instantly brightening his morning. Upon seeing Li Feng just awake, Bulma pouted playfully, "You are such a sluggard. If I hadn't called you, who knows when you would have arisen. Hurry and freshen up. I'm waiting for you to join me for breakfast," she urged with a smile. Breakfast together? It seems something transpired last night. Li Feng pondered as he retreated to wash up. Did they, indeed, solidify their relationship? He had initially presumed Bulma harbored feelings for Vegeta, but upon his arrival, he discovered the reality deviated from his expectations. Bulma had no affection for Vegeta, and Vegeta had since departed from Earth. This was the truth. Thus, being with Bulma felt quite pleasant, and as for Vegeta, he could wallow in his own tragedy. Soon, having completed his morning routine, Li Feng emerged. In the dining hall, he found the Brief's family, Bulma, her parents, already seated at the table, awaiting his arrival. "Good morning, uncle and aunt," he greeted, taking his seat. He couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the Brief's family. The breakfast spread was an extravagant array of delicacies, nearly causing him to salivate. What a polite and handsome young man, Mrs. Briefs remarked with a cheerful smile directed at Li Feng. Indeed, such a youthful and spirited fellow is a delight, Mr. Briefs added, looking at Li Feng. Li Feng recognized that while Mr. Briefs may lack emotional intelligence, his intellectual prowess was among the finest on Earth, a veritable scientific genius. "I'm starving. Time to dig in." With that, Li Feng began to devour his meal voraciously, feeling as though he hadn't eaten in ages. The Briefs family, however, took no notice of his appetite, having previously witnessed Goku's voracious consumption. As Bulma watched him eat, her sparkling eyes were glued to Li Feng. In the eyes of a lover, he appeared as a vision of perfection, and at that moment, Bulma was entranced by his every bite, her gaze filled with stars. Mr. and Mrs. Briefs noticed this and exchanged knowing smiles without comment. Bulma, is there something on my face?" Li Feng suddenly felt a bit bashful under her unwavering gaze. "Nothing at all, I simply enjoy watching you," Bulma replied with a beaming smile. "All right then," Li Feng sighed helplessly. After dinner, Bulma sat on the sofa perusing the newspaper, while Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. If such days continued, he feared he might suffocate from monotony. Consequently, he turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, could you assist me in constructing a spacecraft?" "What? A spacecraft? You intend to leave Earth?" Bulma responded, her voice tinged with panic. For she did not wish to lose Li Feng, who she had only just begun to hold dear. "You know I am not fond of a tranquil life," Li Feng exclaimed. In truth, although he had just established a bond with Bulma and desired to be with her, his yearning for the cosmos eclipsed all else. The universe, vast and boundless, was certainly not as simple as depicted in the original tale. Bulma, feeling a twinge of disappointment, nodded and replied, "Oh, then I shall help you create a spacecraft." Observing her downcast demeanor, Li Feng felt a pang of guilt. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "How about we embark on this journey together? A cosmic adventure." "Really? That would be wonderful." Bulma's earlier despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement and joy. The cosmos? She had long harbored a desire to explore the universe, much like her sister Tais, who roamed the stars. Yet, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the vastness. However, with Li Feng by her side, she felt assured of her safety. After all, he had defeated even the formidable Emperor Frisia. What was there to fear? Most importantly, she would be alongside Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and remarked, "Certainly. The vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. I am eager to explore it. Let us embark on this journey together." Instantly, Bulma, brimming with excitement, planted a kiss on Li Feng's cheek and then joyfully made her way towards the laboratory. For Bulma, this scientific prodigy, constructing a spacecraft was far from a daunting task. Although Li Feng possesses the ability of instantaneous movement, he harbors no desire to employ it for traversing the cosmos. Instead, he finds greater delight in embarking on a spaceship and reveling in the scenery along the journey. Under the collaborative efforts of Bulma and Dr. Briefs, the spaceship was completed on the third day. A magnificent vessel came into view, a testament to Bulma's ingenuity. This spaceship far surpasses the one previously utilized by Vegeta. "Bulma, you truly are a genius," Li Feng exclaimed in admiration as he gazed at the spacecraft. Such technology is vastly superior to that of the modern world he once inhabited, which is precisely what astonishes him. As for the reason this spaceship is somewhat slower than Vegeta's, it is primarily due to Bulma accompanying them on this voyage. Thus, the spacecraft is equipped with a plethora of facilities, including rooms, bathrooms, and a training area. There is one aspect that is not quite perfect, Dr. Briefs remarked as he exited the vessel. "What is lacking, father?" Bulma responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "The facilities inside are commendable, yet I believe the sound system could use some refinement," Dr. Brief stated. Bulma found herself at a loss for words regarding her father's perspective. His intellect is undoubtedly high, yet he possesses a somewhat eccentric mindset, often diverging from conventional thought. "All right, father, we are embarking on a cosmic journey, not setting out to listen to music," Bulma retorted. Li Feng nodded and said, "So, Bulma, when shall we depart? Let us prepare our belongings and set off tomorrow." Bulma inquired, casting a questioning glance at Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and said, "No problem. After all, I'm not in a rush for the next day or two." The following day, Li Feng and Bulma boarded a spaceship and set off. Chapter 36. The Paragus Legion. In the vast expanse of the universe, a spaceship was traveling at a moderate pace, carrying none other than Bulma and Li Feng. Days had passed since their departure from Earth, during which their feelings for each other had deepened significantly. At this moment, Bulma had disengaged the autopilot and was personally navigating the vessel, while Li Feng was soundly asleep in his quarters. Nonetheless, Bulma was filled with joy, cherishing the opportunity to traverse the cosmos alongside the one she adored. Meanwhile, in a distant location, a much larger spaceship was manned by a figure clad in battle attire, sporting a black beard and an eye patch over his left eye, with a scar running across it. The presence of a tail around his waist unmistakably revealed his Saiyan heritage. "Reporting, my lord. We have detected a spaceship nearby," a peculiar-looking alien reported respectfully. "Oh, a spaceship? Is there anyone aboard with considerable combat power?" The middle-aged Saiyan inquired, clearly wary of formidable adversaries, as he had not brought his trump card on this expedition. "Report, my lord. We have scanned the vessel, and the highest combat power aboard is merely 5,000. The alien relayed, fearing to deceive. For although the Scion's own strength was not overwhelming, his son was a terrifying presence. Thus, they dared not oppose him. "Only 5,000? Humph. It seems there is no need to summon Broly this time. We can dispose of them ourselves," the middle-aged Saiyan declared cruelly. He was in the midst of establishing his own power, initially intending to eliminate Frisia. However, upon hearing that Frisia had been defeated by a Saiyan, he learned it was the son of Bardock who had achieved this feat. Though initially astonished, He later heard that Prince Vegeta had joined forces with Kakarot, igniting a scheme in his mind. Despite not understanding how a low-tier warrior like Kakarot could have vanquished Frieza, he was certain that Kakarot could never rival his son, the prodigious Broly. In dire need of resources and manpower, he reluctantly turned to a life of cosmic piracy, recruiting ruthless space marauders and occasionally plundering planets and passing spaceships to amass a formidable force. Excellent. Head towards that spaceship. If possible, capture it. I may need to intervene personally to subdue the one with the 5,000 combat power, the middle-aged Saiyan commanded. Although his strength paled in comparison to his extraordinary son, he had spent years enduring humiliation and had elevated his own combat power to 10,000. His name was Paragus, once a trusted aide to King Vegeta of planet Vegeta. Serving dutifully and without complaint until the birth of his son, Broly, changed everything. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was born with a combat power of 10,000. And when King Vegeta became aware of this, he perceived a threat to his own and his son's throne. He ordered Broly's execution. But despite Paragus' desperate pleas, King Vegeta showed no mercy, killing his son and discarding their bodies into the cosmic refuse. Unexpectedly, Broly survived. And together they escaped the tragedy of planet Vegeta's destruction. Yet, Paragus' hatred for King Vegeta remained undiminished upon learning that Vegeta had survived. He redirected his vengeance towards the prince himself, with no intention of lessening his retribution. Alert! Alert! An unidentified spaceship is approaching. The spaceship carrying Bulma and Li Feng was equipped with a system that automatically detected nearby unidentified flying objects, triggering an alarm that roused Li Feng from his slumber. He made his way to the control room, where he found Bulma busily operating the controls. Bulma, what's going on? Li Feng asked. There's a spaceship approaching, intentions unknown. It may be an enemy, Bulma replied, her tone serious. Despite having Li Feng, a powerful ally, she understood that even he could not survive in the vacuum of space. Bulma, give me a suit that allows me to breathe in space, Li Feng said gravely, recognizing the need for preparation against unknown adversaries. Bulma nodded and retrieved a suit that would enable him to breathe in the void of space. Reporting, Lord Paragus, the spaceship ahead is the one we detected. An alien pointed out their vessel through the control room's glass. Order the attack. However, do not destroy it. We wouldn't want to ruin our chances. Aim to bring it down on a nearby planet, Paragus commanded cruelly. Immediately, the numerous cannons aboard their massive spaceship locked onto Li Feng's craft. Fire. Boom. Boom. Shells rained down upon Li Feng's vessel. Indeed, they are enemies, Bulma declared, her expression serious. Although her spaceship was equipped for combat, it could not compare to the advanced weaponry of the opposing giant spaceship. Despite Bulma's exceptional piloting skills, she managed to evade several incoming shells. Boom. Boom. The projectiles struck asteroids, igniting explosions. In the following moment, Bulma activated her own ship's weaponry. Bang! Shells shot towards Paragus' ship, which was so large that evasion was impossible. Just as the shells were about to hit, an energy barrier materialized, intercepting the projectiles. What? They have a protective shield, Bulma exclaimed through gritted teeth, glaring at the opposing spaceship. Let me handle this, Li Feng declared, opening the exit door and leaping into the vacuum of space. The sensation of weightlessness washed over him. But for him, it posed no challenge. The powerful currents propelled him forward. Reporting, Lord Paragus, someone has jumped from that spaceship and appears to be attempting a direct assault. The alien reported. Oh, seeking death, are we? Chapter 37. Paragus' scheme unleash a full assault on that individual. Obliterate him, Paragus commanded. Initially, he might have considered whether the enemy spaceship contained valuables, but seeing someone daring to challenge him, he felt no remorse. With that, dozens of cannons on the spaceship turned their aim towards Li Feng, poised to reduce him to mere fragments. Yet would reality unfold as anticipated? The answer was a resounding no. Li Feng, be careful, Bulma urged from the control room, her concern palpable through the linked devices. Li Feng glanced back and nodded slightly, then surged forward a little more. Bang! Bang! Dozens of cannonballs hurtled towards Li Feng, yet he felt no pressure whatsoever. Assuming a stance, a whirlwind of air enveloped him, swirling numerous small meteors in a continuous rotation. Tornado Fist. With a thunderous shout, Li Feng unleashed two colossal energy blasts from his fists, propelled by a fierce gale that swept through the void, engulfing everything in its path, aimed squarely at the approaching projectiles. However, in the vacuum of space, He refrained from exerting his full power, yet it was sufficient to give them a significant challenge. Not good. The detector just indicated that his attack exceeds 1 million. A member of the alien crew exclaimed in terror. What? Over 1 million? Quickly retreat. Paragus panicked upon hearing this, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The spacecraft hastily veered in another direction. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated across the cosmos, instantly shattering countless meteors into fragments. Nevertheless, Li Feng's tornado fist pressed forward relentlessly toward the spacecraft, akin to a dragon surging forth from the sea, an unstoppable force. Activate the protective shield. Now, despite the ship's repositioning, it remained within the range of Li Feng's energy blasts. An energy barrier swiftly materialized around the vessel, only for the energy blast to strike it directly. Crack. The energy shield instantly developed fissures, subsequently shattering like glass. Boom. Alert. Alert. The spacecraft is under attack and is unable to fly. Unable to fly. The alarm echoed throughout the ship, sending the crew into a frenzy. Emergency landing on the nearest planet. Paragus shouted, praying that the assailant would refrain from further attacks, otherwise they would all meet their doom. Li Feng. Should we destroy their spacecraft? Bulma inquired through the communication device. Now that the alien vessel had lost its energy shield, even Bulma's controlled spacecraft could easily obliterate it in this vast expanse. No need. I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to descend upon their planet and confront them. Li Feng's voice was not one of mercy. Rather, he had sensed a faint Saiyan presence during the skirmish. Though not particularly strong, his instincts indicated it was undoubtedly a Saiyan. Thus, Li Feng was intrigued to discover which bold Saiyan had dared to provoke him. He then returned to the spacecraft. Li Feng, I was so worried, Bulma exclaimed, her voice laced with relief. Li Feng smiled and remarked, it's nothing. Am I not standing here just fine? Immediately, they followed suit and descended. This planet was characterized by its harsh environment, dominated by endless deserts, rendering it uninhabitable for any life forms. With a resounding crash, Paragus's spacecraft struck the ground with force. Fortunately, it was merely a desert. Otherwise, the possibility of their vessel exploding was not to be dismissed. The occupants of the spacecraft finally exhaled in relief. They had survived. However, a fierce expression emerged on Paragus's face. How dare anyone challenge him, Paragus? Were they unaware of the legendary Super Saiyan? If given the opportunity, he would ensure that Broly reduced them to mere dust. Paragus's nature was one of ruthlessness and cruelty. Report, my lord, it seems that vessel has also landed. An alien informed Paragus. What? They have landed too? Paragus exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. After all, without Broly at his side, how could he possibly contend with someone possessing combat power in the millions? At that moment, Li Feng and Bulma's spacecraft also touched down on the surface. And as the hatch opened, they stepped out. Wow, this planet is so desolate. Bulma could not help but remark. Li Feng beheld the colossal spacecraft ahead, from which the aura of the Saiyans emanated. Initially obscured in the vacuum of space, his certainty now solidified. You shall await me within the spacecraft. A battle may ensue ahead. Li Feng addressed Bulma. She nodded, recognizing his intentions were for her welfare. She did not wish to become a burden to him. Especially in this thin atmosphere, the spacecraft indeed offered a more favorable refuge. Without delay, Li Feng soared towards it. A smoke-emitting spacecraft came into view, surrounded by a throng of extraterrestrial beings. As Li Feng approached, they grew increasingly vigilant. What? Bardock? No, could it be Kakarot? Paragus murmured to himself, recognizing Li Feng's visage. Hey, who are you to dare assault my spacecraft? Do you seek death? Li Feng proclaimed, pointing at them. He had identified Paragus, but could only ascertain that he was a Saiyan. However, such an elder Saiyan did not seem to appear in the original narrative. The Saiyan stepped forward and said, This is a misunderstanding. Shall we consider this an unintentional acquaintance? Look, we are all Saiyans. Indeed, they were Saiyans, but what did that signify? Li Feng retorted coldly, sensing the treachery in their words. How could this be? Our Saiyan numbers have dwindled considerably since the destruction of planet Vegeta. How could we still resort to mutual slaughter? I am Paragus. Might I inquire if you're Kakarot? Paragus gazed at Li Feng, attempting to ingratiate himself. Li Feng shook his head and said, My name is Li Feng. According to the naming conventions of the Saiyans, I should be called Dales. Upon hearing that he was not Kakarot, Paragus felt indifferent. Dales? That name seems familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have heard it. He mused, though he deemed it inconsequential, as many Saiyans bore striking resemblances to one another. Might you be interested in visiting my new planet Vegeta? Paragus inquired, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 38, Saiyan Broly New Planet Vegeta. Two spacecraft were approaching this destination, Li Feng and Bulma, along with Paragus' vessel. Although Paragus' ship had been downed on an unknown planet, it was swiftly repaired within half a day, thanks to the skilled technicians aboard. Paragus insisted that Li Feng observe the establishment of New Planet Vegeta, and coincidentally, Li Feng had his own intentions, thus he decided to accompany him. He was eager to witness the legendary Super Saiyan in all his glory. Has my father returned? A robust man gazed sternly at the sky. His muscular physique seemed brimming with power, his eyes radiating an ominous aura that remained concealed. A collar around his neck shimmered under the light, a device wielded by his father to bind and control him. Without this collar, he would become uncontrollable, his strength unmatched. Initially, he bore the collar without concern, but recently, a voice had begun to echo in his mind, calling to him. This voice, ancient and profound, urged him to shatter the collar, promising liberation and the supreme power to dominate the universe. At first, the voice would only surface occasionally, but its frequency had intensified of late. There are other Saiyans nearby? Broly frowned, a vicious expression creeping onto his face. He clutched his head, as if suffering from an excruciating headache. After what felt like an eternity, Broly finally ceased his turmoil. The immense power coursing through him was daunting, often beyond his control, leading to such agonizing episodes. Li Feng, do you truly believe this old fellow's words? Bulma expressed her concern from within the spacecraft. Li Feng shook his head. How could he be unaware of Paragus' machinations? The talk of a new planet Vegeta and the establishment of a realm for the Saiyans was merely a ruse to entice him into their ranks to confront Vegeta. Should he refuse to comply with Paragus' demands, it was likely that he would unleash Broly upon him. In Paragus' mind, Broly was the epitome of power in the universe. And if Li Feng remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to allow Broly to exact revenge for past grievances. Yet, while Paragus harbored his own schemes, Li Feng had his own aspirations. He was genuinely intrigued to discover the extent of the legendary Super Saiyan's power and whether he could vanquish Broly with his own Super Saiyan 2 strength. It was worth noting that, in the cinematic universe, several Super Saiyan 1 warriors had failed to subdue Broly. And it was only through the combined might of Goku and his allies that Broly was ultimately defeated. Now, he pondered whether his Super Saiyan 2 form could triumph over Broly. Furthermore, as an almost invincible entity on Earth, he sought a balanced confrontation to elevate his prowess. And Broly presented an excellent opportunity for such a challenge. Li Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "This fellow is cunning and full of tricks. Yet I harbor no fear of his schemes." Observing Li Feng's confidence, Bulma felt reassured. Li Feng's strength had always provided her with a sense of security. And knowing him to be a man of substance, she refrained from further inquiries. The planet designated as New Vegeta appeared somewhat desolate, with an environment that was undeniably harsh. Li Feng found it perplexing that Paragus would select such a place for the New Vegeta. Anyone could see that this was hardly suitable for establishing a new realm. Moreover, in the original narrative, Vegeta had actually believed Paragus' deceptions. As the spacecraft landed, Paragus drove Li Feng and Bulma towards a particular direction. "I must ask, you old fool, why choose such a harsh environment for your new Vegeta?" Bulma inquired curiously. "Our previous Vegeta was just like this. For a Saiyan, a harsh environment is more conducive to our training," Paragus insisted, attempting to justify his choice. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived before a palace that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding bleakness. Come, Li Feng, allow me to introduce you to my newly established royal palace. In the future, I shall invite Vegeta to reign here. What do you think?" Paragus stated as he walked ahead, presenting the palace to Li Feng. Quite decent." Li Feng nodded in agreement, though internally he scoffed at the notion of establishing a new kingdom in such a shabby place. Who was he trying to fool? Bulma's eyes also betrayed a look of disdain. She could hardly see what was commendable about this place. She tightened her grip on Li Feng's hand, following closely behind him. "Father, you have returned," a voice called out, causing Li Feng to furrow his brow in response. Before him stood a robust man greeting them respectfully. To the untrained eye, this individual might have appeared to lack power, yet Li Feng sensed an unprecedented accumulation of formidable strength emanating from him. This would be a fierce battle. And it was far too risky for Bulma to remain here. He needed to secure her in his hyperbolic time chamber, a sanctuary in another realm, impervious to the annihilation of this world. Fortunately, Bulma had conveniently transformed the spacecraft into a capsule she carried with her. "Come, Li Feng, let me introduce you. This is my son, Broly, Paragus proclaimed, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of conspiracy. Upon seeing Li Feng, Broly's expression twisted into a menacing glare, as if he wished to devour him. This was one of the fated encounters between Broly and Kakarot, for it seemed that Kakarot was Broly's nemesis, causing him to lose control upon sighting him. Witnessing Broly's agitation, Paragus grew anxious and quickly pressed the controller in his hand. A flash of electricity surged from the collar around Broly's neck, gradually calming him. Paragus understood the deep-seated connection between Broly and Kakarot, but was taken aback by the intensity of Broly's reaction, even towards Li Feng, who merely bore a resemblance to Kakarot. Li Feng observed, a subtle curve gracing his lips as he smiled and greeted, "Hello, Broly." Chapter 39, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, having regained composure from his earlier frenzy, replied coolly, "Hello." However, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, they were escorted to the palace by Paragus. A grand dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and Paragus gestured invitingly, saying, "Please enjoy your meal." Throughout the meal, Paragus spoke incessantly to Li Feng about remaining on their new planet Vegeta to strive for the establishment of a new Saiyan nation, yet Li Feng merely smiled, offering a perfunctory response. Meanwhile, Broly sat at the table, consuming his food in silence, occasionally glancing at Li Feng, as a burgeoning wave of hostility brewed within him, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Paragus, seething with frustration, thought to himself that were it not for Li Feng's impressive combat prowess of several million, he would have long since allowed Broly to eliminate him. It seemed that subtlety had failed. A more forceful approach was required. The machinations within Paragus's mind began to flourish ominously. After dinner, Li Feng and Bulma were assigned to a room. "Li Feng, I suspect that old Coot harbors ulterior motives. He simply wishes to recruit you into his ranks." A belly full of malice, Bulma exclaimed indignantly. Li Feng nodded and said, "Bulma, I sense that a great battle is imminent. Thus, I must take you to a certain place." With that, Li Feng focused his mind, grasped Bulma's hand, and they vanished from their location. "Where's this?" A vast expanse of white greeted them, obscuring any view. Bulma gazed at the blank world before her and remarked, "This is a realm of my own creation, known only to you." Li Feng replied, "Your own world? How marvelous." Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Rest assured, you will be utterly safe here. The air is somewhat thin. You may wish to retrieve the spaceship and reside within it while I confront that fellow, Paragus." Li Feng stated solemnly. "Li Feng, please be cautious." Bulma expressed her concern. Although Paragus and his associates were but minor players in comparison to Li Feng, witnessing his serious demeanor and the fact that he had transported her to this realm indicated that the situation was indeed serious. "Do not worry. I shall return." Li Feng smiled, and with a swift motion, he departed from the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. In an instant, he reappeared in his room, as if nothing had transpired, save for the absence of Bulma at his side. The default setting of the hyperbolic time chamber dictated that 1 day outside equated to 1 year inside. Thus, he had just adjusted it to a 1-to-1 ratio, for otherwise, Bulma would have aged significantly during her time there. Knock, 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 knock. The door to Li Feng's room was knocked upon. He thought to himself, "Here it comes." Upon opening the door, he found none other than Paragus standing before him. Li Feng surmised that Paragus was quite displeased with his previous responses, and now the moment of truth had finally arrived. Yet, he chose to remain silent, curious to see just how long Paragus could maintain his facade. "Li Feng, come down for a moment. I have a significant matter to discuss with you," Paragus declared. "All right." Li Feng was already aware of Paragus's scheme, but chose not to divulge anything. He simply acquiesced. This response caught Paragus off guard, yet simultaneously filled him with secret exhilaration, anticipating that Li Feng would soon find himself in a difficult position. Suddenly, Li Feng and Paragus arrived at a secluded spot far from the palace. Paragus halted and said, "Li Feng, will you or will you not join our ranks?" Li Feng chuckled and remarked, "Surely your intentions cannot be as pure as merely establishing a new planet Vegeta." "Huh. Of course, my true aim is to dominate the universe. This new planet Vegeta is merely a means to confront Vegeta. What say you? If you join my ranks, I could grant you half of the universe when I reign supreme," Paragus cunningly suggested. "Oh, if only what you claim were true. Alas, given your nature, how could you ever share anything with me?" "Do not jest, for you possess no genuine interest in universal domination," Li Feng replied, gazing at Paragus. Paragus was taken aback. Not expecting Li Feng to outright refuse him, let alone articulate his inner thoughts. It seemed he would have to resort to more forceful measures. Humph. You truly are one who refuses a toast and instead opts for punishment. It appears that only through discipline will you comprehend the vastness of your own ignorance. Paragus sneered. Come forth, Broly. As soon as the words left his lips, Broly emerged from behind Li Feng. Is he truly capable of standing against me? Li Feng feigned ignorance, fully aware of Broly's formidable strength. Ha ha ha. I presume you are unaware. My son Broly possesses a battle power of 10,000 from birth, the legendary Super Saiyan. Are you trembling yet? Paragus laughed, as though he had already secured victory over Li Feng. Humph. I have long wished to meet the legendary Super Saiyan, Li Feng stated, turning to face Broly. Still so defiant even in the face of death. Broly, eliminate him. Paragus barked, having anticipated that Li Feng would plead for mercy upon hearing about the legendary Super Saiyan, yet he remained obstinate. Upon receiving the command, Broly's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. With a roar, his aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable in its might. The air around him swirled violently, forming a whirlwind centered on Broly. The ground surrounding him cracked and trembled, resembling an earthquake in its ferocity. Seeing Broly in such a state, Paragus instinctively retreated. Broly's power was too terrifying, and any miscalculation could spell disaster for him. At that moment, thunder roared, and the heavens darkened, as if the world were on the brink of destruction. Was this indeed the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? It was overwhelmingly potent, causing even Li Feng to tremble slightly with anticipation. He observed Broly's transformation, feeling a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. A powerful battle fervor that could not be contained. This was the very confrontation he had long awaited to elevate himself. Gradually, Broly completed his build-up, the green aura around him crackling with energy, emanating a terrifying presence akin to a primordial beast. Kakarot. Kakarot. He advanced step by step towards Li Feng, with a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Chapter 40. Super Saiyan 2 versus Legendary Super Saiyan. Thunder rumbled ominously on the horizon, an aura of pure malevolence enveloping the earth. While Broly approached Li Feng, his visage resembling that of a demon, eyes fixed menacingly upon him. Kakarot. With a powerful gesture, Broly summoned the surrounding energy into explosive orbs, launching them violently towards Li Feng. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Feng was instantly engulfed in fury, transforming into a full-powered Super Saiyan, his golden aura radiating with ferocity. Confronted by the seemingly unstoppable energy sphere approaching him, Li Feng narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful magic flash, striking with determination. The formidable green energy sphere clashed with his attack, effortlessly shattering Li Feng's magic flash in an explosive confrontation. Boom! Li Feng's body was brutally sent flying. It was at this moment he realized that the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed no mere fiction. Its power was overwhelmingly formidable, and the first stage of Super Saiyan could hardly withstand such an assault. A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens as Li Feng's form was forcefully driven into the mountain. Meanwhile, Paragus, observing this spectacle, was filled with exhilaration. Broly's might was indeed terrifying, living up to the legend of the Super Saiyan, and truly deserving of being his son. Well done. Broly, eliminate him. Paragus shouted, gesturing towards the direction where Li Feng had been struck. Enough with the rambling. Perish. Broly retorted impatiently upon hearing Paragus's voice. With that, he clenched his fist, summoning a whirlwind around him, as an immense force of attraction emanated from his hand. What? Broly, what are you planning to do? Paragus exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as his body slipped beyond his control. The gravitational pull intensified, and in an instant, Paragus found himself grasped by the throat by Broly. His face turned pale. Had Broly truly lost control to such a degree? Infuriated, Paragus pressed the remote control for the collar around Broly's neck, sending jolts of electricity coursing through his body. Broly cried out in agony, releasing Paragus and clutching the collar that tormented him as if by tearing it off, he might find liberation. Cough, cough. Paragus gasped for breath, astonished by the extent of Broly's uncontrollable fury. Resolute, he cranked up the voltage to its maximum. Roaring, Broly writhed on the ground, his anguished screams echoing like a wild beast in chains, untamable and ferocious. At that moment, a voice echoed within Broly's mind. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Unleash your full power. You shall attain freedom. You shall gain unparalleled strength. This voice seduced Broly, twisting his expression into a grimace of rage. With a sudden outburst, Broly erupted, his form crackling with an abundance of electricity, hands grasping the collar around his neck. With a crack, the collar began to fracture. And in a display of sheer might, Broly tore it asunder. Boom. The remote control in Paragus' hand detonated, and he was left aghast, face awash with terror as he beheld the demon-like visage of Broly. After breaking free from the collar, Broly's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Paragus. As if he were already a corpse, Broly extended his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that drew Paragus closer. "No, Broly, I am your father. You cannot kill me." Paragus cried in abject fear. Yet, Broly remained impervious to his pleas, gripping Paragus by the throat and exerting his strength. "No, Broly." Crack. Paragus' face turned ashen, barely clinging to life, and then Broly viciously hurled him into the sky. Accompanying this was a devastating energy blast. Boom. Paragus' form was engulfed in the explosive smoke above. Subsequently, Broly turned his gaze towards the direction where Li Feng had been sent flying, his eyes now brimming with murderous intent. "Kakarot! Kakarot!" he roared. A powerful gust of energy swirled around him, as if the very planet itself trembled in response. To my astonishment, Broly's strength exceeded all my expectations. Li Feng executed the sky dance technique, soaring into the air. Hiya! Li Feng erupted once more, and in an instant, arcs of blue electricity surged around him, his aura transforming into an explosive force. This marked Li Feng's inaugural transformation into Super Saiyan 2 since arriving in the Dragon Ball Z universe. Prepare to meet your end. Taking advantage of Broly's momentary lapse in attention, Li Feng delivered a powerful punch that struck Broly with tremendous force. The impact resonated like a blow against steel, sending a jolt of recoil that violently hurled Li Feng backward. Broly swiftly pursued him, and in an instant, his imposing figure loomed behind Li Feng. With a swift motion, Broly's massive hand seized Li Feng's head and forcefully drove it downward into the ground. The ground shook with a resounding crash. Li Feng's head was forcefully pressed into the ground by Broly, causing the earth to crack violently around him. Seizing the moment, Broly delivered a powerful punch to Li Feng's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, Li Feng was instantly buried beneath the ground, roaring like a wild beast. Broly leaped into the air, extending his hand as countless streams of energy converged toward it. "This is bad. If I am struck, it will be the end for me." Despite enduring severe injuries, Li Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and struggled to rise. As Broly gathered energy, Li Feng's inherent regenerative abilities, derived from Majin Buu, began to manifest impressively. With a resounding blast, Broly unleashed an energy wave that surged forth like a relentless tide. Li Feng had no time to evade. His extraordinary physique had already healed part of his injuries. "Tornado Fist," he shouted. Instantly, powerful gusts of wind gathered around him, as he unleashed a fist imbued with a tempest of lightning towards Broly's energy blast. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. Li Feng felt as if his arm were on the verge of being rendered useless, yet he dared not relent. To cease would mean certain death. A fierce roar erupted from him, his aura crackling with arcs of electricity, amplifying his energy output. Surprisingly, Broly's seemingly unstoppable energy was gradually being pushed back. "You may be the legendary Super Saiyan, but I am a Super Saiyan with the essence of Majin Buu." Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Broly to enhance the reading experience. The author is currently refining this chapter. Kindly await the next installment. Chapter 42. The revived Li Feng. Ha ha ha. Broly bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing across the land as he observed Li Feng engulfed in the explosion. It was a sound reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, instilling fear in all who heard it. As the smoke dissipated, Li Feng's figure had vanished from sight. While Broly strode towards the site of the recent explosion, each step resonating like that of a colossal beast, sending tremors through the ground beneath him. Li Feng originally believed that his demise was imminent. However, an inexplicable sensation began to arise within him. Though his physical form had perished, his consciousness remained, and with a terrifying velocity, it began to regenerate. Whoosh! A forceful gust of wind surged from all directions, instantaneously coalescing into a whirlwind that enveloped the ground. Around him, blue arcs of electricity flickered intermittently, crackling audibly. Witnessing this spectacle, Broly's fearsome visage contorted with a frown, and a surge of fury welled within him. "Kakarot," Broly murmured to himself as he beheld the tornado. Despite his current mental disarray, the instinct to fight urged him onward, proclaiming that the ordeal was far from over. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the atmosphere swelled with might. A golden aura erupted from within the whirlwind, clawing towards the heavens, causing the very planet to tremble. Li Feng, having been reborn in the realm of Majin Buu, has transcended into an extraordinary state. Coupled with the Saiyan trait of experiencing a significant power surge upon the brink of death, he has reached a formidable pinnacle. Although he has yet to attain Super Saiyan 3, at this moment he perceives himself as an invincible force within the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Before him manifests an interface that only he can perceive. Name: Li Feng race, Saiyan talent. Great ape transformation, Majin Buu physique, Super Saiyan 2 skills. Magic flash, tornado fist. Wind destruction sword, instant transmission combat power. 100 million. In the wake of the perilous situation he just faced, his regenerative abilities have propelled his combat power to 100 million. This implies that, under the influence of Super Saiyan 2 multiplied by 50, his combat prowess soars to an astounding 10 billion. What a terrifying figure this is. Even the legendary Super Saiyan pales in comparison. Kakarot. Roar. Broly, upon witnessing Li Feng's survival, becomes increasingly enraged, akin to a primordial beast, lunging towards him with ferocity. Li Feng's pupils constricted. If he were facing Broly earlier, he might have been wary of Broly's ever-growing strength. However, at this moment, with his combat power significantly enhanced, what did he have to fear? With a swift motion of his hand, the surrounding air surged, crackling with electricity, coalescing into an energy sphere. In an instant, it shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, aimed directly at Broly. As Broly charged towards Li Feng, he noticed the energy sphere hurtling towards him. There was no time for him to retaliate with his own energy blast. Instinctively, he crossed his arms, bracing himself for the impending impact. Boom. The energy sphere collided violently with Broly, propelling him backward in an explosive force. Crash. A small mountain peak disintegrated into nothingness, while Broly's body slammed forcefully against the ground. The earth around them cracked, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Li Feng stared in astonishment at his own hands, questioning whether this was truly the extent of his newfound power. How could a mere strike propel Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, through the air? This overwhelming surge of strength instilled within him an exhilarating sense of invincibility, as if a single punch could shatter the cosmos, albeit such a feat was improbable. A golden aura enveloped his body, crackling with arcs of blue electricity. Although he remained in the state of Super Saiyan 2, the transformation he felt was nothing short of profound. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of a colossal beast, Broly ascended once more, his presence radiating an overwhelming force that sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Kakarot. The bond between Broly and Kakarot ran deep, which explained his incessant calls for Kakarot during battle. Furthermore, with Li Feng bearing an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot, Broly's fighting spirit intensified rather than waned. As Broly fixed his gaze upon Li Feng, he surged towards him with lightning speed. Fueled solely by an insatiable thirst for combat, a primal instinct inherent to the legendary Super Saiyan, Li Feng, undeterred, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! As their fists collided, the sensation of shattered bones that had plagued him before vanished, replaced by an exhilarating rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Bang! 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 Each fighter delivered a blow more forceful than the last, causing the very air around them to resonate with the tumult of their clash. Restless and agitated, Broly remained akin to a feral beast, untamed and wild. Despite Li Feng's relentless strikes landing upon him, he exhibited no signs of retreat. Though the injuries on Broly were undeniably accumulating, it seemed that his fighting spirit would sustain him until the bitter end. What of the legendary Super Saiyan? Prepare to meet your demise. Li Feng roared, propelling an energy blast with one hand straight into Broly's formidable frame. With a thunderous explosion, Broly was forcefully sent hurtling away once more. A cerulean energy sword materialized in Li Feng's hand, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. He pointed it menacingly at Broly and declared, "Broly, are you prepared to face your demise?" Roaring in fury, Broly, despite being battered and bruised, felt an instinctual awareness urging him not to retreat. "Kakarot, I am the legendary Super Saiyan," he bellowed. With a thunderous roar, chaotic and turbulent energy swirled around him, his piercing gaze fixed on Li Feng like a predator eyeing its prey. Above him, a colossal energy sphere began to coalesce, drawing in countless energy currents that crackled with the sound of raging lightning. Wind annihilation sword. Li Feng let out a powerful roar, channeling every ounce of his strength. A staggering energy of 10 billion, not to be trifled with. He raised his sword, and the once azure energy blade transformed into a colossal sword, stretching several dozen feet. Sharp and unyielding, capable of severing anything. With a thunderous shout, Broly unleashed a torrent of energy blasts directed towards Li Feng, an unstoppable force. However, A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he gripped his sword and swung it fiercely at the massive energy projectile hurtling towards him. Boom. As the fierce sword aura collided with the enormous energy blast, it cleaved through the projectile, which dispersed like waves crashing against the shore. No. Broly's unruly expression finally revealed a hint of fear as he beheld the approaching energy blade. Yet, how could his body withstand such a formidable sword strike? In an instant, Broly felt as if his body had been cleaved in two, and soon, he lost consciousness. Thunderous roars echoed as Broly's form was engulfed by a violent explosion. Vanishing amid the swirling dust, the new planet Vegeta could no longer endure the titanic clash of energies between the two warriors. Beginning to tremble as if on the brink of annihilation, a golden flame shot up into the sky, and as Li Feng gazed upon the fallen Broly and the impending doom of planet Vegeta, an indescribable feeling washed over him. Broly, a natural-born Super Saiyan, was regrettably subjected to the relentless control of his father, leading to this tragic fate. Sensing the imminent destruction of the planet, Li Feng resolved not to linger any longer. With a mere thought, he vanished from the scene. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions enveloped the entire planet, pulling nearby asteroids into the chaos. At that moment, a dark mist, accompanied by an energy vortex, swiftly surged from the explosion. Only upon closer inspection could one discern the remnants of Broly's body, scattered yet unmistakably his. Swish. Li Feng's figure instantaneously materialized within the time chamber, where he beheld a spacecraft stationed before him. Bulma, I have returned. Open the hatch, he commanded. Ah, Li Feng. You're back. Oh dear, how did you end up looking so grimy? Bulma remarked, observing his tattered attire and soiled appearance. I just emerged from a fierce battle, and my clothes are rather disheveled. Do you have any fresh garments? Li Feng inquired. I'm just relieved you're all right. Bulma replied with a sense of comfort. There are specially tailored outfits for you in the room. She pointed towards the chamber. Really? For me? With that, Li Feng stepped into the room, opened the wardrobe, and was delighted to find an array of black garments, identical to those provided by his original system, having previously watched Dragon Ball Super in his original world. He held great admiration for the character Black Goku, which inspired his choice of attire. He had not realized that so many outfits had been prepared for him. This attire has been custom designed based on cosmic battle uniforms, featuring excellent flexibility and durability, Bulma explained from behind him. Wow, thank you so much, Bulma, Li Feng exclaimed, embracing her wholeheartedly. Ugh, let go of me. You're filthy. Hurry and take a shower, Bulma insisted, pointing towards the bathroom. Li Feng finally came to his senses, nodding repeatedly as he made his way toward the bathing area. Thus, Li Feng and Bulma once again embarked on their journey aboard the spaceship, venturing into the vastness of the cosmos. However, during this time, Li Feng was plagued by an unsettling feeling, an ineffable sense of foreboding that hinted at an unseen threat. On a remote planet in the universe, despite its somewhat desolate appearance, the environment was far superior to the newly established planet Vegeta by Paragus. Here, a monumental event was unfolding. Within a colossal experimental facility, numerous extraterrestrial scientists were diligently engaged in their work. At the center of the laboratory, in a massive transparent rejuvenation chamber, lay the lifeless body of Broly, the very individual Li Feng had previously vanquished. Now, Broly was but a mere shell, devoid of vitality. My lord, Broly's body has been successfully reassembled, yet even this newly formed physique is nothing remarkable. His physical prowess is unparalleled among what we have encountered. A scientist respectfully informed a figure seated upon an imposing throne. This individual, clad in a hooded black robe that emanated an unsettling aura, seemed to be composed of nothing more than a swirling mass of darkness. Without the robe, none would suspect the presence of a person. All present were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this cloaked figure. Though he appeared as a mere wisp of black mist, his power was dreadfully formidable. Even the fabled cosmic emperor paled in comparison. Each researcher present had been forcibly recruited by him. Excellent. I have awaited this moment for so long, the body of the legendary Super Saiyan. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through me. The voice of the cloaked figure resonated, echoing like a haunting specter, instilling fear in all who heard it. When can Broly's body be utilized? He inquired impatiently, eager to claim a corporeal form, particularly coveting Broly's. Report, my lord, it will be ready for you shortly. The scientist replied with utmost reverence. Splendid, splendid, splendid. The figure exclaimed thrice, his impatience palpable. He had long grown weary of his ethereal state and, upon hearing the confirmation, transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. enveloping Broly's body before vanishing without a trace. Within the rejuvenation chamber, Broly's once lifeless form began to exhibit signs of life. A heartbeat gradually manifesting after the invasion of the dark essence. Report to the group leader. Broly is showing signs of vitality. His heartbeat has commenced. One scientist urgently conveyed to their superior upon observing the data on his screen. What? Excellent. Continue monitoring all data, the group leader exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Unlike the character Baby from Dragon Ball GT, who merely possessed parasitic traits, this black-robed entity was capable of a complete takeover of Broly's body, harnessing his innate abilities and strength to perfection. Gradually, Broly's fingers twitched, and in the next moment, his eyes flew open wide. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? He marveled, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him. Indeed, it is formidable. After all this time, I have finally become the legendary Super Saiyan. Prepare yourself, Earth, for Broly is coming. Chapter 44. The legendary Super Saiyan with a crack. The glass of the rejuvenation chamber began to fracture, and the rejuvenating fluid erupted forth. The black essence had completely overtaken Broly's form at that moment. He could no longer contain himself. The exhilaration of possessing such a powerful body was intoxicating. Suddenly, the entire rejuvenation chamber exploded, sending water splashing everywhere and unleashing a formidable aura that swept across the laboratory. The extraterrestrial scientists trembled in fear, having no combat prowess to defend themselves. A towering Broly emerged, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. Unlike his previous self, this revived Broly was imbued with intellect and a cunning glint in his eyes that belied the nature of his new form. This was the resurrected Broly, a singular entity in history. Broly flexed his hands, reveling in the surge of power, his face alight with satisfaction. This was the perfect body he had long desired, the legendary Super Saiyan. My lord, how do you feel? The trembling group leader inquired. This body is magnificent, Broly declared, his visage radiating uncontainable pride. Will you allow us to return to our home planet now? The group leader bravely asked, aware that they had been captured, with the promise of release contingent upon the success of the black-robed figure's plans for Broly. Ha ha, of course, Broly replied with a booming laugh. The scientists erupted in jubilant excitement, oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Broly's gaze. With a swift motion, Broly extended his hand, unleashing a powerful force that drew all the researchers toward him. My lord, you. They gasped in horror, regarding Broly as a demon incarnate. Prepare to meet your end. Broly sneered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. In an instant, the laboratory's personnel were obliterated, their bodies exploding in a gruesome spectacle. Ha ha, I never promised to spare you. Broly cackled, stepping out of the laboratory, harboring a secret identity known only to himself. He was not of this world. He was a criminal from another dimension. During a pursuit, his spaceship had been ruthlessly shot down by cosmic law enforcement, resulting in an explosion. Although this realm differed from the modern world of Li Feng, it too was inhabited by the Dragon Ball universe, which is how the Dark Essence became aware of Broly's existence. Upon awakening, he transformed into a dark entity composed of cosmic resentment. And upon realizing he was in the Dragon Ball world, he yearned for the legendary Super Saiyan's body to dominate this universe. Yet, Li Feng remained unaware of his existence, just as Broly was oblivious to Li Feng's presence. He had observed the battle between Broly and Li Feng from a distance, mistaking the latter for Son Goku, never considering the possibility of a parallel traveler bearing an identical visage. Did I underestimate the strength of Son Goku in this Dragon Ball universe? Broly pondered solemnly. In his mind, claiming the identity of the legendary Super Saiyan was merely a matter of diligent training, allowing him to overpower ordinary Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta. He had no intention of discussing notions of protecting Earth. His sole ambition was to conquer. Should Goku and Vegeta refuse to submit, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Gazing at the somewhat barren landscape, a smile crept across Broly's lips. Here is the perfect place to test the limits of my newfound power, he exclaimed. Roar! Broly's bellow reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently, his aura erupting like a ferocious beast, unstoppable and overwhelming. Centered around Broly, a whirlwind of dust and debris surged instantly, as turbulent air ravaged the surroundings, rending the earth asunder. Ultimately, the green aura enveloping Broly surged with ferocity, as if on the brink of an explosive eruption. Is this the legendary power of a Super Saiyan? Such overwhelming strength. I feel as though a single punch could shatter this planet, Broly exclaimed, gazing at his massive hand with unrestrained laughter. With a mighty shout, he extended his hand, and the surrounding air rushed toward him, gathering in his palm. Crackling with arcs of electricity, brimming with explosive energy. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he hurled the energy sphere into the distance. Boom. Instantly, a mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, the deafening roar resonating through the heavens. Dust and debris filled the air, rendering visibility nearly impossible. I never anticipated such formidable strength. However, I sense that my power is not limited to this. Broly remarked coldly, observing the explosion before him. After all, Broly's body had been engulfed by darkness and then restored, embodying the essence of a Saiyan's revival and enhancement of combat prowess. Broly once again surged with energy, his green aura swelling once more. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, lightning flashing ominously. Roar! Like a ferocious beast, Broly bellowed, his muscles taut with the desire to unleash the unfathomable power within him. Rumbling! Rumbling! A powerful tornado swept through, accompanied by crackling bolts of lightning. The ground beneath him, already fractured from his overwhelming energy, now bore a massive crater. Broly's form radiated with immense power, as if with a mere flick of his fingers. He could reduce dozens of cities to ashes. The green aura surrounding him had multiplied exponentially, with colossal blue arcs of electricity dancing about him. Reminiscent of Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2, yet far surpassing it. This is the power I desire. Broly laughed maniacally, hovering in the air as if all would submit beneath his feet. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the skies as the planet suffered in ruin. Though it had not been obliterated, it was swiftly rendered desolate. The sheer magnitude of Broly's destructive capability was terrifying. Just wait. Broly, shall soon arrive on Earth. He cackled. Chapter 45. When Broly encounters Cooler in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Broly, accompanied by a cosmic pilot, sped swiftly aboard a spaceship. When questioned as to why he did not pilot it himself, he dismissed the notion. With such immense power, why should he exert himself? With his strength now reaching the legendary Super Saiyan 2nd level, he felt no fear before Earth or the universe at large. Eagerly, Broly yearned to crush Goku, Vegeta, and the others on Earth. The thrill of such an encounter was exhilarating. Yet, during the previous battle between himself and Goku, he had noted some peculiarities. How could Goku possess such strength to defeat him single-handedly? Furthermore, Goku should only have been in his Super Saiyan form. Yet he had attained Super Saiyan 2. It seemed the world was no longer adhering to the narrative of the anime, with Goku's techniques deviating from the original. Was this upheaval a consequence of Broly's arrival? Nevertheless, despite these ponderings, he was confident that with his legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a punch. If necessary, 2 punches would suffice, he chuckled. Broly crossed his arms, standing before the ship's glass, gazing at the boundless universe, a sense of dominion washing over him. His expression was one of cunning. Indeed, he possessed not only strength but also strategy, for his past as a cosmic criminal attested to that. Lord Broly, there appears to be a massive spaceship ahead, the cosmic pilot reported. Oh, can we ascertain who they are? Or the insignia of their vessel? Broly inquired. Reporting to Lord Broly, we are still some distance away and cannot identify them. However, the size of their ship suggests they belong to a significant power, the pilot analyzed. A power, you say? Excellent. I could use such an alliance. Bring us closer to that spaceship. Broly declared, delighted. It seemed fortune favored him, as he sought to establish his own dominion. Upon recalling that he had no subordinates apart from the pilot, he found this unacceptable. As the invincible legendary Super Saiyan, he intended to dominate the cosmos. Upon learning of the formidable presence aboard the approaching ship, Broly felt invigorated. Without hesitation, the pilot steered the ship toward the large vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the colossal spaceship, a being with skin of alternating purple and white, resembling a lizard man, observed the cosmos with a sense of ennui. Humph! I come for the Dragon Balls of Earth. An ominous laugh echoed, instilling fear among the crew. This being was Cooler, the Ice Demon clan's genius, brother of Frieza and son of King Cold. He sought the Dragon Balls to impose his will upon the Saiyans, whom he considered insufferably arrogant. Unlike his foolish relatives, Frieza and King Cold, Cooler possessed an additional transformation, rendering him overconfident in his strength as he approached Earth, believing no one could stand against him. Report, Lord Cooler. A spaceship is attempting to approach us. A cosmic minion said respectfully. Oh, who dares to encroach upon the vessel of the Cosmic Emperor? How amusing. Shoot it down. Cooler replied, intrigued. He had not anticipated anyone so audacious as to provoke him. As Broly's ship drew near, Cooler directed all weapons toward it, preparing for confrontation. "Watch out, Lord Broly. They are targeting our ship," the pilot exclaimed in panic. "Humph. It seems they are unaware of my might." Broly sneered, exuding an air of indifference. Bang! Bang! Dozens of artillery shells came hurtling toward them as the aliens struggled to maneuver the spacecraft through evasive maneuvers. Yet Broly remained unfazed, arms crossed with not a trace of fear. Though they dodged scores of projectiles, the ship was eventually struck, sending it teetering on the brink of destruction. "Lord Broly, what should we do now?" The alien cried in terror, knowing full well his own helplessness, without combat prowess. The destruction of the ship would spell his doom in the vacuum of space. "Humph. Useless waste," Broly sneered coldly. With a resounding bang, he kicked open the hatch and launched himself into the void, indifferent to the alien's fate. To him, those without value were expendable. Moreover, his legendary Saiyan physiology allowed him to survive effortlessly in the vacuum. This was precisely why he had endured when King Vegeta cast him into the abyss. "Lord Cooler. The target has exited the ship and is surviving in open space. He seems hostile," reported a subordinate aboard Cooler's vessel. "Oh, how intriguing. Let me see for myself," Cooler mused, stepping toward the observation window. His gaze fell upon Broly, hovering in the void, his tail coiled around his waist. A smirk curled Cooler's lips. "So, a damned Saiyan monkey. Perfect timing." He hadn't anticipated a Saiyan capable of surviving in such conditions. This was indeed an amusing discovery. Eager to test the legends of their strength, Cooler too stepped out into the abyss. Chapter 46, Legendary Super Saiyan vs. Final Form. Broly studied the approaching figure, recalling fragmented memories from another world. With a grin, he taunted, "You must be Frieza." Clearly, he mistook Cooler for his brother, having never encountered Frieza in this reality. "Ha! Ignorant Saiyan monkey," Cooler jeered, his voice dripping with malice. "I am no fool like my pathetic brother. Know this, I am Cooler, the prodigy of the Frost Demon clan." The mere thought of being unrecognized sealed Broly's fate in his mind. Broly merely smirked. To him, Frost Demons were no different from dogs. Still, if Cooler submitted, he might spare him. After all, as a former convict, he had an affinity for demons. "Very well, Cooler. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Swear allegiance, and I may grant you mercy," Broly declared, his tone laced with contempt. "Ho ho ho. The audacity." Cooler laughed, as if hearing the universe's greatest joke. "You dare demand my submission? You overestimate yourself, wretch. Then prove your worth," Broly challenged, arms still folded, his disdain palpable. "You're unworthy of witnessing my true power. Perish." Cooler's patience snapped. With a flick of his finger, a dark energy sphere erupted toward Broly. Broly didn't even blink. He swatted it aside like an insignificant speck. Cooler's eyes widened. His attack had been effortlessly nullified. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Ancient warnings echoed in his mind. The golden-haired warriors who could bring their clan to ruin. Yet, seeing Saiyans enslaved for years, he dismissed them as myths. Now, doubt crept in. His father and Frieza had fallen on Earth, their deaths tied to Saiyans. Were they truly the Frost Demon's bane? Not bad, monkey. Cooler spat through gritted teeth. But you've no idea of my power. Unlike my kin, I possess an additional transformation. Intel suggested Super Saiyans rivaled Frieza and King Cold. Surely, his ultimate form would crush this upstart. Enough theatrics. Show me what you've got. I've no time to waste, Broly scoffed, his impatience evident. Very well. Since you insist on defiance, don't falter in fear. Cooler snarled, his rage boiling over. Without further delay, he initiated his transformation. Dark, frigid energy engulfed him. Tendrils of black power lashing like stormborn lightning. Interesting. Still inadequate, Broly remarked, amused. He could ended this instantly, but watching Cooler's arrogance shatter would be entertaining. The energy dissipated, revealing Cooler in his final form. Pale, jagged horns, violet skin, a bladed tail, and armored limbs. He stood as the apex of his lineage. Well, Saiyan? Trembling yet? Cooler gloated, drunk on his own supremacy. Ha! If this is your limit, I overestimated you, Broly laughed. The moment his mirth faded, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, pulverizing nearby asteroids. His presence dwarfed Cooler's, radiating unchecked dominance. Emerald flames wreathed Broly as his eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Cooler was now prey. Changing colors won't save you. You've no idea whom you face. Cooler mocked, oblivious that this was no ordinary Super Saiyan, but the legendary one. His doom was sealed. Gula's pupils constricted as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Broly, convinced that he would surely topple him. However, with a resounding thud, the anticipated outcome of Broly being knocked down never materialized. Instead, Broly effortlessly seized Gula's fist. How could this be? Gula's face was etched with shock, and as he attempted to withdraw his arm, he found himself utterly immobilized. What manner of monster is this? How does he possess such formidable strength? Gula strained to break free, yet he could not escape. Release me, you accursed Saiyan. Gula struggled to exclaim. Chapter 47, The Sixth Universe? Broly regarded Gula, who now resembled a clown, and extended his hand. Gula, having overexerted himself, was suddenly released by Broly and sent tumbling backward, regaining his balance with great difficulty. He cast a cold glare at Broly, yet the fear of underestimating him had taken root in Gula's mind. If he were not cautious, he might meet the same fate as Frieza. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Gula snarled, fury boiling within him. This was the first time he had suffered such indignity. Huh, you still dare to boast? How amusing. Broly chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Oh no. Gula's pupils dilated, overwhelmed by an acute sense of danger. Broly reappeared behind him, his large hand pressing down on Gula's head and forcefully driving it into a massive meteorite. With a resounding crash, Gula's head was embedded in the rock. Yet Broly did not cease his assault. His fists hammered relentlessly against Gula's body, as if he were a blacksmith forging iron, unwilling to stop until it took shape. Gula coughed up blood, his complexion pale, eyes bulging with agony, desperately trying to escape Broly's onslaught. But he could barely move. Broly held his head firmly with one hand while mercilessly striking his body with the other. Is this man a monster? Gula could think of nothing else. Meanwhile, those aboard Gula's spaceship were rendered speechless at the sight. Was this truly their invincible cosmic emperor Gula, now reduced to a mere jester, being beaten at will? In the hearts of many cosmic beings, Broly was branded with the mark of a devil. No, he was far more terrifying than a mere demon. With a powerful blow, Broly shattered the meteorite behind Gula, and at last, Gula's body broke free, hurtling backward. After crashing through several more meteorites, Gula finally came to a stop, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Coughing violently, Gula gasped for air as he glared at Broly. What now? Do you yield? Broly taunted with a sinister smile. Impossible. I am the Cosmic Emperor Gula. Boom. Before Gula could finish his retort, Broly reappeared before him, delivering a ferocious punch to his abdomen. Do you yield? Broly's voice, echoing with a demonic tone, rang out once more. I will not yield. Bang. Do you yield? I will not yield. Bang. I yield. Please, no more, Lord Broly. After enduring countless blows, Gula finally conceded, realizing that the figure before him was far more fearsome than any demon. If this continued, the Cosmic Emperor Gula would surely lose his life. In that moment, Gula was battered and bruised, his body drenched in crimson blood. A testament to the reality that the ordeal was no mere dream. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my loyal dog. Broly laughed heartily upon Gula's submission, reveling in the thrill of having a once mighty Cosmic Emperor reduced to servitude. Gula felt a chill run down his spine at Broly's words. He was beginning to feel the weight of being overshadowed. How could the proud Ice Demon clan's Cosmic Emperor, Gula, be reduced to a mere dog? It was a profound disgrace, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, for Broly's strength was insurmountable. Yet, beneath the surface, Gula's spirit remained unyielded. He vowed to regain his honor and exact revenge on Broly, even if it meant shattering him into 1,000 pieces. Broly, sensing Gula's inner turmoil, understood the nature of such villains. They often share a commonality in character. Even if they feigned submission outwardly, their hearts remained unyielded. However, what did it matter? His power had reached unparalleled heights, having ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan's second stage. Was he to fear a mere ice demon? All right, Gula, board the ship. We are heading to Earth. Broly commanded, taking the lead towards the spaceship as if it were inherently his. TCH. Gula spat defiantly, still unwilling to concede, but ultimately followed suit. Meanwhile, on another ship, Li Feng and Bulma had arrived in an unfamiliar region. Li Feng, why does it feel as though we are approaching the edge of the universe? Bulma inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Feng. Indeed, the area they found themselves in was markedly different. Planets had become scarce, while ahead lay an abundance of them, separated by what seemed like an unseen barrier. Of course, the universe was vast, and Li Feng, feeling a tinge of boredom from the surrounding planets, had employed instantaneous movement several times, resulting in their rapid pace. Could we have reached the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes? Li Feng pondered aloud. What 6th universe and 7th universe? Bulma blinked in confusion, eagerly awaiting Li Feng's explanation. In his previous life, Li Feng had watched Dragon Ball Super and was aware of the existence of 12 universes. He exclaimed, "This world consists of more than just our universe. There are a total of 12. The universe we inhabit is the 7th. Bulma, somewhat skeptical, questioned this revelation. Yet sensing no deceit in Li Feng's words, her inquisitive nature prevailed, an inherent trait of hers as a scientist. Thus, Li Feng recounted the tale in detail, leaving Bulma astonished and filled with curiosity, as it was the first time she had heard of the 12 universes. Li Feng, should we not explore this further? Bulma inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed upon the distant nebula. The prospect of witnessing the 6th universe captivated her imagination. Yet she remained inclined to heed Li Feng's counsel. Li Feng, fully aware of Bulma's insatiable curiosity, shared her intrigue about the 6th universe, especially knowing that it too harbored planets inhabited by Saiyans. Since they were already in this realm, how could they resist the temptation to explore? Absolutely. Let us venture into the 6th universe. Li Feng replied with a smile. You are truly wonderful. Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his words, and in her excitement, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 48. Frost's Conspiracy. This narrative unfolds on the war-torn planet of Gagdu. On one side stands the righteous Ras defense team, champions of peace in the universe, while on the opposing side are the ruthless cosmic bandits. Recently, these bandits had stealthily infiltrated the planet of Salada, abducting a group of the weaker Saiyans as hostages. The situation on Gagdu had grown increasingly dire for the cosmic bandits, whose base had been exposed, compelling them to resort to such desperate measures, especially considering the Ras defense team comprised Saiyans. Captain, the enemy possesses numerous formidable fighters with power levels exceeding 1,000,000. We cannot breach their defenses. A man clad in combat attire furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns aboard his spaceship. They had been assaulting Gagdu for 3 days, only to discover the planet's defenses were remarkably robust. Furthermore, there were 3 leaders on Gagdu boasting power levels surpassing 10,000,000. Captain Li Su had suffered significant setbacks when he faced 3 adversaries alone and could not breach their defenses, especially with hostages in the enemy's possession. Has Ambassador Frost and Gabe not arrived yet? Li Su inquired of a fellow Saiyan. He found it increasingly challenging to penetrate Gagdu's defenses alone and needed powerful allies to assist him. Ambassador Frost was the ideal candidate, being a peace envoy of the universe. His arrival could drastically alter the situation. Gabe was a promising protege, and if properly nurtured, could one day lead the Ras defense team in safeguarding cosmic peace. Captain, Gabe has arrived. Just as Li Su was consumed by worry, a young Saiyan entered the ship. Captain, I'm here. Gabe saluted. Li Su nodded, relieved to have assistance. Otherwise, he was at a loss regarding the captured Saiyans. Captain, what is the current state of affairs? Gabe asked anxiously. He had been leading a squad to pursue another group of cosmic bandits, hence his delay, and the plight of his captured compatriots troubled him deeply. Li Su turned to observe the ongoing battle through the glass and sighed. The situation is grim. The enemy boasts at least 3 fighters with power levels in the millions. My strength is insufficient to overcome their defenses. What of Ambassador Frost? Has he not yet arrived? Gabe immediately thought of Frost, his idol, as a peace envoy. He has not come yet, Li Su replied, shaking his head. Gabe, undeterred, retrieved his communicator and declared, I will call Ambassador Frost right now. After a brief moment, the communicator connected. Hello, is this Ambassador Frost? Where are you? We are currently attacking Gagdu and require your assistance. Gabe exclaimed excitedly. Oh, is that so? Gabe, hold on for a bit longer. I am currently engaged in battle with some vicious cosmic bandits on another planet. Once I handle them, I will come to your aid. Frost's voice resonated through the device, and Gabe believed wholeheartedly in his commitment. Thank you, Ambassador Frost. Gabe concluded the call, feeling a surge of excitement. He trusted Frost would honor his word. Unbeknownst to Gabe, Frost was already on Gagdu. In an opulent palace, Frost leisurely ended the call, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he sat upon his throne. Below him sat 3 notorious cosmic bandits, the mighty Volcado, known as the Universe Hercules, the supersonic Gus, and the versatile Rail, all possessing power levels exceeding 10,000,000. Yet, no one suspected that Frost was the true mastermind behind the malice. These bandits were merely his pawns. Lord Frost, I wager those fools have no inkling that you are the ultimate cosmic bandit, Rail chuckled. Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for those self-righteous Saiyans. This time, I require you to eliminate Lien Su, Frost said with insidious intent. Unlike his counterparts in the seventh universe, such as Frisia, Frost preferred cunning schemes, embodying the very definition of a hypocrite. To this day, none recognized his true nature, believing him to be a peace ambassador. Lien Su, the leader of the Rast defense team, had long been a target of Frost's disdain, and he had been devising means to eliminate him. Once Lien Su was gone, Frost would wield considerable influence within the Rast defense team. With hostages in hand and the terrain favoring him, the opportunity was ripe for execution. Lord Frost, this may prove somewhat challenging. As the captain of the Rast defense team, Lien Su is no easy target, Volcado bluntly remarked. Fear not. I have ample strategies to deal with that obstinate Saiyan. Here is what we shall do. Frost disclosed his nefarious plan, and the three bandits listened in admiration, recognizing Frost as the epitome of treachery. Thus, a conspiracy was born on the planet Gagdu. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Bulma had been exploring the sixth universe for several days. The unique charm of the realm gratifying Bulma's inquisitive spirit. Li Feng, perhaps it's time for us to return? Bulma suddenly suggested. Li Feng paused, realizing they had indeed been away for quite a while. Very well, in 2 days, we can simply teleport back. It will be but a fleeting moment. Li Feng remarked that since arriving here, he had lost all sense of direction. He had initially intended to witness the science of this universe. Yet after several days of aimless wandering due to a lack of coordinates, he felt a tinge of regret about returning without any experience. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of high-energy fluctuations nearby, seemingly indicative of a battle. Bulma, monitoring the data on the control panel, spoke up. Chapter 49. The first encounter with Kale on the planet Gagduo. Two armies faced each other. One was a band of ruthless cosmic bandits led by Neo Kidu, while the other was the Ray's defense force under the command of Lien Su. You three, surrender the hostages, or today shall be your last. Lien Su, standing at the forefront, pointed at Neo Kidu's gang. With reinforcements at hand, including the formidable peace ambassador Frost, he felt emboldened. Captain Lien Su, your bravado is quite impressive. If you wish for us to release the hostages, you must first defeat us. Liar laughed, seeing Lien Su as already doomed. Not only was his own strength comparable to Lien Su's, but more importantly, the revered peace ambassador was the leader of their band of cosmic marauders. With a swift motion, Liar charged towards Lien Su, delivering a powerful punch. Lien Su, undeterred, propelled himself into the fray as well. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, each strike causing the earth to tremble, for both were individuals of immense power, each at the level of millions. Ambassador Frost, shall we join the fray? Gabe called out to Frost, who then unleashed his energy and lunged at Neo Kidu. The latter, a naturally combative individual, could not restrain himself from retaliating against Gabe's assault. As the peace ambassador, Frost could not remain idle either. A cunning smile graced his lips as he soared towards Gus, who responded with a knowing grin. Fully aware of Frost's ulterior motives. Bang, bang, bang. Frost and Gus feigned combat, neither utilizing their full strength, while Frost kept a watchful eye on Lien Su's battle. A deadly needle glimmered ominously in his hand, as he awaited the opportune moment to strike Lien Su with lethal precision. Certainly, such an act would seal Lien Su's fate. Frost's eyes glinted with treachery, though to those around him, he appeared to be the epitome of a righteous peace ambassador. Meanwhile, the two armies plunged into chaos. Boom. The sounds of explosions and anguished cries reverberated throughout the planet. On the other side, within the prison of the cosmic bandits, the Ray's defense force's attack on Gagduo had led to a significant deployment of troops, leaving the guards somewhat lax. Do you think our Gagduo will emerge victorious this time? One bored guard queried his companion. Is that even a question? Of course. We still have hostages at our disposal, the guard replied, glancing at the specially designed cosmic cage harboring a group of feeble Saiyans. True enough. The questioning guard chuckled, but at that moment, a voice echoed, sending shockwaves through them. Whether you win or lose is uncertain, but one thing is for sure. You are all doomed. The voice ignited a spark of hope among the imprisoned Saiyans. Someone had come to rescue them. Who dares to intrude upon our Gagduo prison? Are they unaware of their impending demise? The guard inquired, for they were not mere individuals. Their combat prowess exceeded 100,000. Suddenly, a man clad in black entered. regarding the two guards with an air of indifference. How dare you ignore my question? Prepare to meet your end, Garde bellowed, launching a heavy fist towards the black-clad figure. Yet, just as the blow was about to connect, the black-clad man delivered a powerful kick, sending the guard crashing against the iron door of the cage. What? The remaining guard was taken aback by the astonishing strength of the intruder. As he contemplated how to alert the three leaders, he suddenly felt an irresistible force drawing him in. It was the black-clad man's powerful grip, rendering the guard unable to resist as he was swiftly seized by the throat. Attempting to send a warning? You stand no chance. With a sickening crack, the guard's life was extinguished. The intruder was none other than Li Feng. While Lian Sua and his comrades were engaged in battle, he had discovered the existence of hostages here. Thus, he chose not to join their fight. Although he recognized Frost as a duplicitous villain, he prioritized the rescue. Greetings. I am here to liberate you. I am also a Saiyan. Li Feng addressed the captive Saiyans within the cage. However, the Saiyans, being inherently good-natured, were initially skeptical of Li Feng's ruthless methods. Could there truly be such a merciless Saiyan from Shadara? It was known that in the 6th universe, while Saiyans enjoyed combat, they were fundamentally noble warriors. What? Do you not trust me? Li Feng's tone turned icy, taken aback by their demeanor. Was he not meant to rescue them? I believe in you. A timid voice emerged, imbued with unwavering trust. Li Feng gazed ahead and noticed a Saiyan girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, adorned with hoop earrings, looking at him. With a resounding crash, the specially crafted indestructible cage was shattered by Li Feng, allowing the multitude of Saiyans to emerge. Thank you. The girl, who had placed her trust in him, bowed and expressed her gratitude. Li Feng found the Saiyans somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall from where. It's nothing. Just a small effort. By the way, what is your name? Li Feng inquired. The girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement, replied, My name is Kair. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the combat between the two factions had escalated to a fever pitch. Lian Sua and Liar were locked in a fierce struggle, the air crackling with tension. At that moment, Frost and Gus were gradually closing in on Lian Sua, almost within striking distance. What an opportunity! A glint of malice flashed in Frost's eyes as he seized a moment of distraction from Lian Sua. He deftly approached and stealthily jabbed a poison needle into him. However, the ferocity of Lian Sua and Liar's battle rendered this minor sting entirely unnoticed. Seeing his scheme unfold successfully, Frost exchanged a knowing glance with Gus, prompting them to distance themselves from Lian Sua and Liar. Meanwhile, Frost pretended to struggle valiantly, each blow appearing to demand his utmost effort, although internally, he was consumed with exhilaration. Let us see if you survive this, Lian Sua. Chapter 50. Li Feng takes action initially. The clash between Lian Sua and Liar was evenly matched, teetering on the brink of uncertainty. Yet, at this moment, Lian Sua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What could be the cause? Typically, a Saiyan's physique would not succumb to such sensations. So why was he experiencing this now? Observing Lian Sua's noticeably reduced speed and dulled gaze, Liar smirked. Indeed, Frost's poison needle is taking effect. Lian Sua is doomed. With a powerful fist, Liar launched an attack aimed squarely at Lian Sua's forehead, fully aware that Lian Sua would not evade this strike. He channeled all his strength into this punch. Bang! The force of the blow resounded as it struck Lian Sua's face, sending him tumbling. Under normal circumstances, as the captain of the laser defense team, Lian Sua would not be so easily toppled. Yet Liar, sensing his advantage, relentlessly pounded Lian Sua with additional strikes. With a sickening thud, Lian Sua was finally sent hurtling through the air. Captain Gabe, witnessing this turn of events, rushed toward Lian Sua, but the adversary he faced, Nikiduo, denied him that opportunity, intensifying his attacks. Gabe found himself unable to break free. Around them, other warriors attempted to rush in, only to be repelled by Liar's powerful blows. In his eyes, Lian Sua's demise was inevitable. Liar's face was alight with excitement. The captain of the laser defense team, a bastion of justice, was about to perish here, gathering a potent energy sphere in his hand. Charged with explosive potential and glinting with murderous intent, he prepared to unleash it upon Lian Sua. Although Lian Sua sensed Liar's overwhelming aura, his body felt too weak to mount a defense. It seemed that Lian Sua, the esteemed captain of the laser defense team, was destined to fall here. Boom. The energy sphere surged towards Lian Sua like an unstoppable tide. Captain, dodge! Gabe, keenly observing Lian Sua's plight, shouted, but was thwarted by the formidable foe before him, rendering him helpless. At that moment, Amid the fierce battle, Frost beamed with satisfaction, convinced that Li Feng's end was nigh. The laser defense team would soon fall under his dominion. Just as the energy sphere was about to engulf Li Feng, an astonishing sight unfolded. A dark figure materialized before the attack, effortlessly dispersing the energy sphere as if swatting away a mere insect. "What? Who are you?" Liar exclaimed, astonished that someone could so nonchalantly neutralize his energy sphere. "I simply cannot abide schemers like you," the shadowy figure replied, stepping forward. Seeing Li Feng unharmed ignited a wave of exhilaration among the laser defense team, who regarded Li Feng as a savior. Conversely, Frost was incensed. The scenario he had envisioned had been thwarted. "Then you shall perish," Liar snarled, launching another energy sphere at Li Feng. "Humph, a trivial trick." Li Feng let out a cold laugh, a faint azure flame flickering ominously in his hand. A cruel smile curved his lips. The individual before him was destined to perish. Boom. "Prepare to meet your end." Rail struck with ferocity, intent on eliminating this troublesome foe before turning his attention to Li Feng. A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. Yet the anticipated scene of Li Feng's demise failed to materialize. Instead, the once invincible Rail was cleaved in two. What? The faction from the Gag Duo planet was left in utter disbelief. Rail, a being of formidable strength, nearly on par with the captain of the Cosmic Lassay Defense Force, had been slain by a single sword strike. Infuriating. Gus, witnessing this spectacle, was consumed by rage. Though the three were merely subordinates of Frost, their bond ran deep. Ignoring his adversary Frost, he surged towards Li Feng. "Hey!" Nikito, known for his immense strength, could no longer contain himself upon seeing his friend Rail fall to this wretch. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending Gabe flying, and directed his fury towards Li Feng, convinced that this man had committed an unforgivable sin. Frost, too, yearned to eliminate this obstructive figure, yet he feigned allegiance to justice. He bided his time, hoping that the two would dispose of Li Feng before he dealt with Li Feng. "You dare to slay Rail? Unforgivable. Brace yourself for my wrath," Gus shouted, his speed astounding as he brandished an energy orb, rapidly closing in on Li Feng. Simultaneously, Nikito unleashed a similarly formidable energy orb, intent on obliterating Li Feng into mere fragments. Two circus clowns still chattering away. Li Feng disdainfully regarded the approaching adversaries. "Then allow me to introduce you to my wind-extinguishing sword," he declared with a smile. For such insignificant foes, he needed not exert even half of his strength. After all, his current combat prowess had reached an astonishing 100 million. The Azure Sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the two energy orbs with an air of invincibility. "What kind of technique is this? It feels incredibly potent," Gabe, who had just been sent flying, remarked, his eyes glinting with awe. Frost, too, was taken aback. Could his two bumbling subordinates withstand such a technique? Boom. The clash of sword energy and energy orbs erupted, the latter being violently torn apart by the overwhelming sword force, which then surged towards Gus and Nikito. Gus and Nikito wore expressions of disbelief as their bodies were displaced, engulfed by the ensuing explosion. Boom. Instantly, the air was filled with smoke and dust, obscuring visibility in all directions. The battlefield was shrouded in chaos, where enemies were indistinguishable and instinct alone guided their combat. Infuriating. "This man is astonishingly powerful," Frost muttered coldly to himself amidst the haze. Although the three lacked remarkable abilities, they were capable of executing some unsavory deeds. Now, however, two of them had been slain by this individual, igniting a fierce desire within Frost to confront Li Feng. Yet, as a peace ambassador, he knew that any action would reveal his true nature to the world. Thus, his eyes burned with fury. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy Unveiled. Li Feng swiftly vanquished three notorious cosmic bandits, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The might of this individual was truly formidable. "Greetings. I am Gabe. I sincerely appreciate your intervention in eliminating these three cosmic marauders." Gabe approached Li Feng and bowed, instinctively categorizing him as a champion of justice for his timely assistance. "Indeed, I merely could not tolerate this nefarious scheme." Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Frost's demeanor shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Could it be that this sudden emergence had discerned his underhanded plot? Such a thought seemed implausible. He had concealed his intentions so adeptly. Surely, this individual was merely speaking nonsense. Suppressing his earlier fury and doubts, Frost bowed to Li Feng, proclaiming, "I, Frost, the ambassador of peace in the cosmos, extend my heartfelt gratitude for your aid. Truly, the Sixth Universe's icy demon was nothing short of a hypocrite, managing to mask his rage while feigning gratitude. Were it not for Li Feng's prior knowledge of Dragon Ball Super, one might have almost believed him to be a virtuous character akin to Goku in the series. No need. I shall not accept the gratitude of a hypocrite. Li Feng crossed his arms and retorted disdainfully. What? Benefactor? How could you speak thus of Ambassador Frost? Gabe interjected, his irritation evident. After all, Frost had long been his idol, and when one's idol is disparaged, displeasure is inevitable, even if the disparagement comes from a savior. Indeed, I am at a loss as to how I have offended you, benefactor, to elicit such a perception. Frost feigned innocence, portraying himself as a victim of slander. Ah, it hurts. At that moment, the previously toppled Liansuo regained consciousness, realizing how perilously close he had come to demise. Captain, you have awakened at last. Are you all right? Gabe expressed concern as he noticed Liansuo rising. I am unharmed. I, Liansuo, captain of the Lei's defense team, extend my sincere gratitude. But why do you vilify Ambassador Frost? Liansuo, still shaky, approached Li Feng, unable to believe that Frost could embody such malevolence. Humph. It seems you have all been deceived by Frost's facade. It is no wonder. Had I been unaware, I too would have nearly regarded him as a true ambassador of peace. Li Feng coldly remarked, fixing his gaze on Frost. This is impossible, Gabe asserted resolutely. Oh, if you so boldly defame me, do you possess any evidence? Frost inquired, a smile plastered on his face, though his eyes betrayed a simmering fury. Having just lost his subordinates, he now faced exposure? Yes. Benefactor, can you provide evidence? Liansuo questioned, skepticism etched across his face. Ha! Liansuo, you are indeed a naive Saiyan. Do you comprehend the cause of your recent incapacitation during battle? It was the poison needle wielded by Frost. Li Feng declared. A poison needle? How could a distinguished ambassador of cosmic peace resort to such underhanded tactics? While Liansuo questioned his earlier experience of weakness during the fight, he remained steadfast in his belief in Frost, never suspecting the ambassador's treachery. Then, Frost, do you dare to reveal your hands for all to see? Li Feng inquired, a smile gracing his lips as though he had already secured victory over Frost. Yes, Ambassador Frost, display your hands to prove your innocence, Gabe urged, his faith in Frost unwavering. Humph, very well. Gabe, Liansuo, come closer and take a look. Frost chuckled, extending his hands as if to demonstrate his innocence. Yet, how could they ignore the murderous intent lurking in Frost's eyes? Sensing that his scheme was on the verge of unraveling, Frost devised a new plan. As Gabe and Liansuo approached to inspect Frost's hands, he unleashed a sudden assault. Bam! Bam! With a swift and lethal strike, Frost landed 2 heavy blows upon Gabe and Liansuo. Puff! Taken completely off guard, Gabe and Liansuo were struck hard, their faces drained of color as they toppled backward. Cough! Cough! Ambassador Frost, why did you suddenly attack us? Gabe gasped. Disbelief etched across his features as he struggled for breath. Liansuo, pale and already wounded, found himself further incapacitated. Yet he was beginning to accept Li Feng's assertions. Frost was indeed a consummate hypocrite, and they had been deceived all along. Ha! You ignorant and foolish Saiyans, who prattle on about justice daily. Do you think I would be so naive as to align with you? Frost sneered, finally revealing his true nature as a hypocrite. What? How could this be? Ambassador Frost, you. Gabe was filled with rage, unable to process the collapse of his idol's facade. The truth was undeniable. Ha! I had initially intended to deceive you all for a while longer, but the appearance of this individual has disrupted my plans. Therefore, everyone present here must perish. Frost cackled sinisterly, realizing that his true form was yet to be revealed. Frost's transformation was his ultimate trump card. He was oblivious to the Saiyan's capacity to ascend to Super Saiyan. Thus, he believed that once he transformed, no one present, including Li Feng, would stand a chance against him. Little did he know, Frost, how could you be such a person? Liansuo gasped, now placing his hopes solely on Li Feng, wishing for his assistance in eliminating this hypocrite. Ha! Indeed. Therefore, none who know my true identity shall live. Frost's eyes gleamed with malice, his aura beginning to swell. Li Feng recognized that Frost was on the verge of transformation, yet what difference would it make? Chapter 52, The Annihilation of Frost. Ha! A tempest swirled around Frost. Powerful winds coalescing as an immense force surged skyward. Dark, frigid energy erupted, enveloping Frost, while black currents ravaged the surroundings, sporadically illuminated by flashes of lightning. This power, it is astonishing. Gabe struggled to articulate, realizing that Frost had concealed his true strength all along. At this level, they were mere trifles. As the black energy dissipated, Frost bypassed his intermediate form, directly attaining his final transformation. Standing at the center of the void, Frost boasted sharp, white horns, delicate purple skin, and white armor adorning his shoulders and legs, a seemingly diminutive figure. Yet it was in this state that he embodied unparalleled power. This was Frost's ultimate form. What do you think, boy? Can you feel this terrifying power? Frost proclaimed from his elevated position, exuding an air of dominion over the cosmos. Li Feng observed Frost's transformation and, sensing his imposing aura, realized that this final form of Frost was indeed far superior to that of Frisia. However, before him, Frost remained nothing more than a mere jester. Humph. This so-called ultimate form of yours is nothing but trivial. Li Feng remarked disdainfully, arms crossed. What? You audacious monkey. Even as death approaches, you dare to speak so boldly? Allow me to demonstrate my power. Frost, taken aback by the tenacity of his opponent, could no longer contain his rage. Li Feng erupted with an overwhelming aura, instantly transforming into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan at full power. More than capable of confronting Frost. What? Even benefactors can transform? Long, enduring his pain, looked on in astonishment at Li Feng's metamorphosis. Do not think that merely changing your color can compare to me, Lord Frost. Frost declared arrogantly. Immediately, he pointed a finger at Li Feng's, from which surged a formidable energy, gradually coalescing into a colossal energy sphere, hurtling toward Li Feng with great velocity. Li Feng gazed at the energy projectile hurtling towards him with an unexpected thrill. He had not anticipated that the frozen demon of this universe also favored such a technique. What a pity. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he conjured a cerulean energy sword, cleaving through the air with ferocity. A resounding explosion reverberated, causing the very planet to tremble slightly, leaving Frost utterly astonished. How could this individual have shattered his energy projectile? In that instant, as Frost remained in disbelief, Li Feng had already materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch. Frost retaliated with a strike of his own. The impact was tremendous, and Frost felt a numbing sensation in his arm, taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each strike from Li Feng growing increasingly forceful, leaving Frost in mounting agony. It felt as if his arm might snap, and his body bore an array of injuries. Was this man a monster? With a thunderous crash, Frost's body was propelled towards the ground by an overwhelming surge of energy. He coughed up blood, realizing he had sustained grave injuries. Struggling to rise, disbelief filled his eyes. How could this person's prowess be so formidable? Were Saiyans not supposed to be weak beings? No. Impossible. Only I, Frost, am the strongest. Frost bellowed, unleashing a barrage of violent energy blasts towards Li Feng. One after another, the projectiles were effortlessly swatted aside, failing to breach Li Feng's defenses. Instinctively, Frost began to retreat, perceiving Li Feng as a demon incarnate. Please, spare me, Frost implored, desperation creeping into his voice. Unlike the cunning and treacherous Frisia of the seventh universe, he was now genuinely fearful in the face of death's threat. Humph. Do you truly believe I would spare a hypocrite such as yourself? You are the very embodiment of disdain, Li Feng retorted. Thus, Frost, you shall meet your demise. With that, Li Feng raised his cerulean sword, radiating an aura of invincibility, and aimed it at Frost. The specter of death jolted Frost from his delusions. This man harbored no intentions of mercy and was resolute in ending his life. With fury igniting within him, Frost made a harrowing decision, disregarding all else. If you refuse to relent, then we shall perish together, he declared with malice. In an instant, dark energy surged from his being, unleashing the full extent of his power. Die, he shouted. Oblivion bomb. A colossal black energy sphere coalesced, threatening to annihilate the very planet beneath its weight. What? Such a potent aura. Is Frost truly prepared to take us all down with him? Someone quivered in fear. This terrifying force could indeed obliterate the world itself. The onlookers trembled, acutely aware that this battle transcended their comprehension. The clash of cerulean sword energy and the black energy sphere resonated, causing the entire planet to quake violently. Cracks appeared in the ground, indicative of the ferocity of their attacks. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the realm, and the surrounding shockwaves reduced most structures to mere ashes. All present struggled to remain on the ground, shivering in terror. The magnitude of this power was beyond comprehension. Standing would surely lead to instant annihilation. In an instant, dust enveloped the atmosphere, obscuring visibility and amplifying the sense of dread from the overwhelming energy. What? How is this possible? Frost's eyes widened with disbelief. He had anticipated the complete destruction of the planet, yet Li Feng's sword energy had pierced through his ultimate attack. In that moment, Frost's body was cleaved in two, leaving him irrevocably defeated. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Feng surveyed the devastation with indifference, preparing to depart, when suddenly a voice interrupted his movements. Big brother, can you take me with you? Chapter 53, Kidnapping Kale? Li Feng turned around and noticed a timid little girl standing behind him, gazing at him intently. It was Kaya, the girl he had rescued earlier. At that moment, Kaya looked at Li Feng with fervent eyes filled with anticipation. This made Li Feng feel somewhat uneasy, after all. She was merely a young girl. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the uncomfortable sensation from his mind. Kaya, why aren't you with them? Li Feng asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Why was this young girl still here? Shouldn't she have been with the other Saiyans just moments ago? After Li Feng rescued Kaya, she had followed him here, hiding to observe. His overwhelming power captivated her, and the legendary blood of the Super Saiyan coursing through her veins instilled in her a yearning for strength. Thus, when she saw Li Feng preparing to leave, she felt compelled to follow him for training. I want to train with you, big brother, Kaya declared resolutely. Li Feng had not only saved them but had also vanquished the malevolent cosmic bandits. Unbeknownst to him, Kaya had unconsciously begun to regard him as a hero, making her admiration for such a noble figure entirely natural. Li Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Yet considering Kale's identity as the legendary Super Saiyan of the 6th universe, he pondered the prospect of having such a formidable ally. Wouldn't that be splendid? However, he was also aware that she hailed from another universe, and he couldn't help but wonder if this might trigger some unforeseen butterfly effect. Nonetheless, he reasoned that having another powerful warrior by his side could only be advantageous. What was there to fear from a butterfly effect? As long as their strength was formidable enough to withstand any consequences? Very well, but I must travel far from here. Are you able to do that? Li Feng inquired. Though he realized that Dragon Ball Super had not delved into Kale's family background, leaving him somewhat uninformed. That's no problem. As long as I can accompany you, big brother. I am all alone now, so it matters not where we go. Kale exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Li Feng's agreement. In this vast world, she had already found herself solitary, so the destination seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, this timeline diverged from that of Dragon Ball Super, and she had yet to encounter Caulifla, leaving her unattached to the planet Sadala. However, accompanying me may entail more arduous training. Are you willing to endure that? Li Feng posed the question. Recognizing that welcoming Kale into his fold was indeed an unexpected boon. Although a fleeting notion of enticing a young girl crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed such impractical thoughts. Kale resolutely nodded, expressing her readiness to face any challenges ahead, for the paramount goal was to enhance her strength and share this journey with Li Feng. Li Feng proclaimed. Very well, place your hand upon my shoulder, and we shall proceed. With that, Li Feng and Kaya vanished from their spot. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in disarray, and Gaby and the others, having confirmed the demise of the treacherous Frost, began to clear the area. Gaby, have you seen the benefactor who just vanquished Frost? Liansua approached, supported by warriors, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Li Feng. Gaby shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming. The benefactor disappeared after slaying Frost. They could only regard Li Feng with reverence, lamenting that they had initially doubted his words and had been misled by the deceitful Frost. After unveiling Frost's conspiracy, they felt a deep sense of guilt towards Li Feng. They had intended to express their gratitude and offer apologies, but alas, he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a Saiyan rushed over to Liansua, reporting, Captain, the Saiyans captured earlier have been found. They were rescued by our benefactor. What? Liansua and Gaby were taken aback, astonished that this benefactor had repeatedly aided them without revealing his identity, only to disappear completely. Compared to Frost, this benefactor was a celestial being, while Frost was merely earthbound. Meanwhile, aboard Bulma's spaceship, Bulma was feeling quite bored. Earlier, due to the battle, Li Feng had not allowed her to accompany him, so her ship remained stationed at a distance. If only I had gone with Li Feng, she mused, wondering if he was on his way back. Just then, with a swift whoosh, Li Feng and Kaya materialized inside the spaceship. Ah, Li Feng, you have finally returned. But who is this girl? Bulma inquired, eyeing the timid Kaya behind Li Feng, her tone tinged with mild discontent, as if demanding an explanation from Li Feng. This is Kaya, a Saiyan from Universe 6. She wishes to train alongside me, Li Feng replied, scratching his head awkwardly, fearing Bulma might feel jealous. Is that truly the case? Bulma asked, her skepticism evident. Hello, Bulma sister. I am Kaya. It was my insistence to train with Big Brother. Please do not blame him. Kaya stepped forward timidly. It's quite perplexing that such a shy girl wishes to train with Li Feng, but no worries, I harbor no ill will towards him. Bulma smiled. I have a good feeling about you, little sister. From now on, you may call me sister. Bulma said, grasping Kaya's hand with a warm smile. Hearing Bulma's acceptance, Kaya was overjoyed, having feared opposition but instead finding kindness. She silently regarded Li Feng and Bulma as her elder brother and sister. Yes, sister, Kaya exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. Soon, the trio departed Universe 6 and began their journey home, as the time spent by Li Feng and Bulma was drawing to a close. Li Feng felt a lingering sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his disquiet. Nevertheless, his intuition urged him to enhance his strength. Unbeknownst to them, a catastrophic calamity loomed over Earth. Chapter 54. The Time Chamber Training Inside the Time Chamber. An expanse of white enveloped them, the air thin and conditions harsh, yet it was undoubtedly the ideal training ground. Excellent, Kaya. Your task here is to train diligently for 1 year to elevate your strength. Li Feng, clad in black, addressed Kaya. At that moment, Kaya donned a similar black outfit, exuding an aura of elegance. Li Feng was pleasantly surprised that Kaya shared his affinity for black clothing, but chose not to voice any objections. Yes, big brother. Kaya's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Li Feng. Very well, Kaya. Your immediate focus should be on the gravity training chamber to conquer the weight and enhance your fundamental combat abilities. Li Feng directed her towards the gravity chamber within the time chamber. In 2 months, strive to withstand the maximum gravity possible. The higher the gravity you endure, the more formidable your combat power will become. Upon assessing Kaya's combat strength, which barely approached 1,000,000, Li Feng felt it was somewhat lacking. Although legendary Super Saiyans gain strength through battle even without training, he believed her current level was insufficient. Even transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan would yield limited power. He had an instinct that a great battle was on the horizon, necessitating an urgent enhancement of strength. Moreover, he was confident that a well-trained legendary Super Saiyan would be an immensely formidable force. Just like in Dragon Ball Super, the uncontrollable Kaya, after transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, could outmatch even Goku's Super Saiyan blue form. Despite the potential for a breakdown in combat power, the strength was undeniable. Kaya nodded, intrigued by the gravity training chamber, marveling at Li Feng's mysterious nature without questioning his intentions. Your talent is exceptional. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps you will surpass me in the future. Li Feng expressed his anticipation, eager to witness the extent of a legendary Super Saiyan's power under his guidance. Kaya felt elated by Li Feng's trust. With such encouragement, she resolved to train diligently, silently regarding Li Feng as her elder brother, determined not to disappoint him. Her eyes radiated unwavering determination as she opened the door to the gravity training chamber and stepped inside. Inside the chamber, Kaya surveyed the spacious environment, nodding in approval before approaching the control panel and pressing the button for 10G. Instantly, a powerful force of gravity struck her, nearly causing her to falter. Breathing became a challenge, yet her eyes reflected steadfast resolve. She was determined not to let Li Feng down. Moreover, she carried a small pouch at her waist containing some senza beans, her greatest assurance. Li Feng had told her that these beans could restore one to full health, regardless of the severity of their injuries. Li Feng observed the vast expanse of white before him, contemplating whether he could attain Super Saiyan 3. This transformation was initially capable of contending with Majin Buu, although it consumed energy rapidly. However, for Li Feng, this posed little issue, as he possessed the unique physiology of a Majin Buu Saiyan. It is essential to note that the Super Saiyan 3 transformation was fourfold the power of Super Saiyan 2, representing a staggering combat power multiplier of 400 times. Hence, this transformation warranted Li Feng's utmost dedication to mastering it. Following Goku's transformation, his strength was sufficient to suppress even the formidable Fat Buu, presenting an opportunity to potentially eradicate the foe. When in a state of physical superiority, he can engage in a contest of equal footing against the original Majin Buu. Upon transforming, Gotenks, empowered by the fusion, exhibits a strength in Super Saiyan 3 that surpasses that of Son Goku in his singular form. During serious combat against the formidable Kid Buu, he maintains a decisive advantage, even coming perilously close to defeating the larger Buu. In the realm of Dragon Ball Z, only Son Goku and Gotenks possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. as other Saiyans lack the requisite power to achieve this transformation, underscoring the necessity of immense strength to attain such a form. At this moment, Li Feng's base combat strength has already reached an astounding level of 100 million, igniting his desire to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. The essence of Super Saiyan 3 lies in the significant output of energy, and given his Majin Buu-like physique, this should pose no challenge. Li Feng mused. With a resounding shout. With a resounding roar, Li Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura. Boom, crackle. The atmosphere surged, and flashes of lightning danced as his power erupted, causing his hair to stand on end once more. This was the form of Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Kair, who was diligently training in the gravity chamber, also sensed this tremendous presence. Is this my brother's energy? How formidable! Kair mused to herself, yet she did not pause her training in astonishment. I must become even stronger than my brother, she thought, for she too possessed Saiyan blood and cherished the thrill of battle, albeit with a hint of shyness. Now, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, Li Feng's combat power had soared to an astounding 10 billion. If he could transform into Super Saiyan 3, that would elevate his power to 40 billion. With this thought, a fervent determination ignited in Li Feng's eyes. The key to Super Saiyan 3 lies in the immense output of energy, does it not? Then, Li Feng's gaze sharpened, and then he unleashed all the momentum he could muster. With a fierce roar, a golden aura crackled with lightning, causing the surrounding air to pop and sizzle. A mighty howl erupted as the currents of energy swirled around him, an unstoppable force enveloping him entirely. In that moment, Li Feng felt as if every ounce of his energy had erupted forth, and he could sense the overwhelming power coursing through him. Yet, he remained unable to transcend into the realm of Super Saiyan 3 that he so fervently envisioned. Frustration welled within him. What was still lacking? He bellowed in anger. Why? Despite the immense output of energy, could he not shatter that barrier? Chapter 55, Super Saiyan 4th Stage. The crackling arcs of electricity danced around Li Feng, while the air currents roared with agitation, a testament to the maximum energy he could output. The sheer force of his battle power, reaching an astounding 10 billion, was palpable. Yet, in spite of this, Li Feng still found himself unable to break through the shackles of Super Saiyan 3, unable to ascend to that coveted state. Li Feng felt a twinge of discontent. Despite his formidable combat prowess, why had he yet to attain his goal? Drink up. Li Feng's visage contorted with agony. Veins bulging as if he were enduring excruciating pain, he forcibly escalated his energy output to its utmost limit. The golden aura blazed like a raging inferno, mirroring the boundless fury within him, an unquenchable fire. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Feng was cultivating within the confines of the mental time room. Had he been on a planet, the sheer magnitude of this energy might have caused the entire celestial body to tremble uncontrollably. Transform, I command you. Roar. Li Feng exerted himself to the utmost, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Why couldn't he achieve transformation? Despite the explosive energy coursing through him at that moment, he remained unable to break through to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. Gradually, he relinquished the thought of transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Reminiscent of Goku from Dragon Ball Z, who required 5 years of training in the afterlife to attain that form. It seemed he had indeed been a bit too hasty. Li Feng curtailed his immense energy output, pondering this fact. In the realm of Dragon Ball Z, not every Saiyan could ascend to Super Saiyan 3, even Vegeta. After extensive training, failed to achieve that transformation and ultimately resorted to a demonic form, amplifying Super Saiyan 2's power by 200-fold. Did this mean he, too, was destined to be forever out of reach of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, much like Vegeta? Li Feng mused as he gazed at his hands, a tinge of dissatisfaction washing over him. After all, Super Saiyan 3 not only provided a significant power boost, but also exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance and ruthlessness, a sight to behold. Thus, the inability to transform into Super Saiyan 3rd stage left him somewhat disheartened. However, if I cannot become Super Saiyan 3rd stage, it matters little, for I am aware of powers that surpass even that form. Li Feng reflected, knowing that beyond Super Saiyan 3 awaited Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan Dark Blue, and the Ultra Instinct, among others. He would not confine himself to a single path. Surely, those forms were even mightier than Super Saiyan 3. At present, the most attainable form for him was Super Saiyan 4th stage. According to the old Kaishin, the tail could unlock a Saiyan's latent potential, serving as the very source of their power. Thus, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 with a tail bore significant differences from previous forms. Unlike Goku, who had forfeited his tail, Li Feng retained his, fully aware of its formidable capabilities. With a satisfied flick of his tail, he felt a wave of contentment. Super Saiyan 4. An ultimate evolution of Saiyans manifested by Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT possessed a terrifying strength. In Li Feng's eyes, this form was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, Super Saiyan God. If he could achieve Super Saiyan 4th stage now, would he not stride confidently through the world of Dragon Ball Z? He mused, promptly vanishing into the hyperbolic time chamber. Due to the time dilation, only a brief moment had passed aboard the spaceship. Huh, Li Feng, why did you return so quickly? Bulma, piloting the spaceship, inquired, surprised that less than an hour had elapsed since his entrance. Bulma, could you assist me in creating an artificial moon? Li Feng asked. An artificial moon? That should be straightforward. I can probably whip one up in about a day. Luckily, I brought a small lab with me. Bulma replied, producing a capsule. True to her resourceful nature, Bulma was always prepared. Excellent. Let us get started. Li Feng exclaimed joyfully, promptly transporting everyone aboard the spaceship into the hyperbolic time chamber. Hey? Li Feng, why did you bring me back here? Bulma asked as she stepped out of the spaceship, though she found the place quite convenient. Especially with its controllable time flow. There is ample time here. Li Feng replied with a smile. All right. Your wish is my command, Master Li Feng. Bulma playfully rolled her eyes at him before tossing the capsule onto the ground. With a bang, a small laboratory materialized before them, and Bulma entered to begin her work. Observing her industriousness, Li Feng contemplated that once everything was settled, he could consider marriage with Bulma. It would be inappropriate to continue this way indefinitely. Their relationship had reached a stage of utmost intimacy, and it was time to discuss their future together. Though he had plans to travel across various worlds, he could bring Bulma along. After all, he possessed the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, it mattered not where he went. At worst, he could make a wish with the dragon Shinran to modify the environment of his chamber to be more suitable for habitation. In that case, it would be akin to being the master of his own world. He fantasized while watching Bulma diligently at work. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the gravity training room, indicating that Care was diligently training. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Care could be nurtured into a formidable ally. Li Feng, too, was not idle. He dedicated this day to training within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, for him, ordinary training had lost its efficacy, so he seated himself in meditation, practicing a method he had learned from the original Dragon Ball. Dear readers, I humbly beseech you to lend your support with collections and flowers. Your encouragement fuels my passion to continue writing, and I sincerely thank you. Chapter 56. The realm of Super Saiyan 4 times swiftly passed, and Bulma successfully created the artificial moon. However, a troubling thought plagued Li Feng. Would it be as the original story suggested? Would lower-class warriors lose control upon transforming into a great ape? Vegeta had asserted that higher-class warriors could maintain their cognitive faculties while transformed, yet lower-class warriors lacked that ability. Typically, Saiyans would lose their sanity, wreaking havoc uncontrollably after transforming into great apes. In Dragon Ball GT, Goku, after becoming a golden great ape, was unable to distinguish friend from foe, causing widespread destruction. Fortunately, he eventually recognized Earth, spurred by memories of his family and friends. Aided by his granddaughter Pan's heartfelt tears, allowing him to attain the Super Saiyan 4th stage and decisively defeat Baby. Yet, Li Feng felt uncertain. Despite his significantly enhanced bloodline and the attributes of Majin Buu, what if he lost consciousness upon transforming into a great ape? Bulma, can this artificial moon be controlled? Li Feng pondered aloud, reasoning that if he could control it, he could deactivate it in case of an emergency, restoring his normal state. Of course, how could an artificial moon created by the genius Bulma be uncontrollable? Bulma proclaimed confidently, assured in her creation. All right, if I lose control after transforming into a great ape, can you shut off the artificial moon immediately? Li Feng requested. Bulma suddenly recalled Goku's previous transformation and the incident where he trampled his grandfather in a fit of rage, her expression turning somewhat anxious. You're not planning to end up like Goku, are you? Rest assured, I remain quite confident. Besides, if I were to lose control, you could promptly deactivate the artificial moon, and that would resolve the matter, wouldn't it? Li Feng said with a smile. Very well. Bulma replied with a hint of concern, nodding as she placed the artificial moon on the ground and activated it. In an instant, a luminous orb ascended gracefully into the sky. However, at that moment, it remained dim and unilluminated. Once it reached a significant altitude, it halted. And since Bulma did not press the remote control, the moon remained in its subdued state. Li Feng gazed at the artificial moon ascending into the sky, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, Bulma, please step back and then activate the remote." Bulma nodded in agreement, promptly distancing herself, and then waved to Li Feng, signaling that she was ready to commence. The artificial moon began to emit a gradual glow, while Li Feng remained fixated on its luminous presence. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat quickened, and he felt an overwhelming sensation of ancient nostalgia surging within him, a powerful desire enveloping him from all directions. Gradually, his body began to lose its autonomy, swelling uncontrollably. Roar. Suddenly, a colossal golden ape materialized before him, its terrifying gaze seemingly insatiable for blood. Li Feng gazed at his vast, furry hand in disbelief. Could it be that his home possessed consciousness? Initially, he thought that as a lower-ranked warrior in this form, transforming into a great ape would render him mindless. However, this experience had completely overturned that notion. Perhaps it was due to his possession of Majin Buu's physique. Or perhaps it was a consequence of being a transmigrator. Regardless, this time, he had truly succeeded. A wave of joy washed over Li Feng as he contemplated that transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level would be no challenge at all. Upon becoming a golden great ape, his strength had amplified tenfold. While this might have held some significance in the early stages of Dragon Ball Z, it was hardly noteworthy for Li Feng in his current state. Meanwhile, Bulma, observing Li Feng's transformation into the golden great ape, felt a surge of fear, apprehensive that the ape might suddenly go berserk. "Hey, Li Feng." Bulma waved her hand, signaling him. She wanted to ascertain whether he had lost consciousness. If so, she would promptly deactivate the artificial moon. The golden great ape turned to Bulma, nodding to indicate that he had retained his awareness, which greatly relieved her. Now, the next step was to transform into a Super Saiyan while in this great ape state, Li Feng mused. With a mighty roar, the great ape unleashed a golden aura that surged forth. During the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Li Feng's body began to gradually shrink. His power surged like an unfathomable ocean, boundless and deep. If, during his earlier transformation into a Super Saiyan, he felt capable of shattering a planet with ease, then at this moment, a mere flick of his hand could obliterate an entire nebula. Such strength profoundly astonished Li Feng. However, his transformation was not merely a shift in power. Even his appearance began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Li Feng's original clothing had vanished without a trace. To his astonishment, a dense layer of crimson short hair sprouted from his upper body, resembling a vibrant red sweater. Simultaneously, the tail that had always coiled around his waist transformed into a brilliant shade of red. Most striking was his golden hair, which had previously cascaded down to his waist, now shortened into a voluminous black mane that framed his shoulders. Surrounding his eyes were blood-red shadows, and this incarnation of Li Feng exuded an essence of primal authenticity. Yet, beneath this guise, his combat prowess had escalated to a terrifying level, rivaling even the might of a Super Saiyan god, if not surpassing it. How incredibly handsome! Bulma gazed at Li Feng in his current form, momentarily entranced by his alluring and commanding appearance. "My power is such that even dozens of Majin Buu would stand no chance against me." Li Feng marveled at his own hands. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through his body, and mused to himself, "It seems I can stride through the Dragon Ball Z world with unparalleled confidence." He felt an exhilarating sense of dominion over everything around him. Chapter 57. The Emergence of Kale Drink. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, a blood-red figure was engaged in relentless training. His aura radiated a sinister crimson hue, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. And each of his strikes unleashed astonishing power. This was Li Feng in the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. After 2 months of rigorous training, he found himself increasingly adept. Initially reliant on an artificial moon, he had now completely liberated himself from that constraint, able to transform into the 4th stage of Super Saiyan at will. Moreover, it must be noted that upon achieving the 4th stage, it seemed he had broken through a significant barrier, resulting in a formidable increase in his combat power, now reaching an astounding 500 million. In summary, Li Feng's current state could be described as nothing short of extraordinary. He was immensely satisfied with this transformation. The enhancement of his strength bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of ease, and the tasks assigned by the system were remarkably straightforward. What, then, could possibly be a cause for concern? Li Feng retracted his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage and stood still, having attained a more formidable state. Nonetheless, he yearned to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd stage, which had previously eluded him, despite having achieved a more powerful form. The inability to transform into Super Saiyan third stage left him with an unsettling sense of dissatisfaction. Li Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 enveloped by arcs of blue electricity. At this moment, Li Feng's second stage of Super Saiyan was equally formidable, closely tied to his exceptional combat prowess in his normal state. Li Feng once again unleashed an overwhelming aura, a torrent of energy swirling around him. And at this moment, he felt the proximity of the Super Saiyan third stage. With a roar, the intensity of his energy output surged, and Li Feng's presence began to transform. The azure arcs of electricity surrounding him intensified, signifying a qualitative leap in his power compared to the Super Saiyan second stage. As the golden light dissipated, a new Li Feng emerged, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and within his pale green irises, an additional layer of verdant pupils appeared. His gaze was piercing, his expression fierce, reminiscent of Piccolo, with a few golden strands framing his forehead. Humph! Is this the Super Saiyan 3? A wicked smile curved upon Li Feng's lips, for one who had already mastered Super Saiyan 4. This form was merely a fade. He felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. After all, this was a standard 400-fold increase, with Li Feng's current base power. Transforming into Super Saiyan third stage bestowed upon him a staggering 200 billion in strength. Even without resorting to Super Saiyan 4, he could vanquish all in Dragon Ball Z, though facing Majin Buu might pose a challenge. Hey, are you my brother? A timid voice interrupted Li Feng's reverie from behind. Turning, he beheld Kair, who had just exited the gravity training chamber. Indeed. Kair, what do you think of my current form? Li Feng replied with a mischievous smile. It's quite sinister, incredibly imposing. So handsome, Kair exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Feng's prowess had undeniably grown stronger, and during her training, she had sensed an aura even more formidable than the one he currently exhibited. Ha! Li Feng laughed heartily, reverting to his normal state, his gaze fixed on Kair, who now emanated an aura that had transformed dramatically since before. By the way, Kair, how much gravity have you overcome now? Brother, I have conquered 300 times the gravity. I feel my strength has significantly increased, yet I still cannot match you. A hint of newfound confidence surfaced on Kair's timid face, a testament to her burgeoning power. 300 times? That's quite impressive. Now, show me your energy, Li Feng urged, eager to witness the extent of Kair's growth over the past 2 months. Nodding, Kair began to unleash her energy. An endless wave of energy surged forth, a magnificent aura soaring into the sky, causing the surrounding air to grow hot and restless. Hiss! Finally, Kair completed her surge, staring incredulously at her own hands. Is this truly my power? She marveled, feeling as though even the captain of the defense force would be no match for her. She had never anticipated the gravity training chamber's effects would be so profound. Excellent. Your base combat power has now reached approximately 20 million. Li Feng praised her warmly. Although he was not well versed in the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, he harbored some concerns regarding whether Kair might lose control upon achieving that form. Very well, Kair, what you need to do now is to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Feng instantly transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, his golden aura flickering fiercely. Brother, how can I transform? Kale inquired, her anticipation palpable. If she could achieve this transformation, she would be able to fight alongside Li Feng without being a burden. In Dragon Ball Super, Kale had seemingly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan through Goku's anger, but at that moment, she had no means to provoke such a fury within herself. Thus, she could only attempt the transformation method of the ordinary Super Saiyan from Universe 6. Concentrate your energy at your back, Li Feng instructed. Kale nodded and clenched her fists, attempting to gather all her energy behind her. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Kale, and the surrounding air grew oppressively heavy, as though something formidable was about to descend. Li Feng nodded, recognizing that this method was indeed feasible. However, just as Li Feng anticipated that Kale was on the verge of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, the energy she had just unleashed swiftly diminished. Kale shook her head despondently and said, I'm sorry, brother, I've disappointed you. Don't worry, Kale. Keep trying. I believe in you, Li Feng reassured her. From her initial attempt, he was confident that she could transform. It was merely a matter of time, and there was no need for anger. Mastering the method was all that was required. Chapter 58. Mastering the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Thank you, brother. Kale beamed at Li Feng's encouraging words, for no one had ever praised her so before. With renewed determination, she gathered her energy once more, channeling it to her back. In an instant, an immense power erupted from her being. Kale was enveloped in a soft green aura, her eyes radiating a vibrant green, and her hair stood upright, shimmering with a lustrous glow. Kale had successfully transformed. But Li Feng harbored concerns about her losing control. The so-called legendary Super Saiyan was distinct from the ordinary variant. It referred to a Super Saiyan that appeared only once every 1,000 years, endowed with immense combat strength from birth, which would escalate rapidly with age. However, this overwhelming increase in power often rendered them incapable of controlling their strength, leading to bloodthirsty, frenzied behavior, an archetype exemplified by Broly. With a fierce roar, Kale clutched her head with both hands, her expression a mixture of struggle and ferocity, as if she were desperately trying to suppress her bloodlust, enduring visible pain. The fact that Kale could subconsciously restrain her berserk state after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan was commendable. Li Feng observed her, assured that as long as Kale maintained this awareness, she would eventually master this newfound power through practice, even if she failed this time. Yet, despite her awareness, the next moment was overtaken by a surge of rage. Her eyes, filled with a terrifying intensity, eclipsed her conscious self, leaving only the primal instinct to battle. Like a wild beast unleashed, Kale charged toward Li Feng, embodying the instinct of the legendary Super Saiyan. Once they succumbed to madness, all that remained was the thirst for combat. Li Feng helplessly waved his hand, realizing that this time, the only solution was to render her unconscious. Drink up. Li Feng instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, with blue arcs of electricity crackling around him. Judging by the overwhelming aura, it was evident that Kale was even stronger than Broly from earlier. Naturally, Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 form was also more formidable than during his previous battle with Broly. Boom. Kale extended her hand, and a massive energy sphere rapidly coalesced, radiating an aura of explosive power. It surged towards Li Feng like an unstoppable projectile. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes. After a prolonged period devoid of combat within the confines of the time chamber, he felt invigorated by the sight of Kale, who radiated an overwhelming battle spirit. It was the perfect moment. In an instant, a magical flash erupted forth, infused with explosive energy, sweeping toward Kale's energy blasts like a torrential wave. The collision of the two energy orbs resounded like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire realm of the time chamber. The stark contrast between the white, misty landscape and the billowing smoke was striking. Fortunately, during this interval, Bulma was absent from the time chamber, as she had expressed concerns about aging within its confines. After all, a single day outside equated to a year inside. Thus, Li Feng was free to unleash his full combat potential. In the next moment, Kale's figure abruptly materialized before Li Feng, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. The impact reverberated through the air as their fists collided, causing the very fabric of space to shudder. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan possessed immense strength. Bring it on, Li Feng exclaimed, exhilarated. With this punch, his innate battle instincts surged forth, igniting his fervor. The rapid exchange of blows sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, each collision causing the air to erupt violently. Kale, akin to a ferocious beast, grew more exhilarated with each strike, seemingly becoming stronger as the battle progressed. Meanwhile, Li Feng, in his Super Saiyan second stage, boasted a combat strength of 50 billion, allowing him to maintain a commanding presence in the fight. However, he was taken aback to discover that the fabled Super Saiyan could indeed become increasingly formidable during combat, albeit the growth was not overly pronounced. Gradually, Kale accumulated numerous injuries. Yet her momentum showed no signs of waning. Rather, she appeared to thrive on the battle, her power seemingly inexhaustible, growing with every exchange. The next clash of energy blasts erupted with a thunderous roar, forcing Kale to stagger backward. It's time to end this, Kale, Li Feng declared, having nearly exhausted his own combat efforts. Yet, Kale seemed unwilling to conclude the confrontation, her legendary Super Saiyan instincts compelling her to continue fighting despite her injuries. Cyclone Fist. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy enveloped Li Feng's arm, gradually coalescing into a sphere of energy brimming with a sharp, menacing aura. Meanwhile, Kale sensed the threat posed by Li Feng's technique. The powerful currents of air around her began to converge above her, ultimately forming an immense orb of energy. Observing Kale's maneuver, Li Feng was filled with bewilderment. Could this technique truly be the legendary exclusive of the Super Saiyan? The energy orb in Li Feng's hand shot forth with tremendous force, akin to a dragon surging from the sea. unstoppable in its might. Meanwhile, Kale's colossal energy orb surged forth like a tempest, overwhelming in its approach. With a thunderous roar, a formidable mushroom cloud erupted into the sky within the boundless expanse of the ethereal time realm. Yet, Li Feng's tornado fist showed no sign of abating. As the residual force swept relentlessly towards Kale, the ground trembled ominously. Kale's figure was instantly engulfed in the swirling dust and debris. As the haze cleared, Kale was seen to have returned to her original stature. Noticing this, Li Feng hastily approached and offered her a celestial being. In an instant, the wounds on Kale's body vanished, and her depleted energy was fully restored. As Kale opened her enchanting eyes, she beheld the familiar visage of Li Feng's. And with a hint of guilt, she smiled and said, "Brother, did I just?" Though consumed by fury during the battle, fragments of memory lingered upon her awakening, leaving her with the awareness that she had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Li Feng. Li Feng smiled and said, "It's all right. You just need to slowly master this power." Kai nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 59. The Crisis on Earth on Baozi Mountain. A man clad in orange was diligently training when suddenly his expression shifted as he gazed at the sky. Although the heavens appeared empty, his astonishment was evident. What an overwhelming aura! And it feels so malevolent. The man's face turned pale as he murmured to himself, "This presence is incomparably stronger than Li Feng's." "Dad, that aura." A young boy seemed to sense something as he rushed outside in alarm. The man in orange nodded, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "It seems, Gohan, we may face a daunting battle this time. This aura sends shivers down my spine." These two were none other than Son Goku and his son, Son Gohan. Gohan was taken aback, realizing that his father had never before expressed such fear. He usually thrived on encounters with strong opponents. It was clear this time that the enemy was formidable. "Let us set off," Gohan said, clenching his fists resolutely. "Yes." Goku pondered briefly before nodding. After all, without attempting, there was no hope at all. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, two beams of light shot off into the distance. Meanwhile, in West City, inside Bulma's home, a haughty man was training vigorously in a gravity chamber when he too sensed something shocking. What an evil aura. "Hey, Vegeta, can't you spare some time for me amidst your daily training?" A girl complained, slightly displeased. The girl had long, beautiful golden hair, adorned with a large, soft purple hat, and a stylish red dress that accentuated her delicate figure. A pearl necklace around her neck indicated her affluent background. She was none other than Tai's, Bulma's sister, a novelist who had encountered Vegeta during her travels in the universe and returned to Earth with him. "Humph, enough with the chatter," Vegeta retorted. Though the gravity of the situation did not escape him, he had thought that after transcending to Super Saiyan, he had surpassed Goku and Li Feng. But in the face of this terrifying presence, he realized how naive he had been. Seeing Vegeta's serious demeanor, Tai's asked, "Is there something significant happening?" "There is a powerful enemy," Vegeta declared, immediately utilizing his flight technique to soar into the distance, leaving Tai's fuming in frustration. "Damn Vegeta, why won't he take me along?" Simultaneously, the Z fighters across various locations felt the terrifying aura. Though frightened, none hesitated to fly toward the source of the energy. Deciding it was better to fight than wait for doom, perhaps there was still a chance for a turnaround. "Hey, Vegeta, you've made it. It seems you've grown considerably stronger." Goku greeted as he had already arrived. Vegeta smirked at Goku, saying, "Of course. With my current strength, I have surpassed you, Kakarot." Despite his bravado, Vegeta's gaze occasionally flicked toward the sky, for the malevolent aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. Soon, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shan arrived. "Uncle Piccolo, you're here too." Gohan greeted the group. Vegeta glanced at them disdainfully. "Humph, those without strength should not come here to hold us back." He scoffed, as if he were the center of attention. "Humph, Vegeta, your arrogance is quite remarkable," Piccolo retorted, unable to tolerate Vegeta's attitude. A smirk crossed Vegeta's lips as he replied, "Soon you will see who the true strongest Super Saiyan is." Ever since he resumed his training, he had become increasingly arrogant. "Humph, I look forward to it," Piccolo replied coldly, arms crossed. "Goku, has Li Feng not arrived?" Krillin asked, noticing Li Feng's absence. He understood Li Feng's prowess. Even Goku was no match for him. And with Li Feng present, everything would surely be fine. Goku scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen him since our last encounter." "Humph. I advise you not to rely on him to solve our problems. He has ventured off into the universe. So we must rely on ourselves, or rather, on me, Vegeta." Vegeta proclaimed boastfully. "Goku, do you have confidence?" Krillin inquired. as Goku had always been their savior. Honestly, this time the enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations, so I have no confidence at all, Goku admitted, yet his fighting spirit surged. The thought of facing such powerful foes excited him. Oh no, this time it may truly be the end, Krillin lamented. Overwhelmed with despair at the notion of Li Feng's absence and Goku's lack of assurance, all while contemplating his own unmarried status, filling him with hopelessness. At that moment, outside Earth's atmosphere, a massive spaceship was slowly approaching. Lord Broly, we are nearing Earth. Shall we enter its atmosphere? Gula said, pointing toward the stunning blue planet ahead. Broly crossed his arms and declared, Earth, I am eager to witness the strength of these ordinary Saiyans. I hope they do not disappoint me. His eyes glinted with malevolence. As he intended to begin his conquest of the universe from Earth, and he felt an impatient yearning. Broly was confident in his power. Once he made his move, none could stand against him. Meanwhile, Gula seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Broly to shreds. This was his spaceship, yet he found himself dutifully serving Broly, vowing not to let him seize the opportunity. Full speed ahead, Broly commanded with a wave of his hand. Goku furrowed his brow, looking skyward, and said, They are coming. Instantly, the atmosphere turned serious as everyone present felt the weight of the situation. This terrifying aura was unlike anything they had faced even against Frieza, leaving them uncertain of their survival in the impending battle. Chapter 60, Vegeta takes the stage. A colossal spaceship descended to the ground, prompting the warriors to adopt a grave demeanor as they observed it. It bore an unsettling resemblance to Frieza's ship. Bang! The spaceship's door swung open, and a horde of extraterrestrial beings emerged, followed by a figure reminiscent of Frieza. Frieza? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Kakarot, that is not Frieza. Just look at his coloration. Vegeta gritted his teeth while eyeing Gula. Upon examining Gula's color, Goku confirmed he was not Frieza, but the resemblance was alarming, suggesting he was likely no ally. Meanwhile, Gohan and Piccolo sensed a far greater threat. The aura they detected was not limited to this one presence, for another was far more terrifying. The sense of oppression was almost suffocating. Bang! Bang! A towering figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, none other than Broly. Oh, so you are all here, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Broly surveyed the crowd, a sinister grin spreading across his face. What? How do you know our names? You appear to be a Saiyan as well, Goku exclaimed, pointing at Broly. Ha ha ha, of course, I am a Saiyan, and I am exponentially stronger than any of you. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, appearing only once in a millennium, Broly declared boastfully. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's complexion paled at this revelation. Vegeta, what is the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku inquired, perplexed. Vegeta responded gravely. In Saiyan history, the strongest warrior in the universe emerges every 1,000 years, bloodthirsty, ferocious, and possessing terrifying combat power. This is what the legends speak of. Unlike ordinary Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan's power escalates with age, and it increases during battle. As Vegeta felt the innate pressure emanating from Broly, he knew there was no mistake. What brings you here? Goku asked, pointing at Broly. Haha, my purpose? Naturally, to conquer Earth first, and then to dominate the universe. So, Goku, Vegeta, are you interested in becoming my subordinates? Broly chuckled, reveling in his own arrogance. Haha, it seems an inevitable battle awaits. Goku managed a strained smile, enduring the oppressive atmosphere. Even if you are the legendary Super Saiyan, it doesn't change the fact that you cannot defeat me, the great Vegeta. Vegeta shouted defiantly, suppressing his own unease. Oh, Vegeta? Ha ha ha, to deal with you, I need not lift a finger. Let this freezer demon handle you. Broly glanced at Cooler, indicating him. Easy enough. A smirk played on Cooler's lips. Though he despised Broly, the prospect of tormenting these Saiyans was appealing. If he could not defeat Broly, surely he could overpower these Saiyans. Broly crossed his arms, intrigued by the unfolding events. He was eager to witness the current strength of these warriors and noticed that Goku seemed significantly weaker than before. Had he concealed his true power? Broly had previously witnessed their battle on New Vegeta, where Goku's displayed strength had defeated Broly's original form, leading to the present situation. Little did Broly realize that the Goku before him was not the same as the one he had encountered earlier. His curiosity remained piqued. Haha, you must be the ones who killed my foolish brother, Frieza. Cooler stepped forward, his aura equally terrifying. Let me handle this, Goku declared, excitement bubbling within him. His warrior spirit was ever eager for a challenge. Enough chatter, Kakarot. I wasn't he the one to personally slay Frieza, so I will take care of this one myself. Do not interfere. Vegeta grit his teeth, resolute. Seeing Vegeta's determination, Goku refrained from interjecting, instead observing Broly, who exuded an aura of boundless energy. If a battle ensued, the Earth itself might be at risk. Dad, that Broly feels incredibly powerful, Gohan said, trembling slightly as he looked at Goku. Goku nodded in silence, acknowledging the weight of the situation. Meanwhile, the battle between Cooler and Vegeta was about to commence. Haha, you must be the Prince Vegeta who once served under my brother, right? What's the matter? Feeling quite formidable now, Cooler relished the opportunity to belittle Vegeta before engaging him in combat. Haha, you are unaware, Cooler, that I, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. With a mighty shout, Vegeta unleashed his power, transforming into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. The golden energy radiated fiercely around him, a formidable presence. When did Vegeta acquire the ability to become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo remarked, astonished. To Goku, it was a given. With Vegeta's prideful nature, how could he possibly allow himself to lag behind? Haha, it's merely a change of color. Ultimately, you are still just a Saiyan monkey. Cooler scoffed disdainfully at Vegeta's transformation, having witnessed the legendary strength of Broly. Stop underestimating me. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta roared, charging at Cooler. Boom. The two exchanged powerful blows, both momentarily staggered by the other's strength. I didn't expect this Saiyan monkey to possess some strength, but alas. You are still no match for me. Cooler sneered maliciously. You're asking for it. Vegeta, undeterred by Cooler's taunts, charged at him once more. Bang, bang. Instantly, the two engaged in a flurry of punches, the intense sounds of battle echoing around them. Uncle Vegeta is amazing, Gohan exclaimed, watching the clash unfold. Chapter 61. The death of Cooler. It appeared Vegeta had been diligently training, nearly catching up to Goku. Goku observed the fierce battle. Noting how Vegeta's speed and strength had dramatically increased, he was far stronger than depicted in the original tale, effortlessly holding his own against Cooler, who was in his fourth transformation. Cooler, taken aback, pondered whether these Saiyans were truly his natural enemies. How could an ordinary Saiyan contend with him? Had he been out of touch with the times? Haha, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Cooler, is not so impressive. Vegeta's enthusiasm surged as he fought, relishing the opportunity to assert himself against the Freezer demon race, who had long been a thorn in his side. Boom. Bang. The intensity of their battle stirred the very air around them, as if it might explode at any moment. Such power. Truly, Vegeta is remarkable, Krillin observed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. The more formidable Vegeta appeared, the greater their chances of survival became. Bang. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Vegeta landed a powerful punch on Cooler. Cooler's expression changed as he was sent hurtling away, crashing into a distant hillside, leaving it riddled with cracks. Vegeta provided no respite for Gula. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, launching a fierce kick. However, just as Vegeta aimed to strike, Gula swiftly grinned, seizing Vegeta's foot with both hands. What? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that Gula could react so quickly. Gula yanked on Vegeta's leg, forcefully flinging him away. It should be noted that the Frost Demons are not to be trifled with. Death Beam. Gula unleashed a devastating beam toward the airborne Vegeta. Furious, Vegeta thought. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. I cannot be defeated. With a mighty shout, he stabilized himself and countered with an energy blast that collided fiercely with Gula's death beam. The ensuing explosion reverberated. Gula was equally surprised that Vegeta could react so swiftly. Narrowing his eyes, Gula appeared before Vegeta once more, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. Boom. The two clashed again, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. Vegeta unleashed his full energy, delivering punch after punch, each strike sending vibrations through Gula's hands, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. Could it be that all Saiyans are demons? How could my formerly unremarkable brother's companion be so formidable? Bam. Bam. Gula endured dozens of Vegeta's blows, the injuries on his body accumulating. Boom. Once more, Gula was sent flying, now appearing quite disheveled, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, Damn Saiyan monkey, perish. With that, dark energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a massive black energy sphere. With a fierce glare at Vegeta, he unleashed it, intent on ensuring Vegeta's demise. Planet Destruction Sphere. Roaring, Vegeta retorted, Is this how you Frost Demons operate? Resorting to such tactics when you cannot win? unperturbed. Vegeta swiftly gathered energy in his hands. Power cannon, he shouted, launching an energy ball. The two energy spheres collided, triggering a tremendous explosion. Gula's expression shifted drastically as Vegeta's attack partially pierced through his planet destruction sphere, hurtling toward him with relentless force. Yet, it was too late for Gula to defend himself. Boom. His body was struck like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Gulp. Gula's face turned pale, gasping for breath, utterly defeated. Truly, Vegeta is formidable. Goku observed Gula's defeat with joy, though he had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing Gula's downfall, Broly's face darkened with murderous intent as he remarked, "What a useless fool. Now, you shall die." With a swift motion, he extended his hand, creating a powerful force that pulled Gula towards him. Gula, filled with dread, found himself unable to resist. The being before him was a terror far beyond mere demons. In an instant, Broly had grasped Gula by the throat. His menacing gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. To Broly, a useless being had no place in this world. Gula's eyes widened in panic. "Lord Broly, you..." But before he could finish, Broly snapped Gula's neck and tossed him into the sky, where a colossal energy sphere descended upon him. Gula's body was engulfed in the explosion. Boom. Thus fell Gula, the once mighty cosmic emperor. Krillin and the others were horrified by Broly's ruthlessness, shocked that he would not spare even his own subordinate. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku remained on high alert. Gula's demise meant they could be next. After slaying Gula, Broly turned his gaze towards Goku and the others, casually stating, "You might as well join forces. I would not mind eliminating a few more." Broly's words were both arrogant and realistic. His power was unmatched, while Goku and his allies were merely ordinary Super Saiyans, unable to contend with the legendary Super Saiyan. "Damn it, Kakarot, it seems we must fight together." Vegeta gritted his teeth against the oppressive aura. "Indeed, this foe cannot be faced alone," Goku replied, his face pale and his expression grave as he regarded Broly. This being was truly terrifying. "Yes, let us unite." At that moment, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others stood together, their resolve unwavering despite their lesser strength. Chapter 62. The Terrifying Power of Broly. With a mighty roar, Goku enveloped himself in golden energy, his immense aura soaring into the heavens. Yet, despite this display, he remained wary. Broly's presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Broly, surveying them with a contemptuous gaze, reveled in his superiority, feeling as though he were the true ruler of the world. "Now, behold the transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan." Broly smirked, and the ground trembled beneath him. Winds surged around Broly, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. What? How can he be so powerful? The once proud Vegeta felt an inexplicable fear. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Can they prevail? Once brimming with confidence, Vegeta now felt a shiver of trepidation in the face of Broly's might. The sentiments of everyone present echoed this sentiment. Gritting his teeth, Broly's energy swelled even more magnificently than Goku's transformation, radiating an ancient and terrifying aura. Surrounded by a greenish energy, Broly resembled a god of destruction, exuding an aura that was utterly unapproachable. His fierce eyes scanned the crowd, akin to a beast eyeing its prey, brimming with lethal intent. "Haha, do you see this? This is the form of the legendary Super Saiyan. If you know what is good for you, surrender to me, or today shall mark your demise." Broly ascended into the air, adopting a commanding posture, truly believing himself to be the master of the world. Indeed, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. A profound sense of dread washed over Goku as he coldly regarded Broly, forcing a pained smile, yet his eyes ignited with fierce resolve. "Here I come," Goku shouted, charging at Broly with a powerful punch. Vegeta followed suit, unleashing a brilliant golden light. "We shall fight together." Gohan and Krillin charged forward with the others. "Haha, I never expected you insignificant insects would dare resist. Very well, then, perish." Broly's cruel grin vanished in an instant as he sprang into action. With one massive hand, he effortlessly caught Vegeta's fierce strike midair, while his other palm intercepted Goku's powerful punch, rendering both warriors immobile. In the next moment, their bodies were sent hurtling backward like ragdolls, crashing violently into the mountainside with an earth-shattering impact that sent dust and debris flying as the terrain fractured beneath them. Undeterred, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, Piccolo, and Yamcha launched their assault. Yet Broly didn't even blink, swatting them aside with a single contemptuous backhand as though dispatching bothersome flies. Their bodies scattered like cannonballs in all directions, the sheer casualness of the blow underscoring the vast gulf in power between them. "Damn it!" Goku roared, his fighting spirit flaring anew. Retreat was never an option. Clashing with formidable opponents was the very essence of his being. Surging upward, his eyes narrowed with focus as he rocketed toward Broly once more. Goku. Perfect timing. Show me that power from our last battle. Broly sneered, his bloodthirsty grin widening. The memory of their previous encounter remained vivid, stirring his anticipation. Goku materialized before him in an instant, unleashing a blistering barrage of punches, each strike faster and more devastating than the last. Is this all you've got? Pathetic. Broly scoffed, effortlessly deflecting every attack as though swatting away gnats. With a sudden motion, his massive hand clamped onto Goku's skull, slamming him face first into the ground with bone-jarring force before dragging him across the terrain, carving a trench through solid rock. Though Goku struggled with all his Super Saiyan might, Broly's grip remained unshakable. Boom. An energy blast struck Broly's back, the slight sting of heat eliciting a frown. How dare they ambush him? Releasing Goku, he turned to see Vegeta hovering midair, chest heaving with exertion. You freak. Only I, Prince Vegeta, have the right to defeat Kakarot. Who do you think you are? TCH. Still running your mouth even now? Broly's lips curled in amusement. This fool truly had a death wish. In a blur, he vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta with a devastating punch that launched the Saiyan Prince like a loosed arrow, his body cratering the earth upon impact in an explosion of dust and fractured stone. Bastard. Masenko, huh? Gohan, now back on his feet, unleashed his signature attack. Kamehameha. Tri Beam. Spirit Ball. The warriors coordinated their ultimate techniques, their combined energy swirling into a colossal sphere of destruction that blotted out the sky as it barreled toward Broly. Oh? Still alive, insects? Broly chuckled, standing motionless as the cataclysmic blast engulfed him in a deafening detonation that sent a mushroom cloud of smoke spiraling into the heavens. Did we get him? Krillin ventured, hope flickering in his voice. No, this won't even scratch him, Piccolo muttered grimly, his eyes locked on the dissipating smoke. Gohan swallowed hard. He's coming. The towering figure emerged unscathed, brushing off the attack as one might dismiss a light breeze. That tickled. Chapter 63. The Three Super Saiyans Impossible. Tien's voice cracked with disbelief. Their full-powered assault hadn't left a single mark. What hope did they have against such a monster? Ha. Your persistence amuses me, Broly sneered. But I've always despised this trope. Weaklings throwing themselves at an immovable force. His crimson gaze locked onto Gohan. They say your potential is unmatched. Still can't transform, can you? Let me motivate you. Before anyone could react, Broly's hand shot out, an invisible force yanking Piccolo toward him like a puppet on strings. Piccolo! Gohan screamed, unleashing a frantic volley of ki blasts that harmlessly dissipated against Broly's skin. The Demon King now dangled from Broly's grip, his throat clamped in an iron vise. Show me your rage, Gohan, Broly taunted, savoring the horror dawning on the boy's face. Let him go. Gohan's voice shattered with fury. Piccolo wasn't just a mentor, he was family. A sickening crack echoed across the battlefield. Broly discarded Piccolo's limp form like trash before vaporizing it with a casual energy blast, ensuring no regeneration could occur. No. Gohan screamed tore through the air as his body began trembling uncontrollably. Veins bulged across his skin, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks amidst a maelstrom of rising energy. The very atmosphere warped around him, golden flames of ki erupting from his pores as the ground quaked beneath his feet. Broly's grin stretched ear to ear. Yes. Yes. At last, someone worth my time. Broly gazed at the transformation of Gohan, a smile playing on his lips. At this moment, Gohan's overwhelming fury had infinitely amplified his fighting prowess, surpassing even that of Goku and Vegeta moments ago. Meanwhile, Goku, still on the ground, sensed Gohan's formidable energy and shouted, Gohan, finish him. Show no mercy. You scoundrel. Die. In an instant, Gohan moved, appearing before Broly, and delivered a devastating punch to his chest. With a resounding thud, Broly was propelled backward. As Gohan's speed and strength were formidable, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Broly. Each blow landed with the relentless force of a blacksmith forging iron. Unstoppable. Boom. An energy blast struck Broly directly, sending him hurtling into the mountains. Yet, this was only the beginning. Gohan's wrath was far from quelled. Huh, he roared, channeling his energy into a series of energy blasts that rained down upon Broly like a torrential storm. The ground trembled beneath the immense mushroom cloud that erupted into the sky, shaking the very earth. Is it successful? Krillin gasped, watching the explosion, believing Broly to be vanquished within. But no, Broly's aura remained unperturbed, unwavering in its intensity. At this moment, Goku soared into the air, a grave expression upon his face. Damn it! How could that scoundrel leave Prince Vegeta in such a dire state? Vegeta also ascended, though both Goku and Vegeta bore their own injuries. They could not afford to dwell on their pain, for Broly was still alive. Gohan, enveloped in a golden aura, radiated uncontainable fury. Haha, this feels exhilarating. Broly's voice emerged from the smoke, wild and untamed, instilling fear in all who heard it. He did not evade Gohan's assault. Rather, he sought to gauge the extent of Gohan's furious strength. As the smoke cleared, while Broly appeared disheveled, his energy remained undiminished. Excellent. Truly worthy of Gohan. Alas, you faced the legendary Super Saiyan, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Haha. Upon witnessing Broly's lack of injuries, Gohan's anger intensified. You vile creature. Die. With that, he vanished once more, intent on striking again. Let's go, Vegeta. Goku bellowed, charging at Broly. TCH. Vegeta spat, unleashing his energy as he joined the fray against Broly. Boom, boom, boom. The trio of Super Saiyans attacked with astounding speed, each punch more powerful than the last, though it is said that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. This adage failed to hold true against Broly, who effortlessly blocked their combined onslaught. Damn it! Gohan began to regain his composure amid his boundless fury. Realizing the true strength of Broly, could 3 Super Saiyans truly be powerless against him? Damn it! Even if we cannot be of much help, we shall fight, Tien shouted. Surging forward, the 6 warriors united, surrounding Broly, yet he remained unfazed, displaying remarkable composure in the face of their numbers. Haha, what a thrill! The sensation of being besieged by so many. Broly chuckled wickedly as if their attacks were mere tickles. Chapter 64. Ultimate Move. Spirit Bomb. These 6 warriors were the pinnacle of Earth's fighting power at this stage. If they could not stop Broly, then Earth was truly doomed. Yet, even against the combined might of the strongest 6, Broly remained unfazed, as if he possessed boundless strength. Humph, is this all the power you possess? How utterly disappointing. Broly scoffed, and in an instant, a massive energy sphere erupted from him. Boom. The 6 were violently thrown back. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, being the weakest, crashed to the ground with tremendous force. Only Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta managed to steady themselves. Damn it! Is the legendary Super Saiyan truly this powerful? Vegeta glared at Broly, fury boiling within him. Damn it! Roar! Gohan shouted, his energy erupting once more, disregarding his injuries as he charged at Broly. Damn it! We must fight! Goku echoed, launching himself at Broly once again. Boom! 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 The 3 encircled Broly once more, unleashing a barrage of techniques, determined to obliterate him. Haha! Useless ordinary Saiyans. How could you ever hope to compare to me? Broly laughed heartily. With a single punch, he struck Gohan, sending him plummeting. Then, he kicked Vegeta, launching him like a cannonball. Broly seized Goku by the leg, swinging him around before hurling him to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered once more. Cough! Cough! Goku spat blood, his face pale and gasping for breath. He was nearing exhaustion, while Broly appeared entirely unfazed. Cough! I have no choice but to use that technique. Goku murmured to himself, shakily rising to his feet. The Spirit Bomb, Goku's ultimate technique, was his last resort. If this failed, their fate would be sealed. The Spirit Bomb was Goku's most potent attack, devised by the North Kai, requiring him to raise his hands and absorb energy from all living beings to form a colossal energy sphere to strike his foe. The more malevolent the opponent's heart, the greater the bomb's power, capable of leaving them utterly obliterated. Cough! Goku gasped for air, then soared into the sky, raising his hands as if gathering energy. Humph! So, you intend to use the Spirit Bomb? Let me witness the full might of your most powerful attack. Unlike typical villains, Broly was supremely confident in his strength. After all this time, he had yet to unleash even the second transformation of the legendary Super Saiyan, leaving him unafraid of the famed Spirit Bomb. Broly crossed his arms, disdain etched on his face, as if in that moment, he were the true protagonist of this world, invincible. World, I implore you, bestow upon me your energy. Earth is in peril. Goku panted, eyes closed. At that moment, energy began to emanate from the people of Earth, flowing toward Goku. From oceans, land, forests, mountains, animals, and plants, an abundance of energy surged forth. A tempestuous wave surged forth. Crackle, bang, With both hands raised, Sun Wukong gradually conjured a colossal energy ball, intermittently flickering with arcs of lightning. The pristine white energy orb emanated an aura of purity, harboring a terrifying force, as if all the malevolence in the world would dissipate before its might. Go for it, Wukong. Krillin, gritting his teeth against the pain, urged as he gazed at Sun Wukong gathering energy. However, he felt powerless to assist. In that moment, he lifted his hand towards Sun Wukong, channeling every last vestige of his strength into him. Damn it, Kakarot. This is my power. Vegeta struggled to transmit his remaining energy to Sun Wukong. Father, give it your all, shouted Gohan, raising his hand to lend his final strength to Sun Wukong. Similarly, Tien and Yamcha followed suit, each extending their hands to transfer their remaining energy to Wukong. As their energies converged upon him, Sun Wukong's eyes flew open, shimmering with radiance. With a mighty blow, he unleashed the enormous energy ball, hurtling towards Broly like a meteor colliding with Earth. Just in time. Let me see how formidable your so-called ultimate move truly is. Broly, far from intimidated, felt exhilarated, his legendary Super Saiyan blood coursing through him, ablaze with fervor. Broly erupted with energy once more, summoning a multitude of energy streams that swiftly coalesced into a massive energy orb above him. The formidable energy ball was propelled forth by Broly. The two colossal orbs collided, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding radiance, obscuring all vision. To Broly's astonishment, the energy ball he had previously underestimated now revealed a strength that left him in awe. What? Broly was taken aback. He had just unleashed the full force of the legendary Super Saiyan's first stage. Yet how could this be? The energy ball relentlessly overpowered his own, advancing towards him with unyielding force. Damn it, must I truly resort to the second stage? Broly was shocked, realizing that the energy ball indeed possessed the capacity for extraordinary combat prowess. Broly instantly gathered a tremendous amount of energy, pushing against the energy ball. The colossal energy orb gradually consumed Broly's form. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted, shrouding the area in dust, rendering visibility non-existent. The sound of a powerful explosion resonated through the air. Chapter 65. Li Feng arrives, suspected transcender. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong, utterly exhausted, gasped for breath, a strained smile adorning his face as he gazed ahead. Cough, cough. This should have worked, right? At that moment, he had no strength left. Should another enemy emerge, he would surely be the one to suffer. What? Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. A sinister, overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon the land, far more potent than before. Sun Wukong, your energy ball is nothing but a trifle. Broly's voice, devilish in nature, echoed in Sun Wukong's ears, causing fear to wash over him instantly. Is this monster before me real? Staring in disbelief, he beheld Broly standing unscathed, though he bore slight wounds. Broly's aura had amplified exponentially. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity danced around Broly, and his green aura blazed like an uncontrollable inferno, exuding dominance. How is this possible? Sun Wukong was stunned. He could hardly fathom that someone could withstand his energy ball without a scratch. One could only say, is he not the protagonist? Your energy ball is indeed formidable. Had I not transcended to the legendary Super Saiyan, I might have perished from your strike. But I have indeed ascended to the second stage of the legendary Super Saiyan, unprecedented. Broly's maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. It seems Earth is truly doomed this time. Sun Wukong uttered with great difficulty, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse, utterly drained of strength. The exhilaration of eliminating the protagonist is thrilling to contemplate. Broly's visage twisted into a cruel expression, reveling in the prospect. Crackle! An energy orb materialized in Broly's palm, pulsating with explosive energy. Farewell, Dragon Ball's protagonist, Sun Wukong. He launched the orb with ferocity, while Sun Wukong, despite his desire to defend himself, lacked the strength to do so. Closing his eyes, he awaited the arrival of death. Boom! An explosion resounded, yet Sun Wukong felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a cloaked woman standing before him. Her aura bore an uncanny resemblance to Broly's. My brother mentioned someone who looks exactly like him. It appears he was not mistaken. The woman in black eyed Broly warily yet addressed Sun Wukong. Upon seeing someone finally intervene against Broly, Sun Wukong sighed in relief. But his body could no longer endure, and he collapsed. Who are you to dare obstruct me? Broly, perturbed by the interruption of his energy orb, voiced his discontent. showing no mercy to those who dared to stand in his way. My mission is to eliminate you. The woman in black replied coldly. Oh, haha, just you? Broly scoffed, relishing the moment. You were indeed impressive to block my attack, but do not presume you can defeat me. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly crossed his arms, exuding arrogance to the utmost, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. If even the protagonist could not contend with him, who else could possibly stand in his way? Coincidentally, I am as well. The woman in black was none other than Kale, who, after over a year of training and enlightenment, had shed her timid demeanor and now radiated an air of aloofness. In an instant, countless energy streams surged forth. Kale's boundless green aura erupting, her entire presence undergoing a dramatic transformation. Boom. Kale enveloped herself in a green aura, fierce and formidable. However, she had yet to reach Broly's level, lacking the crackling energy arcs that accompanied true legendary Super Saiyan status, remaining at the first stage. What? How can this be? How could there be a second legendary Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball universe? Broly was utterly astonished. Although her power did not match his, there was no doubt she embodied the legendary Super Saiyan. This cannot be. The legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years. Who are you? Despite having no pressure in terms of strength, Broly was bewildered, unable to comprehend the emergence of a second legendary Super Saiyan, feeling as though his intelligence was being insulted. However, it is not entirely Broly's fault, for his original timeline is vastly different from the one in which Li Feng resides. He is merely familiar with Dragon Ball Z, having never even heard of Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super. Thus, how could he possibly be aware of the existence of the sixth universe or the legendary Super Saiyan? There are many things you remain oblivious to, Kale remarked coldly. Although she realized that she might not be a match for this individual, Li Feng was nearby, and thus she felt no fear whatsoever. She firmly believed that Li Feng was the truly invincible being, while this person was merely a practice target for her. Not far above, Li Feng observed the unfolding situation, pondering Broly's words with some skepticism. Could there be other travelers? Initially perplexed by Broly's resurrection, he reasoned that such a degree of attack should have been lethal even for someone as formidable as Broly. However, piecing together Broly's statement, Li Feng began to grasp a crucial insight. This individual was undoubtedly a traveler, and he had unleashed Broly's terrifying potential, reaching an unparalleled realm. Had he not attained Super Saiyan 4, he might have faced difficulties, yet now he wielded the power of Super Saiyan 4 at will, instilling him with confidence. Indeed, even the strength of Super Saiyan 3 might suffice. Broly was a threat that could not be allowed to persist. Li Feng contemplated, dismissing the notion of having another traveler. More importantly, Broly's bloodthirsty nature posed a significant danger. While Li Feng did not fear bloodshed, he wished to avoid turning Earth into chaos. In Li Feng's eyes, Broly had already been marked for death, yet there was no immediate need for him to intervene. It was an opportune moment for Kale to experience real combat. With arms crossed, he watched the impending clash between the two. Chapter 66, Legendary Super Saiyan versus Legendary Super Saiyan. No matter where this so-called Legendary Super Saiyan emerged from, before me, Broly, you are utterly insignificant. Broly scoffed, asserting that even if his opponent were indeed a Legendary Super Saiyan, it mattered little since he had already achieved the second stage of this legendary transformation. Kale narrowed her eyes, clenched her fists, and a formidable energy surged around her, propelling her like an arrow released from its bow. Then let us play, Broly declared, his pupils narrowing, exuding arrogance. Boom. Kale's speed was astonishing, and she unleashed a punch imbued with immense force, causing the very air to resonate with a deafening roar. Their fists collided, and while Kale was sent stumbling back several steps, Broly remained rooted in place, unyielding as a mountain. Behold, this is the gap between us, Broly remarked, regarding Kale with indifference. Though Kale was taken aback, her fighting spirit intensified, her Saiyan blood igniting a fervent desire for battle. The golden aura surrounding her did not diminish but swelled further, like flames fed by oil, spiraling out of control. Once more. Kale shouted, charging at Broly again. Broly, too, felt his battle spirit rising. This was becoming interesting, unlike his previous encounters with Goku and others, which had been mere displays of dominance. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed in a flurry of punches, their speed so great that shadows were indistinguishable, and the surrounding space quivered incessantly. Clearly, Broly's origins were extraordinary. as he had achieved such a level in such a short time. Li Feng, arms crossed, observed their duel with a serious demeanor. Rumble! Rumble! The two green auras collided repeatedly, shaking the very earth beneath them, the air crackling with energy. The battle of these two legendary super Saiyans was indeed terrifying. Yet, it became increasingly evident who held the upper hand. While Kale was still at the first stage of her transformation, Broly had already reached the second stage, inflicting considerable damage upon her. Boom! Kale's body was launched like a cannonball, crashing violently into a mountainside, causing it to fracture instantly. Haha, this illustrates the chasm between us. What? Do you still wish to fight? Broly derided, dismissing her as merely an underdeveloped legendary Super Saiyan, one far beneath him. Coughing, Kale emerged from the rubble, taking to the air with a pale complexion, gasping for breath as she glared at Broly, filled with resentment. Damn it! Taste this! She shouted. Countless energy currents swirled around her hands, a torrent of explosive energy radiating with razor-sharp intensity. This was a technique she had learned from Li Feng. The power of a fierce gale, imbued with unyielding force. Broly had witnessed the extent of her strength today. She was no match for him at present. Yet this battle had illuminated the path she ought to pursue. Broly was a legendary Super Saiyan, and so was she. The heights he could achieve were within her grasp, perhaps even surpassing him. Tornado Fist, Kale proclaimed, her aura surging to new heights, the energy between her hands exuding a palpable tremor. If Broly were to withstand this attack, he would either be gravely injured or worse. Sensing the killing intent and the threat embodied in Kale's energy, Broly's disdain began to wane. Above him, an energy orb absorbed the surrounding air currents, swelling in size. Zzz. Crackle. Lightning flickered, as though it were on the verge of detonation. Humph. You still cannot reach my realm, yet the existence of another legendary Super Saiyan is quite irksome, so you shall meet your end, Broly said, a cruel smile manifesting on his face. Yet, he underestimated the potency of Kale's attack. Hiya. Kale's eyes blazed with determination as she unleashed her fists. Two waves of energy erupted from her palms, surging forth like dragons breaking free from the sea. Unstoppable. Broly's pupils widened as he hurled the energy orb above him downward. The colossal energy orb collided with the two fierce energy waves, and in an instant, the ground beneath them cracked, almost splitting apart entirely. The powerful energy of Kale's tornado fist impacted Broly's massive energy orb, damaging it significantly. What? Broly exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What sort of technique could achieve such a feat? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This individual possessed immense potential and could not be allowed to survive. She must be eradicated. Hiya. He roared again, amplifying his energy output. Instantly, a torrent of energy surged into Broly's energy orb. The previously faltering sphere regained its strength, barreling toward Kale with renewed vigor. Kale's expression turned grim, realizing that Broly still harbored such formidable power. Hiya! With a resounding shout, Caulifla summoned all her strength, causing the energy wave directed at her to gradually slow. However, Broly intensified his power once more. With a fierce roar, the formidable energy wave surged toward Caulifla again, and this time, she found herself struggling to resist. As the wave approached her, in that fleeting moment, Caulifla's energy surged dramatically, rushing toward Broly with a ferocious velocity. Broly, unable to amplify his strength in time, gazed with a grimace as the wave approached him. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, engulfing Broly in a torrent of smoke and dust. The immense blast caused the very earth to tremble violently, its sound resonating through the heavens. Upon opening her eyes, Caulifla saw a figure standing beside her. It was none other than Li Feng. Filled with joy, she exclaimed, "Brother, you have arrived." Li Feng nodded slightly, gazing at the explosion ahead. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was remarkably resilient. How could he possibly be defeated so easily? Chapter 67. Li Feng takes action. The sky was thick with dark clouds, lightning flashing intermittently, followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded to the ground. The crisp sound of raindrops hitting the surface was particularly resonant, and the chilling droplets enveloped the body, sending a shiver throughout. Sun Wukong stirred, blinking his eyes open to behold two dark figures suspended in the air. Rubbing his eyes, he recognized one of them as a face strikingly similar to his own, a look of joy illuminating his features. Li Feng? At that moment, Vegeta also regained consciousness, spotting Li Feng and allowing a smirk to creep onto his lips. Humph. This fellow has finally arrived. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge Li Feng, the latter's strength was undeniable, and the girl beside him bore an aura eerily akin to Broly's. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others awoke from their stupor, their faces lighting up at the sight of Li Feng. What about Broly? Has he perished? Krillin inquired. Li Feng and Kale remained serious, their eyes fixed ahead, where the billowing smoke began to dissipate under the relentless rain. The rain fell upon them, seemingly unnoticed. Roar. At that moment, Broly's beastly roar reverberated, filling the air with terror and fury among the group. This monster, Krillin stammered, his eyes wide with fear. Kale, leave this to me, stand back, Li Feng said calmly, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Kale nodded in understanding and retreated to a safer distance, keeping her gaze on Li Feng. Broly appeared somewhat disheveled, the recent clash having inflicted minor wounds on him. Fueled by rage, he was intent on exacting vengeance. Crackling sounds filled the air as blue arcs of electricity danced around Broly, an overwhelming aura enveloping the landscape. He soared into the air, his fierce gaze locking onto Li Feng. Sun Wukong? No. You are Bardock? Dales? Broly could not fathom the existence of two Sun Wukongs. Yet he recognized the faces of Bardock, Sun Wukong's father, and Dales, who consumed the spirit fruit. However, one had perished in ancient times, and the other should have been eliminated, leaving him puzzled. Ha! You may perceive me as whomever you wish. In any case, you are already a dead man. The dead have no need for such knowledge. Li Feng replied with a smile directed at Broly. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Broly was taken aback by this mere underling's audacity, for he was the legendary Super Saiyan. You insolent wretch. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Broly seethed, his teeth clenched. Given Li Feng's earlier ambush and now this taunt, the latter had sealed his fate in Broly's eyes. Bring forth whatever you have. I shall withstand it all, Li Feng said coolly, gazing at Broly. Roar. Broly extended his hand, rapidly condensing an energy sphere that surged forth towards Li Feng. Li Feng gazed intently, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, with arcs of blue electricity crackling around him. Crack. Boom. He effortlessly swatted away Broly's energy blast, sending it crashing to another location where it erupted in a violent explosion. What? How is this possible? Broly exclaimed, astonished that this individual could so nonchalantly deflect his energy projectile. Li Feng was enveloped in a tempest of crackling arcs, reminiscent of the time he had previously vanquished Broly's original form. As memories flooded back, Broly seethed with anger. Did this fool truly believe he could defeat the legendary Super Saiyan with such trivial prowess? It makes sense now. No wonder Goku appeared so feeble. It was you last time, Broly exclaimed, a dawning realization washing over him. So, you have achieved the second stage of Super Saiyan. He pointed at Li Feng, finally comprehending the source of his confidence. What? Super Saiyan 2? So, Super Saiyan is not the pinnacle after all. Goku, stationed below, absorbed Broly's words and experienced an epiphany. He had previously thought Super Saiyan was the ultimate form, yet now it dawned on him that there was a second stage. Might there also be a third or even a fourth stage? Goku's mind raced with possibilities, illuminating the path of his training. What? Super Saiyan 2? Just wait. Vegeta shall surely surpass it, at least before Kakarot does. Vegeta muttered to himself upon hearing the revelation. What? Are you afraid? Li Feng grinned, his demeanor playful. Broly's face contorted into a cruel smile as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Afraid? You must be joking. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. And now I have transcended to the second stage. Do you truly believe your ordinary Super Saiyan 2 can defeat my legendary Super Saiyan 2? Haha. Why not? Li Feng certainly did not harbor the belief that his Super Saiyan 2 could best Broly, yet at that moment, his base combat power had surged to 500 million, reaching a staggering 50 billion in Super Saiyan 2 form. While victory may be elusive, he was determined to avoid a crushing defeat. Li Feng clenched his fist and let out a mighty roar, a tremendous force soaring into the heavens as a golden, electrically charged aura enveloped his entire being. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? Indeed, it is formidable. A glimmer sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes, as if, in that moment, he had forgotten the agony of his injuries, completely absorbed in his obsession with the second stage of Super Saiyan. Excellent. Magnificent. Allow me to witness the so-called power of Super Saiyan 2. Broly exuded arrogance and an air of superiority. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in the next instant, he appeared before Broly. Boom. The two powerful fists clashed, causing the surrounding air to erupt in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Both were forcefully pushed back several steps by the other's heavy blows. Broly, somewhat astonished, pondered whether an ordinary Super Saiyan in its second stage had reached a level capable of contending with him. Chapter 68. Super Saiyan 3 thunder rumbled ominously across the horizon. While under the darkened clouds, two figures collided incessantly. In the dimly lit space, the golden and green auras of the two warriors painted a striking tableau. Yet, they were not merely admiring the scenery. They were embroiled in relentless combat. Boom, boom, boom. True to his reputation, Broly dominated the battle, effortlessly overpowering Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 form, which had ascended to the second stage. Broly resembled a ferocious beast, his bloodthirsty aura radiating fiercely. Bang, bang. With each punch colliding, clouds of gray dust erupted around them, and amidst the incessant rain, the air was filled with a series of sharp, crackling sounds. In the fierce clash between Li Feng and Broly, the incredible force transmitted through his arm rendered his tiger's mouth numb. Truly, he was a legendary Super Saiyan. The magnitude of power he exhibited was even more terrifying than before. However, unlike their previous encounter, where only the instinct to fight remained, Broly, despite his unparalleled ferocity at this moment, retained a remarkable clarity of mind. With a mighty roar, Broly unleashed a punch that sent Li Feng staggering back several dozen steps, his massive hand launching a volatile energy sphere directly at Li Feng's body. Boom. Li Feng was launched into the air like a cannonball, only to explode high above. Haha. What a mere Super Saiyan 2, it pales in comparison. Broly was exceedingly arrogant. Below, Goku and Vegeta, among others, were expressions of astonishment. Could it be that even the power that surpassed Super Saiyans was no match for Broly? Had Broly unleashed such power from the very beginning, they would have surely succumbed long ago. As the dust settled, Li Feng appeared unscathed, gazing at Broly with a grin. Haha. It seems that the legendary Super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary after all. The taunting tone ignited Broly's fury once more. Damn it. This insolent fool is still defiant even at the brink of death. Broly immediately unleashed his Prince's technique, sending forth a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the skies, yet Li Feng had already leaped into the air. TCH. Broly scoffed dismissively, then charged at Li Feng once again. Bang. The two powerful punches collided once more, sending Li Feng hurtling away, but this time, Broly did not grant him a moment's respite. In an instant, he appeared behind Li Feng, delivering another strike. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, Li Feng's body was forcefully slammed into the ground. Brother, Kale called out with concern. Yet she knew that Li Feng's strength was far beyond this. During their year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kale had learned that Li Feng could not only transform into Super Saiyan 3, but also possessed the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 4. However, she was puzzled as to why Li Feng did not unleash his full strength. Otherwise, Broly would have been defeated long ago. Confident in Li Feng's abilities, she chose not to intervene, trusting that he had his reasons for this approach. Haha. Utterly fragile. Broly crossed his arms, looking down from his lofty position. Humph. Is that so? Your attacks are nothing but a mere tickle. Li Feng's voice rang out, leaving Broly momentarily stunned. Li Feng rose, soaring into the air to confront Broly face to face, dusting himself off as if nothing had transpired. What? How is this possible? Broly was once again astonished. He could hardly believe that such a fierce assault had failed to shatter this individual. Haha. Broly, did you think I only possess the form of Super Saiyan 2? Li Feng said with a hint of arrogance. You mean to say you can transform into Super Saiyan 3? Broly exclaimed in shock, bewildered by this mysterious figure who continually defied his expectations. Haha. Then allow me to demonstrate. Li Feng replied with a smile. What? Super Saiyan 3? Is this individual a monster? Goku, too, was astonished. Having already been astounded by Super Saiyan 2, the emergence of Super Saiyan 3 seemed to herald a formidable shift. Vegeta's lips twitched. He had initially believed that achieving Super Saiyan would allow him to surpass Li Feng. Yet now Li Feng had reached both Super Saiyan 2 and 3. He felt as if he had been publicly humiliated. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Uncle Li Feng truly is remarkable. I want to be as strong as him. Gohan gazed at Li Feng, his eyes sparkling with determination. Hiya. Li Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura once more, his formidable presence rendering all present breathless. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Thunder roared and flashes of lightning danced around Li Feng, symbolizing his extraordinary power. The golden flames surrounding him grew increasingly wild, swirling chaotically as they filled the air with an unsettling tension. As the golden light dissipated, Li Feng's hairstyle transformed. Though still standing upright, it had lengthened considerably. His brows vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze that made him resemble a deity of death. What of Super Saiyan 3? I am the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly bellowed, embodying the essence of an untamed beast, brimming with boundless fury. With a mighty roar, Broly erupted once more. His green flames radiating in audacious intensity, determined to clash with Li Feng. These two titans. Vegeta sensed the immense pressure of their auras, each breath becoming a Herculean task. And Gohan and the others felt similarly overwhelmed. With a fierce cry, the golden and green flames collided, producing a sound akin to an explosion. Just a single strike unleashed terrifying power. Boom, boom. They exchanged hundreds of punches in an instant. The speed of their movements beyond the capability of the naked eye to perceive. Broly, increasingly alarmed, recognized that this opponent's strength surpassed his understanding. Curse being, I shall make you suffer. Broly's attacks grew more frenzied, his rage intensifying. Initially, he had come to dominate, yet now he felt as though he were being subjugated. How could he not be infuriated? Meanwhile, Li Feng grew ever more exhilarated, the warrior blood of the Saiyans boiling within him, igniting an insatiable desire for battle. Boom. As the explosions echoed, the space around them seemed to shrink, leaving only the two combatants. Chapter 69. The death of Broly. Thunder rolled ominously as dark clouds gathered on the horizon, flashes of lightning becoming increasingly frequent, and torrential rain fell incessantly, washing over the land below. The battle between Li Feng and Broly caused a slight distortion in the very fabric of space itself. The ground beneath them was riddled with countless cracks, pockmarked and uneven, as their clash transcended the comprehension of the onlookers below. With a thunderous roar, after yet another collision, the distance between the two combatants widened once more. Broly, astonished, pondered the extraordinary reality before him. Could this individual truly contend with his legendary Super Saiyan form? Who exactly are you? Aside from Bardock and Dorith, I cannot fathom anyone else in the Dragon Ball universe who possesses such a presence. Broly was perplexed, for the prowess of his opponent had surpassed all his expectations. Li Feng gazed at Broly, a grin spreading across his face as he remarked, there are still many surprises in store for you. Should you manage to defeat me, I might consider revealing them. His words carried an undertone of mockery, provoking Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, who surely would not underestimate him even upon reaching Super Saiyan 3. Broly's smile radiated confidence, as if he were poised for victory. Roar. The sound erupted like that of a ferocious beast. Broly's muscles bulged, and an overwhelming aura of green energy surged around him, intensifying with each passing moment. A more domineering force ascended skyward, with bolts of lightning crackling around his massive arms, while the surrounding air was violently whipped into a frenzy by his presence. Had he truly held back his full power moments ago? Li Feng observed Broly's transformation, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, pondering this revelation. Yet, despite the monumental aura, he felt no fear. Instead, his blood surged with the thrill of battle. The ground trembled beneath them, sending shivers through Krillin and the others, who could hardly fathom such terrifying power. In the face of this force, they felt as insignificant as ants. With a deafening roar, Broly's movements halted. His fearsome gaze now held a chilling intensity, his entire being brimming with explosive energy, exuding a bloodlust that was utterly daunting. Haha. The sensation of unleashing my full power is exhilarating. As a reward, I shall be the first to end your life. Broly's piercing eyes locked onto Li Feng, his voice dripping with arrogance. Is this all the strength you possess? It hardly seems sufficient. Li Feng retorted with a smile, adopting an aggressive stance. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two clashed with hundreds of punches, but Broly's power had grown exponentially since their previous encounter, now dominating Li Feng entirely. He was akin to a beast unleashed, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for destruction. As the immense force coursed through his arms, Li Feng's expression grew serious. He could no longer afford to be careless. He too retaliated with powerful strikes, aware that despite Broly's apparent ease, the latter could not be impervious to pain from his attacks. Their forms collided from the skies to the earth, then into the water and back again, leaving a barren wasteland in their wake. Goku and the others could barely keep their eyes open, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the battle before them. Yet their warrior spirits craved the thrill of witnessing such a duel. Boom. Once more, their fists collided with tremendous force, sending Li Feng hurtling back several dozen meters. While Broly stood defiantly, showcasing his overwhelming prowess, Li Feng steadied his stance, gazing at Broly, aware that the battle had reached its zenith. It was time to bring everything to a close. Tornado Storm Fist. Li Feng extended his arms, clenching his fists tightly. In an instant, the surrounding air currents surged, swirling around his fist like a tempest, howling fiercely. A cerulean energy rapidly coalesced, imbued with the force of a whirlwind, resembling a deadly scythe, strikingly sharp. Akin to an endless stream of sword chi, capable of penetrating all. Damn it, do not presume that such trivial tricks can vanquish me, Broly. Broly growled with bloodthirsty fervor. Yet a grave expression crossed his face. After all, he had witnessed the potency of Kale's previous attack. How could he underestimate the strength of Li Feng's current onslaught? With one hand raised to the heavens, countless air currents rushed forth, a tremendous energy erupted, swiftly forming a colossal energy sphere. Die! Broly bellowed, forcefully hurling the energy sphere. Akin to a tempest, an unstoppable force. Li Feng gazed at the colossal energy projectile soaring towards him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. With a powerful strike of his fists, two streams of energy surged forth, exuding an indomitable aura, akin to a mighty dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable in its momentum. The ground trembled as the waves of light collided with a thunderous roar, fracturing the earth beneath them and unleashing torrents of magma that emanated a perilous aura, as if anyone who dared to fall would be reduced to ashes. The two energy blasts clashed, fiercely contesting in midair, trembling violently, their powers seemingly evenly matched. With a ferocious roar, Broly unleashed all his might, surging towards Li Feng. He could no longer afford to delay. Eliminating this adversary was imperative. Thus, he summoned every ounce of his strength, poised to deliver a decisive blow to Li Feng. Li Feng unleashed his full power, managing to slow the overwhelming waves of energy crashing towards him, yet he was unable to completely reverse their momentum. Observing this, Broly's face twisted into a cruel smile. It seemed that Li Feng had reached the limits of his capabilities. What? Is it really over? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief, yet deep down, he felt that what Li Feng had exhibited was merely the tip of the iceberg. The colossal waves of light surged towards Li Feng, enveloping his form entirely. A thunderous roar echoed, a sensation of cataclysmic destruction radiating forth as the immense energy experienced a sudden reversal, uncontrollably sweeping towards Broly. Broly's expression turned ashen, his eyes bulging with fury as he shouted, "No, I am the strongest Saiyan." With a fierce cry, the powerful energy surged into Broly's body, while the remaining chaotic energy engulfed him entirely. An unprecedented mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, the earth trembled violently, and the sound of explosions reverberated through the atmosphere, shrouding everything in dust and chaos. Chapter 70. Leisurely moments. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly, majestic under the sun's embrace, casting a vibrant blue hue upon the water's surface. Seagulls soared gracefully above, creating a serene atmosphere amidst the azure waves. A grand ship traversed the sea, forming a stunning spectacle. It belonged to the world's wealthiest, the Brief family, and its opulence was beyond imagination. On board, numerous Dragon Ball warriors and characters congregated. Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan engaged in discussions about martial arts, while the lecherous Master Roshi and Oolong lounged in deck chairs, engrossed in inappropriate literature. Bulma, Ties, and Caulifla sat together, deep in conversation. Caulifla had transformed significantly since arriving on Earth, shedding her previous timidity, and under Bulma and Li Feng's influence, she began her studies. Months had elapsed since Broly's attack on Earth, and during this time, Li Feng finally embraced a life of leisure. Notably, amidst this tranquility, Bulma and Li Feng had wed. And, to Li Feng's astonishment, Vegeta had unexpectedly become involved with Ties, although he had unwittingly caused Vegeta some emotional turmoil. The fact remained that Vegeta had become a son-in-law to the Brief family. Surely, we are nearing the saga of the androids. I wonder if Cell will make an appearance in this world. However, should he arrive, it would pose no significant threat. Li Feng mused, reclining on a deck chair, donning sunglasses, sipping juice. Yet, he felt that such an idyllic existence was almost too tranquil. He contemplated whether he should preemptively visit Dr. Gero's lab to eliminate him and awaken the androids. Speaking of which, Android 18 was exceptionally beautiful. It was hard for Li Feng to accept that such a stunning woman would marry Krillin. "Let me rescue you," he thought cheerfully while lounging in his chair. Atop the ship, a green figure cloaked in a cape stood dramatically. It was none other than King Piccolo. Though he had tragically perished in the recent battle against Broly, the existence of the Dragon Balls rendered such matters trivial. The cape billowed in the sea breeze as Piccolo maintained his signature flair. His gaze was fixed on a distant aerial duel between two golden-haired, blue-eyed warriors, both radiating golden auras of immense power, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, destined rivals and friends. With a resounding crash, the two warriors collided, creating a significant gap between them. Haha, not bad, Vegeta. It's evident that your training has borne fruit. Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. Humph. Enough chatter, Kakarot. Feel free to unleash any techniques you wish. You are no longer my equal. Vegeta retorted arrogantly. As you wish. Sun Wukong replied, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. With a mighty shout, he clenched his fists, drawing in the surrounding energy, which surged upward, creating a whirlpool on the ocean's surface. This power, it seems Sun Wukong has transcended to a new realm. Li Feng observed, speaking to himself. Thanks to Li Feng's influence, Sun Wukong and the others have become aware of the Super Saiyan 2 form and its training methods, allowing them to break through this barrier ahead of time. Is that power from Dad? Gohan sensed the energy and rushed out to witness the spectacle, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Blue lightning crackled around Sun Wukong as it intensified, with more and more arcs of energy erupting. With a burst, his golden hair stood erect, leaving only a small tuft swaying above his brow. His gaze hardened, reflecting newfound determination. What do you think, Vegeta? This is my recent breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong announced proudly, exhilarated by the overwhelming power coursing through him. Super Saiyan 2. Gohan, having witnessed Li Feng's transformation, felt a surge of joy at seeing his father achieve this level, resolved to reach it himself. Indeed, it seems we've fallen behind, Tien remarked, gazing at his hands. Once, he had been on par with Sun Wukong, but now he found himself overshadowed, grappling with the undeniable superiority of the Saiyan lineage. Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement, recognizing their own lagging progress. Kakarot, don't think that achieving Super Saiyan 2 makes you exceptional. I too have reached that level, Vegeta declared triumphantly, finally feeling on equal footing with Sun Wukong. Although he dared not compare himself to the monstrous Li Feng, the disparity was simply too vast. Oh, then show me what you've got, Sun Wukong urged excitedly, his blood boiling with anticipation for battle. Nothing ignited his interest more than a fight, except perhaps food. Huh, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his own formidable energy, which soared skyward, golden flames crackling around him. With a crackle of energy, blue arcs surged around Vegeta, his golden hair standing tall, leaving a small tuft swaying above his brow. Come on, Kakarot. Allow me to demonstrate my power, Vegeta proclaimed with exhilaration. Ha! A fierce clash ensued. Two fiery auras collided once more. Uncle Vegeta had also broken through? Son Gohan was taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Feng merely smiled, indifferent to the skirmish between the two. For such trivial battles no longer piqued his interest. He turned his head away, basking in the sun, and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 71, Dr. Gero's base on a secluded island in the south, within a highly secretive base, an emaciated old man with long hair and a white beard, clad in a jacket and wearing a black hat adorned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, was manipulating a computer in his laboratory. Haha. Androids 17 and 18 are merely a step away from awakening. This time, Son Goku is undoubtedly doomed, the old man muttered to himself, eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the data on the screen. Beside him stood a portly man, also donning a similar black hat. These two were Android 20 and Android 19, with Android 20 being none other than Dr. Gero himself. As a scientist for the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero had devoted himself to creating androids capable of defeating Goku after the latter had obliterated the army. In a quest for power and immortality, he transformed himself into Android 20. The Androids 17 and 18 he referred to were his secret weapons against Goku, unlike the failed creation of Android 16. If these two were to awaken, they would undoubtedly become his invincible arsenal. At that moment, Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he could already envision the scene of Goku's demise. By eliminating Goku, he would lead the Red Ribbon Army to dominion over the world soon. The entire Earth would belong to Dr. Gero. Just then, a voice shattered Dr. Gero's reverie. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected. The mechanical voice of the computer echoed throughout the laboratory, startling him. His base was located in a highly confidential area. How could it be breached? Instantly, the monitor flickered to life, revealing a figure in black traversing their base. Well, he has come right to us, Dr. Gero exclaimed in excitement. After all, he had created numerous androids for one purpose, to eliminate Goku. Now, seeing Goku voluntarily enter his lair was a cause for exhilaration. 19. Go stop Goku. I will input the final commands for 17 and 18. And together we shall eradicate Goku, Dr. Gero commanded. In his eyes, while 19 might not be capable of defeating Goku, he could certainly delay him. Little did he realize. The era had shifted beyond the confines of his computer data. Not only Li Feng, but both Goku and Vegeta had ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 level, making even Lightning Cell a mere child's play, let alone these ordinary androids. 19 nodded. Unlike 17 and 18, his sole purpose was to execute Dr. Gero's orders, and he promptly made his way outside. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, facing the computer, operated with lightning speed. Since Goku had dared to come to his base to face death, there was no way he would let him leave alive. With the revival of 17 and 18, defeating Goku should be a simple task. Once Goku was dealt with, he could once again lead the Red Ribbon Army to conquer the world and even the cosmos. Inside the base, Li Feng was walking straight in. It must be said that Dr. Gero's experimental facility was indeed well concealed. Unfortunately, it had encountered Li Feng. In this world, due to Li Feng's interference, there was no arrival of the powerful Trunks from the future, and thus, no one was aware of the existence of formidable androids. Of course, given the current circumstances, there was no need for them to know, as it was merely a straightforward matter. Thus, only Li Feng ventured into this space. As he surveyed his surroundings, a voice commanded, "Halt." Li Feng turned to see android 19. Truth be told, he held no interest in 19, who had been easily shattered by the newly transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta in the original story. Now, in front of Li Feng, he was hardly a threat. Android 19, unlike 17 and 18, although weaker, specialized in energy absorption, enhancing his own capabilities by siphoning energy from others. "Oh, is that all you've got?" Li Feng grinned, as if mocking 19. "Goku, you still underestimate my power, do you? Allow me to demonstrate," 19 declared malevolently. Instantly, he gathered a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it towards Li Feng. Li Feng, however, merely swatted it away as if it were a mere nuisance, the energy dissipating into nothingness. "What? Is that truly your strength?" Li Feng inquired with a smirk. "How is this possible?" Android 19 was taken aback. Even accounting for a disparity in strength, it shouldn't be this vast. After all, he was an android superior to mere mortals. Boom. In disbelief, 19 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Li Feng, intending to annihilate him instantly. Yet, reality often diverged from imagination, as Li Feng effortlessly dispersed every single blast with a casual wave of his hand. "Damn it. If you have the ability, then attack me with energy blasts." Android 19, realizing his attacks had been futile, suddenly remembered that he could absorb energy. If Li Feng were to fire energy at him, he could quickly bolster his strength and eliminate this foe. However, it was evident that 19's thinking was overly simplistic. Not only was Li Feng aware of his abilities, but more importantly, Li Feng's strength did not necessitate energy blasts to defeat him. "Humph, I need no such means to deal with you," Li Feng sneered, and then, like a specter, vanished from sight. Bang! The next moment, a look of agony crossed Android 19's face as gray smoke billowed from his body. How is this possible? He gasped in shock, his systems rapidly depleting. In mere moments, he would cease to exist, for he was merely an android. At that moment, a fist had pierced through his body, none other than Li Feng, who had reappeared in a flash. Bang! The next instant, Li Feng withdrew his hand and delivered a powerful kick, sending Android 19 crashing into the surrounding structures. Li Feng clapped his hands, as if he had just casually discarded a piece of trash. Unyielding. Chapter 72. The death of Dr. Gro. The demise of number 19 did not significantly impact Dr. Gro. In his eyes, his secret weapon lay within the two dormant pods before him. Before him stood two incubators, pristine white in color, each topped with a circular glass that revealed the contents within. Inside lay a remarkably handsome youth with dark hair and an exquisitely beautiful girl, serene in her repose. These two were none other than number 17 and number 18, though their powers were terrifyingly immense, to the extent that even he found them difficult to control. The emergency stop mechanism had been developed. Now, it was time for their awakening. Dr. Gro mused as he gazed at the artificial beings within the pods. With a decisive motion, Dr. Gro pulled a lever beside him, and instantly, both pods burst open, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke. The lids slowly lifted, and the youth and maiden within opened their eyes. "Ah, good morning, Doctor," number 17 greeted upon awakening. Meanwhile, number 18 stretched languidly, as if awakening from a long slumber, and rubbed her eyes, saying, "I've slept for far too long. It's been ages since I've had the chance to move." Dr. Gro regarded these seemingly uncontrollable beings and stated, "I did not awaken you for mere amusement. You are to eliminate Sun Wukong. He is currently in the base. Oh, Doctor? Are you issuing us orders? Number 17 furrowed his brow, displaying some displeasure. The artificial beings, number 18 and number 17, were twin siblings, originally ordinary Earthlings, but were captured and transformed into artificial beings by the scientist Dr. Grow of the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, their attitude toward him was far from cordial. Indeed, I am the one who transformed you into artificial beings. I essentially granted you a second life, so naturally, you must heed my commands. Dr. Grow replied, his frustration evident. These two were far more challenging to manage than the previous number 19. And if we refuse? Number 18 coldly retorted, clearly irritated by any attempts to dictate her actions. That is not within your power. Do you see this device? Dr. Grow brandished a remote-like contraption, gazing at number 17 and number 18 with a sinister smile. With the press of this button, you will cease to function and fall back into slumber. How could he possibly lack preparations for beings he could not control? Very well. We shall comply. Number 17 signaled to number 18. Understanding the situation, number 18 nodded. She certainly did not wish to return to slumber. So it was best to placate this man for now. Pleased with their response, Dr. Grow commanded, "Go forth and eliminate Sun Wukong." Boom. At that moment, the door behind him was shattered. Sun Wukong. Dr. Grow glared at the intruder, his teeth clenched in fury. Indeed, it was a case of enemies meeting with heightened animosity. Number 17, take him down. Dr. Grow pointed at Li Feng. Number 17 nodded, grinning. So you are Sun Wukong? You don't seem particularly formidable. I shall send you to hell. I am not Sun Wukong, but if you choose to believe so, I shan't bother to explain. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, resigned to the fact that his resemblance to Sun Wukong was unavoidable. Stop pretending. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you? Dr. Grow assumed Sun Wukong feared to admit his identity. In an instant, number 17 unleashed his aura, glaring at Li Feng with murderous intent. While he was not fond of being commanded, he had no choice in the matter compared to the alternative of losing his freedom. Meanwhile, number 18 observed with keen interest. Arms crossed. In a flash, number 17 struck with tremendous speed, his fist aimed directly at Li Feng's face. Bang! In an astonishing display, Li Feng effortlessly caught number 17's fist, as if the blow was utterly inconsequential. How is that possible? Number 17 was taken aback, fully aware that even he would not have dared to receive that punch so lightly, and yet Li Feng had done so, signaling something extraordinary. Without hesitation, Li Feng delivered a swift kick to number 17, sending him crashing against the surrounding equipment. Bang! No. How can this be? Dr. Grow was equally astonished. After all, number 17 and number 18 were his most prized creations, boasting formidable strength, and yet one had been so easily subdued. Number 18, join him. Dr. Grow commanded. His intent clear, he was determined that Sun Wukong must die. This animosity could not be resolved without bloodshed. Number 18 nodded and immediately charged at Li Feng. Bang! She unleashed a punch, only to have her fist caught by Li Feng as well. Li Feng grinned widely and remarked, "What a beautiful number 18." Upon hearing Li Feng's playful tone, number 18 couldn't help but blush, retorting, "You lecher, let go of me. Let go of my sister." At that moment, number 17 had already risen to his feet, seething with rage at the audacity of this individual to disrespect his sister. He charged at Li Feng once more, fueled by fury. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed in the face of the two androids. He promptly grasped number 18's hand and flung her aside, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to number 17. Boom! Number 17 was sent flying again. However, Li Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Even if several more androids were to confront him, he would not flinch in the slightest. How is this possible? My androids are the most perfect creations. Dr. Gero was astounded, never anticipating that his painstakingly crafted androids would be no match for Li Feng. What a ruckus! Enough with the incessant chatter. Li Feng could no longer endure Dr. Gero's incessant words, bellowing in response. What? Before Dr. Gero could finish his sentence, his expression froze in shock. A fist had pierced through his body, just as it had with number 19. My apologies, but I prefer not to converse with the deceased. Li Feng grinned, his voice echoing with a devilish tone in Dr. Gero's ears, though it was uncertain whether Dr. Gero could hear it at all in that moment. Dr. Gero met his demise. Chapter 73. I want to be your brother-in-law. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Li Feng's ferocity has astonished both the 17th and 18th. While the remote control device rests firmly in his grasp, although the two of them could effortlessly subdue Dr. Grow, they are unable to match the extent of Li Feng's prowess. Li Feng gazed at the two with a curious glint in his eyes. What do you intend to do? The individual known as the 17th looked at Li Feng with a hint of terror, fearful that he might press the button. If that were to happen, he would succumb to a deep slumber, a fate he desperately wished to avoid, for his yearning for freedom was profound. Snap! Li Feng flashed a grin, his hand tightening into a fist, and in an instant, the remote device was reduced to mere fragments. This unexpected turn of events took both number 17 and number 18 by surprise. What do you think? Li Feng remarked with a smile after shattering the device. His gentle gaze fixated on number 18. A blush crept across her cheeks, yet she crossed her arms defiantly, pouting as she retorted, "Humph. Don't think that just because you destroyed this device, I will be grateful." Nevertheless, deep within, her perception of Li Feng began to shift, although her proud demeanor would never allow her to show it. Number 17, equally proud, chimed in, "Indeed, do not presume that this will change our opinion of you. You must understand, we were created with the sole purpose of eliminating you, Sun Wukong." Li Feng helplessly remarked once more. "I have already stated that I am not Sun Wukong. Moreover, can Sun Wukong truly match my strength?" Li Feng's words left number 17 and number 18 somewhat astonished. Yet they began to entertain a flicker of belief. After all, their computers had indicated that their power eclipsed that of Sun Wukong. However, Li Feng's strength had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even so, what could his intentions possibly be? Number 17 pondered in confusion, given Li Feng's overwhelming prowess. He appeared to hold no utilitarian value. "I wish to be your brother-in-law," Li Feng declared, casting a glance at number 18 as he spoke to number 17. "Humph. What merit do you possess to aspire to be my husband?" Number 18 retorted, her cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated that Li Feng could be so audacious. However, he seemed rather appealing. Number 17 was equally taken aback by Li Feng's objective, which revolved around his sister. Yet, the aspiration to become her brother-in-law was hardly a simple feat. "Humph. If you wish to be my brother-in-law, it won't be easy. Show me your true strength." A smirk crossed number 17's lips as he yearned to witness Li Feng's genuine capabilities. "What? Number 17 you?" Number 18 gazed at her brother in disbelief. She had not expected him to utter such words. Given his inability to rival Li Feng, did he not realize he was essentially placing himself in jeopardy? "Ha! You seek to witness my power? Very well, allow me to unveil my ultimate strength." Li Feng replied with a grin. "Ha!" With a resounding shout, Li Feng's attire vanished into thin air. His upper body sprouted a dense layer of crimson fur, resembling a vibrant red sweater. Simultaneously, the tail that had been coiling around his waist transformed into a vivid shade of red. Most strikingly, his long golden hair, which had once cascaded to his waist, now shortened, morphing into a voluminous cascade of dark locks. Blood-red shadows framed his eyes, imbuing him with an aura of primal authenticity. Yet, in this form, Li Feng's combat prowess reached an astonishing level. This was the fourth stage of his Super Saiyan transformation. How handsome! Number 18 gazed at Li Feng's current form, utterly mesmerized. In this guise, he was breathtakingly attractive. His alluring and formidable presence was most captivating to women. Despite being an android, no? 18's emotions were akin to those of ordinary girls, and she found herself entranced. "What do you think of this form?" A devilish smile danced on Li Feng's lips, enhancing his allure. "Humph. While your appearance is commendable, we must assess your strength." Number 17 tightened his fists, his gaze sharpening as he lunged at Li Feng with a powerful punch. Bang! Li Feng, though still a youth, unleashed a formidable force that struck number 17 with overwhelming intensity. In an instant, number 17 was sent hurtling like an arrow released from its bow, crashing violently against the nearby equipment. Number 18, roused from her infatuation, gazed at the unfolding scene in disbelief. Could this individual truly be a monster? Surely, her brother, despite his weaknesses, could not be so easily vanquished by a mere flick of the wrist. After a brief moment, number 17 emerged from the wreckage, appearing somewhat disheveled yet unscathed, for Li Feng had not aimed to inflict serious harm. "Indeed, your strength is terrifyingly extraordinary, to the point of inducing tremors." Number 17 recognized that Li Feng had held back. Otherwise, he would have been utterly obliterated. "So, what do you think of me now?" Li Feng inquired with a smile, not intending to continue the confrontation, as the outcome had already become evident. Brushing off the dust from his attire, number 17 remarked, You are quite strong. Being my brother-in-law would suffice. Having acknowledged Li Feng's prowess, he felt assured in entrusting his sister, number 18, to him. Humph. I never agreed to that. Number 18 retorted, crossing her arms with a hint of pride. Yet, deep down, she had silently recognized Li Feng's charm and strength, even if she refrained from showing it outwardly. Li Feng gazed at number 18 and broke into a grin. In the next instant, he appeared right before her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Let go of me. Number 18 protested vehemently, struggling to free herself. However, despite her formidable strength, she was unable to escape his grasp. Meanwhile, No. 17 directed his attention toward another cryogenic chamber within the laboratory. According to Dr. Jero, number 16 was deemed the most unsuccessful creation. Although his power surpassed that of both number 17 and number 18, Dr. Jero had never chosen to revive him. Determined, he strode directly toward number 16's cryogenic chamber. Observing this scene from within Li Feng's embrace, number 18's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she inquired, Number 17, you cannot possibly intend to revive number 16? Upon witnessing the scene, Li Feng also released number 18, observing the actions of number 17. However, he was aware that although number 16 possessed formidable strength, his gentle disposition and affinity for peace led Dr. Jero to label him as a failed creation. Li Feng flashed a charming smile and remarked, "Rest assured. Even if Android 16 awakens uncontrollably, he will certainly not be my match." Chapter 74. The return of Cell. Android 16 stands as one of the most formidable creations. Endowed with limitless energy, sophisticated tactics, and immense combat prowess. Despite his affinity for peace and nature, he harbors the intention of eliminating Son Goku. With the activation of Android 17, Android 18 also awakens from her slumber, only to find herself face-to-face with Son Goku upon her awakening. Staring blankly at Li Feng, Android 16 inquired, "You are Son Goku?" A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gentle gaze. While he detests conflict, he is still bound by the directive to eliminate Son Goku. "I am not Son Goku. However, you must have sensed my terrifying power," Li Feng replied coolly. Observing Android 16. Nodding, Android 16 acknowledged, "Indeed, your strength is beyond my capacity to rival." Though he has little appetite for battle and prefers tranquility. With the demise of Dr. Jero, Android 16's desire to kill Son Goku has gradually diminished. He yearns to experience peace in this world. Subsequently, Android 16 refrains from lingering and departs with Android 17, leaving only Li Feng and Android 18 in the tranquil aftermath. "Let us go home." Li Feng broke the silence. "Humph." Android 18 turned her head away, saying nothing, yet Li Feng's striking appearance and formidable presence had already captivated her heart. Understanding this as a tacit acceptance, he seized her hand and soared into the air. As the two ascended, a colossal energy blast engulfed the entire island where Dr. Jero's base once stood. Boom. The explosion resonated through the skies, obliterating both the base and the island, erasing all traces of Dr. Jero and any subsequent androids. However, history has a way of writing itself. In a parallel universe, one untouched by Li Feng, history continued its relentless course. The Earth in this realm lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and debris, ravaged by two merciless androids. A purple-haired youth, wielding a long sword and bearing an expression of grave concern, stood as the last remaining warrior on the planet, having recently lost his master, Son Gohan, to the androids. "Hey, Trunks, are you still prepared to fight us?" A voice echoed, sinister as a demon. Trunks looked up to see Androids 17 and 18 hovering above him. "Humph. Spare me your idle chatter. Come at me." He drew his sword, coldly assessing the androids, ready for battle. "Ha!" Trunks roared, his aura soaring as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, a state he had only achieved after Gohan's death, radiating with golden energy and an indomitable spirit. In an instant, a barrage of energy blasts rained down upon him. The androids, devoid of further dialogue, aimed to eliminate any who stood in their way. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated through the air, and Trunks vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Android 17, delivering an unstoppable strike. Yet, Android 17's speed was remarkable. All of Trunks' attempts were evaded, unbeknownst to him that Android 18 had stealthily approached from behind. Bang! With a powerful kick, Android 18 sent Trunks flying, catching him off guard. The duo wasted no time. Their movements a blur, swiftly encircling Trunks. Bang! 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 The old adage, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, rang true, as Trunks soon found himself battered and bruised. His strength was barely sufficient to deal with 1 android, let alone 2 simultaneously. The battle was arduous. Yet the 3 combatants remained oblivious to a lurking green creature observing their struggle from the shadows. Ha ha ha, indeed it is 17 and 18. If I can devour these 2, I shall become the mightiest warrior in this universe. The green creature watched the androids with envy, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. As anticipated, Trunks was launched into the ground by a fierce blow, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Ha ha ha, let's see if you survive this. Android 18 exclaimed, reveling in destruction and despair. As the dust settled, Trunks lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Android 18 approached cautiously, wanting to ascertain whether he was truly incapacitated. It would be prudent to ensure the stubborn fighter was eliminated, lest he disrupt their havoc in the future. Suddenly, Trunks' eyes snapped open, just as Android 18 drew near. He leapt up, unleashing a fierce barrage of energy. Bang! Caught off guard, Android 18 was sent careening into a corner. Unbeknownst to them, this direction led directly to the green creature's location, which now eyed the opportunity with intense desire. Fortune smiles upon me, the creature mused, eagerly anticipating the outcome. 18. 17 called out, furious that Trunks had resorted to a feigned death to launch a sneak attack. Ha! Yeah. Dozens of energy blasts erupted from Android 17. A technique reminiscent of Vegeta's famed combat style, the Prince's technique. Trunks was once again engulfed in a storm of energy. Meanwhile, as Android 18 was violently slammed into the ruins, she prepared to rise, only to find the green creature suddenly before her, with a tail aimed directly at her. A forceful suction engulfed Android 18, who was unprepared and swiftly consumed. Gagaga. Having devoured Android 18, my strength has surged tremendously. If I can also consume 17, I shall be invincible. The green creature exclaimed, exhilarated by the newfound power coursing through him. His gaze turned fervently toward Android 17, revealing his identity as the ultimate android. Cell, created by Dr. Gero. Chapter 75, The Death of Trunks. Watching Trunks swallowed by his own energy blasts, Android 17 couldn't suppress a cruel smile, reveling in the exquisite pleasure it brought him. At that moment, he turned, eager to see if Android 18 had risen, fully aware that it was naive to believe she would succumb to Trunks' attack. However, he found no sign of her, only the green creature standing where she had been, seemingly relishing the moment. What? Android 18? On the 17th, a sudden change came over him as he noticed the situation regarding number 17. He immediately called out. In response, Cell turned to number 17, a sinister smile spreading across his face, resembling a predator observing its prey, a sight that was truly revolting. What manner of monster are you? What have you done to number 18? Number 17 asked, bewildered. The creature had effortlessly devoured number 18, indicating that its power was formidable. The exhilaration of having just slain Trunks was swiftly replaced by a sense of dread. Haha, I am also an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. However, you and number 18 will serve as nourishment for my ascension. You should feel honored. Cell proclaimed with a laugh. Indeed, he was Cell, the ultimate artificial being created by Dr. Gero, possessing the cells of numerous powerful fighters, with the goal of absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. How infuriating. Return number 18 to me. Number 17 shouted, launching himself towards Cell. Cell squinted at the approaching number 17 and remarked, excellent. Just the opportunity one need to test my newly enhanced power. Rather than eliminating number 17 immediately, he relished the chance to assess his current strength. Boom. Their fists collided, causing the surrounding air to erupt with a sound akin to an explosion. The most astonished was number 17, who could hardly believe that his seemingly effortless strike had been so easily repelled. A sense of disbelief washed over him. Meanwhile, Cell was elated, astonished by the extent of his newfound power. Boom, boom, boom. Incredibly, Trunks unleashed a flurry of heavy punches, all of which Cell effortlessly deflected. Ha! A feeble attempt. Cell laughed heartily and then delivered a crushing blow to number 17's abdomen. Gasp. Number 17 was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Cell's strength, his complexion turning pale as pain etched his features. His body was sent flying, akin to an arrow released from a bow, spiraling uncontrollably. Boom. He crashed into the ruins. How do you like that, number 17? You shall become my sustenance. Cell's voice echoed, while number 17 was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror. Haha. You must be dreaming. Number 17 gritted his teeth, forcing a strained smile. You have no say in this. Come here, Number 17. Cell advanced step by step. As Number 17 realized he was trapped with no escape, Cell's tail shot out toward Number 17. A grimace crossed Number 17's face. He understood that he was fated for doom today, yet his spirit would not allow him to accept becoming someone else's nourishment. Number 17 roared, unleashing tremendous power, engulfing the area in an explosion. Rumble, rumble. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, obscuring visibility entirely. Cell was filled with fury, his rage palpable. Rumble. The sound of thunder echoed, showcasing Cell's terrifying power. Although he had not yet achieved his perfect form, he felt invincible in this world. Damn, Number 17. I never anticipated he would choose to self-destruct at such a critical moment. Cell seethed, feeling an inexplicable emptiness without his complete transformation. At that moment, Trunks staggered to his feet, witnessing the raging Cell, his face ashen. Though he had survived, his remaining strength was dwindling. Rumble. Cell roared, launching energy blasts at the crumbling structures around him, each explosion sending clouds of dust into the air. How despicable. Truly, artificial beings are nothing but trouble. Trunks grumbled through gritted teeth. Though he had fallen, he remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. The demise of Number 17 and 18 did not bring him solace, for he understood that the current Cell was an even more formidable adversary. Despite knowing he was no match for Cell as Earth's last warrior, he had a duty to fight back. Extending his hand towards Cell, he summoned energy. Swish, swish, swish. Energy surged forth, coalescing into a ball of energy. Whoosh. It hurtled towards Cell. Rumble. Cell had not anticipated that Trunks was still standing and had successfully launched a surprise attack against him. His position erupted in an explosion, dust and debris obscuring everything within. Excellent. Truly splendid. You, insignificant insect Trunks, dare to ambush me, Cell. Haha. Cell's voice, reminiscent of a malevolent demon, instilled fear in Trunks. As the dust settled, Cell brushed off the debris and regarded Trunks as if he were a mere corpse. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Allow me to introduce you to this. Cell grinned, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave, while Trunks, in shock, struggled to gather his energy for defense. Kamehameha. A torrent of Kamehameha surged toward Trunks, seemingly unstoppable. Aya! Trunks screamed as he was engulfed by the explosion. Rumble. As the dust cleared, Trunks was left pallid, unable to withstand the force any longer, collapsing as his breath faded away. Humph. Truly pathetic. With Number 17 gone, it seems I must explore another timeline for amusement. Cell was exhilarated. He had discovered new horizons in his quest for perfection, his desire akin to a fish yearning for water. This parallel world was already steeped in tragedy, and with Trunks' death, there would no longer be a warrior to safeguard Earth. However, with the demise of androids 17 and 18, Cell's arrival had inadvertently granted the planet a brief respite from chaos. Chapter 76, Number 16 versus Cell. Meanwhile, after departing together, Number 16 and Number 17 headed south. Both shared a fondness for nature. Number 17's love for animals was evident in Dragon Ball Super, while Number 16 cherished the tranquility of the natural world. Strangely, their interests aligned harmoniously. Suddenly, Number 16 halted, a serious expression washing over his face as he surveyed the surroundings. Hey, big guy, what are you looking at? The scenery? Number 17 inquired, perplexed, assuming that Number 16 was merely admiring the view. No, there is a powerful energy fluctuation here. Number 16 replied gravely. Yet, the source remains concealed, though an intense sense of danger informs me that someone is indeed nearby. Upon hearing this, Number 17 grew serious as well, scanning their surroundings but noting no apparent disturbances, wondering if the big guy was merely overreacting. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted as the earth before them split open, a green figure emerging from the ground. This is a grotesque creature, its skin a sickly green hue intermingled with shades of black. It possesses a pair of insect-like wings and is encased in a hard shell. After lying in wait for so long, it has finally seized its opportunity. Indeed, it is Cell, who has traversed from another parallel universe. His purpose for arriving here is to absorb Android 17, thereby becoming the most formidable android. What are you? Android 17 inquired, visibly taken aback. For anyone who could render Android 16 so grave must be of no ordinary caliber. Android 16, however, merely gazed at Cell in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. 17. I never expected to finally find you. Let me inform you, I am the strongest android created by Dr. Jero. Once I absorb you, an android 18, I shall achieve my perfect form. Unfortunately, in my original timeline, you self-destructed, and I could only absorb android 18. But now, it seems fortune smiles upon me. Cell spoke to android 17, yet it felt as though he were venting his own frustrations. Regardless of your so-called perfect form, how dare this hideous creature stand in my way? I will obliterate you. Android 17 retorted, clearly displeased as he extended his hand towards Cell, gathering an energy blast. Bang! The blast was aimed directly at Cell, but just as it seemed destined to hit him, Cell's speed was ghostly, evading the attack effortlessly. Haha. Is this all the strength you possess, 17? Then you shall dutifully serve as my nourishment. Cell mocked with a grin. Furious, Android 17 could not believe how swiftly this hideous being moved. Undeterred, he unleashed dozens of energy blasts in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Cell continued to evade them with astonishing agility, as if mocking 17 with every dodge. 17, you are no match for him. Allow me to intervene. After a long silence, Android 16 finally spoke. A peaceful warrior, he could not bear the thought of Cell consuming 17 and instigating chaos on Earth. Curse you, 16. Help me teach him a lesson. Android 17 demanded angrily, recognizing that based on Cell's previous display of speed, he was not capable of confronting him. However, he was aware of Android 16's strength, which far surpassed his own. If 16 took action, he could surely annihilate this grotesque being, thus allowing 17 to vent his frustrations. Cell, seeing this foolish brute prepare to engage, scoffed. What? You, the most failed creation, wish to intervene? How laughable. Cell knew of Android 16. Originally designed as a lethal android by Dr. Jero, yet he had unexpectedly produced a pacifist like 16, rendering him a complete failure in Cell's eyes. I may not relish combat, but if you intend to harm 17, I will be forced to eliminate you, Android 16 stated coldly, staring down Cell. Haha. Are you jesting, 16? You are merely a pile of scrap. You must understand, I am the ultimate android. How dare you utter such pretentious words without fear of ridicule? Cell laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Android 16 remained composed, exuding an aura of unwavering calmness. His fists clenched and radiating a sense of impending violence. Although he was uncertain he could contend with Cell, he knew he had to stand his ground. With a fierce shout, Cell vanished from sight, reappearing before Android 16 in an instant, delivering a powerful blow. Android 16 sprang into action, swift and decisive. He did not enjoy fighting, yet he did not shy away from it. Bang! Their fists collided, shaking the very fabric of space around them. Both warriors pushed back by the sheer force of their encounter. Cell was taken aback. It seemed Android 16 indeed surpassed Android 17, capable of withstanding his strike. Though he hadn't unleashed his full might, he was acutely aware of its potency. This 16 was no ordinary adversary. Android 16 too was astonished. That punch had been his utmost effort, yet Cell appeared to have held back. Clearly, Cell was not someone he could easily defeat. How exhilarating. Before I consume 17, let us play a little, Cell exclaimed, his excitement heightened by the presence of Vegeta's cells within him, instilling a similar prideful nature. Narrowing his eyes, Cell unleashed a flurry of punches, relentless and unyielding, akin to a blacksmith forging iron without pause. Bang, bang, bang. Their combat intensified, the surrounding air resonating with a heavy, oppressive sound. Remarkable. Android 17 muttered in awe, recognizing the immense power of these two fighters, far beyond his current capabilities. He could only hope that Android 16 would subdue this grotesque creature, for the thought of Cell's existence was utterly repulsive. Haha. You scrap of metal truly possess some skill. However, Cell sneered darkly. It must be said, Android 16's strength was indeed commendable, yet today he faced Cell. In a sudden rush, Cell delivered a devastating punch directly to Android 16, exerting his full strength. Bang! Android 16 was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before smashing into a massive boulder, which cracked upon impact, revealing the sheer force behind Cell's strike. Big guy, Android 17 shouted. Witnessing 16 being sent flying, utterly astonished that Cell could reach such heights. Haha, how does it feel, 17? You should willingly become a part of me. Cell said insidiously. You hideous creature, do you think you are worthy? Android 17 seethed, his teeth clenched as he conjured two energy blasts in an instant. Bang, bang. The blasts surged forth like twin dragons, racing towards Cell, yet his speed remained ethereal, allowing him to evade effortlessly. Unrelenting. Android 17 continued to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, but Cell flickered in and out of sight, soon standing directly before 17. Gahaha. Now, where will you hide? Submit and become my sustenance. Cell exclaimed, his tail extending menacingly toward Android 17, poised to consume him. Boom. An energy blast erupted, propelling Cell backward. As Android 16 surged forward once more, determined to protect 17. 17, flee. I will buy you time. Android 16 shouted. Unwilling to witness the beauty of Earth ravaged by Cell's grotesque presence, thus urging 17 to escape. No, big guy, you can't, Android 17 stammered, grappling with the thought of abandoning a friend. Together, we shall vanquish him. On the 17th, it was declared that with their combined strength, they were confident that Cell would be no match for them. Just as the 16th was about to respond, Cell had already launched into the air. Damn rusty scrap. You've successfully angered me. Die. Cell's speed reached an astonishing level, and in the next instant, he appeared right before the 16th. With a fist propelled by explosive energy, he struck with overwhelming force. The 16th reacted instantaneously, colliding with Cell's punch, only to be violently pushed back several steps. Hideous creature, seeking your own demise. The 17th swiftly joined the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The duo's collaboration saw their punches growing heavier and their speed escalating. Cell began to regard them with a hint of seriousness. These two seemed to pose a bit of a challenge, yet he was not intimidated. Instead, it ignited a fervor within him, a testament to the power of the Saiyan cells coursing through him. Initially, the collaboration of the 16th and 17th seemed to press Cell back, but Cell's growth was rapid. Gradually, he adapted to their combined assault. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he relished the challenge. I am undoubtedly the strongest warrior crafted by Dr. Gero, even in my incomplete form. My power is terrifying. If I were to achieve my perfect state, who could possibly stand against me? Cell's pride swelled. The 17th and 16th were equally astonished. They had initially managed to gain the upper hand, but now they found themselves outmatched. Is this creature truly a monster? Cell sneered. It seems your strength has reached its limit. Bang. With a ferocious impact, his fist struck the 16th and 17th, both of whom grimaced in pain before being sent flying. Cell's gaze narrowed as he focused on the 17th, a sinister thought crossing his mind. He could not allow this one to escape again. In an instant, he was behind the 17th, a strange smile on his face as his tail elongated, ensnaring the 17th. Gulp. The 17th found his head caught within Cell's tail, slowly being drawn into his body. Ha ha ha. Cell roared, the pace of absorption quickening as the 18th was drawn into Cell's core. Thump. Thump. His heart raced wildly as Cell stood suspended in the air, feeling as if he had attained a complete form. His body transformed, he grew taller, his physique becoming more streamlined yet robust. An exoskeleton enveloped him like armor, and behind him sprouted two immense wings reminiscent of cicada wings, gleaming with a dark sheen. His tail retracted within him, accessible should he choose to use it. His face bore a resolute yet graceful quality, a perfect embodiment of an unusual beauty. Boom. Golden energy spiraled around Cell, his power reaching its zenith. He clenched his fists, reveling in the overwhelming strength surging through him, utterly pleased. Truly the most powerful ultimate android. Is this the power of perfection? How formidable. It feels as though a mere tightening of my fist could shatter the very cosmos, Cell mused. Feeling the energy within him rush like a river, filled with astonishment. This sudden surge of power instilled in him an invincible sensation, one he trusted implicitly. For the programming had indicated that his perfect form held nothing less than unmatched strength. Damn it. The 17th has been absorbed. I must stop this fiend. Even if it means self-destruction. The 16th muttered, rising to confront the now perfected Cell. Boom. An energy blast surged towards Cell, yet he displayed no inclination to evade it. Though he possessed absolute speed to dodge, he found it beneath him. He reached out toward the energy blast. Bang. Incredibly, he caught the energy blast launched by the 16th. Then with a mighty grip, crushed it effortlessly. How is this possible? We are both androids, yet the disparity is immense. The 16th began to lose his composure. While some difference was expected, the magnitude of this one was beyond comprehension. 16th, you are no longer worthy to be my opponent, so be gone, Cell declared, conjuring an energy blast in his palm before launching it straight at the 16th, who vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 78, Cell's Martial Arts Tournament Announcement. In West City, at the Brief's residence, Bulma was furious, never expecting that Li Feng would bring home a girl named 18. This incited her wrath. Meanwhile, Krillin regarded 18 with a hostile glare, creating an awkward atmosphere that left Li Feng feeling helpless. Yet, 18 remained unfazed, surprised by the wealth surrounding her. Quickly integrating herself into the household. Suddenly, a voice broke through the television. Mr. Cell has an announcement. Li Feng's expression shifted at the mention of Cell. How can this guy possibly be back? Ha ha ha. Hello everyone. I am Cell, and I am thrilled to meet you in this manner. I am preparing to host a martial arts tournament in 10 days. The rules are simple. Either surrender or admit defeat. You may send your strongest fighters to challenge me. And if none can defeat me, I'm afraid the earth will meet its end at my hands. Ha ha ha. The television displayed the perfected Cell, leaving Li Feng bewildered about how this transformation occurred while 18 remained with him. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts. This green creature actually dares to host a martial arts tournament. Bulma scoffed. No, this creature possesses the strength to do so. Li Feng replied coldly. Although he was not intimidated by the present Cell, he believed even Goku and Vegeta could easily overpower him. His curiosity about Cell's origins lingered. Is this guy possibly an android? 18 remarked, astonished as she gazed at Cell on the screen. Li Feng nodded and remarked, indeed, and it is highly probable that this fellow has also absorbed number 17. What? Number 17? How is that possible? Number 18, unable to maintain her composure, exclaimed, for number 17 was her younger brother. And the thought of his peril stirred deep concern within her. Fear not. Even if number 17 were to face misfortune, I shall not remain idle. In 10 days, I too shall participate in this so-called martial arts tournament. I am eager to witness whether this individual is truly as formidable as claimed. Li Feng stated with unwavering confidence. Brother, I shall join as well. Kair stood up and declared, her spirit ignited. Since her arrival on Earth, she had not engaged in combat for quite some time, and the prospect of battle filled her with an exhilarating fervor. Li Feng nodded in agreement. It would be rather dull for him to take the lead from the outset. Turning to number 18, he inquired, what about you? Number 18? Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, number 18 replied resolutely, of course. I must personally eliminate that hideous creature. Only Bulma turned her head away, uttering a disdainful humph. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly sat down beside Bulma, embracing her as he said, all right, Bulma, please don't be upset. Being angry isn't good for the baby. Upon hearing this, Bulma's demeanor softened slightly as she replied. It's surprising that you still care about the child. Indeed, it was true that Li Feng and Bulma had welcomed a child into their lives. And it was precisely for this reason that Li Feng finally felt a sense of belonging in this world. You naughty person. How could you bring other women home? What am I supposed to do about that? Bulma feigned a pitiful expression as she spoke. All right, it's my fault. You can punish me however you see fit. Li Feng commenced his eloquent discourse. The palace was engulfed in flames, and the situation was dire, compelling Li Feng to take it seriously. Meanwhile, across various regions, the earth was engulfed in panic. This being, Sharu, was a terror surpassing the previous villain, Piccolo. Anxiety gripped the populace, chaos reigned supreme. Concurrently, Sun Wukong and his son, along with Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan, received the alarming news of a new adversary, leaving them no choice but to engage in battle. How intriguing. Vegeta also caught wind of the development, feeling an itch for a fight, asserting that he, the Prince of the Saiyans, would put an end to this audacious creature. Having transcended the Super Saiyan 2 form, he was now eager to showcase his might, brimming with excitement at the prospect. Wait for it, Li Feng and Kakarot. Vegeta. And the mightiest Saiyan, he declared with a grin, striding directly towards the gravity training chamber. Dad, I want to fight this time too. Sun Wufan proclaimed with fervor to Sun Wukong. Haha, of course. As long as Chi-Chi doesn't object, it's all good. Sun Wukong replied cheerfully, although he secretly feared Chi-Chi, known for her strictness. Hey, Dad, can I train with you during this time? Sun Wufan whispered to Sun Wukong. At this moment, he was eager to strengthen himself and engage in combat, for the Saiyan blood flowed fiercely within him. On a mountaintop, he stood with arms crossed, gazing into the distance, the wind billowing his cape, exuding an air of majesty, as he always did. On a small island, a bald man clad in an orange martial arts gi was demonstrating a renowned technique. Kamehameha. With a thrust of his hands, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, striking the ocean's surface. Boom. Instantly, the sea parted before the powerful wave, an awe-inspiring spectacle that traveled dozens of yards before subsiding. A martial arts tournament? I wonder if Goku and the others will participate. Will I have the chance to compete? He pondered aloud, feeling diminutive in the face of the Saiyan's overwhelming prowess, realizing he was merely a warrior of Earth. Behind him, a woman gazed at him adoringly. She was his wife, Marin. History had altered. He was Krillin, who had not met Android 18 but had instead wed Marin. In another location, a group of reporters surrounded a burly man with an explosive hairstyle for an interview. Mr. Satan, will you be participating in the upcoming tournament against Sheru? Of course. As the strongest man on Earth, how could I not compete? The man, known as Satan, replied confidently. He proceeded to demonstrate feats such as breaking bricks with his bare hands, convincing the reporters that only Satan could vanquish Sheru, portraying himself as the hero of the world. Little did they know, Satan was merely a clown all along. Chapter 79. The Clown, Satan. Time flew by swiftly, and in 10 days, the gathered individuals soared toward the venue of Sheru's tournament. Upon arrival, Li Feng was astonished to find fearless reporters and several so-called champions present. Even more ludicrous was the audacious middle-aged man with the explosive hairstyle, Mr. Satan, who fancied himself invincible. I didn't expect some unknown youngsters to show up. But with me, Mr. Satan, here, Sheru will be defeated by none other than myself. They can only play the audience. He boasted arrogantly, as if he had already secured victory over Sheru. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of Li Feng and his companions, he was no different from a mere jester. Even the weakest among them, such as Yamcha, could effortlessly overpower Satan. Li Feng was equally exasperated by this ostentatious character, who had originally stolen the limelight from Goku and others, basking in the glory of saving the world. Sheru, arms crossed, was meditating in the arena, and upon sensing the arrival of Li Feng and his group, he abruptly opened his eyes, surprised to see 2 Gokus, along with an unfamiliar girl and Android 18. Indeed, this timeline was vastly different from his own. However, it mattered little. He was the strongest and most perfect android, exuding utmost confidence in his abilities. Ha ha ha, you've arrived. Though I'm quite surprised to see 2 Gokus, Sheru remarked with a smile, addressing the group. Li Feng waved his hand, expressing his reluctance to answer the question. Was it truly a fault to bear such an uncanny resemblance? Vegeta, observing this individual, promptly lost interest. After all, he had ascended to the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan. Had it mirrored the original narrative, he might have felt a surge of excitement. With his arms crossed, he indicated that he was merely there to observe the spectacle. Engaging in combat with such a weakling was far less appealing than battling that cockroach fellow. Father, allow me to take the lead. Son Gohan exclaimed fervently, his eyes ablaze with the desire to fight. Very well, but Gohan, do exercise caution. Son Goku replied. He deemed himself capable of handling Cell with ease. Yet Gohan was another matter. He was still merely at the 1st stage of Super Saiyan, placing him at a significant disadvantage against Cell. Nevertheless, a little practice would do no harm. Just as Gohan prepared to enter the fray, the pompous Mr. Satan leaped forward, blocking the way, and proclaimed arrogantly, You nameless youngsters dare to compete? Alas, you have no chance. The moment I, Satan, step into the arena, Cell is finished. So you might as well sit back and watch the show, ha ha ha. Satan's arrogance left everyone speechless. Was this ignorance truly bliss? No one paid him any heed. Not even Cell above, who regarded this man as nothing more than a fool, unworthy of attention. So presumptuous. You ignorant fools shall witness my might, Satan declared, leaping onto the stage. Yet, even as he ascended, he did not forget to strike a pose. He intended to prove to the world that he, Satan, was the strongest being. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Satan, the mightiest man on Earth. I shall personally defeat Cell in this battle, he announced to the cameras, gesticulating wildly to showcase his supposed power. Is this man out of his mind? Does he not realize what he is doing? Krillin remarked helplessly. Even he, with a single hand, could easily handle Satan, who audaciously claimed he would defeat Cell. Was this not madness? No worries, this jester won't last long. Just ignore him, Li Feng stated coolly, arms crossed. While he found Satan's antics distasteful, his arrival heralded a significant change. Cell, unable to tolerate the incessant buzzing of this mosquito-like figure, finally spoke up. Hey, foolish earthling, stop wasting time and begin. I am eager to fight. His eyes brimmed with disdain. Ha ha ha. Cell, are you afraid of the power of Lord Satan? Do not think for a moment that I will show you mercy. That would be a grave mistake, Satan retorted, commanding his aides to bring forth a pile of bricks. Watch closely. The audience at home eagerly anticipated Satan's performance, the reporters brimming with excitement for a close-up. Cell remained unfazed, arms crossed, as if watching a comedy unfold. Huh, Satan struck the bricks with a powerful blow. Bang! The bricks shattered under his attack. Impressive. Truly worthy of Mr. Satan. The reporters cheered. After all, they were merely ordinary earthlings, unaccustomed to witnessing high-level combat. So, Cell, are you intimidated? Perhaps you wish to beg for mercy? Satan boasted, hands on his hips in a showy display. Just a trivial skill. Cell scoffed. Well then, prepare to be struck. Behold my iron fist. Satan bellowed, charging towards Cell with a heavy punch aimed directly at him. Bang! Contrary to the anticipated sight of Cell being knocked down, he effortlessly seized Satan's fist. The latter's expression shifted to one of dismay as he struggled to break free, his efforts appearing comically futile. The reporters and viewers could not help but feel utterly disappointed by Satan's predicament. With a sinister smile, Cell tightened his grip on Satan's hand and flung him away with ease, as though tossing a ball. Boom! Satan's body crashed against the rocks, shattering them instantly. A testament to Cell's terrifying power. Satan fell unconscious on the spot. It was at that moment that the audience and reporters grasped the true extent of Cell's strength and the absurdity of Satan's bravado. Chapter 8, Son Gohan vs. Cell. Following Satan's farcical interlude, Cell approached the crowd, arms crossed, and nonchalantly asked, "Who shall step up first?" Son Gohan signaled to the others, soaring into the arena. "Oh, I did not expect you, Son Gohan, to be the first to take action. However, you are no match for me," Cell coldly remarked, his face a mask of contempt. "Goku, will Gohan be all right leading the charge?" Krillin inquired, eyeing Gohan on the stage. "He'll be fine. I have faith in Gohan," Son Goku replied with a smile. Since his last battle with Broly, though Gohan had been busy with studies, he had still managed to train during his free time. While he had not yet transcended to the second stage of Super Saiyan, he was unlikely to fall swiftly. With fists clenched, Son Gohan shouted, and in an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth. The golden aura enveloped him, his pupils transforming to a vivid green, embodying the quintessential Super Saiyan. Cell, arms crossed, watched Gohan's transformation with an air of amusement, still exuding disdain. "Very well, I shall indulge you, Son Gohan. Show me what you can do." Cell chuckled. Gohan nodded. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful punch appeared before Cell, hurtling towards him. Yet, Cell effortlessly grasped Gohan's fist, delivering a punishing blow to Gohan's abdomen. Bang! Whoosh! Gohan was sent flying several dozen feet, barely stopping himself with the use of flight, his brow furrowed in apprehension. The reporters watching the spectacle were left dumbfounded, turning to Son Goku. "Excuse me, is that boy on stage your son?" Indeed, Goku nodded, though his expression betrayed no worry. Upon hearing this, the reporters felt a pang of sympathy for Gohan. How unfortunate to have such a father. Why would one allow such a young child to engage in battle against an opponent capable of knocking out Satan with a single punch? How infuriating. Special beam cannon. Gohan shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy that coalesced into a formidable energy sphere. The energy blast surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, sweeping relentlessly towards Cell. Just a trivial technique. Special beam cannon. Cell bellowed, adopting the same stance to counter with his own special beam cannon. How is that possible? That is my ultimate skill. A grave expression settled on Piccolo's face as he spoke, astonished. This individual has amassed the cells of numerous warriors, possessing the techniques and powers of each one. Li Feng gazed at Cell, yet he remained untroubled. Should he intervene against Cell, it would merely be a matter of an instant. Boom! Two magical flashes collided, enveloping the entire scene in a blinding radiance, rendering it impossible to discern what transpired within. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists colliding echoed, and as the white light dissipated, the two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, their speed astonishingly swift. Truly impressive, Gohan, Cell remarked mid-battle, acknowledging his opponent's prowess. Although Gohan was weaker, he was still a Saiyan, a warrior race that invigorated Cell's bloodlust. How extraordinary. Has Gohan truly grown this strong? Krillin observed the duel, astonished. Meanwhile, the surrounding reporters were utterly shocked. Was this still a normal child? How could his strength be so formidable? Their worldview had been utterly upended for the first time. Both fighters exchanged blow after blow, each strike landing with palpable force. The reporters' cameras struggled to capture the blurred images of the combatants, unable to keep pace with their incredible speed. The air around them roared as their clashes sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, akin to the relentless beating of a drum. However, gradually, a disparity began to emerge. Gohan's breathing became erratic. Ultimately, his stamina could not match Cell's relentless assault. Gohan found himself being overwhelmed by Cell's punishing attacks. unable to keep pace with his rhythm. Bang! Caught off guard, a heavy punch landed squarely on Gohan's abdomen, rendering him pale as he plummeted. Boom! He crashed violently onto the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. Struggling, Gohan managed to rise, gasping for breath as fatigue set in. Ha! Gohan, this is where it ends for you. After all, your strength can only reach this level. Cell grinned, as if everything were under his control. Ha! With a mighty shout, Cell unleashed a torrent of golden energy, exuding an arrogance that proclaimed him the true protagonist of the moment. His overwhelming presence swiftly eclipsed Gohan's. Initially, Cell had maintained a pressure on Gohan merely to gauge the boy's abilities, but now he unleashed his full might, dominating the battle. Is Cell truly this powerful? Krillin stammered, struggling to contain his tremors. Conversely, Goku and Vegeta exhibited no signs of shock, appearing remarkably relaxed. Had the world progressed too swiftly for them to keep pace? Gohan is about to lose, Goku remarked calmly, observing the arena. Kamehameha. Gohan prepared to unleash his full strength for a final blow, striking the classic pose of the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Upon completing his energy gathering, Cell mirrored the same technique, channeling the Kamehameha. The two Kamehameha waves shot forth, colliding with tremendous force. The entire arena, along with the ground, trembled incessantly, causing the reporters to struggle to remain upright, while Goku and his companions soared into the air, distancing themselves from the ground to witness the spectacle. Rumbling. A colossal explosion engulfed the entire arena, the ground cracking visibly. In an instant, clouds of dust swirled, obscuring visibility, and the powerful shockwave swept the reporters away, leaving no trace of them. The clash between the two was terrifying. Gohan's body was sent hurtling through the air, and Goku swiftly caught him. Father, I'm sorry, I lost, Gohan said, looking up at Goku with remorse. It's all right, Gohan, you did remarkably well, Goku replied confidently. This outcome was anticipated. However, diverging from the original narrative, he and Vegeta had already surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, thus he held no stringent expectations for Gohan. Chapter 81. Kale takes the stage. It's my turn now, Goku exclaimed excitedly, his fists colliding in enthusiasm for the battle. No, Kakarot, let Kale take the stage, Li Feng interjected, eager to witness the extent of Kale's current strength. Pointing to herself in disbelief, Kale exclaimed, Brother, am I going up? It had been quite some time since she last fought, yet she had not neglected her training in the interim. Li Feng nodded, and Sun Wukong waved his hand in resignation. Indeed, battling with Li Feng was preferable to facing off against Cell. Li Feng, you must promise me that after you finish your fight with Cell, you will spar with me, Sun Wukong implored. Of course, I'd be delighted. You and Vegeta can join in as well, Li Feng replied with a smile, eager to witness the extent of power that would manifest when the two fused into Vegeto. All right, I'm in, Kale exclaimed, her fists clenched as she soared into the arena. Who are you? I don't particularly enjoy fighting women. Cell, unfamiliar with Kale's existence from this timeline, expressed his disdain. Meanwhile, the spectators were well aware that Kale was the legendary Super Saiyan, and they felt pity for Cell. Kale, go all out. Make sure to leave him in ruins, Li Feng shouted from the sidelines. Yes, brother. Kale always heeded Li Feng's words. Since my brother has said so, you must perish, Kale declared coldly, her aura suddenly brimming with murderous intent. Oh? Haha. A girl dares to boast like that? How amusing, Cell chuckled, not believing that a woman could ever defeat him. Ha! Kale shouted, and a tempest erupted around her. Her entire being radiated a volatile energy, akin to a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Green energy surged from her, exuding a dominance that was utterly overwhelming. TCH. Another legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta remarked with a hint of pride. The pressure from her bloodline was uncomfortable for him, yet he had no choice. After all, this legendary warrior was Li Feng's sister. Kale is truly impressive. Gohan watched from below, having consumed a senzu bean, his stamina nearly restored. Oh, you have some skill. It seems they weren't wrong to send you up here. I anticipate a good fight. Cell, far from intimidated, was invigorated by the presence of a Saiyan. However, he remained unaware of the true terror before him. Kale was enveloped in golden-green flames, her gaze reminiscent of a primal beast fixated on its prey, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Die. She extended her palm, and an energy sphere rapidly formed. In an instant, she was before Cell, and the energy blast collided forcefully with him. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Cell was sent flying backward like a projectile. Yet, Kale did not relent. She swiftly appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick, propelling him into the air. Following that, Another energy blast struck him squarely. Among the spectators, Krillin and Piccolo were the most astonished. Unbelievable. No wonder she's Li Feng's sister. Krillin exclaimed, utterly amazed. This is terrifying. I've never seen a woman so formidable. Boom. Boom. Cell's form was engulfed in explosions. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Cell appeared disheveled and gasping for breath. Cough. I never imagined a woman could bring me, the mightiest android, to such a state. Truly remarkable. But your arrogance ends here. With narrowed eyes, Cell vanished in an instant. Kale, undeterred, accurately sensed his location and disappeared as well. In the air, tremendous sounds erupted periodically, marking the fierce clashes between them. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with bone-crushing force. And Cell began to feel increasingly alarmed. Despite his earlier bravado, he realized he had underestimated Kale's terrifying strength. Each blow made his arms feel as if they could shatter. Could this woman be a monster? No, I, Cell, am the strongest, the most perfect android. Cell clung to the belief in the superiority of his programming, which had declared him the mightiest warrior in the universe, a conviction that fueled his desire to host this tournament. You've grown overconfident. A smirk crossed Kale's lips as she delivered a heavy punch to Cell's abdomen, draining the color from his face. Pfft. He spat out saliva, but Kale continued her assault. Seizing one of Cell's legs, she slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. Bang, bang. Each impact caused the ground to tremble and crack, showcasing the sheer power Kale possessed. TCH. This woman is indeed extraordinary. Vegeta crossed his arms, watching Kale dominate the fight, astonished at her prowess. Realizing he might not be able to defeat her. Crack. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Cell severed one of his legs, propelled by the loss. Soaring into the air. It was only at a considerable height that he finally halted, leaving Kale holding a severed limb. Surprisingly, Cell displayed a level of cunning. How infuriating. Unforgivable. Cell gritted his teeth, veins bulging, as if he were about to undertake something truly horrific. Regeneration. Piccolo shouted, recognizing Cell's actions, familiar with the nameless Namekian ability. As long as the core remained intact, they could regenerate. Before long, Cell's severed limb grew back, and he gasped heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! With a mighty roar, Cell's golden aura intensified, more ferocious and wild than ever. He was enraged, intent on obliterating Kale. As the winds howled, Cell descended like a beast unleashed, eager to unleash his pent-up fury. Chapter 82. The brutal assault of Cell. Kale, witnessing Cell at full power, felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through her veins. The Saiyan warrior's innate combativeness ignited her bloodlust, and her eyes gleamed with the spirit of battle as she clenched her fists, eager for the challenge that lay ahead. Cell narrowed his gaze and vanished from sight, only to reappear before Kale, delivering a fierce punch aimed at her face. Kale's pupils constricted, her reflexes were swift. As Cell's fist approached, she was already prepared. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, akin to the impact of meteorites, and the ground beneath them fractured. Impressive. Could it be that Cell has been holding back all this time? How can he match Kale blow for blow? Krillin remarked in disbelief. But if that were the case, it raised an unsettling question. Was Kale also not using her full strength? Li Feng maintained an expression devoid of concern, placing his unwavering trust in Kaier, the legendary Super Saiyan. It was worth noting that when he faced Broly earlier, even Super Saiyan 2 struggled to contend with him. Now, could Shara truly be Kaio's equal? It was merely that Kaio had not unleashed her full potential. The two fighters engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the surrounding air resonating with a cacophony as if on the brink of explosion. Yet, at this moment, Shara was gasping heavily, his stamina significantly depleted, while Kaio appeared utterly unfazed, their attacks seemingly balanced on the surface. With a thunderous crash, the two combatants suddenly distanced themselves from each other. Kaio let out a fierce roar, her aura erupting like a primordial beast, brazen and ferocious. Her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, disregarding Sheru entirely. If your strength is merely this, then you may as well perish. Kaier smirked coldly, her form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Sheru, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. Gasping, Sheru's complexion paled as he was propelled skyward. Immediately, Kaiya conjured a colossal energy sphere, pursuing him relentlessly. The energy orb engulfed Sheru, and Kaier unleashed her royal technique, a storm of energy blast raining down upon him, dozens, even hundreds, crashing down with resounding force. The sky where Sheru had been became enveloped in dust and debris, rendering it impossible to discern what transpired within. Had Sheru truly met his end? As the dust settled, the air was devoid of any trace of him, as if he had evaporated. Just when onlookers presumed Sheru was dead, a crackling energy surged from above, revealing that he was very much alive. His golden aura flared even more aggressively, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. How is this possible? Yumucha stammered in disbelief. After sustaining such a massive explosive energy impact, he still survives? Is this creature a monster? Piccolo, equally astonished, marveled at the Namekian ability of regeneration that Sheru exhibited. As long as his core remained unharmed, he would not perish and could even regrow lost limbs. Kakarot. Sheru's current state resembles that of our Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Has he surpassed that level? Vegeta remarked to Goku, observing Sheru's transformation. Goku nodded, acknowledging that this state, accompanied by lightning, indeed mirrored their Super Saiyan 2 form, and was even more potent than their initial breakthrough. That wretched fool. Did you truly believe I was finished? My power has only heightened, thanks to you. Now, perish, you accursed woman. Sheru declared arrogantly, relishing the sensation of rebirth and the superiority that his newfound strength afforded him. Yet, Kair displayed no fear, regarding Sheru with a mocking gaze, fully aware that she had yet to unleash the complete might of the legendary Super Saiyan. In an instant, Kair surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Sheru managed to deflect her strike, only for him to follow up with a swift kick that sent Kaia flying. Seizing the opportunity, Sheru unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, engulfing her in a cataclysmic explosion. Surprised, are you? You thought you could be so arrogant, only to meet your end at my hands. Sheru boasted, convinced that Kaia would perish under his onslaught, astonished by the power he had just unlocked. However, the next moment, panic gripped Sheru as the dust cleared to reveal Kaia, seemingly unscathed. With a fearsome roar, she unleashed an overwhelming aura, asserting her dominance as if she were the mightiest being in existence, causing the very earth to tremble, golden flames erupting skyward. Sheru, your doom is nigh, Kaia proclaimed coolly, extending her hand as torrents of energy coalesced into a cerulean energy sword. This was the wind destruction sword she had learned from Li Feng. Noticing this, Sheru sensed the imminent danger and steeled himself, adopting a classic stance, shouting, Kamehameha? This was Sheru's enhanced version of the Kamehameha wave, capable of reducing the entire planet to ashes. Yet, Kaia remained unfazed, raising her blue energy sword to confront the colossal Kamehameha wave. With a slight smile, she seemed to relish the inevitability of victory. The azure sword cleaved through the Kamehameha wave with a thunderous crack, dispersing its energy like ocean waves parting. As the sword continued its relentless advance towards Sheru, the scene shifted to the serene realm of the Kaioshin. In this tranquil world, vast grasslands stretched infinitely, adorned with a myriad of flowers. Yet not a single animal or insect could be found. Beneath a grand tree, a man with an unconventional hairstyle leisurely sipped tea. His hair resembled a mane, with only a single lock cascading down his back, while the rest of his head was devoid of hair, as if born that way. A towering man stood silently behind this quirky figure, a formidable warrior and the attendant of the Kaioshin. At that moment, a figure appeared nearby, clad in black, with hair styled as if it had been blown outwards by a gust of wind. It seems the Kaioshin did not deceive me. This is indeed the coordinate. The newcomer was Li Feng, who, after completing the saga of Sheru, had spent a year in reflection. During this time, he had reached a bottleneck in his training, leading him to recall the existence of the Kaioshin realm. Thus, he sought the Kaioshin and requested the coordinates, using instant transmission to arrive at the Kaioshin realm. What abundant spiritual energy. If I train here, I might just break through to that realm. Li Feng mused, his eyes gleaming with determination. He was aware of the method to transform into a Super Saiyan god, 5 kind-hearted Saiyans combining their energy to empower a righteous one. However, that was currently unattainable, leaving him to ponder the potential of comprehending divine power through his own efforts. Who are you? Dare to intrude upon the realm of the Sovereign King? A fierce voice resounded, disrupting Li Feng's thoughts. Li Feng turned around and was met with the fierce gazes of the formidable figures, King Shun Xian and Jia Baite, who were glaring at him. An unexpected intruder. You were King Shun Xian? You were Jia Baite? Li Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Impudent mortal. Dare you not answer me? You seek death. Jia Baite stepped forward, his tone menacing. His role was that of a guardian to the Kingshin, and they prided themselves on being deities, dismissing Li Feng, a mere mortal, as a challenger unworthy of their attention. King Shun Xian remained silent, oblivious to the changing times. Their exalted status as gods was no longer beyond the reach of mortals. Oh, are you implying that mortals are forbidden here? What is the reason? Li Feng retorted with a cold smirk. Forbidden is forbidden. This is the abode of deities. How could mortals possibly enter? Jie Baiti's conviction was unwavering. And if I insist on remaining here? Li Feng replied with a grin. Then I shall have no choice but to act accordingly. Jie Baiti's eyes narrowed. His fist clenched, launching a powerful strike toward Li Feng. Bang! In the next moment, both Jie Baite and King Shen Xian were taken aback. For the scene they had envisioned, Li Feng being sent flying by a single blow did not materialize. To their astonishment, the seemingly fragile Li Feng had withstood Jie Baiti's formidable punch with ease. How was this possible? Jie Baiti's eyes widened in disbelief. The next instant, Li Feng released Jie Baite and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling several yards away like a bullet. Who exactly are you? King Shen Xian stammered. Me? I am merely a mortal, insignificant in your eyes. Li Feng scoffed. A mortal? How could a mere mortal possess such strength? With incredulity, King Shen Xian launched a punch at Li Feng, his fist imbued with energy, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a powerful whoosh. King Shen Xian's overall strength was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in its second stage. Boom! Li Feng leaped backward, creating distance between himself and the King of the Worlds. The King of the Worlds unleashed a surge of energy that struck the ground, instantly scorching the earth and sending plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. Now, allow me to demonstrate this power, he exclaimed. Ha! Boom! Crackle and pop! With a thunderous roar, Li Feng unleashed a torrent of golden energy, accompanied by flickers of blue arcs of electricity surrounding him. He had entered the formidable state of Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming aura surged into the heavens, seemingly unstoppable. What an extraordinary power! The Supreme Kai remarked, trembling slightly. For this energy had surpassed his own. Allow me to demonstrate. Li Feng grinned wickedly, extending his hand as a domineering energy sphere began to coalesce within it. A mere mortal has achieved such prowess. With a powerful shout, the Supreme Kai summoned all his strength, raising his hands to conjure two massive energy spheres imbued with a hint of blue light. Oh, is this the power of the gods? I shall see just how strong it truly is. A glint of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he hurled the energy sphere with great force. The two colossal energy orbs collided mid-air, resulting in an eruption of blinding light. The reverberations echoed as the Supreme Kai struggled to withstand the onslaught of Li Feng's energy sphere, his complexion paling and his hands trembling. Have mortals truly become this formidable? Yet, Li Feng intensified his assault, the energy sphere barreling toward the Supreme Kai with overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, the Supreme Kai was sent hurtling away, crashing violently into the ground far off. Supreme Kai, allow me to heal your wounds. At that moment, Jebit had recovered, possessing the ability to heal any injury and teleport. After a brief interlude, the Supreme Kai was fully restored and approached Li Feng alongside Jebit. Greetings, may I inquire about your purpose here? This time, a hint of respect was evident in the Supreme Kai's demeanor, acknowledging Li Feng's extraordinary strength. I wish to train here, Li Feng replied with a smile. This is the realm of the Supreme Kai. How can a mere mortal? Jebit was cut short by the Supreme Kai, who recognized Jebit's rigid mindset and lack of flexibility. If you wish to train here, there is no objection, the Supreme Kai affirmed. Rest assured, I shall assist you in dealing with the threat of mage imbue. What? Chapter 84. The Startled Supreme Kai. What? Both the Supreme Kai and Jebit were utterly astonished by Li Feng's declaration. The mere fact that a mortal was aware of mage imbue was astonishing enough, let alone the possibility of defeating him. Do not speak nonsensically. I concede your strength is indeed formidable, but if that were enough to vanquish mage imbue, he would no longer be mage imbue. Jebit retorted coldly. The East Supreme Kai recalled the harrowing past when the initial form of Bu was exceedingly vicious and uncontrollable, even for his creator Bibidi. Bu had invaded the Supreme Kai realm, first killing the West and North Supreme Kais, then absorbing the South and Grand Supreme Kais, leaving only the East Supreme Kai alive. The memory of that devastation sent shivers down the East Supreme Kai's spine, and even now, Majin Bu loomed like a shadow over him. Majin Bu is indeed terrifying for you, but for me, he is of little consequence, Li Feng declared confidently, as if Bu were an insignificant adversary. Then showcase your strength. The Supreme Kai challenged, his skepticism lingering, for ultimately, actions speak louder than words. As you wish. A confident smile graced Li Feng's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination as he clenched his fist. Here I go. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng summoned forth an onslaught of energy waves that spiraled around him, creating a tempest of formidable force. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming presence. The god of the king realm, sensing the escalating power, trembled as he spoke. Meanwhile, The previously arrogant Jebet lay prostrate on the ground, utterly cowed, unable to rise, for the aura exuding from Li Feng was simply too terrifying. Amidst flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, powerful bolts danced around Li Feng, symbolizing his extraordinary strength. In the realm of the god of the king, storms and tempests were unheard of, yet at this moment, Li Feng's eruption defied all norms. The golden flames of his aura surged wildly, akin to a frenzy of chaotic spirits, saturating the very air with an unsettling energy. As the golden light dissipated, Li Feng's hair transformed. It remained upright but had grown considerably longer, while his brows vanished, replaced by a piercing gaze that rendered him reminiscent of a harbinger of death. The god of the king realm, though steadfast, found his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was a sight to behold, for he was a deity, the mightiest in the universe. Yet here he was, revealing his vulnerability before a mere mortal's might. Li Feng's display of power was unprecedented, leaving the god of the king realm in awe. It became evident that Li Feng was not merely boasting. He truly possessed the capability to vanquish the villainous mage in view. What do you think? Esteemed god of the king realm, how do you regard my strength? Li Feng inquired with a fierce gaze and a smile. I never anticipated your power to be so formidable, the god of the king realm responded, his forehead glistening with sweat. You are indeed capable of confronting mage in view, and our realm can provide you with a sanctuary for your training. Yet, the oppressive aura surrounding them elicited a sensation of suffocation, a testament to Li Feng's overwhelming dominance. Li Feng has attained Super Saiyan 3, but he would never confide in the Kaioshin about his additional transformation, Super Saiyan 4, for that might very well terrify the Kaioshin. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Majin Buu, Goku, and Vegeta are engaged in a fierce battle. At that time, Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, while Majin Buu remained in his original form. Despite the intensity of their conflict, the Kaioshin realm endured unscathed. This resilience is attributed to the fact that the Kaioshin realm is a sacred place, and its distinction from other star domains is precisely why it is revered as such. The reason Li Feng sought to cultivate in the realm of the King of Worlds is primarily due to the fact that he has reached the pinnacle of his current stage. As for the existence of Super Saiyan 5, following Super Saiyan 4, he is entirely unaware, and regardless, it is beyond his grasp at this moment. Super Saiyan God, often referred to as the legendary savior and the mightiest of Saiyans, possesses the strength to rival that of a destroyer. However, the power exhibited in Dragon Ball Super is indeed concerning. It was not until later, when Goku and others attained Super Saiyan Blue, that they experienced a significant enhancement based on this stage. After mastering Super Saiyan Blue, they utilized the Super Saiyan God form less frequently, as the power of Blue is undeniably more formidable. Nevertheless, Li Feng contends that if Super Saiyan God is said to be capable of matching the destroyers, its power should not be so diminished. There must surely be some underlying issue, or perhaps the true essence of divine power is what he has comprehended. Li Feng gazed at Shin, the Lord of the Kings, and inquired, "Might you display the divine power of a deity for my observation?" Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Kings, Shin, felt a sudden change in his countenance, fearing that Li Feng was once again seeking a confrontation, a challenge he knew he could not withstand. Observing the Lord's pallor, Li Feng couldn't help but find it amusing. Was this truly the Lord of the Kings? Such timidity seemed unbecoming for one who had lived for so long. What I meant was for you to showcase your divine prowess, not to engage in battle. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. I see now. Allow me to unveil it for you. The Lord of the Kings finally exhaled in relief. For Li Feng's earlier display of power had been exceedingly formidable. With Li Feng's strength and his assurances, the trepidation regarding Majin Buu dissipated, leaving him free of concern. With a sharp gaze, the Lord of the Kings released a faint, ethereal glow that emanated from his being. Though it appeared delicate, it exuded an aura of inviolable profundity. It is well known that ordinary mortals cannot perceive divine power, nor can they control or harness it. Thus, at this moment, Li Feng was entirely unaware of the divine essence surrounding him. Yet, his eyes were ablaze with fervor. It was imperative for him to master this power, to traverse an alternate path leading to a higher realm. This was his aspiration. Come at me. I shall not retaliate, rest assured. Li Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he gazed at the king of the realm, observing that his demeanor suggested he truly had no intention of retaliating. Li Feng instantaneously transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 3. Even in this form, he could not withstand the energy attack from the Kaioshin. He yearned to fully experience this divine power. Here it comes. With a resounding shout, the Kaioshin gathered a luminous energy sphere in his palm. This was pure divine power. devoid of any explosive aura, an energy that mere mortals could not even begin to comprehend. The energy sphere surged forth, and in an instant, Li Feng's figure was engulfed by the energy. Chapter 91. Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 3rd Level Boom. On the arena, a golden flame and a green flame collided incessantly, generating a powerful whirlwind that swept across the stage, the resulting airflow roaring like thunder. The battle between Kale and Son Gohan was fiercely contested, with both combatants displaying unparalleled speed and strength. The clash was so rapid that only 2 streaks of light could be seen colliding continuously. It appeared that Son Gohan had not neglected his training despite his academic pursuits over the years. Li Feng gazed at the 2 combatants on stage and murmured to himself. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, had completely forsaken his training due to academic pressures. Yet, in this timeline, Gohan had not only engaged in battle against Cell without achieving Super Saiyan 2, but now, astonishingly, he had transcended that form. This indicated that he had not abandoned his training after all. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Son Wukong, he pondered. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of Son Gohan and Caulifla escalated, each punch heavier than the last, with neither holding back. Spectators below were left utterly astonished. It was no wonder they could not rank among the top fighters. They had ventured into a realm far beyond their grasp. Boom. The clash of the 2 fighters exuded an overwhelming sense of parity, yet Gohan felt an increasing sense of alarm. His stamina was depleting rapidly. While Caulifla seemed to expend no energy at all, her strength unwavering with each blow. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed terrifying. Aha, Kakarot. It seems your son is soon to be outmatched by the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta quipped, observing the scene with a smirk. Not necessarily. Son Wukong replied, grinning confidently. What do you mean by that? Vegeta felt a jolt of shock, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge surfacing in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Boom. The intensity of their battle reverberated through the very fabric of space, causing ripples and waves of colossal energy to engulf the arena. In a distant corner, Spopovich and Yamu were exhilarated, their mission nearing completion, as the energy generated by the clash of Super Saiyans was indeed formidable. In a short span, they had already gathered more than half of what they needed. The resurrection of Majin Buu is imminent. In a moment of distraction for Gohan, Caulifla unleashed a fierce punch to his abdomen, leaving him pale and crashing onto the arena floor, causing fissures to erupt around him. The audience collectively gasped in disbelief. Were these 2 monsters capable of delivering such devastating force with mere punches? Gohan, though visibly pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wore an expression of exhilaration. The Saiyans' combative nature ignited his blood, and battling a true Super Saiyan felt utterly exhilarating. What's wrong? Still unwilling to concede? Caulifla's piercing gaze locked onto Gohan as she spoke coolly, revealing that she had hardly exhausted any of her energy throughout their skirmish. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan is formidable. But if you think that will be enough to defeat me, you are sorely mistaken. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Gohan smiled. I have my trump card, so I won't concede so easily, even against a legendary Super Saiyan. Then show me your true abilities. Caulifla retorted with a mocking smile, as if everything before her was utterly trivial. This is a technique I have only recently mastered. I did not expect to employ it today, Gohan declared. Clenching his fist with a grave expression, and with a mighty shout, he unleashed his power. The arena was instantly enveloped in an overwhelming aura, the ground trembling beneath them. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? The spectators below began to panic, unable to fathom that this was merely Gohan's burgeoning might. The power of a single individual had transcended the forces of nature. Gohan's energy swelled, akin to a volcanic eruption, irresistible and unstoppable. Could it be? Vegeta was left in utter astonishment. The realm he had struggled to breach had now been surpassed by Gohan. The dignity of the Saiyan prince felt yet another blow. It was one thing to be outdone by Kakarot, but now, could even his son surpass him? Infuriating. Infuriating. Vegeta's veins bulged as he seethed with rage. Unable to believe that Gohan had ascended to such heights, Li Feng never anticipated that due to his intervention, Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, not only maintained his strength but surged forward, matching his father's pace and surpassing Vegeta, achieving the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. In accordance with the original narrative, Son Gohan was meant to follow a path toward a mysterious realm. Li Feng pondered whether a mystical version of Gohan would ever materialize. Yet attaining the 3rd level of Super Saiyan was undeniably a commendable option. Son Gohan possessed immense talent, if he committed to training. Reaching the later stages of Super Saiyan Blue was not out of the question. What an intimidating aura. Your brother is truly formidable, Elon remarked, sensing the overwhelming presence. addressing Sun Goten beside him. Indeed, I have seen my father reach this state before. I never expected my brother to achieve it as well. Sun Goten replied, nodding. His youthful voice filled with awe. A crackling blue lightning, as thick as an arm, enveloped Sun Gohan. While his hairstyle underwent a transformation, his hair lengthened to cascade down his waist, his brows vanished, and his gaze became piercingly sharp, exuding a more chilling and dangerous aura that felt exceedingly sinister. Super Saiyan 3? Kale, having witnessed this form before, felt no fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Huh! Kale shouted, rushing towards Sun Gohan, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. Bang! Sun Gohan effortlessly seized Kale's fist, a confident smirk gracing his lips. With this level of strength, you are no match for me. He taunted, his smile devilish as he flung Kale high into the sky. In an instant, dozens of energy blasts surged toward Kale, who was suspended in midair. Boom! The sky erupted with violent explosions, engulfing Kale's figure in a tempest of chaos. Unexpectedly, events unfolded beyond Li Feng's expectations. He had assumed that Majin Buu would mirror his portrayal in the original tale, but could reality be so predictable? Chapter 92. Kale's transmission to Super Saiyan 2. How powerful. I never imagined Gohan would attain this level. I thought his training would lead to a decline. Yet he has ascended further. Krillin remarked to Piccolo. For the Saiyan race, Krillin felt he could only admire them from afar, no matter how hard they strived. The limitations of their bloodline perpetually hindered their ability to match the Saiyan's terrifying prowess. Piccolo nodded, filled with pride. Son Gohan was his disciple, and witnessing his success brought him immense satisfaction. Although Gohan's strength now far exceeded his own, it mattered little, as he had trained him. Meanwhile, on the arena, as the dust settled, Kale's figure had vanished. Could it be that a single strike from Gohan had rendered her utterly obliterated? That was simply inconceivable. Son Gohan shook his head, attuned to the shifting dynamics around him. Kale's power was far from exhausted. Li Feng grinned, muttering to himself that Kai was diligently training, much like the earlier Broly, and he believed she had at least reached that level. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt something. Looking up to see a brilliant green light burst into the sky, and Kai reappeared. To his astonishment, after enduring such immense power, she remained completely unscathed. The legendary Super Saiyan's physique was indeed formidable, and at that moment, it was vividly apparent in Kai's presence. Kai's terrifying gaze looked down upon Sun Wukong as her aura began to surge violently, akin to a ferocious beast unleashed, unstoppable. With a powerful roar, Kai erupted once more, her entire being enveloped in a raging green flame, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a tempest of wind and thunder. She roared like a wild animal, veins bulging, as if she was about to unleash the unfathomable power within her. A massive tornado swept through the area, accompanied by crackling bolts of lightning. The ground beneath her feet cracked under the weight of her overwhelming energy, forming a gigantic crater. At that moment, Kai's body radiated even more strength. As if with a mere flick of her fingers, she could reduce entire cities to ashes. The green flames surrounding her had multiplied exponentially, with enormous blue arcs of electricity dancing around her. Vegeta was utterly astonished. The sheer force emanating from her made even him, the Prince of Saiyans, tremble. He felt an increasing pressure from the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, seething with rage. Unbeknownst to him, someone in the shadows was observing his fury, recognizing that the angrier he became, the easier he would be to control. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan was as terrifying as the Broly of yore. It seemed he must find an opportunity to challenge Kaio himself. Sun Wukong, while feeling a shiver of fear, was more consumed by excitement. The legendary Super Saiyan second stage? It's the perfect chance to gauge your strength. Sun Wukong exclaimed wickedly, feeling an indescribable thrill since achieving Super Saiyan 3. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his power, launching himself toward Kai like a released arrow. The collision of their fist resulted in a tremendous explosion, a whirlwind ravaging the surroundings. The air was filled with the sounds of detonations, akin to countless cannonballs igniting and exploding. Sun Wukong was sent flying several dozen feet, but managed to steady himself. Is this the might of the legendary Super Saiyan second stage? Truly impressive, he remarked, suppressing his excitement. You are not lacking either, Kai responded, acknowledging Sun Wukong's strength as she engaged with the legendary Super Saiyan second stage. However, she was determined to emerge victorious. With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong charged at Kai once more, and they exchanged a flurry of punches in an instant. Though in the form of Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's base fighting power paled in comparison to Li Feng's, placing him at a disadvantage against the Super Saiyan 2. Despite the immense power of Super Saiyan 3, its energy consumption was relentless, often becoming a critical weakness in battle. Just like in the original Bu saga, where Sun Wukong's transformation led to a drastic energy depletion, forcing him to return to the afterlife prematurely. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong realized his energy was dwindling, while Kaya remained unfazed, her strength only growing as the legendary Super Saiyan's trait. Desperate, he thought, if this continues, I'll eventually exhaust all my energy. With a fierce shout, he unleashed an energy wave, creating distance between them. Kamehameha. After regaining distance, Sun Wukong concentrated his energy, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Kaya scoffed, and in an instant, powerful currents of energy surged around her, forming a massive energy sphere brimming with explosive potential. The audience was trembling in fear. The intensity of their battle was terrifying. The arena no longer resembled a fighting stage, as the ground trembled beneath the might of their powers. Ha! Sun Wukong yelled, launching the Kamehameha wave like a dragon surging from the sea, unstoppable as it raced toward Kaya. In response, Kaya propelled her energy blast with equal ferocity. Like tumultuous ocean waves, their might undeniable. The clash of their energy blasts created a spectacular and overwhelming scene, blinding ordinary spectators. After the explosive display, Kaya swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, she delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen, leaving him pale and sending him flying out of the ring. Ultimately, Kaya triumphed in this battle, securing her place among the top 4 contenders. Elated, she looked forward to facing Li Feng, her longtime idol. As they prepared for the final confrontations, ladies and gentlemen, we now present the semi-finalists. Please welcome our 2 competitors. The host enthusiastically announced, displaying remarkable dedication despite the dwindling audience, who had mostly fled in fear from the earlier battle. Those remaining were either exceptionally brave or had their own reasons for staying, such as the brothers Spokibi and Yamu, a cloaked figure, and a host of Dragon Ball warriors. At long last, Kakarot, this day has come, Vegeta declared, visibly excited, though an ominous aura surrounded him, unnoticed by the casual observer. Excellent. I too eagerly anticipate this battle, Sun Wukong replied, adopting a serious demeanor. Truth be told, I've tried countless times to transform into Super Saiyan 3, yet I am still the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Ha! With a resounding roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his aura surpassing that of Sun Wukong's transformation, a testament to his relentless training. Indeed, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form was magnitudes more powerful than before. As Sun Wukong sensed Vegeta's energy, he sobered, setting aside his usual joviality in preparation for the impending confrontation. Indeed, it is none other than Vegeta, who astonishingly elevates the power of Super Saiyan 2 to an astounding increase of 200 times. Li Feng gazed at Vegeta's form with a sense of admiration. Indeed, Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, embodied a dignity that could not be diminished. Unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he carved out an alternative path, enhancing his power based on Super Saiyan 2. After countless attempts, I have come to realize that I will never achieve Super Saiyan 3 in this lifetime. Therefore, through my relentless effort, I have amplified the power of Super Saiyan 2 to an astonishing 200 times. Kakarot, today, we shall determine our victor, Vegeta proclaimed excitedly, his golden aura flaring like a raging inferno, soaring into the sky. Very well, I too shall embrace Super Saiyan 2. Ha! Crackle! Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His blue electric aura radiating with unparalleled ferocity, spewing forth a tempest of energy. Ha! With a mighty shout, Vegeta surged forward, his fist aimed directly at Goku with unstoppable force. Bang! Bang! Their fists collided, sending Goku reeling back several paces, leaving him astounded. Truly, Vegeta was formidable, capable of pushing him back in equal states. Once more, Vegeta pressed on without pause, moving at an incredible speed, appearing before Goku in an instant, launching a powerful punch. A glint flashed in Goku's eyes as he quickly reacted to meet the blows. Bang! In an instant, after their clash, the arena beneath them cracked, revealing the sheer magnitude of their strength. Ha! Ha! Bang! The air was filled solely with the sound of their fists colliding, an explosion of sonic booms that suggested an imminent detonation. Amazing! Why is Uncle Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 so extraordinarily powerful? Below the arena, Gohan watched the fierce battle, his eyes ablaze with fervor. If only he could join the fray, But alas, having just lost, he had no chance to re-enter. Rumbling. Raging. The air around them swirled violently as their rapid movements created a cacophony. In their equal forms, it seemed Vegeta had the upper hand, his 200-fold augmentation no mere jest. For years, he had trained tirelessly for this moment, to defeat Kakarot and reclaim his dignity as the Prince of the Saiyans. Of course, excluding that anomaly, Li Feng. Boom. Vegeta's fierce punch struck Goku in the abdomen, propelling him forward like a bullet. In the next moment, Vegeta teleported behind the flying Goku, delivering another crushing kick, sending Goku hurtling back once more. This exchange continued for dozens of times, culminating in Goku crashing onto the arena floor. Boom. Father. Both Gohan and Goten exclaimed simultaneously, bewildered. This battle should not unfold like this, especially since Goku had achieved Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta was relishing the fight, as if every ounce of his energy was unleashed in this clash. Yet, he remained serious, for he knew Goku had yet to reveal his true strength. This was the nature of this opponent, always holding back at the onset. Huh? Goku staggered to his feet, brushing off the dust with a mindless smile, as if the previous combat had not harmed him at all. Damn Kakarot. Huh? Vegeta's ire flared at Goku's demeanor. Immediately, he unleashed his royal combat technique, launching a torrential rain of energy blasts upon Goku's position. He cared not for the arena's rules. All he desired was to defeat Goku. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke and debris, obscuring all vision as Goku's form was swallowed by the blast. Rumbling. Raging. Vegeta disregarded the competition's regulations, Krillin said in shock, unable to believe the extent of Vegeta's recklessness. Only Li Feng found it all too predictable. Vegeta was indeed Vegeta, proud and unyielding, a trait that set him apart from Goku. Chapter 94. A fateful duel. This was a fateful confrontation, as the original narrative dictated, unchanged in this timeline. The battle between the two could never cease. As the dust settled, the arena lay in ruins, yet Goku stood resolutely at its center. Though his garments lay tattered from the impact, his spirit remained unbroken. Kakarot. Vegeta gazed down at Goku, expecting this outcome. How else could Goku be his rival? Indeed. Vegeta, it appears my Super Saiyan 2 is no match for you, Goku remarked, looking up at the towering figure of Vegeta. Enough chatter, Kakarot. Transform into Super Saiyan 3, so that I, Vegeta, may test your strength. Vegeta declared proudly, fully aware that he would not be able to contend with Super Saiyan 3. Yet as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not retreat. Only a battle to the bitter end would suffice. As you wish. Goku smirked, clenching his fist and unleashing his energy. Once again, Goku summoned forth all his might, an overwhelming surge of energy rising skyward. The threshold of Super Saiyan 3 within reach. Roar. The intensity of his power amplified, and the blue arc surrounding him burgeoned, signifying a qualitative leap from Super Saiyan 2. The golden light dissipated, revealing a new Goku, his golden hair cascading to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his light green iris is now framed by a deeper green. His gaze was fierce, his expression reminiscent of Piccolo, with a tuft of golden hair adorning his forehead. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 was evidently more potent than Gohan's. Having achieved this form long ago, coupled with his inherent battle prowess, he unequivocally surpassed Gohan. Father's Super Saiyan 3 is indeed formidable, much stronger than mine, Gohan mused, watching his father transform. What is this Super Saiyan nonsense, Gohan? You best clarify it for me. A melodious voice interrupted, and Gohan turned to find Videl approaching. That Super Saiyan is. The once serious Gohan became flustered at Videl's presence. Truly, the sheer aura of Super Saiyan 3 was exhilarating. Vegeta, too, felt a surge of excitement. But I shall not back down. Come forth, Kakarot. With a mighty roar, Vegeta charged at Goku, his fists imbued with boundless strength and energy. As you wish. Goku's piercing gaze met Vegeta's, unperturbed as he too ascended to meet the challenge. Boom. Their fists collided, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. An unstoppable force sweeping across the battlefield. Vegeta's body soared into the sky, while Goku, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. The might of Super Saiyan 3 rendered him incapable of halting his momentum. He surged forward with incredible speed, launching a formidable energy blast. With a resounding explosion, Vegeta found himself unable to evade, as the energy blast sent him hurtling towards the ground. As the dust settled, Vegeta staggered to his feet, appearing quite disheveled. Wiping the blood from his lips, he chuckled, I never anticipated the sheer strength of Super Saiyan 3. However, I, Prince Vegeta, shall not concede so easily to a lower-class warrior like you. With a fierce roar, Vegeta summoned a whirlwind of energy, locking onto Goku with renewed determination, proclaiming, "Final Flash." With a powerful gesture, he coalesced his energy into a volatile orb, unleashing it with ferocity towards Goku suspended in the air. Simultaneously, Goku unleashed his own Kamehameha wave, directing it forcefully toward Vegeta. The two colossal beams collided, engulfing the entire arena, and even the venue of the tournament in a blinding brilliance, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The ground trembled, reverberating with the force of their clash. The shockwaves obliterated the surrounding structures, leaving devastation in their wake. The intensity of their battle was staggering. Fortunately, Bulma and the others had been evacuated long before this chaos ensued. Li Feng murmured to himself, aware from the outset that the battle between the two individuals would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Thus, he had urged Bulma and the others to vacate the area. And indeed, the situation unfolded as anticipated. Only the dedicated host remained huddled in a corner, watching the fierce clash, which made Li Feng begin to admire the host's tenacity. The confrontation between Goku and Vegeta ultimately resulted in Vegeta's defeat. A scenario that echoed the popular adage circulating online, never engage in combat with a member of the Sun family, lest you suffer a devastating loss. As the dust settled, Vegeta's attire lay in tatters, yet his unwavering spirit prevented him from collapsing. "Father, Uncle Goku is too powerful. Perhaps you should concede," Euron implored. Unable to bear the sight of Vegeta's distress. "What nonsense are you spouting? Remember, I am the Prince of the Saiyans and will never admit defeat. You bear my bloodline. You are not permitted to be so cowardly," Vegeta retorted fiercely, for the notion of surrender was utterly foreign to him. "Vegeta, you have already lost. It is futile to continue," Goku declared, having descended to the ground. "Ha! Kakarot, you truly are formidable. However, you do not comprehend my pride." Vegeta gasped for breath, his strength waning from his previous injuries. Yet, his pride would not allow him to yield. After all, Kakarot was merely a low-class warrior. While he possessed the royal blood of the Saiyan lineage, a lineage steeped in pride. "This battle cannot conclude so swiftly. I require just a bit more energy. I cannot allow you to stop now, Vegeta." In a shadowy corner, a cloaked figure observed the two combatants who had ceased their struggle, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a beam of dark energy shot forth, hurtling towards Vegeta. Chapter 95. The transformation of Vegeta. In a moment of inattention, the black energy infiltrated Vegeta's body. "Ah, it hurts so much," Vegeta howled, clutching his head as if on the verge of explosion. "Vegeta, what is happening?" Goku inquired, promptly reverting from his Super Saiyan 3 form, as that state was excessively draining. "Father, what is wrong?" Euron exclaimed, rushing to Vegeta and clutching his leg, alarmed by the princess' agony. "It hurts so much." Vegeta's words began to slur. Could it be that scoundrel Babidi? Li Feng cast his gaze towards the corner, and indeed, the figure clad in black was there, brimming with excitement. However, Li Feng refrained from intervening. He was keen to observe just how powerful the demonized Vegeta had become. Would he be able to contend with Super Saiyan 3 Goku? Vegeta roared, his energy surging uncontrollably, causing the young Orin, who clung to his leg, to be thrown aside by the force. Fortunately, Son Goten was there to catch Orin. Gasping for breath, Vegeta revealed his face once more, now adorned with dark circles around his eyes, and a sinister symbol manifested upon his forehead. The aura surrounding him had undergone a monumental transformation, now faintly rivaling that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 state. Remarkably, the injuries he had sustained and the stamina he had lost were significantly restored in that instant. The Prince of Destruction, Majin Vegeta, had arrived. Vegeta surveyed the changes in his own form with satisfaction. Not only had his power surged, but he now possessed the strength to challenge Kakarot. Though he was uncertain of the cause, any increase in power was a boon for him. "Dad, are you all right?" Orin inquired, wanting to check on Vegeta once more. "Step aside, do not disturb my battle with Kakarot," Vegeta retorted sharply, his piercing gaze suggesting he was on the brink of violence. Orin, seeing this, could do nothing but comply. "Vegeta, what's happened to you?" Goku asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice, yet he could sense Vegeta's transformation, feeling as though his own power was being matched. "Come, Kakarot. We have yet to determine a victor." With that, Vegeta vanished like lightning, reappearing before Goku in an instant, and delivered a devastating punch. Bang! Goku's body was sent hurtling away, struggling to regain his footing. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, overwhelming Goku's form. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, showcasing the terrifying power Vegeta possessed. Ha! From amidst the dust, Goku's voice roared as he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 in a flash. Ha! Goku moved with remarkable speed, yet Vegeta remained composed, as if everything was under his control. Bang! Their fists collided, and both warriors were propelled backwards several paces, each sensing an equilibrium in their struggle. Uncle Vegeta's power has surged so rapidly, he has drastically narrowed the gap between them, Son Gohan remarked, observing the fierce combat. Indeed. It was true. Vegeta had previously been at a disadvantage against Goku. Yet now, he was able to hold his ground against Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, indicating a staggering increase in his power level. As their battle escalated, the speed of their exchanges quickened, each punch heavier than the last, with neither holding back in their full might. Goku, too, grew increasingly fascinated. How had Vegeta augmented his strength so swiftly? Was it due to that dark energy? Yet he was not deterred. Rather, he became more exhilarated, his Saiyan instinct for battle igniting a fervor within him. It was astounding that the demonized Vegeta had risen to match Super Saiyan 3 Goku's prowess. Indeed, he was anything but ordinary. Li Feng pondered quietly. He never anticipated that after his transformation, he could actually stand toe-to-toe with Sun Wukong. However, as their battle raged on, it seemed that both warriors were depleting their energy at an alarming rate. It wasn't solely the Super Saiyan consuming energy. The transformed Vegeta was experiencing the same exhaustion. After exchanging a powerful blow, they momentarily distanced themselves. Sun Wukong gathered energy in his hands, preparing to unleash his iconic Kamehameha wave. He was nearly out of energy. After all, maintaining Super Saiyan 3 was incredibly taxing, especially after transforming twice in succession. Vegeta, too, was in dire straits, although he was in a powered state. He was also severely fatigued from his injuries. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Final Flash. This would determine the outcome of their fierce contest. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy erupted. Vegeta conjured a massive energy sphere in his hands, shimmering with potency. It was indeed his signature move, Final Flash. Sun Wukong bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. A colossal energy wave surged towards Vegeta, akin to a dragon breaking through the ocean, unstoppable in its momentum. Boom, boom. The two immense forces collided with earth-shattering intensity. The ground trembled violently, and the atmosphere darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The very planet quaked under the weight of their clash. What terrifying power! Krillin stammered, feeling an overwhelming force that rendered him unable to stand. The magnitude of their confrontation deeply intimidated all present. The sheer ferocity of Super Saiyan 3 and the transformed Vegeta was enough to wreak havoc on the surrounding structures. In an instant, dust filled the air, obscuring visibility entirely, leaving only the feeling of fierce winds and the resounding explosions echoing through the heavens. The earth lay scarred with countless marks from their battle. Sun Wukong gasped for breath. His Super Saiyan 3 form could not be sustained much longer. Meanwhile, Vegeta's demonic markings faded, his body collapsing helplessly onto the ground. The battle concluded with Sun Wukong's victory, yet he too was on the brink of collapse, utterly drained of energy and unable to continue fighting. Chapter 96. The Resurrection of Majin Buu in the course of their fierce conflict. Sun Wukong and Vegeta inadvertently unleashed vast amounts of energy, ultimately leading to the resurrection of Majin Buu. The cloaked figure removed his hat, revealing himself as Babidi, who gleefully watched as Majin Buu emerged from his confinement. Beside Babidi stood a robust demon with crimson skin, adorned with a massive belt inscribed with a symbol representing his boundless power and unparalleled malevolence. It was the Demon King Dabura. However, a dark mark on his forehead unmistakably indicated his current state. He had been thoroughly ensnared by Babidi's magic, reduced to the most loyal of minions. Majin Buu was not a creation of Babidi. He had existed since ancient times, having survived numerous rampages and prolonged slumber. Throughout these cycles, he absorbed the wickedness of humanity, growing increasingly ferocious. Majin Buu possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely. As long as a single cell remained, he could revive, and he could absorb others, incorporating them into his being. A stout figure with pink skin, clad in white pants and dark brown shoes, emerged, his upper body bare, sporting wristbands, and possessing formidable strength and flexibility. His small eyes gleamed with malevolence. At present, Majin Buu could be considered a morally ambiguous entity. Yet his ferocity was undeniably formidable. Haha, you pitiful fools. It is thanks to you that I am liberated, Majin Buu proclaimed arrogantly. Perceiving those around him as mere insects and potential prey, by devouring you, I shall grow ever stronger. Haha. Majin Buu, I am your resurrector, Lord Babidi. From this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. Babidi exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he had long awaited this moment of Buu's revival. I don't care. I shall consume you all, Majin Buu declared, eyeing his victims hungrily. Humph. Just a big fat fool. What can you do? Watch how I pummel you. Dabura retorted disdainfully. Haha. You are quite amusing. If you don't mind, let me have a taste. Majin Buu replied with a grin. To think you would dare to eat the Demon King. You are far too naive. Dabura scoffed. Babidi did not intervene. Instead, he was keen to observe the extent of Majin Buu's power, akin to a spectator at a performance, withholding his opinions. Dabura unleashed a mighty roar, concentrating a massive energy sphere in his hands before hurling it at Majin Buu. Boom. The energy sphere pierced through Majin Buu, leaving a gaping hole in his abdomen. Haha. Is that all you've got? Dabura mocked, reveling in the apparent weakness of Majin Buu, believing he had easily dispatched him. But in the next moment, Dabura's expression shifted dramatically. Haha. You are truly foolish. Majin Buu leisurely stroked his belly, and the wound instantly healed, leaving no trace behind. How is this possible? Dabura gasped, astonished by Majin Buu's astonishing regenerative capabilities. With a swift motion, he aimed his hands at Majin Buu and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. However, Majin Buu effortlessly swatted them aside as if swatting flies. Curse you. Transform into stone. Dabura roared in rage, spitting at Majin Buu, only for his saliva to be intercepted by a beam of light. In the next instant, Majin Buu appeared before Dabura, delivering a powerful punch that sent Dabura reeling. Pooh. Dabura's complexion paled, feeling as though he had been struck by a massive meteor, suffering immensely from Majin Buu's overwhelming strength. His body hurtled through the air, crashing into a colossal rock that shattered upon impact. Majin Buu approached Dabura with a sinister smile, and in Dabura's eyes, he appeared as a true demon, filled with terror. You are quite intriguing, but I am famished. Therefore, transform into chocolate for me. Majin Buu commanded, casting a black beam of energy, instantly turning Dabura's massive form into chocolate. Munch, munch. Majin Buu devoured him effortlessly as if indulging in a mere snack. Excellent, Majin Buu. Come with me. We have matters to attend to. Babidi exclaimed, exhilarated. Majin Buu's power had indeed exceeded his expectations, effortlessly eliminating the Demon King Dabura. On the other side, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the battle between Li Feng and Kai'er commenced. However, due to the intense confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the venue had become a scene of utter devastation, and the arena had long ceased to exist, with the ordinary spectators having vanished without a trace. After all, the ferocity of their battles was truly terrifying. Should they suffer any injuries, the consequences would be dire. Life is precious. At this moment, the black-cloaked figure, along with the brothers Spakichi and AMU, were nowhere to be found. They had cleverly executed their plan and, having completed their energy gathering, slipped away without a trace. Li Feng was aware of the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet he believed that his current strength could easily overpower Majin Buu. Thus he chose to disregard the matter, deciding to address any issues post-battle. Kai'er, brimming with excitement, gazed at Li Feng and declared, Brother, the day has finally arrived. I must prove my strength to you. Kai'er was exhilarated. It was Li Feng who had brought her here, later guiding her in her training and education, treating her as a beloved sister. Grateful for his support, she was determined to engage in battle with Li Feng to demonstrate that she was far from being a mere burden. Li Feng felt a deep sense of pride, observing Kai'er's transformation from her previous self to the new Kai'er, who had completely diverged from the original storyline. Of course, this was partly due to Li Feng's disdain for the Yuri undertones present in Dragon Ball Super. Very well, Kai'er, let me witness the true extent of your power. Li Feng smiled as he spoke. Kale, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, and then clenched his fists. An overwhelming aura surged forth, instantly transforming the skies, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Dear readers, this is my first time publishing. Please subscribe, collect, and offer your generous support. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Thank you all. With that, the atmosphere became charged with Kale's formidable energy, akin to a volcanic eruption. As fierce winds began to swirl around her, thick bolts of blue lightning crackled about her, signifying her ascension beyond the legendary Super Saiyan first form directly into the second form, for before her stood Li Feng, the strongest in her eyes. Li Feng grinned widely, swiftly transforming into the third form of Super Saiyan. Similar arcs of blue electricity danced around him, his aura equally terrifying. However, unlike Goku and the others. His energy consumption was significantly lower, a testament to his training in the realm of the Kaioshin. The concept of energy containment was something he had observed in Dragon Ball Super, where Goku, after mastering energy containment, consumed considerably less energy even in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Thus, in this moment, Li Feng's third form was a manifestation of that technique, offering tremendous explosive power with minimal energy expenditure. Is this really Li Feng's third form? It appears different from my Super Saiyan 3, yet in terms of aura, it is not lacking in any way, Goku remarked, having fully recovered from his injuries and fatigue with the aid of Senzu beans. It seems that this form consumes far less energy than your Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta commented, crossing his arms. Regarding this monstrous Li Feng, he could only gaze from a distance, feeling the insurmountable gap between them. Even as a prince of the Saiyans, he understood that such a disparity in strength could not be easily bridged. Kale observed Li Feng's transformation without uttering a word, becoming increasingly cautious in the face of his formidable presence. Li Feng truly lives up to his name, exuding an undeniable strength. Nevertheless, Care must still prove her prowess. She is determined to demonstrate that she is not merely a burden, but rather someone who can assist Li Feng. This marks the first time Li Feng has unleashed this mode since his return from the realm of the Kaioshin. It becomes apparent that this form exceeds all prior imaginings, and the energy consumption is far less than expected. Excellent, brother. I shall commence my assault. With that, she surged forward like a bullet, unstoppable in her momentum. A powerful punch seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains, as if it could shatter anything in its path. In the presence of his legendary Super Saiyan second stage power, even the earth could be obliterated with a single blow. Yet, Li Feng remained unperturbed by Care's onslaught. With fists clenched, he met her attack. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, causing the ground to tremble violently. The air around them crackled with an explosive energy, as if on the verge of detonation, radiating a palpable danger. Meanwhile, Goku and the others had already evacuated to a safe distance, for the destructive potential of these two was more than enough to annihilate the Earth. The host was also whisked away to safety. Otherwise, as an ordinary human, he would have been obliterated without a second thought. The sounds of their fierce clashes reverberated through the air, each impact intensifying as their strikes became swifter and more powerful. The atmosphere crackled ominously, as if it could erupt at any moment. Are these two monsters? Their mere skirmish is terrifying, Yamcha stammered. The realms they operated in were beyond their comprehension. Li Feng truly epitomized his name. Even in his Super Saiyan third stage, he matched Care blow for blow, though he had yet to unleash his full potential. He was merely curious about the extent of Care's capabilities when she unleashed her full power, as legendary Super Saiyans are known to grow stronger with each battle. Care sensed that Li Feng was holding back and felt a surge of indignation. Her aura intensified, becoming more formidable, resembling a wild beast unleashed. Brother, if you continue to refrain from using your full strength, do not blame me for what follows. With a haughty scoff, she unleashed a torrent of immense energy, aimed directly at Li Feng without mercy. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed, billowing clouds of dust that enveloped Li Feng completely. The sound of the blasts reverberated through the heavens as the sky darkened with debris, rendering visibility non-existent. Care was not naive enough to believe that Li Feng could be vanquished so easily. After all, he was the universe's strongest warrior. Yet, in the next moment, Li Feng reappeared before Care, delivering a powerful punch that sent her hurtling like a bullet, crashing into the ground. The earth splintered beneath the force, fissures and craters appearing as evidence of his overwhelming strength. Vegeta and the others gasped in astonishment. Li Feng, merely in his Super Saiyan third stage, exhibited such immense power. It left them pondering what kind of training he had undergone since the conclusion of the Cell Saga. Care staggered to her feet, a smile breaking across her face. This was the strength Li Feng was meant to possess. Yet, she was undeterred, feeling her blood boil with fervor. In that moment, the legendary Saiyan blood within her erupted forth. With a fierce roar, Care's presence surged like a volcanic eruption, her power magnified beyond comprehension. Her eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. As she unleashed her full Saiyan heritage, each step caused the ground to tremble, as if a colossal giant had descended upon the earth. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. A smile curved at the corners of Li Feng's mouth, a testament to the legendary Super Saiyan, whose strength only grew with each battle, a true gift. His blood surged and trembled with fervor, a fierce aura radiating from him with palpable heat. He too was a Super Saiyan, endowed with the extraordinary physique akin to Majin Buu. And it had been far too long since he had engaged in such a fervent combat. Chapter 98. The battle concludes. Majin Buu approaches, fiercely bloodthirsty. This was the essence of the fabled Super Saiyan's nature. It felt as though with a mere snap of her fingers, she possessed the power to annihilate entire cities. Each step she took caused the very earth to tremble, instilling dread in countless beings. What a terrifying presence! It could only be said that this was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. It became clear that during his recent duel with me, he had not unleashed his full strength. Otherwise, I could not have endured for so long. Son Gohan observed the clash with trepidation, voicing his concerns. Is this yet another mindless monster? Vegeta remarked coldly, arms crossed, genuinely fearful after their previous encounter. The memory of Broly's overwhelming power lingered vividly, as if it had transpired just yesterday. What on earth is Mr. Li Feng up to? Majin Buu has been resurrected. Has he forgotten the promises he made to us? At this moment in the Kaioshin realm, Kaioshin watched a screen displaying the resurrection of Majin Buu, who was advancing towards the World Martial Arts Tournament. The terror of Majin Buu was deeply ingrained in the minds of all. He had indeed returned. Should Li Feng refrain from intervening? Even the Kaioshin would find it impossible to confront this formidable foe. Long ago, Majin Buu's power was truly terrifying. Otherwise, the other Kaioshin would not have perished at his hands. This was not a matter he could afford to overlook. Nor was it solely for the sake of Earth that he made such a commotion. The emergence of Majin Buu posed a threat not only to Earth but to the entire universe, plunging it into unparalleled calamity, beyond the reach of any savior. Meanwhile, the once grand venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament lay in utter ruin. Li Feng observed that my distance was also quite close. In that instant, Kaier gathered his hands, and a colossal surge of energy was instantaneously unleashed. He hurled it fiercely towards Li Feng, embodying an unstoppable force akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! Li Feng gazed at the energy orb, a grin spreading across his face as he charged directly toward it. With a resounding bang, a sword of energy cleaved through the massive orb, and in an instant, Li Feng appeared before Kaier. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Kaier. With a thunderous crash, Kaier retaliated with a punch of his own, and their fists collided, sending tremors through the ground. A terrifying aura erupted around them, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. As their speeds increased, each strike heavier than the last, causing the surrounding air to whistle ominously. A fierce whirlwind formed, as both warriors practiced a formidable fist technique imbued with the essence of a powerful gale, each punch carrying an immense force, as if capable of tearing the very fabric of space apart. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds reverberated as a storm brewed overhead. In a split second, Kaier breached Li Feng's defenses, landing a devastating blow to his abdomen. Li Feng's complexion paled, and he was sent hurtling backward like a bullet, crashing into a dilapidated building. Engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris, Kaier did not relent. She charged into the ruins, seizing Li Feng's foot and hurling him skyward. In a flash, she extended her hands, channeling the techniques of Prince Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Li Feng, which ignited a cacophony in the sky. The explosions resonated like thunderclaps, echoing through the heavens. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Li Feng was not so easily subdued. Emerging from the cloud of dust with astonishing speed, he surged toward Kaier. Taken by surprise, Kaier was struck hard by Li Feng's punch, sending her staggering back several paces, creating distance between them. At that moment, Kaier was exhilarated. It had been ages since she had experienced such a thrilling battle. Indeed, Li Feng was the mightiest of warriors, and fighting him ignited a fervor within her, the legendary Super Saiyan. Kaier, we have fought valiantly. Let us conclude this with our final move to determine the victor. Li Feng remarked with a smile. Engaging in combat with Kaier ignited a fervor within him, yet he found himself burdened by a more pressing matter. After all, the resurrection of Majin Buu was not something he could afford to ignore. He had previously made a promise to the Kaioshin, and thus he needed to address the threat posed by Majin Buu before he could find peace. Kaier nodded, understanding that Li Feng undoubtedly had important matters to attend to. Then let us conclude this with our final technique, he declared, assuming a battle stance. In an instant, the air around them grew turbulent, charged with explosive energy, as a colossal energy sphere materialized above Kaier, brimming with wild intensity. This move was indeed the legendary attack employed by Super Saiyans, akin to the Spirit Bomb. Yet this energy sphere was even more ferocious. Simultaneously, a cerulean energy sword took shape in Li Feng's hand. Unlike the previous sword he had wielded, this one emanated an indescribable aura, with flickers of blue energy dancing along its edge, perhaps a testament to his training in the Kaioshin realm. Boom. Kai's energy sphere shot forth like a volcanic eruption, unyielding and locking onto Li Feng, hurtling towards him. Wind destruction sword. Li Feng bellowed, his cerulean sword expanding into a massive blade, dozens of meters long, cleaving towards Kai's energy sphere. The collision was monumental, as the energy sword sliced through the enormous sphere, advancing directly at Kai. In the next moment, Kai's body was propelled away at an extraordinary speed, akin to a bullet discharged from a gun. The ground rumbled with a deafening roar, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky, causing the very earth to quake violently. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed as though an earthquake had struck. Li Feng truly is formidable. Even the legendary Super Saiyan cannot match him, Son Goku remarked seriously. He rushed towards Li Feng, eager for the opportunity to battle him. As a Saiyan, his warrior's blood fueled his desire for combat, especially against a powerhouse like Li Feng. However, at that moment, Li Feng's expression turned grave as he gazed into the distance. There, a rotund figure clad in white and a shadowy figure approached swiftly. So they have indeed come, Majin Buu. Chapter 99, Vegeta vs. Majin Buu. All warriors present remained vigilant, sensing an overwhelming malevolence emanating from the white figure. A dark energy far surpassing that of previous foes like Frieza and Cell. Who are you? What brings you here? Son Goku inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Babidi remained silent, merely instructing Buu. Majin Buu, eliminate them. Majin Buu grinned at the gathered warriors, as if surveying his prey, and nodded. In that case, you shall become my food. I am utterly famished. What? Food? You dare consider me, Vegeta, as food? You insolent fool. I shall teach you a lesson. Vegeta retorted defiantly, still seething from his recent defeat at Son Goku's hands. As the prince of the Saiyans, his pride would not allow such an affront to go unchallenged. He strode forward, pointing at Majin Buu, declaring, You, fatso, do you dare face me in a duel? Duel? I merely wish for you to become my meal. Majin Buu's tiny eyes sparkled with the desire for food, his excitement palpable. Li Feng, however, simply smiled, fully aware of Majin Buu's power. In the original tale, even a Super Saiyan 3 could only contend with Majin Buu. Thus, Vegeta's challenge was undoubtedly doomed to fail. Yet, Li Feng refrained from intervening, believing it beneficial to temper Vegeta's arrogance. Daddy, I sense something is amiss with that creature, Son Gohan remarked to Son Goku. In contrast to his father's single-mindedness in battle, Gohan was astute and perceptive, recognizing the sinister energy emanating from Majin Buu, heightening his wariness. At that moment, Piccolo also flew in, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he regarded Majin Buu, a nagging familiarity lingering just out of reach of his memory. Vegeta, consumed by fury, charged forward, fist clenched with immense power, and struck Majin Buu squarely in the face. The impact contorted Buu's visage, sending him hurtling away like a bullet. In that instant, a triumphant grin spread across Vegeta's face, followed by raucous laughter. What a weakling Majin Buu is! Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing, came a voice that abruptly shifted Vegeta's expression to one of disbelief. Although Majin Buu's face had deformed, he merely clapped his hands and restored his original form, and scathed, as if he had merely sipped water. How is that possible? Vegeta gasped in shock, yet he pressed on, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that engulfed Majin Buu in a cataclysmic explosion. The sound of the blasts echoed through the heavens, creating a massive crater where Majin Buu had stood. Vegeta cackled in delight. Surely, that must have put you down for the count, you wretched fatso. Ho ho ho. It has been ages since I've enjoyed myself this much. A voice echoed once more, sending chills down Vegeta's spine as he beheld Majin Buu approaching. His form restored once again with a casual nonchalance. Uncle Li Feng, what manner of creature is this? How can he withstand such assaults without a scratch? Son Gohan inquired anxiously. Li Feng assessed the peculiar Majin Buu and replied, This being is called Majin Buu. His most formidable ability is his infinite regenerative capability, far surpassing that of the Namekians. With merely a single cell, he can regenerate endlessly. To think such a terrifying creature exists in this world. It seems Uncle Vegeta may not stand a chance against him. I must assist, Son Gohan declared, his energy surging as he prepared to rush in. However, Vegeta's voice cut through, commanding, None of you shall interfere. Leave this to me, Prince Vegeta. I require no assistance. Upon hearing Vegeta's insistence, Son Gohan reluctantly relented, realizing that it was his pride driving him to refuse help. Very well. A resounding roar erupted from Vegeta, and in an instant, a magnificent golden aura surged forth, transforming him into a Super Saiyan at full power. He launched yet another assault against Majin Buu. However, Majin Buu's form resembled that of a resilient rubber ball. No matter how fiercely Vegeta attacked, he could effortlessly revert to his original state in the blink of an eye. With each strike, Vegeta's anxiety intensified, compelling him to increase his force with each punch, ultimately ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, regardless of the magnitude of Vegeta's strength, Majin Buu would always rebound instantly after any deformation. Suddenly, Majin Buu seized both of Vegeta's hands and, with a powerful thrust, hurled him skyward. In an instant, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Vegeta, engulfing him completely. The air was filled with thunderous explosions, and a cloud of dust obscured Vegeta's condition from view. Babidi, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with exhilaration and commanded Majin Buu, "Hurry up and dispose of the remaining ones. Enough with the chatter. Go perish." In response, Majin Buu unleashed a single energy blast towards Babidi, which struck him without warning. The explosion was instantaneous, claiming Babidi's life in a fatal blast. It was only in his final moments that he comprehended the sheer terror of Majin Buu, realizing that he was beyond his control. Ironically, he had intended to use Majin Buu to dominate the universe, only to meet his demise at the hands of the very being he sought to command. Meanwhile, Goku and the others gasped in shock, taken aback by Majin Buu's ruthlessness, as he showed no mercy even to those aligned with him. Only Li Feng observed the unfolding events with a calm demeanor, remaining unfazed by the chaos. Li Feng refrained from intervening, and the strength of Majin Buu was as formidable as he had anticipated. However, he was curious to witness the extent of Super Buu's power, for it had been ages since he encountered an adversary of equal might, leaving his hands itching for action. Chapter 100. The emergence of Super Buu. Very well. I shall take on this rotund fellow, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Majin Buu. He was aware that the World Martial Arts Tournament had been thrown into chaos by this hefty giant, and the display of power shown by Buu was precisely to his liking. He was eager to ascertain just how formidable this oversized opponent truly was. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to challenge me? Excellent. I look forward to engaging you in a delightful bout. Majin Buu, embodying both good and evil, found the prospect of battle merely entertaining. Then allow me to demonstrate my strength. Sun Wukong grinned, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Huh. A torrent of golden energy erupted forth, occasionally accompanied by arcs of blue lightning. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level. Ha ha ha. This is entertaining. Majin Buu squinted his eyes and clapped his hands, reveling in the thrill of combat. This guy treats fighting as a game, Sun Gohan remarked in astonishment. With such a commotion, only Li Feng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, Yalong, Sun Goten, and a few other Saiyans remained in the arena. Ordinary spectators had long since fled in terror. Humph. Allow me to show you my might, Sun Wukong declared with a grin, adopting a classic stance. Kamehameha wave. Huh. A massive surge of energy erupted as if a volcano had exploded, unstoppable in its trajectory toward Majin Buu. Ha ha ha. Rather than displaying fear, Majin Buu let out his characteristic cackle, making no effort to evade the impending attack, seemingly intent on taking it head-on. Boom. The colossal energy wave collided with Majin Buu, creating a tremendous explosion that left a gaping hole in his torso. Did we succeed? Sun Gohan asked excitedly. Impossible. This creature possesses the ability to regenerate infinitely. Came a weak voice. It was Vegeta, who had been sent flying by Majin Buu, now panting heavily and barely able to stand. As anticipated, a shocking scene unfolded. Despite the massive cavity in his body, Majin Buu continued to wear a cheerful grin, as if no assault could truly harm him. Bang! Majin Buu casually patted his body, and instantly, the hole healed, leaving him unscathed, as though nothing had transpired. I never imagined your regenerative capabilities were so formidable. Sun Wukong chuckled, though his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This was the first time he had encountered such an indomitable foe. Ha ha ha. I too wish to replicate your earlier move, Majin Buu replied, grinning as he brought his hands together, mimicking the stance of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. What? How is this possible? Sun Wukong was genuinely astonished. Had Majin Buu truly learned the Kamehameha wave after witnessing it just once? Indeed, this was the case. Buu's ability to learn was extraordinarily exceptional. He could master any technique with just a glance. It seemed that this adversary was indeed quite troublesome. Li Feng rested his chin on his hand and remarked, Indeed, this creature is truly formidable, enough to instill fear in the god of destruction. With a sudden surge, energy enveloped the surroundings, manifesting as the Kamehameha wave. The evidence was undeniable. The villainous Majin Buu had astonishingly mastered the Kamehameha wave in an instant. Damn it. I shall retaliate. Kamehameha. Goku declared, channeling his energy into a powerful Kamehameha directed at Majin Buu, akin to a dragon bursting forth from the sea, unstoppable in its might. The two Kamehameha waves collided violently, causing the earth to tremble beneath them, the very ground quaking under the intensity of their clash. Initially, it seemed as if neither side would yield. Goku's veins bulged, as if he had summoned every ounce of his strength. How exhilarating! Truly exhilarating! Majin Buu exclaimed joyfully, treating the battle as a mere game, relishing the thrill it brought him. With renewed vigor, he intensified his energy. And the once evenly matched beams began to push Goku back. Cursed fiend! Roar! Goku bellowed, unleashing a more ferocious torrent of energy as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His presence becoming overwhelmingly fierce. He pressed forward, matching Majin Buu's force, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, unstoppable in its fury, propelling Majin Buu into the sky. Goku extended his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Majin Buu. A massive mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, engulfing Majin Buu in the explosion. The sound of the blast echoing through the heavens. Did it work? Vegeta remarked, astonished, for such a colossal explosion would be perilous even for him to survive. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking turn of events transpired. As the smoke cleared, a fierce energy surged down from the sky, crashing to the ground. It was Majin Buu, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Surviving the onslaught of Super Saiyan 3 energy was no small feat. You dare to reduce me to this state? Cursed one! I am enraged. Majin Buu clenched his fists, energy swirling ominously around him. In that instant, a dark aura erupted from his form, coalescing into a slender version of Majin Buu. After transforming the fat Buu into chocolate, the thin Buu opened his cavernous mouth, unleashing a tremendous suction that devoured the chocolate. Aha! No one can rival me now, Majin Buu proclaimed, his pure malevolence casting a shadow over the entire planet. This presence is even more sinister than before. Piccolo observed gravely, realizing that this fiend had awakened a truly terrifying power. Majin Buu's current form was robust, muscles rippling with strength, his red eyes radiating a horrific glow, exuding an aura of pure, murderous evil. The emergence of Fat Buu. Chapter 101. Frantic thoughts. What an alarming power. Gohan trembled, sensing the terrifying energy of Majin Buu, which surpassed their wildest imaginations, even exceeding Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Yet, Li Feng was secretly astonished, according to the original tale. Hadn't Majin Buu needed to absorb Gohan and others to contend with Goku's Super Saiyan 3? How could he achieve such supremacy without consuming them? How pitiful you all are. You shall be my nourishment. Majin Buu's wickedness was now palpable, no longer the naive, rotund figure he once was. Honestly, your power is so overwhelming. It sends shivers down my spine. I can't help but feel fear. Goku scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Yet, with clenched fists, he unleashed his energy and charged at Majin Buu. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Goku's fist connected with Majin Buu's abdomen. However, rather than being repelled, Majin Buu absorbed Goku's hand into his very being. What? Goku's expression shifted to one of shock. Was this creature attempting to consume him? Sensing the imminent danger, Piccolo shouted, "Everyone, attack together. This fiend cannot be faced alone." He surged forward, unwilling to allow Majin Buu to devour his friend. But Majin Buu merely smirked at this scene, tauntingly declaring to Piccolo, "Transform into chocolate." A plume of darkness encircled Piccolo, his face paling as he realized he could not resist the dark energy. In an instant, Piccolo transformed into chocolate mid-flight. Goku was taken aback, struggling to free himself, but Majin Buu had secured a firm grip on his other hand. Cursed fiend! Majin Buu grinned malevolently. Now you too shall become chocolate. In a moment of disbelief, Goku found himself transformed into a piece of chocolate. Swish! Majin Buu opened his mouth wide, consuming both chocolate forms. "Father! Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan shouted in anguish, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Majin Buu. The loss of his father and mentor was unforgivable. Enraged, Gohan charged at Majin Buu, who now bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, his power surging to new heights, a golden aura crackling fiercely. With each individual he absorbed, Majin Buu acquired their abilities. Damn it! I can't believe Kakarot was absorbed too. This is intolerable. Kakarot can only be defeated by me, Vegeta, he roared, forcing his transformation into Super Saiyan despite the pain. Come on, Goten, let's join in, Orin urged. Right, Orin. The two young warriors transformed into Super Saiyans, unleashing their energy and charging toward Majin Buu. In an instant, the four Super Saiyans united in their assault against Majin Buu, their combined might formidable. Haha, just in time. Let us see how much my power has grown. Majin Buu cackled wickedly, intrigued by the challenge rather than immediately converting them into chocolate. Take that. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the four Super Saiyans were ferocious, their energy waves causing the very ground to tremble, as thunder flashed ominously across the skies, narrating the terror of the battle. However, having absorbed Piccolo and Goku, Majin Buu's power had evidently escalated to a new level. Despite the relentless barrage from the four, he maintained an air of effortless dominance. Haha, merely a troop of jesters. Majin Buu grew increasingly arrogant, effortlessly employing techniques such as the afterimage technique, the Kamehameha wave, and Piccolo's moves like the Demon Flash and the Demon Light Killing Wave, as if they were inherently his own. Ha ha ha, break for me, Majin Buu bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that radiated outward from his very being. The ground trembled as the four Super Saiyans were sent sprawling dozens of feet away by this overwhelming force. Damn it, I won't let you get away with this. Gohan steadied himself and charged forward once more. Ha, you shall become chocolate as well. Just as Gohan approached Majin Buu, the fiend released a dark aura that transformed Gohan into chocolate, which he promptly devoured. How infuriating. Vegeta, determined to prove his mettle, flew back into the fray, declaring that he would uphold his dignity even unto death. You wretched fiend. Final flash. Vegeta shouted, expending the last remnants of his strength in an attempt to strike down Majin Buu. Boom. Crack. Yet, without even a glance, Majin Buu effortlessly dissipated the energy blast. And in an instant, Vegeta too found himself transformed into chocolate and consumed in astonishment. Majin Buu's power continued to escalate, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Brother, allow me to take my turn, Kale exclaimed, for the strength of Majin Buu had reached a terrifying pinnacle, leaving her uncertain of her ability to overcome him. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more she relished it. After all, she was a legendary Super Saiyan, and having promised to aid Li Feng, this moment presented an exquisite opportunity. All right, but do be cautious. Li Feng nodded and spoke. Li Feng refrained from taking action, as he wished to observe the ultimate form that Majin Buu could attain. Though this notion was undeniably audacious, he found himself at a plateau in power, necessitating a battle of equal or superior strength to catalyze his breakthrough. Majin Buu presented the ideal challenge, even as his current prowess surpassed all expectations. Chapter 102. Broly is still alive? A thunderous roar echoed through the skies, where dark clouds thickened and lightning crackled, while below, the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament lay in ruins, a place none dared to approach. Roar. A bloodthirsty, frenzied voice resonated throughout the realm. Majin Buu, surrounded by countless bolts of lightning as thick as arms, experienced a monumental shift in his aura, surpassing even the formidable version depicted in the original story. Upon absorbing the powers of Vegeta and others, his energy surged once more, seemingly boundless. Gazing at his hands, he felt as though no being in the cosmos could rival him, as if every motion of his could invoke divine wrath, his terrifying strength eclipsing all. What on earth is Mr. Li Feng scheming? The overwhelming aura of Majin Buu had even reached the Kaioshin realm. The East Kaioshin watched the projection in the air, filled with anxiety. He had never anticipated Majin Buu would ascend to such heights. Now, his power was unparalleled. It was over. Everything was over. The Kaioshin Saiyan slumped in his chair, genuinely frightened. Majin Buu's strength had always been formidable, and now it had escalated to an unassailable level. Even Li Feng, despite his own considerable strength, was measured against Majin Buu's former power. However, with Buu having absorbed so many warrior strengths, could he still be considered a rival? At this moment, on Earth, Kale observed the arrogant Majin Buu with a stoic expression and declared, "You are exceedingly boastful. But this ends here. Ha ha ha. Little girl, are you jesting? With my current strength, who could possibly challenge me? You or your brother?" Majin Buu retorted, brimming with arrogance, as if no adversary remained in existence. "To face my brother, you must first get past me," Kale shouted, her immense aura soaring skyward, as blue lightning flashed around her, and green flames roared like a raging inferno. To combat Majin Buu, she unleashed her most potent transformation, the legendary Super Saiyan second grade. Her fierce gaze bored down upon Majin Buu, as if she were poised to obliterate him in an instant. The legendary Super Saiyan? Hardly impressive. Majin Buu scoffed, for at that moment, his overwhelming power had ensnared him in the depths of his own might. You wretched fiend. Kale retorted coldly, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Majin Buu like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Her fist, infused with boundless strength, struck Buu's abdomen, propelling his body away with the force of a cannonball. Kale did not cease her assault. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she reappeared behind Majin Buu. Boom! Both fists unleashed a torrent of wind-fueled energy, crashing into Majin Buu's back, sending him crashing into the ruins, a plume of dust ascending skyward. With outstretched hands, Kale directed her energy toward Majin Buu, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as this strike was nothing short of cataclysmic. Ha ha ha! How delightful! Amid the explosions, Majin Buu's chilling laughter echoed, as if Kale's onslaught had inflicted no harm whatsoever. What a monster! Kale remarked coldly. As the dust settled, Majin Buu emerged unscathed, as if he had merely felt a gentle breeze. This is the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha! You must be jesting. Such power is merely a tickle, Majin Buu proclaimed, exuding arrogance. Suddenly, Buu squinted, his form vanishing like a specter. Kale sensed an overwhelming threat approaching, her expression shifting in alarm. Bang! Poof! Majin Buu reappeared before Kale, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, his fist crashing mercilessly into her. Boom! Kale was sent hurtling away, and Majin Buu, swift as the wind, soared above her, delivering a crushing elbow strike. Boom! Kale's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater. At this moment, Majin Buu demonstrated that his overwhelming might was no mere boast. Ha ha ha! Majin Buu, now hovering above Kale, remarked coldly. You are quite the impressive specimen of the legendary Super Saiyan. Now, let us see you transform into chocolate. With that, a wave of black energy enveloped Kale, transforming her into chocolate, much like Gohan and the others. Ha ha ha! Chocolate, my favorite. Majin Buu opened his gaping maw, devouring the chocolate with delight. After consuming Kale, his physique grew even larger and more powerful. He then turned his gaze toward the still inactive Li Feng, wickedly saying, You must be wondering why my initial strength already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3, am I right? Li Feng nodded and remarked, Indeed. This is something I did not anticipate. Upon hearing this, the demon Majin Buu's face was filled with a smug expression as he replied, To be honest, your existence surprises me greatly. I had initially believed that the legendary Super Saiyan could dominate the entire universe, yet unexpectedly, I encountered you last time. Upon hearing this, Li Feng expressed his confusion, pondering when he had ever encountered the demon Majin Buu. Just moments ago, he had mentioned the legendary Super Saiyan, and suddenly, a triumphant voice erupted, Haha, you remember me now, don't you? It is I, Broly. I have returned, Majin Buu proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Broly's vitality was astonishingly resilient. Initially, he had possessed Broly's body, only to be vanquished by Li Feng. However, that was merely the physical form that had been destroyed, while the dark essence lingered on Earth, biding its time. Majin Buu's original consciousness had been entirely supplanted by Broly, a revelation that was nothing short of terrifying. It turned out that Broly had seized control of Majin Buu's dominant consciousness long before Buu had been sealed away. Otherwise, given Majin Buu's formidable power, it would have been impossible for Broly to usurp him so effortlessly. The innocence that Majin Buu had previously displayed was merely a facade. Thus, I am an unparalleled existence. Li Feng, your time has come to an end. Buu jeered, his eyes glinting with disdain. He had amassed the powers of Dragon Ball's foremost warriors, including Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Kale, Goten, Piccolo, and others, the magnitude of which was unfathomable. Haha, what of it? It has been far too long since I faced such a challenge. Li Feng grinned broadly, exuding an air of confidence as if Majin Buu posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, truth be told, he harbored doubts about his own ability to secure victory. Even when faced with imminent demise, he dared to maintain his bravado. Now, behold the might of my formidable power. Majin Buu's face radiated triumph as he regarded Li Feng, akin to observing a lifeless corpse. With a swift motion, Buu clenched his fist, unleashing a torrent of potent golden energy that surged forth. Countless streams of energy enveloped Buu's form, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The atmosphere crackled with electricity, the intensity escalating, shaking the very heavens and earth. In that moment, Majin Buu's aura resembled that of an ancient beast unleashed, untamed and unstoppable, brimming with explosive force and a visceral hunger for destruction. Haha, this transformation is known as Super Buu. Buu's voice resonated like a primal roar, filled with an overwhelming impact. Majin Buu had successfully harnessed the full extent of Super Buu's power, with his already formidable physique augmented by this newfound strength. The sheer terror of his presence was beyond imagination. Hiya! Li Feng let out a resounding roar as golden energy surged forth explosively, with an earth-shaking bellow. His energy output intensified once more. The very aura around him began transforming. Sapphire electrical arcs crackled and expanded violently as his power erupted like a volcanic force of nature, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. As the golden radiance dissipated, a completely transformed Li Feng stood revealed. His golden mane now cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows had vanished, and within his piercing pale green eyes now shone an additional emerald-hued iris. His expression bore the ferocity of Piccolo at his most formidable, with a single golden forelock dancing across his forehead. This new form demonstrated perfect energy containment with drastically reduced leakage, yet paradoxically possessed even greater explosive potential. So this is the so-called Super Saiyan 3? Bu sneered with undisguised contempt. Hardly impressive. Whether it's impressive or not, came the steely retort. We'll let the battle decide. Li Feng smiled faintly and immediately charged towards the formidable Majin Buu. With a resounding impact, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with tremendous force. In response, Majin Buu retaliated with an equally fierce blow. The collision of their fists was akin to meteors colliding with the earth, producing an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, Li Feng's expression grew increasingly grave as the shockwave reverberated through his arm, leaving him with the sensation that it might shatter. It is worth noting that in his current state, as a Super Saiyan 3 with energy contained, he faced far less difficulty when battling against the legendary Super Saiyan Kale. Meanwhile, Majin Buu reveled in his triumph, a triumphant gleam adorning his face. Without hesitation, he launched another devastating punch, as if he could obliterate a planet with a single strike. Boom, boom, boom. The pace of their exchanges escalated rapidly, each punch heavier than the last, delivered without mercy. Boom. Li Feng's body was struck by a powerful punch from Majin Buu, leaving him feeling as though he were being relentlessly battered by an infinite hammer. Engulfed in excruciating pain, his body lost all control, soaring like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards a mountain more than 100 miles away. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the mountain, causing the earth to tremble and the very mountain to be nearly obliterated. Majin Buu pursued him relentlessly, harboring no intention of letting Li Feng escape. The animosity from their previous encounter lingered vividly in his mind, and this moment was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. As Li Feng struggled to rise, he was suddenly met with a hand that pressed firmly upon his head, grinding him mercilessly into the ground. With a swift motion, Buu hurled Li Feng's body into the sky. The speed of Majin Buu was astonishing, and he quickly caught up to Li Feng, delivering a fierce strike with both elbows. Bang! Li Feng's body plummeted straight toward the ground with a thunderous crash. The deafening impact carved a colossal crater into the earth. In this moment, only one phrase could describe the scene. Li Feng was being mercilessly crushed by Majin Buu. Mr. Li Feng, this can't go on. He'll be finished at this rate. In the sacred world of the Kaioshin, Shin, the Supreme Kai, watched the unfolding devastation on the screen with mounting dread. The brutality of Majin Buu was such that even a deity could do nothing but spectate in helpless horror. Ho ho ho! Is this the form you took such pride in? How utterly pathetic! Majin Buu cackled from above, reveling in his dominance. It seemed undeniable. He was the unrivaled protagonist of this world, and all others were mere insects before his might. A profound loneliness, born of invincibility, settled over him. Ha ha! Truly impressive. Ha ha ha! A voice rang out, Li Feng's. Staggering to his feet, battered but unbroken, he stood once more. Though his body bore the marks of battle, his spirit blazed undiminished. You really are a tenacious one, aren't you? Majin Buu's amusement deepened. Having absorbed several Saiyans, their innate lust for battle now coursed through him. This is the fight I crave. This is the pain I desire. Ha ha. Li Feng laughed as if he were a madman. You, my friend, after I gave you a beating, your mind has gone awry, said Majin Buu, looking down from his lofty position. Humph. Li Feng let out a cold laugh, employing the technique of soaring through the air. Ascending to confront the demon Majin Buu face to face. Ha! With his fist clenched, he unleashed a powerful shout, golden flames erupting like a roaring inferno. Exuding an explosive energy, intermittently flashing with thick bolts of blue lightning, his gaze sharp and piercing. Do you think this can defeat me, Super Saiyan 3? Ha ha! In my eyes, you remain utterly feeble. Majin Buu had initially anticipated a formidable transformation from Li Feng, only to discover it was merely Super Saiyan 3. prompting him to regard him with increasing disdain. Just Super Saiyan 3? You were no match for me before, and you still are now. In his view, Li Feng was akin to a weakling, easily crushed at will. Chapter 104, The Long-Awaited Super 4 Realm. Then let us battle. Li Feng's powerful physique trembled, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he thundered, Solar Fist. The resounding shout echoed across the vast expanse, and from the void between his hands erupted a dazzling golden light, as if this singular source of illumination eclipsed all else in the universe. This golden radiance was far more blinding than gazing directly at the sun. In an instant, the world before the demon Majin Buu transformed into a blinding daylight. All sight was consumed by this brilliance, and the piercing agony in Buu's eyes compelled him to emit a wretched scream. At that moment, Li Feng surged into action, his hands conjuring a formidable whirlwind, his tornado storm fist. His fists, entwined with explosive and sharp energy orbs, appeared to be an unstoppable force. With tremendous force, he struck directly at Majin Buu's form. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. The energy unleashed was a testament to Li Feng channeling all his might as a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Buu let out a harrowing cry as he was engulfed by the energy, hurtling into the distance. Yet, Li Feng did not pursue. He understood that Buu could not be so easily vanquished. After all, had he not executed the Solar Fist moments before, such an opportunity would not have arisen. He promptly retrieved his Senzu Bean. Crunch. He consumed it, instantly replenishing the energy he had expended, for despite the energy being contained, it had significantly dwindled in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage. A cacophony of explosions erupted as Majin Buu emerged unscathed from the billowing smoke, seemingly untouched by the earlier blast. Hey, I must admit, your techniques are rather intriguing. Majin Buu sneered from the air. Tornado Storm Fist. A cruel smile spread across his face. His extraordinary talent allowed him to master any technique with just a glance or a fleeting sensation. After experiencing the might of Li Feng's Tornado Storm Fist, Buu, eager to replicate its power, unleashed it with fervor. Damn it. So this is the prowess of Majin Buu? I never anticipated you would learn my technique. How utterly frustrating. Li Feng's expression was grave as he gathered energy into his clenched fists, unleashing the same technique once more. The force of their tempestuous punches collided fiercely, instantly conjuring a powerful whirlwind that raged around them. The air was filled with a cacophony reminiscent of metallic clashes, deafening and jarring, as both combatants unleashed their tempestuous might. Li Feng's complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock. Did you think this was the end? Behold my instantaneous movement. Majin Buu pointed at his forehead and vanished from his position in an instant. Boom. Thud. In the next moment, a fist struck behind the airborne Li Feng, sending his body flying once more in the opposite direction. This relentless cycle continued dozens of times until Li Feng was violently hurled into the ocean, creating a towering wave that surged skyward. Gulping for air, Li Feng, despite enduring excruciating pain, awakened in an instant. One could only marvel at the prowess of Majin Buu. The strongest creature in history, even his energy-concealing realm was subjected to such torment. Without hesitation, he retrieved another Senzu Bean from his possession and consumed it amidst the waves. Crunch. Bang. Li Feng's body surged powerfully from the depths of the sea, astonishing the demon Majin Buu. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, you possess quite the resilience. Surely, you've partaken of the Senzu Beans. Majin Buu jested, displaying no semblance of shock. Even if Li Feng could recover dozens of times, what difference would it make? He remained, as ever, utterly vulnerable. Ha ha. I can only say you truly are remarkable. You've exceeded my expectations. But do you believe this is the end for me? Li Feng retorted with a cold smile. Majin Buu, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Oh, could it be that you can transform into Super Saiyan 4? Ha ha. Then let me show you the true extent of my power. Li Feng said with a smile. Majin Buu, with his arms crossed, did not interrupt Li Feng's transformation. Instead, he was eager to witness the power that would emerge after Li Feng's metamorphosis. Roar. With a resounding roar, Li Feng unleashed a surge of primal and ferocious power, ascending to a realm he had never before encountered in the throes of true combat. His strength surged like an unfathomable ocean, vast and boundless. Yet, this transformation in Li Feng was not merely a manifestation of raw power. His very appearance underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The garments he once wore had vanished, replaced by a dense covering of crimson fur that cloaked his upper body, resembling a vibrant red sweater. Simultaneously, the tail that had coiled around his waist transformed into a brilliant shade of red. Most striking of all was his golden hair, which had once cascaded down to his waist, now shortened to a voluminous cascade of ebony locks that framed his shoulders. Surrounding his eyes was a hue of blood red, adding to the intensity of his new visage. In this form, Li Feng evoked a sense of returning to one's roots. Yet it was this very embodiment that endowed him with a terrifying combat prowess, rivaling even that of the legendary Super Saiyan god, if not surpassing it. Ah, is this the realm of Super Saiyan 4? How nostalgic it feels, chuckled Majin Buu, devoid of any trepidation, for he had devoured the mythical Super Saiyan. Despite the formidable nature of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, he remained unafraid, emboldened by the Saiyan's inherent warrior spirit, which instilled within him an unwavering confidence in his own overwhelming power. Humph, it seems you possess a fair amount of knowledge. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of my own realm. Li Feng smirked with an air of sinister charm, his figure vanishing instantaneously from sight. A resounding boom echoed as Majin Buu paled, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. The sheer velocity and overwhelming force left even the mighty Majin Buu momentarily stunned. Though he had long been aware of the formidable power of Super Saiyan 4, experiencing it firsthand revealed depths far beyond mere speculation. Before Buu could react, Li Feng's fist had already collided brutally with his abdomen. Thud. Like a bullet fired from a barrel, Majin Buu was sent hurtling backward with devastating force. Crash. His body obliterated an entire mountainside, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the sky, a testament to the terrifying might of Li Feng in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Chapter 105. The humiliation of Majin Buu. Truly worthy of Li Feng to think his power has ascended to such unfathomable heights, exclaimed Shin, the Supreme Kai, his gaze fixed intently on the viewing screen in the sacred world of the Kais. No wonder Li Feng remained unshaken by Majin Buu's revival. The magnitude of his strength eclipses even that of us deities, Shin mused, exhilaration lacing his voice. He had once believed Super Saiyan 3 marked the pinnacle of Li Feng's abilities, yet here he stood, wielding a form beyond imagination. At last, the nightmare of Majin Buu would meet its end. Should Buu be vanquished, it would finally bring justice to the fallen Supreme Kais who had sacrificed their lives in the ancient battle to seal him away. The memories of their desperate struggle remained vivid, as though it had unfolded only yesterday. Emerging unsteadily from the wreckage, Majin Buu seethed with fury. Never had he anticipated Super Saiyan 4's power to reach such staggering levels, though his near-indestructible physique spared him grievous harm. The humiliation of being so thoroughly overpowered was unbearable. You dare reduce me to this wretched state? Buu roared, his body launching forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling toward Li Feng with murderous intent. Li Feng smiled broadly, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the demon Majin Buu. Just as Majin Buu's attack was about to reach Li Feng's figure flickered instantaneously. Bang! He appeared directly behind Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's back, sending Majin Buu hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. It turns out that even after absorbing so many warriors, Majin Buu is nothing extraordinary. Only my Super Saiyan 4 form represents the pinnacle of perfection. Li Feng chuckled coldly. Not truly arrogant, but rather intent on witnessing the full extent of Majin Buu's power, which he believed was far greater than displayed thus far. Infuriated, Majin Buu rose once more and charged at Li Feng with a plethora of techniques, unleashing a torrent of attacks including Vegeta's Final Flash, Big Bang Attack, and Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon, alongside Goku's Kamehameha and Vanishing Fist. Yet, against overwhelming strength, these efforts proved futile. Li Feng, harnessing the power of Super Saiyan 4, effortlessly shattered each assault. He seized Majin Buu's foot, wielding it like a hammer, striking the ground repeatedly, causing the earth to tremble violently. Ultimately, he released Buu's foot, sending him crashing down. Damn creature, how dare you reduce me to this state? Majin Buu seethed, his fury igniting a surge of colossal energy that erupted around him, accompanied by thunderous roars and raging winds. A bloodthirsty aura enveloped the terrain, its malevolence piercing the heavens, as if Majin Buu alone reigned supreme over the cosmos. This was the manifestation of the legendary Super Saiyan second stage power. Vast arcs of blue lightning flickered around him, amplifying his already formidable presence. Majin Buu's physique became even more formidable, brimming with explosive energy. With a singular thought in mind, Majin Buu aimed to crush Li Feng into the ground, to teach him the reason behind the flower's vibrant hues. After all, Li Feng's existence had become a significant impediment. Observing Majin Buu, a smirk graced Li Feng's lips, excitement coursing through him. Since his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he had felt an uncontrollable urge for battle, a primal instinct inherent to Saiyans. Majin Buu's arrival had surprised him immensely, revealing that his own power was still far from its limits, with vast potential yet to be explored. Majin Buu, despite his extraordinary prowess and Broly's influence over him, was destined to serve as a stepping stone for Li Feng. Damn creature. Behold the terrifying power of my legendary Super Saiyan second stage. With that proclamation, Majin Buu's form vanished instantaneously, like a flash of lightning. Li Feng's pupils contracted as he sensed an imminent danger, and indeed, the threat materialized. The form of Majin Buu suddenly appeared behind him, launching a powerful punch towards him. However, Li Feng had anticipated this move and reacted instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided with explosive force, unleashing a magnificent display of celestial might, spiraling out of control. They exchanged hundreds of punches in an instant, each strike becoming increasingly rapid and ferocious. The very air around them reverberated with deafening roars, causing the ground to tremble violently. While the sound of explosions echoed through the heavens, the sheer power exerted by these two combatants was truly terrifying. Is it true that I, this mysterious being, am utterly powerless? At this moment, in the realm of the Supreme Kai watched the battle unfold on the screen, his heart racing with tension. As a deity, his inability to intervene was his greatest frustration. Yet, he was not a destroyer god, lacking the formidable strength to take action, leaving him helpless. The relentless back and forth of the battle only heightened the Supreme Kai's anxiety. Although Majin Buu's power was formidable, Li Feng's Super Saiyan 4 strength was not to be underestimated. Despite Majin Buu unleashing the legendary power of Super Saiyan second grade, Li Feng consistently maintained the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering Majin Buu. This overwhelming dominance left Majin Buu increasingly alarmed. Despite his immense strength, he found himself outmatched by Super Saiyan 4. This realization was deeply unsettling, as he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Curse that wretched being. Yet, a strange exhilaration surged within Majin Buu, fueled by the Saiyan's combative nature. And the depths of his untapped potential remained vast. How could you reduce me to this state? Do you think this is the end? Majin Buu smirked wickedly, as if everything remained within his control. Chapter 106, The Terrifying Transcendence to Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, the power of Super Saiyan 4 was formidable. But how could it possibly rival Majin Buu, who had absorbed the strength of numerous Super Saiyans? Moreover, he was originally a being of dark energy, inherently difficult to defeat. And now, in the presence of Majin Buu's form, he was virtually invincible. With a mighty roar, Majin Buu unleashed an overwhelming wave of wicked energy, accompanied by a golden, frenzied aura that surged skyward. The entire earth was engulfed in this malevolent force. Majin Buu was about to unleash his most potent power, tapping into the unfathomable depths of his potential. This was fueled by his rage and desire for vengeance. He was furious that Li Feng had just subjected him to such humiliation, a reality that the once dominant Majin Buu could scarcely tolerate. Thus, he resolved to retaliate with tenfold, 100-fold intensity. Li Feng understood that Majin Buu's power was far from exhausted. The greater the challenge, the more exhilarated he became. Wasn't his original purpose to shatter his own limitations? Observing Majin Buu's strength at this moment was fortuitous. Though perilous, the adage fortune favors the bold rang true. Danger and hope invariably coexist. To shy away from risk could mean a lifetime without breakthroughs. This mysterious realm captivated him. Embodying what he had sought through years of training in the Supreme Kai's realm, it had failed to achieve. He referred to this power as the divine essence that transcends mortals. Majin Buu erupted once more, his entire being enveloped in a resplendent green aura that surged violently, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble with ominous storms and lightning. Roar! Majin Buu bellowed like a ferocious beast, veins bulging as he prepared to unleash the depths of his immeasurable power. Rumble! Rumble! A powerful tornado swept through, accompanied by crackling bolts of lightning. The ground beneath him, already fractured from his overwhelming energy, now bore a colossal pit. Majin Buu's form radiated with an even greater intensity. As if with a mere flick of his fingers, he could reduce entire cities to ashes. His piercing gaze fixated on Li Feng, seemingly capable of slaying him with a mere glance. A sinister smile curved his lips. This was the power he craved. This is my ultimate strength. Prepare to face your reckoning, Li Feng. The deep, resonant voice of Majin Buu echoed ominously, foretelling the imminent eruption of violence. Now, let me witness your true power. Li Feng flashed a charming smile, directing his gaze towards the fiend, Majin Buu. He spread his arms wide, gathering an immense orb of energy. With a thunderous crash, he locked onto Majin Buu's position and hurled the energy sphere with unyielding force, akin to a dragon soaring from the sea. However, before the energy sphere could even approach Majin Buu, it was violently dispersed by the surrounding currents of energy. The mere gusts of air were overwhelming. This involuntarily reminded Li Feng of Broly from the newly emerged parallel universe of Dragon Ball Super, a warrior who grew stronger with each battle, surpassing even the deities of Super Saiyan. It seemed that Majin Buu had reached such a formidable realm. While perhaps not as exaggerated, the difference was likely negligible. Humph. Even so, what could that change? Li Feng grinned ferociously, his crimson eyes blazing with fervor. With a thunderous roar, he charged straight toward Buu. Both fists unleashed simultaneously with the force of 10,000 June, enough to shatter celestial bodies with effortless ease. Boom. Crash. How could this be? Li Feng's expression changed dramatically as he witnessed the expressionless Majin Buu effortlessly grasping his fists. It was astonishing, considering that these were the fists of Li Feng powered by Super Saiyan 4, yet they were seized with such nonchalance. You are utterly weak. Majin Buu scoffed, suddenly delivering a fierce kick that struck Li Feng's body. As he released his grip, Li Feng found himself unable to maintain control and was hurled backward with great force. However, Majin Buu had no intention of letting Li Feng off the hook so easily. He immediately prepared to launch a fierce attack. Damn it! Solar flare! At a critical moment, a resounding shout echoed in the vastness as Li Feng unleashed a brilliant golden light from the void between his hands. It illuminated the surroundings, rendering all else insignificant, the radiance surpassing even the blinding glare of the sun. The demon Buu, caught off guard, fell victim once again to Li Feng's solar fist. Unable to open his eyes, he was engulfed in darkness. Now is the moment. Behold my technique. The Kamehameha wave. Li Feng let out a thunderous roar, clasped his hands together, and unleashed a devastating Kamehameha wave directly at Majin Buu. With a deafening explosion, the energy blast sent Majin Buu hurtling into the distance, his eyes still tightly shut from the blinding attack. However, the monstrous entity halted his flight after only a short distance, for his current power was far beyond what it once had been. Once again, distance stretched between Li Feng and Majin Buu. Yet the latter's terrifying might only filled Li Feng with a mix of awe and exhilaration. Ordinary attacks could no longer inflict any meaningful harm upon Majin Buu. Even if they could, the demon possessed limitless regeneration, capable of reviving from a single surviving cell. There was only one option left now. Li Feng gazed upon the frenzied Majin Buu, murmuring to himself. In an instant, his hand swept through the air, summoning a tempestuous gale that coalesced into an ethereal azure sword wreathed in a faint phosphorescent glow. His ultimate technique, the Supreme Wind Annihilation Blade. Yet even this formidable strike might prove futile against Majin Buu, for the chasm in their power could not be bridged by mere technique alone. A glint of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he brandished the cerulean energy blade, darting toward Buu with ghostly swiftness. With a resounding clang, he unleashed a slash so razor-sharp it seemed capable of cleaving through anything. But in the next moment, his expression twisted into shock. Majin Buu had effortlessly caught the blade between two fingers. TCH. Such petty tricks? Buu sneered, his other fist already crashing into Li Feng's chest with devastating force. The impact sent Li Feng hurtling backward, his bones rattling as if on the verge of shattering. He smashed through dozens of boulders before vanishing into a swirling cloud of dust. His mightiest technique had been rendered utterly futile before Buu's overwhelming might. Chapter 107. Li Feng slain? The sheer terror of Majin Buu's power had surpassed all expectations, including Li Feng's. Even his Supreme Wind Annihilation Blade had been effortlessly nullified. This is bad. Li Feng is in grave danger. Supreme Kai Shin exclaimed in horror from the sacred world of the Kais. How has Majin Buu grown so monstrously strong? He was never this formidable before. Yet it was painfully clear that Shin was utterly powerless to intervene. Were he to step in, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, back on Earth. Damn it. Li Feng gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent as he summoned every ounce of strength within him. It was a battle to the death. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, his power had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Ha! Li Feng, you are as feeble as an ant now, truly pitiful. Majin Buu scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, it seemed that this form was the epitome of perfection. Even Super Saiyan 4 stood no chance against him. Thus, one must wonder who in the universe could possibly rival him. Stop underestimating others. With a resounding roar, Li Feng's blood-red pupils gleamed with a fierce light. In the next moment, he soared into the air, his body hurtling towards the demon Majin Buu like a cannonball. The power of Super Saiyan 4 brimmed with explosive energy, rivaling even that of a god Super Saiyan. In an instant, he reached Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Majin Buu retaliated with a fierce strike of his own. Their fists collided, unleashing a maelstrom of powerful energy that ravaged the air around them. The atmosphere reverberated with intense booms. Surprisingly, despite Li Feng's full-force assault, he found himself trading blows with Majin Buu, each punch resonating with a bone-crushing intensity. Majin Buu's strength had surpassed his own, and Li Feng was left with no choice but to gamble his life against the demon. Bang! 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 A formidable whirlwind swept around them, while waves of light surged towards the horizon, occasionally fracturing the ground and shaking the earth, accompanied by thunderous roars. Bang! In the next moment, Li Feng braced himself against Majin Buu's colossal blow, his body propelled like a shooting star, crashing into the ruins. Boom! An energy blast hurtled towards him, engulfing Li Feng in an explosion, obscuring all that transpired within. Is this all the strength you possess? It seems Super Saiyan 4 is nothing remarkable. Majin Buu sneered bloodthirstily. Not quite, roared Li Feng from the swirling dust, as if the previous assault had left no impact on him at all. In truth, it had affected him, but he was merely feigning resilience to intimidate Majin Buu. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Li Feng unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, elevating his presence to its zenith. The tornado fist. A tempestuous force coalesced between his fists, imbued with a razor-sharp intensity, each strike a harbinger of devastation. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he charged once more at the demon Majin Buu. Bang! The collision of fists left Majin Buu momentarily astonished, for it was evident that Li Feng's strike was significantly more powerful than before, evoking a fleeting sensation of pain. Yet, for Li Feng, such astonishment was but a mere trifle. Nothing amused him more than the thrill of combat and destruction. Bang! 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 As their blows intensified, the tempo of their battle quickened, each punch heavier than the last. But with each exchange, Li Feng felt an increasing agony. Even though he had summoned all of his might, a considerable disparity remained when compared to Majin Buu. Boom! Li Feng's body was once again ruthlessly struck down, crashing onto the ground. Yet, in the next moment, he soared into the sky once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the demon Majin Buu. Boom! Boom! After enduring several such exchanges, Li Feng finally swayed unsteadily, his body marred with wounds, appearing quite disheveled. It became evident that Majin Buu's power had indeed reached a level capable of overwhelming him. However, the one constant was the fierce desire and fervor for battle reflected in his crimson eyes. Fighting against formidable opponents was the Saiyan's greatest passion, a sentiment vividly portrayed in the original narrative, and at this moment, Li Feng was no exception. You stubborn fool! I cannot stand your kind of tenacity. Majin Buu exclaimed in dissatisfaction, his gaze fixed on Li Feng as though he were merely a lifeless entity. Yet, this individual exhibited such indomitable will. Could he be an unkillable cockroach? Haha. For today, it is you who shall meet your demise. Li Feng, suppressing excruciating pain, charged directly toward Majin Buu. In an instant, he arrived before the demon, preparing to unleash a fierce double-fisted assault. But what transpired in the next moment plunged Li Feng into unimaginable agony. How could this be possible? Li Feng's expression shifted dramatically, a look of disbelief etched across his face, as if he were engulfed in torment at that very moment. Meanwhile, Majin Buu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he wickedly proclaimed, "Is this truly your ultimate move?" Before Li Feng could react, the azure energy sword had already pierced through his body, leaving him pale and his eyes wide with shock. The terrifying aptitude of Majin Buu for learning was beyond comprehension. He had even mastered Li Feng's own signature technique, and to unleash such a strike with the overwhelming power of Majin Buu was nothing short of horrifying. Li Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling an intense surge of agony coursing through him. In the next moment, his strength began to dissipate, and he wavered unsteadily on his feet. Suddenly, his body, devoid of power, plummeted directly downward. Below him lay the vast ocean. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the depths of the sea. Thunderous roars erupted as the surface of the water churned violently. A colossal wave soared skyward, accompanied by the cacophony of endless explosions. Haha, it seems you were never more than this. Ultimately, you perish by your own ultimate technique. Haha. The exhilaration of this moment is simply overwhelming. The voice of Majin Buu reverberated like a wild beast across the land, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. With Li Feng's demise, no one could thwart Majin Buu any longer. How could this not elicit such excitement? Chapter 108. I, too, possess Majin physique. The essence of Majin Buu is arguably the most formidable existence, second only to true immortality. Majin Buu possesses the ability of infinite regeneration. capable of reviving as long as a single cell remains intact. As the surface of the ocean gradually calmed, Majin Buu surveyed the serene scene with palpable delight. His terrifying gaze filled with disdain. So, the fourth stage of Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable after all, he remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the tranquil sea. Gurgle, gurgle. Beneath the waves, Li Feng's body was battered and bruised, his chest blasted open with a gaping wound. Yet, this suffering would only serve to fortify my resolve. As Li Feng's consciousness gradually ebbed away, a voice emerged that stirred him deeply, his own willpower. In an instant, his previously tightly shut eyes flew open, revealing a unique brilliance within his pupils. At this moment, Li Feng had transformed into his true self, and his injuries were healing at an astonishing pace. The physique of Majin Buu requires merely a single cell for boundless regeneration, making it one of the most extraordinary forms in existence. As his wounds gradually mended, Li Feng felt as though he had never been injured, aside from the loss of stamina and energy. However, there were superior means to restore his vitality swiftly, and he possessed them all. With a satisfying crunch, a single senzu bean was consumed, and instantly, his entire being felt infused with strength, banishing any lingering discomfort. Li Feng gazed upward, where Majin Buu loomed over the ocean's shore, emanating an aura that was both wicked and immense. There could be no doubt. Yet, it was astonishing that even Super Saiyan 4 could not contend with the current Majin Buu, which left Li Feng secretly astounded. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Challenges herald the possibility of breakthroughs. He clenched his fists, savoring the immense energy coursing through his body, utterly satisfied. It could only be said that the Majin Buu physique harmonized remarkably with Saiyan blood. After such grievous injuries, his battle power would significantly augment. At this juncture, if Li Feng were to transform into Super Saiyan 4 again, he would certainly not suffer the same fate as before at the hands of Majin Buu. A smile curved upon his lips as he surged upward. Could it be that this resilient creature still drew breath? Majin Buu's expression shifted. He sensed Li Feng's aura emerging from the depths of the sea, though it lacked the cataclysmic force of before. The vitality radiating from him had shifted from non-existence to an exuberant vigor. Here it comes. Majin Buu furrowed his brow, watching as a tremendous wave erupted from the ocean, propelling a figure into the sky. With disheveled hair and an exposed torso, he appeared both ragged and yet brimming with spirit. His garments had long since succumbed to the overwhelming power, disintegrating to reveal a physique teeming with explosive potential. Who could this person be but Li Feng? It was indeed surprising to witness such tenacity in his vitality. Majin Buu regarded Li Feng, who emerged from the tumultuous waves, and spoke with a hint of indifference. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Even if Li Feng could rise again, what could he possibly achieve against the unprecedented and ultimate Majin Buu? Haha. The Majin Buu physique is not solely your possession. I possess it as well. A smile curved at the corners of Li Feng's mouth as he spoke. So you possess such a physique. No wonder. Majin Buu suddenly realized, though he was not particularly astonished. After all, it was merely the physique of a demon, and he himself embodied that very nature. However, even if one were to possess such a physique, what difference would it make? One must remember, I have absorbed several of the mightiest Saiyans from the Dragon Balls, as well as the legendary Super Saiyan. What can you possibly do against me? Majin Buu regarded Li Feng with disdain and remarked, whether you can succeed or not, that will only be revealed once we engage in battle. Li Feng flashed a charming smile, as if he were fully prepared. Do not think that merely returning from the brink of death will grant you victory over me. Although Saiyans do experience a significant surge in combat power upon revival, what stands before you is none other than the strongest being in history, Majin Buu. Majin Buu exuded arrogance and an overwhelming sense of self-confidence in his prowess. Allow me to demonstrate the power of my Super Saiyan 4 once more. Li Feng broke into a wide grin, immediately clenching his fist and exclaiming, Ha! Li Feng let out a thunderous roar as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him. The primordial aura instantly permeated the surroundings. This most primitive force brimmed with explosive power and an earth-shattering presence. His crimson eyes radiated terrifying divine light, marking his current form, Super Saiyan 4. Though superficially unchanged, a closer perception revealed an immeasurable difference from before. The stronger his base power, the mightier his transformation. This was the immutable law of the Super Saiyan metamorphosis. Ho ho ho. Quite the improvement indeed. But in my eyes, you're still nothing but trash. Majin Buu sneered dismissively. Though Li Feng's strength had undeniably grown, in Buu's estimation, he remained no match. Buu harbored absolute confidence in his own power. Having devoured the protagonists and mastered the narrative, who could possibly stand in his way now? Oh, is that so? Li Feng flashed a charming smile, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, and in an instant, his form vanished like lightning. The speed was nothing short of astounding, rendering Li Feng's silhouette nearly imperceptible. The smile of the demon Majin Buu abruptly faded as he found Li Feng had already materialized before him. A powerful punch landed squarely on Majin Buu's abdomen. In an explosive moment, Majin Buu's body shot forth like a bullet, hurtling into the distance. After soaring several dozen meters, he finally regained his composure. How increasingly intriguing, is it not? Rather than fear, Majin Buu displayed a wicked grin. Having consumed numerous Saiyans, he was brimming with an insatiable thirst for battle, a sensation akin to having ingested an overwhelming dose of exhilaration. Indeed, such a confrontation was irresistibly sought after. Li Feng was also exceedingly exhilarated, for this marked a significant turning point in his breakthrough. Come forth, Majin Buu, allow me to witness the full extent of your power. Li Feng spoke with a smile, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, akin to an arrow released from its bow, fiercely directed at the demon Buu. Chapter 109, The Realm of the Gods. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. Nearly a clash between the two capable of invoking immense celestial might. Indeed, these two individuals were extraordinary. Even I, a deity, found myself unable to grasp the extent of their power. Their energies had long since reached the realm of the Kais, leaving the Supreme Kai Xian utterly astounded by their battle. He had never anticipated that the demon Buu could attain such heights. Moreover, he was taken aback by Li Feng's strength, which surpassed even his own comprehension. Had the world undergone a transformation? Shouldn't deities reign supreme over mortals? Nevertheless, amidst his astonishment, his primary concern remained defeating the demon Buu. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, colliding with one another in a breathtaking display. Although Li Feng found himself at a disadvantage against Buu, he no longer bore the same passive stance as before. The growth in Li Feng's power compelled Buu to regard him with newfound respect. This individual, had he not devoured so many Saiyans, including the legendary Super Saiyan, alongside the formidable demon Buu himself, would undoubtedly have posed no threat. The rapidity of Li Feng's growth ignited a fierce sense of hostility within Buu. The existence of anyone capable of challenging him could not be tolerated. Therefore, this individual must not be spared. Buu resolved. For all who could obstruct his path must be eliminated without exception. With a mighty roar, Buu intensified the force behind his punches, each strike radiating with boundless strength, shaking the very fabric of space itself. Bang! Li Feng was violently thrust backward, yet the malevolent Majin Buu did not cease his relentless assault. A sinister grin spread across his face as he turned his attention to Li Feng. In the blink of an eye, Majin Buu appeared directly behind him, fist clenched, poised to unleash his formidable technique once more. This move had been acquired for your brother only after Shin Mo fell ill. Although everyone was well aware that Buu was not to be trifled with. With a thunderous impact, as Buu's fist was propelled forward, Li Feng abruptly halted, instantly reacting with equal swiftness, retaliating with a powerful strike of his own. The clash of their fists reverberated like thunder, both warriors being forcefully repelled by the sheer might of the other, creating a substantial distance between them. Majin Buu, employing the same tactic, surely believed that I would fall prey to his methods once more. Li Feng gazed at Majin Buu and remarked, "Indeed, it is true. Just moments ago, after enduring a beating from Majin Buu, I have awakened from my stupor. No matter how formidable Majin Buu may be, his techniques are ultimately limited." As Majin Buu attempted the same trick again, how could Li Feng possibly fall victim to his attacks once more? Ha ha ha. How delightful. It is truly captivating. Majin Buu, with a bloodthirsty grin, showed no curiosity towards Li Feng's strength. After all, there are myriad ways to enhance one's power, and he was hardly surprised by that. Bang! Li Feng, adopting a serious demeanor, launched a fierce attack against Majin Buu once more. Just in time, you adorable little creature. Today I shall defeat you. Majin Buu chuckled, his eyes narrowing as his body suddenly vanished from sight. Li Feng's pupils constricted, sensing a dangerous aura permeating the surroundings. Boom! The two clashed again, their strength escalating with each exchange, as if, at that moment, only Li Feng and Buu existed in the universe. Boom! Each punch from Majin Buu seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains, accompanied by crackling lightning that danced around his fists. Should they strike a planet, it would surely shatter. Ha! I once thought that after your resurrection, your power would be formidable, but it appears it is merely this. Majin Buu boasted with increasing arrogance. However, despite Li Feng enduring the onslaught passively, the crimson divine light in his eyes continued to flicker, as his Super Saiyan form should have been a vivid scarlet. Bang! Li Feng's body was thrust directly towards the sea, his feet striking the surface of the ocean, unleashing a tremendous spray of water. Such was the force. It was nearly overwhelming. Li Feng contemplated. This incomprehensibly profound power seemed to be right before him, visible yet intangible. If one is distracted during a fight, then one might as well embrace demise. The demon mage in view, noticing the dazed expression on Li Feng's face, couldn't help but taunt him. With a swift motion, he summoned the surrounding air currents, and in an instant, an energy sphere formed between his palms. Ha! Li Feng, take this move. Super Blast. Mage Imbu bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as the energy sphere shot forth with tremendous speed. Whoosh! What started as a minuscule orb now grew immensely in the air, gradually morphing into a colossal energy sphere, akin to a small mountain. Rumbling! Rumbling! Li Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an imminent sense of crisis approaching. This is the moment. With that, Li Feng astonishingly retracted his Super Saiyan 4 form, reverting to his normal state. As he gazed at the energy blast hurtling towards him, the crimson divine light in his eyes grew ever more resplendent. He roared with a fierce intensity. With a thunderous shout, Li Feng crossed his arms without employing a shred of energy, resolutely preparing to withstand the terrifying blow from the demon mage imbued with his unadorned physical form. Boom! In an instant, the energy blast engulfed Li Feng's figure, and the explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth, sending tumultuous waves crashing across the sea. The spray soared skyward, rendering Li Feng's silhouette invisible. Haha! You truly are becoming increasingly feeble? Have you lost your mind? Not even resorting to Super Saiyan 4. Mage Imbu chortled. As the waves subsided, a figure emerged, unmistakably Li Feng, standing upon the surface of the ocean. At this moment, the energy radiating from him gradually dissipated, resembling that of an ordinary person. This perplexed Mage Imbu. Could it be that Li Feng had resigned himself to his fate, choosing not to resist? No. This individual must possess some hidden intrigue. Having devoured Piccolo, Mage Imbu grew increasingly suspicious and chose to remain still, eager to discern what tricks Li Feng was attempting. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted from Li Feng's being, and his hair began to transform into a deep red hue. At last, through sheer determination, Li Feng attained this new realm. Is this your new transformation? I sense not a trace of your energy. Mage Imbu remarked with a smile. This was the power of the divine. In that moment, Li Feng felt an enigmatic force coursing through his entire being, distinct from the overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 4. This sensation could only be achieved by donning the essence of the divine. Ah, this is precisely the power I have sought. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Feng's eyes as his crimson figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, launching an assault on the demon Mage Imbu. Chapter 110. The student surpasses the master. To think you would attempt to defeat me without a shred of energy is utterly laughable. Mage Imbu scoffed, a hint of amusement dancing in his mind. Confronting such a trivial attack required merely a tenth of his strength. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a nonchalant punch toward Li Feng. Boom! As their fists collided, disbelief filled Mage Imbu's eyes. How could it be that, despite the absence of any visible energy, the force was still so tremendous? Li Feng's punch sent him reeling back several dozen steps. Regaining his composure, Mage Imbu felt a twinge of surprise. But soon realization dawned upon him. This level of power was still far beneath his own capabilities. Indeed, he was stronger than he had anticipated. Yet this solitary force was insufficient to obliterate the formidable Mage Imbu in this moment. Li Feng gazed at his own hands and murmured to himself, for he could already perceive the divine realm of the Super Saiyan God within him, a power that even the might of Super Saiyan 4 could not attain. What nonsense is this Super Saiyan God? It's far weaker than the previous Super Saiyan 4 state, scoffed Mage Imbu with disdain. Had I not merely exerted a tenth of my true strength earlier, how could I have been forced back? Humph! You understand nothing of true power. Li Feng grinned widely and uttered a timeless phrase. Indeed, the power of the Super Saiyan God pales in comparison to that of the current opponent, Mage Imbu. However, what if one were to transform into a Super Saiyan while in the state of a Super Saiyan God? Allow me to unveil my new realm. A glimmer of confidence finally appeared on Li Feng's face. Oh, you must be joking. Why have I never witnessed these forms before? Mage Imbu thought Li Feng had lost his mind to utter such words. Little did he know the plotline of Dragon Ball Super, nor comprehend the existence of Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. Ha ha ha. Roar. Li Feng clenched his fist tightly, as a faint azure hue gradually emerged beneath the crimson foundation, while his aura continued to surge exponentially. Naturally, Mage Imbu remained oblivious to the divine energy. mistaking Li Feng's transformation for mere theatrics. Is this Li Feng's divine form? To think a mortal could don the mantle of divinity. Supreme Kaishin exclaimed in astonishment. Clearly, as a deity himself, he could perceive the overwhelming divine power radiating from Li Feng, far surpassing even his own status as Supreme Kai. And still, it continued to escalate. The crimson aura enveloping Li Feng gradually succumbed to an overwhelming blue light. Yet this blue was merely a precursor to something greater. Flecks of Saiyan began to emerge, supplanting the blue, and this Saiyan was indeed derived from it. Do you truly believe that a mere change in color renders me your adversary? How naive you are. This child is beyond redemption. The malevolent Majin Buu regarded him with disdain, tinged with a hint of regret. Who would have thought that the only being capable of battling him for such an extended period had succumbed to madness? Is this not the greatest tragedy? Ultimately, the aura surrounding Li Feng exuded a divine and untouchable essence. Astonished, he gazed at his hands. Initially expecting to achieve the Super Saiyan blue form akin to Goku and the others, yet he found himself transcending directly to Saiyan. What does this signify? The derivative surpasses its origin. Saiyan far exceeds blue. Thus, I shall refer to it as super color. Li Feng smiled, his face radiating an unparalleled confidence. Oh, you truly have a knack for jesting. However, since you have succumbed to madness, it is time for the game to conclude. Therefore, perish. A fierce glint flashed in Majin Buu's eyes, as if he regarded Li Feng with the same disdain one might reserve for a corpse. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the true power of divinity. Li Feng flashed a grin, his form vanishing like a specter. Do you truly believe that this is sufficient to contend with me, the mightiest Majin Buu in history? Behind him, Majin Buu's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom. Indeed, Majin Buu had accurately predicted Li Feng's location. Yet Li Feng's fist bore an inexplicable force. The impact sent Majin Buu's body hurtling backward uncontrollably. How is this possible? Why do you possess such formidable power? Why have I never heard of this azure transformation of the Super Saiyan? A cascade of questions and bewilderment ensued. Majin Buu expressed profound confusion. Is this truly fair? Must I not be allowed to showcase my prowess? Majin Buu lamented the difficulty of the situation, despite being a child of destiny. He found himself repelled by a mere azure Saiyan. This defied logic. This is utterly illogical. Majin Buu steadied himself, shaking his head, watching Li Feng with heightened vigilance. There are many things you remain unaware of. However, my current form has been fully realized, so prepare to meet your end. Li Feng has transcended to a new realm, achieving his goal. As for the menace that is Majin Buu, it remains a persistent threat. More importantly, this time, he must ensure the eradication of the dark energy once and for all. Although he is not particularly afraid of the malevolent force, the potential danger it poses to his family is utterly unacceptable. How infuriating. With a thunderous roar, Majin Buu unleashed a ferocious surge of power, akin to a volcanic eruption. Unstoppable in its intensity, his eyes glinted with murderous intent, determined to ensure that the wretch before him is annihilated without a trace. Die. In an instant. Two powerful punches hurtled towards Li Feng's face. However, transformed into a Super Saiyan with an azure hue, Li Feng reacted with unparalleled swiftness. Before Majin Buu could even initiate his strike, Li Feng's form vanished like a specter. Majin Buu's fist struck nothing but air, producing a resounding explosion that attested to their formidable strength. Yet, no matter how powerful the fists, if they cannot find their mark, what use are they? Damn you. You shall perish. Die. Die. In a flash, a multitude of striking shadows surged forth, directed at Li Feng in a relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. Li Feng remained calm and collected as he faced the formidable Majin Buu. Regardless of the latter's strength, the realm in which Li Feng resided was beyond Buu's comprehension. How infuriating. It was inconceivable that despite being the one with the most powerful innate potential, Buu could achieve such a level of prowess. As the battle raged on, Majin Buu neared madness. The very existence of Li Feng rendered his own transcendence meaningless. Chapter 111. The evolution of the wind-extinguishing sword, the divine wind sword incredible. Li Feng had successfully subdued Majin Buu, and at long last, the day of Buu's demise had arrived. Truly, the power of the divine was unparalleled. Witnessing Li Feng's extraordinary strength, King Kaishin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as a being of divinity himself, he firmly believed that divine power was the most potent force in existence. Very well, I shall proceed to planet Namek as per Mr. Li Feng's request, King Kaishin proclaimed. According to the prior agreement between Li Feng and King Kai, upon Li Feng's defeat of Majin Buu, King Kai was to journey to planet Namek and utilize their Dragon Balls to resurrect all the warriors consumed by Bu on Earth. Thanks to Li Feng's arrival, the Dragon of Namek had lifted its previous restriction of reviving only one individual at a time. Furthermore, because of Li Feng, Piccolo had not fused with the Earth's guardian. Thus, upon Piccolo's demise, the dragon would not manifest again. Damn it. Die. Majin Bu unleashed a frenzied surge of power, causing the very earth to tremble. Boom. Yet, Li Feng's azure figure evaded every strike from Majin Bu as if he were employing the Ultra Instinct technique. Presently, however, Li Feng was merely a step beyond the divine realm, surpassing Majin Bu in strength, which rendered his speed astonishingly swift. Coward, why do you hide? Majin Bu seethed with frustration, unable to fathom how his relentless attacks were all in vain, igniting a fury within him. As you wish. With a devilish smile, Li Feng unleashed a powerful punch that struck Majin Bu squarely in the abdomen. A gasp escaped as Majin Bu's expression shifted dramatically, his body unable to regain control, and he was forcefully sent sprawling backward once more. How could this be possible? Infuriating. I am the mightiest warrior. Majin Bu bellowed in fury, and in an instant, a dark energy coalesced in his hand as he wickedly declared to Li Feng, transform into chocolate. He unleashed his magic, and the black energy surged directly toward Li Feng. An unstoppable wave. The nature of this dark energy was such that it was visible yet intangible. In that moment, Majin Bu disregarded all notions of battle. His sole desire was to eliminate Li Feng, the unpredictable variable, for he had never felt such rage before. Do you truly believe that this move will have any effect on me? Li Feng broke into a broad smile, extending his hand as a radiant orb of crimson energy materialized, embodying the divine power bestowed upon him. This celestial force possesses the ability to purify all malevolence. Under the astonished gaze of Majin Bu, the dark energy he so proudly wielded was swiftly consumed by Li Feng as formidable energy, vanishing without a trace. Impossible! Roared Majin Bu, his fist clenched tightly. With a primal bellow reminiscent of a wild beast, an inexhaustible torrent of energy surged towards him. Super Destruction Ball. The ebony energy erupted forth, coalescing above Majin Bu into an immense energy sphere, swelling larger and larger with the force of the incoming winds. This was the darkened variant of the Spirit Bomb. Li Feng muttered to himself. It is abundantly clear that the energy contained within Majin Bu's technique could effortlessly annihilate dozens of Earths. How could Li Feng not take this seriously? You wretched creature. So casually wielding destruction, splendid. Truly splendid. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, in the past, it would have been fine. If destruction came, it would not have concerned me at all. However, the circumstances have changed. Here, I have found family, and it is precisely this family that I must protect. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the Tornado Storm Fist, his fist raised, gathering a surge of violet energy. This marked the first time he executed the Tornado Storm Fist in a divine state. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng unleashed two energy blasts that surged towards the demon Majin Bu, akin to twin dragons emerging with unstoppable force. In response, Majin Bu retaliated with his devastating attack. The ground shook violently as colossal mushroom clouds erupted into the sky, leaving behind immense craters in the earth. Majin Bu was violently hurled away, crashing into a mountainside that shattered upon impact, burying him beneath the debris. How about that? Rise, you fiend. Surely, such an assault is not enough to claim your life. Li Feng crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ruins erupted, and the figure of Majin Bu re-emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled despite being unharmed. Excellent. I find your technique quite appealing. Let us employ it to bring about your demise. Majin Bu gasped for breath, yet his face was predominantly marked by a frenzied expression. Extending his right hand, a formidable surge of energy coalesced instantaneously, accompanied by the power of a tempest, as a golden energy blade was firmly grasped in Majin Bu's hand. The golden sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, while visible streaks of black energy intermittently clung to the blade. It was indeed Li Feng's ultimate technique, the Wind Annihilation Sword. Albeit in the hands of Majin Bu, it was infused with a more sinister energy. This is my technique. Do you truly believe your understanding of it surpasses mine? Li Feng watched as Majin Bu unleashed the Wind Annihilation Sword and couldn't help but taunt. Humph. My learning ability has reached unprecedented heights. I've already mastered this technique of yours to absolute perfection. How could I possibly fail to wield it? Majin Bu's face twisted into a smirk. Then allow me to show you the true Wind Annihilation Sword. Li Feng spoke softly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he extended his right hand. In an instant, a cerulean energy sword materialized, radiating a sharp light, seemingly invincible and capable of shattering anything in its path. Pointing the sword at the demon mage in view, he coldly declared, "You may want to pay attention. This move is one you will truly struggle to replicate." In that moment, profound violet divine light enveloped the cerulean energy sword, embodying the essence of divine power. "What is this violet flame?" Mage in view inquired, perplexed. "This is the power of the divine." "Oh, what divine power? Have you lost your mind?" Mage in view chuckled, dismissing it with a wave. "Is it merely a change in color that makes it stronger? Then let me show you the true might of your own technique." With a disdainful snicker, Mage in view wielded the Wind Destroyer sword and launched a fierce attack towards Li Feng. This upgraded version of the Wind Destroyer sword, I shall call the Divine Wind Sword. Chapter 112. The demise of Mage in view. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Feng's eyes as he gazed at the menacing Mage in view charging towards him. A subtle smile curved upon his lips. With a resounding clash, two energy swords collided, emitting a brilliant spark in a moment of electric intensity. The deafening sound reverberated through the heavens. In the next instant, Li Feng swung his Divine Wind Sword once more, its radiant divine light exuding an unparalleled aura of invincibility. The two energy blades clashed again, the ferocity of the sparks intensifying in an instant. In the incredulous gaze of Mage in view, the golden energy blade in his grasp was abruptly shattered. Li Feng's sword surged directly towards Mage in view. This cannot be. Time and again, shot coursed through Mage in view, his panic reaching its zenith. Was he not supposed to be the protagonist of this battle? The plot twist unfolded too rapidly for him to comprehend. With a swift motion, the sword energy sliced through, cleaving Mage in view's body with ferocity. Boom, boom. In an instant, a cloud of dust filled the air, rendering visibility null. Mage in view was engulfed in the explosion. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of Mage in view was his extraordinary constitution. Just a single cell was sufficient for him to regenerate infinitely. Crackling sounds echoed as thick bolts of lightning flickered incessantly, a horrifying blood-red divine light piercing through the smoke, resembling that of a demon god. "My constitution can be described as immortal and indestructible. What can you do against me?" The roar of Mage in view resonated like that of a ferocious beast, filled with unfathomable terror. Moreover, having devoured numerous Saiyans, each severe injury only amplified my strength. "What can you possibly do against me?" Li Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the physique of Mage in view was terrifying, especially when coupled with the legendary power of the Super Saiyan, rendering him nearly invincible. With a fierce cry, a surge of energy erupted, instantly unleashing a torrent of air currents that swept through the surroundings as Mage in view soared into the sky. "The pain you have inflicted upon me, I shall repay in kind," Mage in view declared coldly, every movement radiating an aura of lethal intent. "However, one must first be capable of defeating me. In the past, I was unaware of the saying that villains perish due to their verbosity. Now, I have witnessed it firsthand." Li Feng chuckled coldly, his eyes brimming with a fierce combat spirit. An azure aura enveloped him, erupting like flames, radiating a palpable sense of energy. Yet, ordinary individuals remained oblivious to this divine power. Whoosh! Mage in view moved with remarkable speed, his hands swirling with an incredibly malevolent energy. He had forsaken Li Feng's techniques, but the moves he now employed were lethal with every strike. Clang! Upon witnessing the scene, Li Feng wielded his Shinfeng sword with great intensity, unleashing a strike imbued with a profound violet energy, an unstoppable force radiating from the blade. Boom! Incredibly, the fiendish Mage in view managed to intercept Li Feng's ferocious sword energy, which only heightened Li Feng's admiration for the terrifying might of this demonic entity. Bang! 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 Mage in view's speed was astonishing, as if the entire space had been reduced to mere shadows of fists, while Li Feng's sword moved with equal swiftness, swiftly breaching Mage in view's defenses and striking his form. Mage in view was cleaved in two, yet in the next instant, his extraordinary resilience manifested. It was undeniable that Mage in view was formidable. If he could not be slain, then he would be pummeled to submission. Li Feng immediately retracted his energy blade and engaged in close combat, his fists imbued with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! As the two combatants exchanged blows, their speed escalated, each punch heavier than the last, leaving only the sound of their fists colliding in the surrounding space. Damn! How infuriating! Although Mage in view possessed an infinite regenerative quality, the relentless assault from Li Feng was not without consequence. He, too, could feel the searing pain. His complexion turned pale, and in terms of speed, he ultimately fell short compared to Li Feng, as did his strength. Bang! With a powerful punch, Li Feng forcefully sent the demon view reeling back. Under Bu's incredulous gaze, Li Feng's form appeared almost spectral. He swiftly approached Bu, seizing the demon's head and violently hurling it skyward. Bang! Utilizing instantaneous movement, he swiftly caught up to Bu, delivering a fierce blow with his elbows. Bu's body plummeted towards the ground with tremendous force. Bang! It crashed into the pit below, instantly releasing a plume of green smoke. Allow me to demonstrate the might of an energy blast. Li Feng grinned widely, and in an instant, dozens of orbs of energy formed between his hands, fiercely launching towards the demon Bu. Boom! Boom! With each resounding blast, Bu's form was engulfed in the explosion. Ah! The anguished cries of Bu echoed amidst the chaos, clearly indicating his immense suffering. Hiki! The true torment extends far beyond this. Li Feng let out a cold laugh. In an instant, he reappeared amidst the swirling smoke, seizing the body of the demon Bu and employing his instantaneous movement to vanish from the spot. Whoosh! The two of them were transported to an unknown asteroid in the vastness of outer space. What place have you brought me to? Bu exclaimed, his gaze filled with terror. He was genuinely frightened by Li Feng. He could hardly believe that this man was so formidable. Need I say more? It is, of course, to completely annihilate you. Li Feng chuckled coldly, as if he had already grasped the means to utterly vanquish the demon Bu. Ha! I am the embodiment of Bu. You cannot obliterate me. As long as a single cell remains, I can regenerate infinitely, the demon Bu snarled, his visage twisted in malevolence. Do you truly believe that possessing the form of Bu grants you eternal resurrection? Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate power. Li Feng cast a disdainful glance at Majin Bu, who at that moment had become nothing more than his prey. Ha! Majin Bu, unwilling to accept such ridicule for the first time, was consumed by an overwhelming rage. The ferocious energy surged forth once again. However, Li Feng's speed surpassed it. While Majin Bu was still in the throes of his explosive power, Li Feng had already appeared before him. Whoosh! Majin Bu's burgeoning energy was abruptly interrupted by Li Feng, causing a look of anguish to cross his masked visage. Two violet energy blades had completely pierced through his body. Cough! You cannot kill me. Despite his evident suffering, Majin Bu's greatest confidence stemmed from his ability to regenerate infinitely. Oh, is that so? A glint of cunning flickered in Li Feng's eyes, accompanied by a triumphant smile. In that moment, the demon Majin Bu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for Li Feng's sword energy began to wreak havoc within the very depths of Majin Bu's being, racing towards his core heart with astonishing speed. Chapter 114. Ascendance above the divine? With the demise of Majin Bu, the saga of Dragon Ball reached its conclusion. It is worth noting that after the annihilation of the purely malevolent Bu, the benevolent Bu surprisingly survived, leaving Li Feng in awe of the extraordinary resilience of Majin Bu's essence. Due to Li Feng's intervention, the plump Bu was lured back to his home with food. Although not evil, this rotund Bu was a formidable fighter, possessing strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Having such a powerful ally as a caretaker for his daughters was undeniably impressive. As anticipated, both of Li Feng's daughters took a great liking to the chubby Majin Bu, whose innate simplicity made him more than happy to engage in play with the lively children. Thus, the formidable Majin Bu became the caretaker of the Li Feng household, a revelation that nearly rendered the Kaishin unconscious with shock. After a prolonged wait, the system finally rebooted. Ding! The host has completed all tasks related to Dragon Ball. Would you like to claim your reward? Li Feng was filled with exhilaration. After a long wait, the system had finally revived once more. How could he not feel joy? He was filled with anticipation regarding the rewards of this mission. Unlike others, his system did not dispense rewards for every minor task completed. For Li Feng, this truly felt like a festive occasion. He eagerly claimed all the rewards. Ding! The host has acquired the Ultimate Freedom Technique Manual, 10 Celestial Beans, and an upgrade for the Time Chamber. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, igniting an unparalleled excitement within him. He had been troubled by the lack of a place to learn the Ultimate Freedom Technique, and now, the system had providently prepared it for him. This was indeed thrilling. The Ultimate Freedom Technique, a realm unattainable even by many deities, was something that only a select few could hope to grasp. Even Lord Beerus, the god of destruction from Dragon Ball Super, had merely skimmed its surface. If Li Feng could master it, he would rise above the divine. This technique, revered among the gods, represents the explosive potential that emerges when one transcends their limits, a feat that even deities find challenging to achieve. Lord Beerus had engaged in related training but had failed to fully master it, a milestone later accomplished by Son Goku during the Tournament of Power. At last, Li Feng had received the opportunity to cultivate this technique himself. To be candid, he harbored a disdain for the god of destruction and his ilk, who thrived on the whims of destruction and creation. He certainly had no inclination to train in the realm of the gods of destruction. While the celestial beings were useful for restoring vitality, the upcoming upgrade of the time chamber piqued his curiosity even further. What transformation would it undergo? Only time would reveal the answer. Li Feng grinned, his mind flickering as his figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he materialized within the hyperbolic time chamber, only to be utterly dumbfounded by the sight before him. Is this still the hyperbolic time chamber? The original chamber existed as a separate realm, an endless expanse of sterile whiteness, where the air was thin and the environment harsh beyond measure. Yet now, it had been inexplicably transformed into an entirely different world. Stretching before him was an endless emerald grassland, alive with the fragrance of blossoms and the imagined songs of birds, though no creatures dwelled here, only the perfume of flowers. Towering ancient trees pierced the heavens at intervals, their presence suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. This was no less than a paradise, rivaling even the realm of the Supreme Kai. The sheer beauty of it all stirred in Li Feng a longing. Why not reside here for decades? Even if he were to leave the Dragon Ball world one day, he could bring its inhabitants to this sanctuary, couldn't he? Ding. The space you currently occupy is the upgraded hyperbolic time chamber, now exclusively yours. Only you, or those you permit, may enter this world. The system's voice echoed in explanation. And what of the flow of time here? Li Feng still harbored some doubts. Would the transformation of this place into such a form render it impossible to freely manipulate the flow of time? The issue of temporal velocity is entirely under the host's control. Excellent. I truly appreciate this aesthetically pleasing environment for cultivation. Li Feng smiled and inquired, very well, system. What is my next task? Li Feng was thoroughly content with everything around him. Thus, he decided to examine the subsequent task. For days devoid of any mission were exceedingly dull. The host's upcoming task pertained to Dragon Ball Super, a challenge of considerable difficulty. The system inquired whether the host would accept it. What would happen if I choose not to accept? Li Feng retorted, pondering the trajectory of his fate should he decline the offer. If the host refuses the mission, this timeline will soon come to an end, and the host shall find himself in a slumber akin to that of the system replied with an unhurried tone. Upon hearing this, Li Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. Indeed, the system was merciless. To fall into a deep slumber if he refused the task was tantamount to death. Very well, I accept the mission. Ding. The host has accepted the task. The current objective is to achieve victory at the Power Tournament. Surpassing the gods and thoroughly mastering the Dragon Ball universe, the system announced, maintaining its calm demeanor. To surpass the gods and dominate the Dragon Ball universe, this mission undeniably posed an infernal level of difficulty. Li Feng was acutely aware that this world was inhabited by destroyer gods, and above them were angels, not to mention the Omni King. The challenge was indeed formidable. Initially, he had believed that merely securing victory at the Power Tournament would suffice, but it was clear he had underestimated the stakes. Not only did he need to win, but he also had to overpower the Grand Priest and rise above the Omni King. Even with his current strength, combined with mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, he could not confidently claim to be a match for the Grand Priest. Yet, there was a certain thrill to this challenge. For with such a direction came an even greater motivation. Li Feng muttered to himself, Ding. The host has received the next task. This system will enter a state of slumber, awakening only when the host has completed the task. Host, do your best. The unexpected encouragement from the system piqued Li Feng's curiosity. Yet, as before, the system promptly fell into a deep sleep. Very well, you consider yourselves above the divine. Do you? How intriguing. Just wait, gods. I shall make you aware of who truly reigns supreme in this world. Despite the daunting nature of the task, it was precisely such challenges that he relished most. Chapter 115, The Arrogant Vegeta. Wow. Li Feng, you truly have an extraordinary talent to discover such an exquisite and conducive environment for cultivation. A voice resonated, revealing a figure clad in an orange robe with a crab-like hairstyle. Who else could it be but Sun Wukong? It turns out this is the formidable secret technique of yours. Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking haughtily, following the events involving Majin Buu. Vegeta and Sun Wukong sought out Li Feng, clamoring for his guidance in their training. Li Feng, with no alternative, brought them to his hyperbolic time chamber. He said nothing. However, ever since the Majin Buu incident, he had enjoyed a few months of leisure, which had become rather tedious. Why not? You two fuse and face me in battle. Li Feng chuckled, expressing a keen curiosity about the strength of the fusion between the two individuals. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there are two prevalent methods of fusion. The first is the Patera earrings, a treasured artifact preserved by generations of Supreme Kais, which facilitates fusion. However, at present, he is not within the realm of the Supreme Kai, and thus cannot immediately procure the Patera earrings. The second method is the fusion technique of the Metamorphs, which involves the participants performing a peculiar, symmetrical dance, culminating in a moment where they extend a finger from each hand to connect, thereby merging into a single entity. The theoretical duration of this fusion is 30 minutes, but in practice, it is influenced by the energy levels of the individuals involved. Gogeta, the warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta utilizing the Metamorph technique, instantly obliterated the evil spirit bomb upon his arrival. What fusion? Goku, utterly perplexed, remarked. In this world, he had never encountered the Metamorphs and was therefore unfamiliar with the concept of fusion. Are you suggesting that I fuse with Kakarot? Vegeta's thoughts were evidently more lucid than Goku's martial-focused mindset. Indeed. Otherwise, do you truly believe that your individual strengths would pose a challenge to me? Li Feng chuckled and remarked, "Humph." Vegeta, with a hint of pride, turned his head aside, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge Li Feng's assertion. For Li Feng's strength was indeed insurmountable, far beyond their reach. Indeed, I would very much like to engage in battle with you, Li Feng. However, the disparity in our powers is simply too vast. Perhaps if I were to fuse with Vegeta, I could witness your true strength. Sun Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration. He had always possessed an insatiable thirst for combat. Humph, to fuse with that Kakarot fellow is truly something I am loath to do. Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Oh, come now, Vegeta. Don't you wish to see just how formidable Li Feng truly is? Sun Wukong urged with a grin. Humph. Vegeta turned his head away, fully embodying his proud princely demeanor. Although Li Feng had never encountered the Metamorphs, he had certainly watched the television series and vividly remembered their peculiar movements. The fusion technique I speak of was created by the Metamorphs. It is the most powerful technique of this planet's inhabitants. It requires two warriors with closely matched powers to harmonize their energies, achieving fusion. Once the fusion is successful, the resulting warrior's combat prowess multiplies the sum of the two individual strengths. Li Feng smiled as he spoke, pondering just how powerful Vegeta could truly become. Sun Wukong, taken aback, quickly turned to him and exclaimed, Vegeta, did you hear that? Surely, Li Feng may not necessarily be our adversary after our fusion. Humph. Vegeta remains unchanged. Yet he listens intently to Li Feng's words. Very well, allow me to demonstrate it for you. Upon finishing his words, Li Feng immediately began to perform the rather awkward motion, yet he personally did not find it particularly uncomfortable. I refuse to engage in such a disgraceful act as the Prince of Vegeta. Vegeta proclaimed with his characteristic pride, unable to tolerate such an awkward gesture. Please, Vegeta. After an arduous effort of persuasion from Son Goku, Vegeta finally consented to merge with him. However, due to the novelty of employing this fusion technique, several mishaps occurred, such as merging into a corpulent figure or an exceedingly slender one. Whoosh. Fusion. Once again, Son Goku and Vegeta executed the fusion technique, and this time, not a single error manifested. Instantly, a formidable aura surged into the heavens, and where they fused, an incredibly brilliant light radiated forth. Indeed, it was Gogeta. The sheer intensity of the aura was terrifying from the outset, making the situation increasingly intriguing. Li Feng embraced himself and declared, Roar. A torrent of energy surged forth, enveloping the source of the radiant explosion. In an instant, accompanied by crackling lightning, a figure gradually emerged. His hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of Sun Wukong, and his visage echoed the features of both Sun Wukong and his savior, with eyes transformed into a brilliant shade of blue, adorned in the traditional garb of the Metamorphs. His physique bore the mark of fusion. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to vanquish you. I have bestowed upon myself the name Gogeta. The voice of Gogeta resonated through the air, as if he were the most formidable warrior in this realm. The fused super warrior Gogeta has finally made his entrance. Indeed, this overwhelming aura is undeniably powerful. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Li Feng's mouth, yet he did not display any overt astonishment. Oh, I see your point. You believe you are stronger than me, Vegeta, he remarked coolly, crossing his arms. At this moment, although he was neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta, he possessed the memories of both, fully aware of Li Feng's formidable strength. However, who was he? Vegeta, the mightiest of the Super Saiyan warriors. How could he possibly be defeated by Li Feng? No matter how powerful Li Feng might be, could he truly contend with the combined might of two warriors? You may choose to believe that. Li Feng chuckled. Ha ha ha. Li Feng, have you lost your mind? Are you not aware of the tremendous power coursing through my veins? I am the most perfect and formidable warrior in this world, and today you shall face some hardships. Vegeta spoke with an air of arrogance, his face radiating pride as he regarded Li Feng with disdain. I have never seen you defeated, so I have decided to give you a proper thrashing today. Vegeta approached Li Feng, questioning, is it true that after our fusion, you have become this insufferably arrogant? Li Feng reflected for a moment and remarked, indeed, both Vegeta and Gogeta in Dragon Ball are exceedingly arrogant, almost excessively so, reaching the culmination of their fusion far too soon. This is not arrogance. Rather, it is a testament to my confidence in my own strength. Chapter 116. Overwhelming Gogeta. Now, let me witness your power. Ha! With a formidable roar, Li Feng instantly unleashed an aura of power, gazing intently at Vegeta. He was eager to ascertain whether he could withstand a few blows from Vegeta in his normal state. Humph! You dare not transform into a Super Saiyan? You truly underestimate me. Therefore, come what may, I shall deliver you a thorough beating today. With a fierce shout, Vegeta's aura soared to the heavens. In an instant, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and his speed became almost ghostly as he lunged toward Li Feng to attack. Bang! Their fists collided. A smirk graced Vegeta's lips, his body remaining utterly unfazed. In stark contrast, Li Feng was violently thrust back several dozen steps. Silently marveling at the overwhelming might of the super warrior Vegeta, whose strength surpassed all of Li Feng's expectations. What say you, Li Feng? Transform quickly, or you shall never stand a chance against me. Vegeta remarked with disdain. As you wish. Li Feng smiled faintly, and in an instant, a golden aura erupted forth. With a striking tuft of hair prominently displayed, accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. This was none other than Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Alas! In the presence of Gogeta, it was still but a trifling display. Gogeta, witnessing Li Feng's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, remained entirely unfazed. After all, he was now a fused warrior. The fusion did not simply equate to the sum of its parts, but rather a hundredfold enhancement of their combined might, even without transforming. He harbored no fear of Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 form. Was he truly unafraid? Li Feng narrowed his eyes, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his speed became astonishingly swift. In a flash, he appeared before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! As their fists collided, a tremendous force erupted, radiating outward from the two, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. Truly, they were deserving of the title of fused super warriors. Li Feng smiled, his eyes radiating a formidable fighting spirit. You are quite impressive, exclaimed Vegeta with a grin. One could only say that Li Feng exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. However, if this was all there was to it, then this so-called super warrior might indeed be rather feeble. With a resounding boom, both warriors staggered back a few paces. Yet Vegeta merely remained in his normal state. Soon after, they clashed with astonishing speed once more. Thud, thud. Their strikes grew increasingly powerful, each punch more forceful than the last, and it was apparent that a decisive victor would not emerge anytime soon. With a sudden separation, Li Feng concentrated his energy, unleashing a Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! He shouted, as a surge of tremendous energy erupted, filling the air with a cacophony of explosive sounds. What? A Kamehameha? I shall respond in kind. Kamehameha wave. Vegeta bellowed, launching his own powerful energy wave. The two Kamehameha waves collided with ferocity, causing the entire realm of the hyperbolic time chamber to tremble violently. However, unlike Earth, this dimension could not be shattered or destroyed. The two beams of light clashed, neither yielding, embodying a palpable sense of equal might. Equal might does not exist before me, Vegeta, he declared. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from Vegeta, his power escalating dramatically. With golden hair and azure eyes, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. The might he exhibited post-transformation was beyond what an ordinary Super Saiyan could withstand. With a thunderous roar, the previously matched beams surged forth, propelled by Vegeta's enhanced strength, hurtling towards Li Feng with an unstoppable force. What? A Super Saiyan? Do you think I lack the ability to transform as well? He retorted, readying himself for the impending battle. Li Feng gazed at the wave of light surging toward him, and with a resounding roar, he intensified his energy output. The golden light dissipated, revealing a transformed Li Feng, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his pale green irises now possessed an additional layer of green pupils. His fierce gaze was strikingly reminiscent of Piccolo, a single strand of golden hair falling prominently across his forehead. In that moment, he had ascended to the formidable Super Saiyan 3, and his power surged to unprecedented heights. A 400-fold increase was no mere exaggeration. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his strength once more, sending the wave of light hurtling toward Gogeta. What is this Super Saiyan 3? Increase it for me. Gogeta bellowed, as the energy in his hands erupted once again. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the two formidable Kamehameha waves collided, resulting in a colossal explosion. Dazzling brilliance and deafening sound reverberated throughout the entirety of the hyperbolic time chamber. After a considerable interval, the smoke began to clear. Gogeta regarded Li Feng with a smile, declaring, "It seems that I can finally compel you to unleash your full power. Now, prepare to witness my ultimate transformation." With an exhilarating shout, Gogeta's imposing aura soared into the heavens. Bolts of blue lightning crackled around him, multiplying in intensity, their sounds echoing like thunder. In that instant, his golden hair stood erect, save for a small tuft that danced upon his brow. His gaze grew even more resolute and fierce, his hair electrified. Embodying the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, the pinnacle of power achievable by this merged warrior. "What do you say, Li Feng? Unleash the true strength you wielded against Majin Buu." Gogeta exclaimed, excitement igniting his eyes with a fierce combat spirit. Yet, was this state truly sufficient to force Li Feng to reveal his full potential? The answer was a resounding no. Gogeta had not partaken in the battle against the ultimate Majin Buu and was unaware of the sheer terror that had unfolded during that confrontation. In his current state, Gogeta was not yet formidable enough to compel Li Feng to unleash his full power. However, given his audacious demeanor, Li Feng resolved to deliver a resounding defeat. Li Feng spoke leisurely. "What? You want to strike me? Haha, you must be unaware of my strength." Vegeta, seemingly taken aback by the revelation, began to jest. In an instant, Li Feng dissipated his Super Saiyan 3 form, and a faint red glow enveloped him, gradually transforming into a fiery crimson aura that surrounded his being. His pupils gleamed a striking red. What realm is this? Where is the power? Before Vegeta could finish his thought, Li Feng had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's abdomen. Poof! Vegeta's body lost all control. However, in the next moment, Li Feng reappeared behind him, launching a fierce kick that sent Vegeta spiraling in the opposite direction. Bang! Poof! Bang! Ah! This sequence repeated dozens of times, making it abundantly clear that Vegeta was being utterly dominated by Li Feng. Chapter 117, The Super Saiyan God Rumbling. At last, Vegeta's body was forcefully slammed into the ground, engulfed in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the air was filled with dust and debris, rendering vision impossible. Cough, cough, cough. Li Feng stood before the swirling dust, able to hear Vegeta coughing incessantly within it. It seemed that this fellow had finally met his match. I wonder if he has learned his lesson this time. Li Feng proudly proclaimed. In truth, had Vegeta attained the realm of Super Saiyan God, my victory would not have been so effortless. If Vegeta were to reach that level, I cannot guarantee that my Super Saiyan blue form would prevail against him. Truly, he is a warrior of remarkable fusion, with an astonishing innate talent. As the dust settled, Vegeta appeared somewhat disheveled. How infuriating. What form is that? I am the most gifted warrior. How could I possibly be defeated? Vegeta exclaimed, filled with indignation. With determination, he clenched his fist and unleashed an overwhelming aura once more. Roar! He charged towards Li Feng with an incredible speed, delivering blows that grew increasingly powerful. A single strike could obliterate an entire planet. As the saying goes, I could shatter the earth with a single punch. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's velocity escalated. Yet no matter how swift he became, he could never land a hit on Li Feng. Each of Vegeta's punches met only air, producing thunderous reverberations that attested to the sheer ferocity of his strength. His energy was formidable, yet if he could not strike me, what purpose does it serve? Li Feng jested, and upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. He had always known that Li Feng was pretentious, yet now he found that Li Feng was even more so. What could be tolerated by an uncle was intolerable for an aunt. That wretched fellow. Go to hell. Die. Die. His fists were clenched, reaching the brink of fury, yet he could not seem to land a blow on Li Feng's elusive figure. Thus, let him experience the weight of his actions once more. Li Feng flashed a grin, and with a swift motion, his fist struck Goku's abdomen, much to the astonishment of the latter. Bang! Pft. Goku's body was sent hurtling through the air as if propelled by a cannon. No. This defies the laws of physics. How could this happen when you possess no energy whatsoever? Goku exclaimed, still airborne. That is because you are incapable of sensing it. As Goku regained his composure, he suddenly heard Li Feng's voice behind him. His expression shifted, and just as he attempted to dodge, Li Feng's fist collided forcefully with his back. Goku was once again sent flying, followed closely by a barrage of dozens of purple energy blasts. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Goku crashed to the ground, utterly drained of power. He never anticipated that Li Feng's strength could reach such astonishing heights. Initially, he had intended to deliver a severe beating to Li Feng, yet he found himself on the receiving end instead. However, what was that red light? Just then, Goku was enveloped in a sudden burst of white light. He transformed into two figures, Son Goku and Vegeta. It was evident that their fusion time had come to an end. But they had not reached the full 30 minutes, only 20 had elapsed. Indeed, the greater the output of energy, the shorter the duration. I never imagined, Li Feng, that your prowess was so formidable that even our fused form could not match you. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, a hint of excitement in his voice. Li Feng, what is this form of yours? Vegeta inquired, observing the radiant red aura surrounding Li Feng, yet sensing no trace of energy. Yes. How is it possible to possess such strength without a hint of energy? Son Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with yearning for Li Feng's transformation. This realm transcends that of mortals, a divine state. The energy of a god. You have yet to reach that plane, hence you cannot perceive it. Li Feng curled his lips into a smirk, exuding an air of arrogance. Mentoring the protagonist filled him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Originally, the two were supposed to train in the realm of destruction, but it seemed Li Feng was about to rewrite history. The thought of leading his disciple to victory in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament was nothing short of exhilarating. The realm of gods. Son Goku scratched his head in utter confusion. He knew of deities like Earth's Kami and the Supreme Kai, but in his eyes, their power paled in comparison to Li Feng's overwhelming strength. Could it be? Vegeta's voice trembled with shock, as if a chilling realization had struck him. That person, that entity, loomed over mortals like an insurmountable shadow, a figure even Frieza couldn't evoke such dread in him. Noticing Vegeta's expression, Li Feng chuckled knowingly. This realm, he declared, is what I call the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Why have I never heard of it? Goku blurted out with his usual obliviousness. Kakarot. If you don't understand, just listen. Vegeta snapped, his patience wearing thin. With that intellect of yours, it's a wonder you function at all. Yet, despite his irritation, Vegeta's gaze toward Li Feng now carried an unmistakable trace of reverence, something the once proud Saiyan prince had never shown before. Ignoring their bickering, Li Feng continued calmly. The Super Saiyan God is hailed as the legendary savior, the mightiest of Saiyans. In the past, only a rare few with righteous hearts, destined to overthrow evil Saiyans, have ever achieved this form, though one lost at mid-battle, dissipating their power. Master this ability, Li Feng added, his tone laced with promise and with relentless training. Even the one you fear may no longer stand as your match. Li Feng gazed at Vegeta with a hint of profundity. Vegeta was utterly astounded. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed their words as mere boasting. However, when Li Feng spoke, it bore a different weight. To transcend the divine, what an exhilarating accomplishment that would be. Very well, Li Feng. From this day forth, I shall train alongside you. Vegeta declared with great reverence. I too wish to train and master the divine Super Saiyan you speak of. Chapter 118. The art of ultimate freedom. Some time has passed since the battle with Gogeta, during which Li Feng imparted the training methods for the divine Super Saiyan to both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. He even transported them directly to the realm of the Supreme Kai. After all, these two incessantly troubled Li Feng with their daily visits, making him seem rather leisurely. Please. I am quite busy. Moreover, the Supreme Kai's realm was a divine domain, perfect for them to comprehend the powers of the gods. Thus, he decided to allow them to absorb the divine energies there, putting other matters temporarily on hold. Due to Li Feng's vanquishing of Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai held him in high esteem. After all, who was Li Feng? He had ascended to the realm of the divine through sheer mortal effort, making him far superior to even the Supreme Kai himself. Consequently, the Supreme Kai readily consented to allow Sun Wukong and Vegeta to train in his realm. After all, wouldn't it be advantageous for the seventh universe, under his guidance, to have more formidable warriors? This time, the goal was to master the art of ultimate freedom. Should he fully grasp this technique, he could rival even the Grand Minister, achieving a power level comparable to that of a typical angel. Yet, complete mastery was an exceedingly arduous task. The first step in the scroll of the art of ultimate freedom required attaining complete tranquility of the mind, achieving an initial separation of body and consciousness. For Li Feng, this presented a considerable challenge. After all, one becomes accustomed to fighting in a particular manner, where consciousness directs action. However, the art of ultimate freedom emphasizes instinctual responses to incoming attacks, allowing the body to evade or counter without the need for conscious thought. Unlike previous combat methods reliant on sensing energy, this technique depends on reflexive movements of the body, eliminating the necessity for cerebral deliberation, thereby maximizing speed and responsiveness. The separation of body and consciousness enables one to perceive surrounding dangers beyond mere instinct, removing the need for the brain to process before acting. In Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong initially reached a rudimentary level of the art of ultimate freedom during his battle with Jiren when he was inadvertently struck by his own spirit bomb. At that moment, even the god of destruction believed Sun Wukong was defeated. However, through an unexpected twist of fate, he achieved the preliminary state of this art. Separation of body and consciousness. Separation of body and consciousness. Li Feng continuously recited this phrase while meticulously observing the cultivation method of the ultimate freedom technique in his mind. Gradually beginning to attain clarity. The reaction that follows contemplation is inherently limited in speed. The transmission from the five senses to the brain, and subsequently through the nerves to the body, necessitates a certain passage of time. If each part of the body could autonomously discern and act, it would be possible to evade any danger. He seated himself cross-legged, containing his energy with utmost restraint. The ultimate freedom technique demands a high level of mental state. Thus, Li Feng's foremost task was to diligently cultivate his disposition. Much like Vegeta in Dragon Ball, who could not wield the ultimate freedom technique yet reached an elevated status, Li Feng recognized that Vegeta's numerous responsibilities and his pride as the Saiyan prince hindered him from entering the realm of the ultimate freedom technique, despite numerous attempts. Consequently, he forged a new path, attaining an entirely novel state, the Super Saiyan Blue. It was through this form that he triumphed over the god of destruction's apprentice, a proud warrior among their ranks. In contrast, Son Goku possessed a solid foundation, having rigorously trained his spirit under Master Roshi's guidance. Consistently pursuing martial arts rather than merely seeking power, Li Feng closed his eyes, yet a myriad of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, refusing to dissipate. The scenes of past battles replayed in his mind like a film, but what he now sought was inner tranquility. Realizing that such a practice was akin to daydreaming, he shook his head, understanding that no matter how long he meditated, he could not attain the state he desired. Cultivating his spirit posed a significant challenge for Li Feng, especially since he had been reborn, echoing Master Roshi's words to Goku about achieving absolute stillness of the heart, quiet as the sky. Once more, Li Feng closed his eyes. But this time, his imagination began to gradually diminish, slowly dissipating until only a vast expanse of white remained in his mind, all thoughts evaporating. Time passed. He could not ascertain how long until his breath became imperceptible, replaced by a gradually whitening aura, magnificent like a burning flame. Suddenly, Li Feng opened his eyes, revealing a distinct layer of white within his pupils. He had finally succeeded, achieving the first step in his training. He could distinctly perceive that he was now on the threshold of separating body from consciousness. Li Feng gazed at his own hands and murmured to himself. At this moment, though his energy was not overwhelmingly vast, the faint white glow emanating from his body allowed him to effortlessly evade certain attacks. Yet, he still couldn't launch offensive maneuvers autonomously. This was akin to Sun Wukong's initial attainment of the Ultra Instinct realm. While capable of dodging Jiren's assaults, he remained unable to strike back. Excellent. The breakthrough to the next level could only be achieved through genuine combat. Li Feng murmured to himself. His mastery of the ultimate freedom technique had reached its most fundamental level. However, to fully comprehend it, he needed to engage in relentless combat. Only through battle could he continuously surpass his own limitations. It seems I can await the arrival of Beerus and then give him a thorough lesson. Li Feng spoke to himself, pondering that Beerus was merely a glutton, indulging in his whims and desires. In Dragon Ball Super, the Super Saiyan God Goku was capable of eliciting a substantial portion of Beerus's power. If Super Saiyan Blue could match him, any disparity would be negligible. Moreover, Li Feng's Super Saiyan surpassed even Super Saiyan Blue, and with his preliminary mastery of Ultra Instinct, he believed it would be no challenge to confront the god of destruction. Perhaps he might even exchange a few blows with Whis. Observing Whis' Ultra Instinct could potentially elevate his own capabilities to new heights. Chapter 119, Super Saiyan Blue time had slipped away, and in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai gazed in astonishment at the spectacle above. Boom. Two streams of crimson energy clashed relentlessly, their swirling red auras signifying divine power. The Supreme Kai reflected on his countless years of existence, realizing that apart from Li Feng, these two combatants were far beyond his own prowess. Indeed, he was taken aback to witness that they had swiftly mastered the Super Saiyan God transformation. Li Feng spoke with profound satisfaction. Indeed, it's truly astonishing that so many individuals have managed to harness divine energy, far beyond what I had imagined. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in awe. Boom, boom, boom. Two blazing crimson auras collided once more with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves rippling through the void. Rumble. To ordinary mortals, the power of gods remained an unfathomable realm. Yet to the Supreme Kai and his kin, this spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. Such explosive might rendered his own divine authority almost insignificant in comparison. Their movements accelerated, each strike heavier than the last, their divine energy burning like an inferno at its zenith. The sheer intensity of their battle was electrifying. Li Feng, observing the clash, nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene, though, given his current strength, humiliating these two would have been almost unfair. Instead, he settled into a chair, content to spectate in silence. This was no ordinary battle between mere super Saiyans. It was a clash of deities, their overwhelming power eclipsing anything witnessed before. The very fabric of space trembled beneath their might. Every punch they exchanged seemed capable of shattering mountains, no, entire constellations, in an instant. Boom. Gradually, the two warriors reached a stalemate, their strength as Super Saiyan gods appearing evenly matched. With a final deafening explosion, both were hurled backward by the sheer force of their collision, hovering midair in a tense standoff. Kakarot, unleash your true power. No more holding back. Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze piercing through Goku. It was common knowledge that Goku often concealed his full strength, preferring to test his limits gradually. Though Vegeta had never witnessed Goku's ultimate form, he sensed its existence. After all, he too had begun to tread that sacred domain. Goku grinned in response. I was saving this transformation for my battle with Li Feng, but it seems I have no choice now. Enough talk. Show me this new form already. Vegeta demanded, impatience lacing his voice. Very well, here it comes. Goku clenched his fists, and with a mighty roar, divine energy erupted from his body once more. It's happening. Goku had reached this pinnacle far sooner than expected. Li Feng observed the movements of Sun Wukong and quickly grasped the situation. Could it be that this Mr. Wukong has yet another formidable form? The King of Worlds was utterly astonished. Although the divine energy unleashed by Sun Wukong at that moment was far inferior to the power Li Feng displayed during his battle with the Majin Buu, it still left the King of Worlds in shock. When did mortals reach such heights? As Sun Wukong's energy surged, the aura surrounding him began to transform. Gradually, a blue radiance began to envelop the red flames surrounding him, swirling like fire. Eventually, the fiery aura around Sun Wukong was completely engulfed in blue, and at that moment, his hair also turned a striking blue. Thus, Vegeta, I dubbed this form Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong proclaimed with a hint of pride. This was his new form prepared for a showdown with Li Feng, unaware that Li Feng had already surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Do not be too pleased with yourself, Kakarot. Do you really think you are the only one to have achieved this level? Vegeta remarked, a confident smirk gracing his lips. He finally felt he was no longer left behind by that Kakarot fellow. It seems, Vegeta, that you too have attained this realm. Quite remarkable indeed. Sun Wukong teased. What do you mean, Kakarot? You infuriate me. Vegeta retorted, his anger bubbling over. How dare you suggest that I merely caught up with you when I have reached this level around the same time? Is this your way of belittling me? The Prince of Saiyans? You truly infuriate me, Kakarot. Therefore, I have decided to give you a thorough beating today. Vegeta declared through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Li Feng gazed at Vegeta's expression and remarked, Son Goku truly is a one-track mind, successfully igniting Vegeta's fury. However, isn't that what makes this all the more captivating? Huh? Vegeta's fists clenched, an inexhaustible rage surging forth, his formidable aura ascending towards the heavens. Kakarot, that scoundrel, is utterly unforgivable. Roar. The azure flames enveloped Vegeta like an unquenchable inferno, his hair and even his pupils transforming into a brilliant blue, rendering him even more piercing. Vegeta had achieved his Super Saiyan Blue form. At this moment, regardless of the sequence, he yearned to deliver a fierce blow to Son Goku, making the arrogant warrior understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Splendid. It truly stirs one's blood. Son Goku, observing Vegeta's transformation, exclaimed with excitement, regardless of your fervor, Vegeta, I am determined to give you a severe thrashing. Ha! A fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he instantly materialized before Son Goku. With a powerful punch, he struck fiercely, catching Son Goku off guard and landing a heavy blow to his abdomen. Poof! Taken aback by Vegeta's ambush, Son Goku was propelled back several dozen meters, struggling to stabilize himself. Yet, despite his typically good-natured demeanor, Vegeta's surprise attack had ignited his anger. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? Very well, Vegeta. I too am prepared to deliver a severe beating, so you comprehend why the flowers are so radiant. Son Goku bellowed as he charged at Vegeta. The intensity of this battle was escalating. The bystander, Li Feng, remarked to the Supreme Kai, this is becoming increasingly thrilling. Chapter 120, The Pretentious Vegeto. Boom. After a series of relentless clashes, Son Goku and Vegeta lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Neither had managed to defeat the other, rather. They had exchanged blows and now lay exhausted on the ground. Hey, you two, do you wish to engage in another bout with me? Li Feng said with a smile. He had just witnessed the exhilarating battle between the two and could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in combat himself. The desire to fight was strong. Yet his strength had waned. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Here, have a Senza bean. Li Feng promptly produced 2 magical beans and tossed them to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Without uttering a word, both consumed the beans with great enthusiasm. The satisfying crunch echoed as they savored the extraordinary beans. Incredible! My energy has been replenished. These beans are truly remarkable, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He began to leap and somersault, exuding sheer exhilaration. By the way, Li Feng, how are we supposed to engage in battle? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching the back of his head. Individually, you would undoubtedly struggle, therefore. The two of you must merge your powers. A smile graced the corners of Li Feng's mouth. Are you considering the metamorph fusion technique? Upon hearing this, Vegeta could not help but recall the last time he had performed that humiliating movement. He immediately declared, No, I am the esteemed Prince Vegeta. There is no way I would ever engage in such disgraceful antics again. Clearly, after that singular experience, Vegeta had no desire to resort to such foolishness again. After all, he was a proud Saiyan prince and could not stoop to such embarrassing actions. This time, we need only to wear the Patera earrings. Li Feng then turned his gaze toward the Supreme Kai. What? Li Feng, you even know about the Patera earrings? The Supreme Kai was astonished. For Li Feng was shrouded in mystery, as if there were no secrets he did not possess. However, he cautioned that should the two individuals fuse, they might become irreversibly intertwined. The Supreme Kai elaborated, the fusion using the earrings involves the sacred Patera earrings of the Kai. When two individuals each wear one earring on their respective ears, they will be drawn together and fuse. Although this method may appear unsightly at the moment of fusion, its effects last significantly longer than those of the traditional fusion technique. In the original narrative, it was established that once two individuals fused, they would remain fused. Yet, in subsequent encounters, Goku and Vegeta have merged multiple times and still managed to separate due to an overwhelming surge of energy. Noticing the Supreme Kai's lingering doubts, Li Feng reassured him, rest assured, this limitation applies only to those with lower energy levels. Should one possess an immense amount of power, they will still forcibly separate. Li Feng's words resonated deeply with the king of the realm. Without hesitation, he produced the Patera earrings, presenting one to Sun Wukong and the other to Vegeta. Although he was somewhat reluctant to merge with Kakarot, the prospect of defeating Li Feng was undeniably enticing, Vegeta remarked. Instantly, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta donned the Patera earrings. In an instant, their forms were drawn together, engulfed in a brilliant flash of light. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted into the heavens, amplifying their fusion technique beyond even that of Metamor. Li Feng grinned. Before Beerus arrived, Vegeta would undoubtedly serve as a formidable opponent, perhaps even stronger. As the radiance faded, a figure emerged. His hairstyle and gaze mirrored Vegeta's, bearing a resemblance to Sun Wukong as well, with bangs and features akin to Wukong, albeit with a slightly narrower visage. Adorned with Patera earrings, he wore an orange short-sleeved shirt and a deep blue turtle school uniform. I am neither Kakarot nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to defeat you. I call myself Vegeto. Resonated a voice that blended elements of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, unmistakably the much-anticipated Vegeto. With a charming smile and a confident demeanor, he declared, Indeed, I am the epitome of the perfect warrior, endowed with boundless power. Vegeto proclaimed, indulging in his own vanity. Upon witnessing this, Li Feng was left utterly speechless. Was it true that all fused warriors shared this same hubris? In their last encounter, Gogeta had proven no match for him, but that mattered little. He had not thoroughly defeated him then, and now it was his turn. With a dismissive glance at Li Feng, Vegeto scoffed. After all, he was now a Potara-fused super warrior, his strength far surpassing that of a mere fusion. Strikingly, despite the different methods of transformation, Vegeto retained Gogeta's memories, which was indeed an intriguing phenomenon. Very well, let me witness your true strength. Li Feng assumed a formidable stance, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. Today, he was determined to witness the prowess of Vegeta, the mightiest warrior in his fused form. As you wish, Vegeta remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Li Feng in a flash of brilliance. Bang! His fist struck with the weight of a mountain, delivering a devastating blow. Li Feng retaliated with his own punch, and the collision of their fists unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing the very air around them to convulse. Beneath their feet, cracks began to appear in the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Li Feng felt an immense force emanating from his arm, swiftly coursing through his body. In the next moment, he found himself unable to maintain his balance. Propelled backward with great speed. Whoosh. After flying for a considerable distance, Li Feng finally managed to stabilize himself. Truly, he was no match for Vegeta's prowess, which surpassed that of Gogeta. However, to concede defeat so easily was simply out of the question. Li Feng still had many forms yet to reveal, though he was well aware that Vegeta held similar reserves. Unlike Gogeta, Vegeta was fused through the Patera earrings, granting him superior energy tolerance. Haha. In that case, Vegeta shall enlighten you on why flowers bloom so crimson, Vegeta declared with arrogance. Clenching his fist, an overwhelming aura erupted from Vegeta like a volcanic explosion. Unstoppable and awe-inspiring. Crackling with immense electricity, his body surged with boundless golden radiance, his hair extending to his waist as his gaze sharpened into something fiercer and more ruthless. This was no divine realm. This was raw, palpable power that everyone could feel, a towering might that crackled with warning. Zap. Crackle. The flickering blue arcs seemed to whisper a clear message. Stay away. I had realized my Super Saiyan 3 form would be this formidable. Vegeta marveled at his own transformation, slipping once more into self-admiration. Li Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why must every fused warrior be so insufferably ostentatious? Is this some sort of trend nowadays? Chapter 121. Vegeta ascends to godhood. Well, Li Feng? Trembling in fear yet? Vegeta struck a deliberately exaggerated pose, eager for praise. Yet Li Feng remained unimpressed. With strength like this, you dare act so arrogantly? Watch how thoroughly I dismantle you. Li Feng jestingly remarked. What the hell? If you don't take me seriously, that's one thing, but to dare provoke me, Vegeta? It seems that unless I show you a thing or two, you truly won't understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. Upon hearing Li Feng's jest, Vegeta was filled with fury. How could this fellow still be so arrogant? It was always Vegeta who flaunted his superiority, yet here he was, audaciously challenging him, clenching his fist. A surge of energy enveloped him as a fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. In an instant, he soared into the air, launching a fierce attack toward Li Feng. Faced with the formidable Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, Li Feng dared not underestimate him. Banter aside, he had to remain vigilant in the presence of such a powerful fusion warrior. Li Feng instantaneously transformed into the divine form of a Super Saiyan, his entire being engulfed in a surging crimson aura, akin to a roaring inferno, tumultuous and overwhelming. Feel the might of my fist. Li Feng charged towards Vegeta with determination. Bang! As their fists collided, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. It turned out that Li Feng's Super Saiyan God was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Whoosh! Li Feng's figure was suddenly jolted back several dozen steps. What on earth is happening? Now it was Li Feng's turn to be astonished. This narrative seemed amiss. His Super Saiyan God should have been able to contend equally with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3. It turns out you are not as formidable as you claim. Vegeta sneered, intent on making Li Feng pay for his earlier mockery. No one who dares to ridicule Vegeta has been born yet. Whoosh! Vegeta lunged at Li Feng once more, his fists crackling with arcs of lightning. Taste the might of Vegeta. Roar! Vegeta's fists seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 sonic booms, their shadows descending upon Li Feng like a meteor shower. Bang! Bang! The speed accelerated with every blow, each punch heavier than the last. Li Feng's expression turned grim as he was forced to retreat, utterly overwhelmed. This narrative was indeed skewed. However, the sheer terror of Vegeta's might was undeniable. And in this form, Li Feng found himself utterly defenseless. At this moment, he had no choice but to resort to a form he had not utilized in a long time. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng's bloodline power surged, manifesting an ancient aura and an uncontrollable ferocity. The crimson flames dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming energy palpable even to mere mortals. The scarlet form and blood-red eyes exuded an even more tempestuous energy. Wow, what form is this? It's even cooler than mine, exclaimed Vegeta, astonished. He had always believed himself to be the epitome of coolness, only to discover someone surpassing him. Li Feng offered no explanation, instead flashing a devilish smile before launching a powerful punch. The speed was astonishing, landing squarely on Vegeta's face. Vegeta was momentarily dazed. What kind of power was this? Even after shedding the Super Saiyan God form, he found it infuriating. How dare you strike me before I've even finished my display? He retorted, quickly regaining his composure and unleashing a flurry of punches with unstoppable force. Li Feng responded in kind, and the collision of their fists created a shockwave that made the entire King Kai's realm tremble. Naturally, the King Kai's realm was resilient. Merely shaking or developing cracks, but complete destruction was out of the question. Their gazes locked, each could see the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Bang! They swiftly created distance between themselves. You naturally do not comprehend my form. Yet, it bears a resemblance to your Super Saiyan 3 power. After a brief clash, Li Feng discerned that their strengths were evenly matched. The Super Saiyan 4, indeed, possessed a more magnificent energy. It pursued the pinnacle of strength. While the Super Saiyan God sought a higher realm, both evolved toward divergent paths. However, Li Feng had merely attained the Super Saiyan 4 state and had not pursued energy further, yet he still resembled the Super Saiyan God. It had been a long time since he had revealed this form, and he was pleasantly surprised by its formidable prowess. Haha. Though I am unaware of the nature of your realm, I have resolved to decisively defeat you, ensuring you comprehend why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Vegeta realized that his Super Saiyan 3 form could not overpower Li Feng and could only hope for a stalemate. However, the coming events promised to be intriguing. He, Vegeta, was on the verge of godhood. Vegeta shed his Super Saiyan form, and with a mighty shout, an entirely different aura erupted forth. In an instant, a searing mist of spiritual energy enveloped him, transforming his hair and pupils to a deep crimson, as if a divine being had descended, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. What terrifying power! I never imagined that their fusion would yield such a formidable divine state. The King Kai, witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. This divine aura erupted within the King Kai's realm, nearly overwhelming him, a testament to its sheer terror. The Super Saiyan God represented the highest realm Vegeta could attain. As for the Super Saiyan Blue, while Goku and Vegeta could achieve it, Vegeta, being a fusion, could only sustain it for a fleeting moment. While he could undoubtedly defeat Li Feng more easily in that form, should he falter and be evaded, the resulting disbandment would be exceedingly embarrassing for the mightiest fusion warrior, who certainly did not wish to be labeled as a fleeting figure. Hiki, this is becoming increasingly interesting. Li Feng flashed a sinister smile, as if fearing nothing. Only an insatiable thirst for battle resided within him. This power transcended what his current form could muster. Only his ultimate form, combined with the nascent mastery of the unfettered ultimate skill, could possibly contend with him. How dare you be so arrogant? Watch me, Vegeta, obliterate you. Vegeta scoffed at Li Feng's words, undeterred by his bravado. After all, he, Vegeta, was the true king here. Chapter 122. Was Li Feng being mercilessly beaten? Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. His figure shot forward like a bullet, aimed squarely at Li Feng, and he launched himself with tremendous force. Bang! A fist struck with such ferocity that Li Feng felt as though he had been crushed beneath the weight of a mountain, his body uncontrollably flung hundreds of feet away. Goodness! This is utterly terrifying. The sheer strength was unprecedented. Now you understand the fear, don't you? Unfortunately, I will show no mercy. Vegeta's voice thundered ominously behind Li Feng. What incredible speed! Turning around, he beheld Vegeta's malevolent grin, as another powerful punch was poised and unleashed with devastating force. Bang! Li Feng's body was suddenly propelled high into the sky. You dared to show off before me, Vegeta, so you must endure some suffering. Vegeta grinned widely, his palm aimed at Li Feng's direction. Boom! In an instant, dozens of energy blasts rained down upon Li Feng like a meteor shower. Before Li Feng could react, his body was engulfed by the barrage of energy orbs. Thunderous explosions roared through the air, the deafening sounds echoing throughout the entire King Kai realm. You despicable fiend! Now you should understand the might of Vegeta, ha ha ha. As Li Feng's figure was consumed by the explosions, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Indeed, he, Vegeta, is the strongest warrior, his face radiating with boundless pride. As the smoke cleared, Li Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, gasping for breath, truly astonished that Vegeta had exceeded his expectations. It seems that this level is no longer a match for the Super Saiyan Vegeta. Indeed, your power now far surpasses my current form, so today, let me show you the realm beyond the divine. Upon finishing his words, Li Feng immediately dispelled the form of Super Saiyan 4. Oh, Super Saiyan Blue? That form is clearly no match for my Ultra Instinct Vegeto. Feel free to unleash it. Vegeto remarked with palpable disdain. Humph, as you wish. Li Feng broke into a broad smile and, with a thunderous roar, unleashed a torrent of crimson energy. In that instant, his presence transcended the ordinary. Embodying the divine realm of the Super Saiyan God, he intensified his energy output even further, the force of his aura soaring skyward, casting a palpable dread across the entire realm of the King of Worlds. Gradually, Li Feng transformed into a striking azure hue, reminiscent of a roiling flame, ablaze with an enigmatic brilliance. Vegeta, witnessing this astonishing form for the first time, was taken aback. "Is it not true that blue emerges from indigo yet surpasses it?" he exclaimed. "This form I possess transcends the blue of the Super Saiyan, so I advise you to brace yourself." Li Feng chuckled, as if at this moment, Beijite was no longer his rival. "Haha, regardless of your hue, in the presence of me, Beijite, you are but a mere triviality." Beijite remained as arrogant as ever, convinced that Li Feng's change of color would not enhance his strength. Moreover, in matters of momentum, one must never appear weaker than the opponent. Otherwise, how could one maintain a semblance of superiority? "Let me show you my true power." Ha! With a thunderous roar, Li Feng transformed into a streak of azure lightning. Charging directly at Vegeta, Vegeta's pupils constricted. Despite his earlier bravado, he now sensed a palpable danger emanating from Li Feng's formidable realm. The clash of fists resounded like thunder. Vegeta staggered back several steps, astonished by the immense power Li Feng wielded in this form. However, his surprise was fleeting. It had not yet reached the level of fear. "Aha! Excellent! This power is commendable," Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance, reveling in the belief that he was invincible at this moment. "Behold my meteor fist," he bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches at blinding speed, striking Li Feng with hundreds of blows in an instant. Each punch was imbued with unfathomable strength, capable of shattering any planet that dared to withstand such force. Like a meteor shower, the barrage rained down upon Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, he surged forward to meet the onslaught. "Is that all you can muster in terms of speed? Surely, I can match it." With that, the two warriors mirrored each other's velocity, reaching an exhilarating peak. A cacophony of blows filled the air, leaving only the sound of explosive collisions. Bang, boom, bang, boom. Each impact reverberated throughout the realm of the Kais, leaving the Supreme Kai numb to the ferocity of their battle. He could only hope for a swift conclusion to their conflict, yearning for a return to tranquility in his realm. Ever since Goku and Vegeta had arrived, the peace of the realm of the Kais had been shattered. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Vegeta grew increasingly exhilarated by their clash, descending from the skies to the earth, exchanging blows that seemed to fill the entire space around them. A myriad of techniques were unleashed in rapid succession. To the untrained eye, they appeared evenly matched, however. The reality was quite different. Li Feng was being suppressed, forced to defend far more than he could attack, leaving him feeling somewhat restrained. Vegeta, on the other hand, relished the encounter, enjoying the thrill of dominating his opponent. "Haha, Li Feng, are you on the verge of collapse? You wanted to show off. And now you understand why the flowers bloom so brightly." Vegeta taunted as he continued his relentless assault, reveling in the sensation of superiority. "Truly remarkable. As a fused warrior, even my Super Saiyan Blue falls short against you, but do you think that grants you the liberty to defeat me at will?" Li Feng grinned, exuding an air of confident assurance. "Ah, even at this juncture, you still choose to put on a facade. I, Vegeta, can hardly tolerate anyone posturing before me." Vegeta, taken aback by Li Feng's stubbornness, instinctively quickened his pace, pushing himself to the very limit. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic explosion. Unstoppable and fierce. Boom. Li Feng's body was forcefully propelled away, while Vegeta swiftly pursued him. With a powerful punch directed at Li Feng, the impact resounded. Ultimately, Li Feng's form was brutally slammed into the ground, causing the earth to fracture and spread like a spider's web in all directions, a testament to Vegeta's terrifying strength. "Haha. So, Li Feng, do you yield this time?" Vegeta proclaimed in mid-air, arms crossed, exuding an air of triumph. What does it mean to relish the thrill of dominating one's opponent? This exhilarating sensation is truly unmatched. With a few taunts added, the thrill is simply overwhelming. Chapter 123, The Eruption of Ultimate Freedom. Vegeta was exhilarated. He had finally delivered a severe thrashing to Li Feng, the arrogant show-off. As the king of the Saiyans, Vegeta could not allow anyone to outshine him. For such individuals, there was only one response, to strike them down mercilessly until they were unrecognizable. In this moment, Vegeta felt an immense sense of achievement. The thrill of overpowering someone was indescribably delightful. "So, do you yield or not?" Vegeta boasted arrogantly. However, Li Feng once again soared into the air, the azure aura surrounding him not only undiminished but appearing even more expansive. "Haha, Vegeta, I have not yet been defeated, so what are you boasting about?" Li Feng smiled, as if the earlier assault from Vegeta had been utterly ineffective. "What? You dare to challenge me once more? If you seek your own torment, do not blame me. Come then, let me demonstrate the might of Vegeta." Vegeta exuded an air of arrogance, his eyes reflecting an unwavering confidence, as if no one could rival him. There was a sense of solitude that accompanied his reign, a feeling of having no equals. In an instant, however, Li Feng vanished from his original position, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Whoosh! In the next moment, he reappeared directly in front of Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips as he unleashed a powerful punch. Vegeta, seemingly prepared, caught Li Feng's fist just as it was about to connect with his body. With a mocking grin, Vegeta taunted, "Is this all the strength you possess? Do you truly believe you can resist with such feeble power?" Without hesitation, Vegeta forcefully hurled Li Feng away, extending his hand. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Li Feng like a torrential storm. Boom! Boom! Li Feng's figure was once again engulfed in the explosion. Ha ha ha! Are you frightened? Indeed. Before me, Beijite, everyone is so utterly vulnerable, Beijite proclaimed with arrogance. However, the very next moment, Beijite found himself dumbfounded. As the smoke cleared, Li Feng remained suspended in the air. A silvery radiance suddenly enveloped Li Feng, and his pupils transformed into a gleaming silver hue, while an intense aura began to emanate from him. How dazzling, Beijite thought, increasingly irked, suspecting that Li Feng was merely putting on a show. In a fit of impatience, he dashed towards Li Feng at breakneck speed and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Yet, just as Beijite's fist was about to connect with Li Feng's head, Li Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. This could not possibly be real. Stunned by Li Feng's astonishing speed, Beijite threw a flurry of punches. However, no matter how he attacked, the outcome remained unchanged. Each time his fist neared Li Feng, the latter would subtly shift his body to evade the strike. If one instance could be dismissed as coincidence, then the second, third, and fourth instances were surely not mere happenstance. Li Feng truly harbored formidable strength, concealed until now. Beijite recalled the earlier bravado of Li Feng, only to realize he had been withholding his true power, and a surge of fury welled within him. If he possessed such might, why had he not revealed it from the outset? Beijite's wrath erupted. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an overwhelming aura that soared skyward. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished like a wraith. The next moment, Beijite reappeared behind Li Feng, delivering a crushing blow. Boom! Yet, just as his fist was about to strike Li Feng, he discovered that Li Feng's form had transformed into a mere phantom. This fellow was employing the afterimage fist. As Beijite prepared to turn around, he found Li Feng's figure had already materialized to his right. Li Feng aimed a powerful punch at Vegeta's body. Vegeta thought to himself, "Oh, this is bad." He attempted to evade, but it was too late. He expected to be knocked to the ground by Li Feng's blow, yet when the punch landed, he felt no overwhelming force, not even the strength of a Super Saiyan 4. Was this a deliberate act? Nevertheless, Vegeta would not let this opportunity slip away. In an instant, he reacted, his form flickering as he moved to the other side. It became clear that Li Feng had merely been posturing. His strength was not as formidable as he had led others to believe. With this realization, Vegeta regained his confidence and charged at Li Feng, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down like a meteor shower. However, Li Feng seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, evading every attack regardless of the angle from which it came. In the distance, the Kaioshin observed Li Feng's demeanor, awakening from his stupor as if he recalled something significant. Shocked, he turned to Jebit and remarked, "Could it be that Mr. Li Feng has mastered a technique that even the gods find difficult to comprehend?" The Kaioshin was unaware of the concept of Zai Zai Ji Gong. He only knew of a mystical technique that even many gods struggled to master. It is astonishing to think that a mere mortal like Li Feng could reach such a profound level. He shook his head in disbelief. Yet Li Feng's current form resembled that of the legendary divine technique. It was terrifying to witness a mortal repeatedly breaking through to realms that even the gods found elusive. How could this divine being feel at ease in the presence of such a remarkable individual? At that moment, even Vegeta had to concede that Li Feng's bravado surpassed his own, just as Vegeta was about to unleash his full power once more. A radiant light erupted from his body, splitting him into two figures, Goku and Vegeta. Clearly, the combined energy of the two was overwhelming, and the time limit of the Pod-era earrings had been reached. This time, it could only be said to be a stalemate. Li Feng had yet to fully master Zai Zai Ji Gong, managing to evade all of Vegeta's attacks, yet he could not defeat him either. This was the inherent flaw in Li Feng's current understanding of the technique. He knew he needed to further enhance his strength, but he sensed that he was on the verge of discovering his next direction, believing that with diligent practice, success would not be far off. Chapter 124. The nightmare of Beerus A month had subtly passed since the battle between Li Feng and Vegeta. In the realm of destruction, a cat-like figure adorned in ancient Egyptian garb was sound asleep. Do not underestimate this being. He is none other than Beerus, the god of destruction feared throughout the seventh universe. However, his expression was far from serene. It was evident that he was entangled in a nightmare. Please tell me your name. As a god of destruction, I deserve to know the name of the one who shall perish at my hands. Beerus coldly addressed the figure before him, clad in black. You need not know my name, for I find you utterly repugnant. Thus, I have decided to deliver you a thorough beating. The figure in black retorted icily. What audacity to speak to me, the god of destruction, in such a tone. Beerus seethed, furious. In the seventh universe, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was a first. And what of it? You wretched cat? The figure in black only intensified his provocations. This was unprecedented. Beerus, known for his volatile temperament, found himself pushed to the brink of tolerance. No. As a god of destruction, he had never been one to endure. He could obliterate anything that displeased him at will. Such insolence. You have sealed your fate. Prepare to die. Beerus's gaze turned sharp and menacing as he extended his hand, forming a sphere of purple energy. Destruction, he uttered softly. The energy sphere surged forth, engulfing the figure in black. Yet, instead of evading, the figure erupted in a blaze of azure flames, conjuring a purple energy blade that effortlessly cleaved Beerus's destructive energy in two. This was a technique known only to the gods of destruction, a power capable of annihilating all. The sight of his attack being nullified by this individual, who exuded a divine aura, left Beerus astonished. So you are a deity. No wonder my energy blast could not completely obliterate you. However, even if you were a god, Beerus, as a god of destruction, held all others in disdain. Save for the Omni King and the angels. Destruction was futile. It seemed only brute force would suffice. In an instant, Beerus radiated a brilliant purple light, the energy unique to the gods of destruction. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he charged at the figure in black. The collision of azure and purple flames sent tremors through the very fabric of space, a testament to the overwhelming energy unleashed by their battle. The mighty god of destruction Beerus is nothing but this. The figure in black taunted amidst the fray. Curse you. You are the first to provoke such rage in me. Beerus bellowed, his purple flames roaring as he accelerated. His strikes grew increasingly ferocious, each punch capable of shattering countless stars. Yet, the figure before him matched his strength blow for blow, perhaps even surpassing it. Beerus was reluctant to acknowledge this fact, but the evidence was irrefutable. His opponent's strength was indeed terrifying. So this is Beerus? I must admit, I had greatly overestimated you. You are nothing more than a weakling. The figure in black continued to provoke him. Beerus's wrath escalated, his fury palpable. Each punch he delivered was met with a counter, only to be retaliated against with even greater force. Boom. Beerus was sent hurtling through the air, as though shot from a cannon. He had never anticipated the existence of such formidable opponents outside the realm of angels. Even the other gods of destruction from different universes paled in comparison. After all, among all the gods of destruction, Beerus was among the most powerful. The Kaishin, on the other hand, were far weaker, known more for their creative prowess than their combat abilities. So, Beerus, are you afraid? The voice of the figure in black echoed ominously behind him, forcing Beerus to exert all his strength to halt his momentum. Turning to face the figure, he glared coldly, yet he could never discern the figure's face. Only the azure energy radiating from him. Very well, I had hoped to avoid this technique, but it seems I have no choice. Beerus declared icily. Destruction alone would not suffice against this opponent, and his strength was inadequate. Thus, he would resort to that which many gods struggle to master. A mysterious technique whispered among the deities, one that even Beerus had taken eons to merely grasp. As white light enveloped Beerus, his pupils began to gleam with a similar hue. This was Zai Zai Ji Gong. Beerus, Zai Zai Ji Gong? I have some unfortunate news for you. I too shall. The figure clad in black arrogantly declared. Much like Beerus, a radiant white light enveloped the black-clad individual, emanating waves of searing energy. Beerus was taken aback, astonished that the divine being before him had attained such a realm. Curse be it. Beerus lunged at the figure in black, only to be deftly evaded. In an instant, the black-clad warrior's fist struck Beerus squarely in the abdomen. Even in his ultra-instinct form, Beerus could not evade the onslaught of the figure in black. It was evident that the black-clad individual's mastery of ultra-instinct far surpassed that of Beerus. Boom. Bang. Boom. At that moment, Beerus finally comprehended the essence of fear. The sensation of being utterly overwhelmed, and the reason behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Under the same ultra-instinct realm, he was mercilessly dominated. Is there any justice in this world? Is this even scientific? Beerus was sent flying hundreds of yards, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness before this foe. Cough, cough, cough. Might you divulge your name? Beerus gasped, struggling for breath. My name, listen closely, I am the god of super science. The god of super science, indeed a divine being. Beerus acknowledged, but at that moment, a torrent of energy blast rained down upon him from the figure in black. Hey, wait a moment. Hey. Finally, Beerus jolted awake, tumbling from his bed. Ouch. Chapter 125, Trouble with the Psyots. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, why have you awakened so early this time? A servant with pale blue skin inquired. Do not be deceived by his outward appearance as Beerus's attendant. He is, in fact, the foremost warrior of the seventh universe, none other than Whis, the master of the god of destruction. How should I put this? I had a rather unpleasant dream. Beerus replied somewhat awkwardly. Was it about that formidable adversary you mentioned last time? Whis probed, recalling that Beerus had briefly awakened earlier to speak of a fierce opponent before dozing off again. No. Beerus shook his head as he stood up from the floor. This time, the dream was far more terrifying, truly a nightmare. Beerus's demeanor turned serious as he recalled the moment he was utterly powerless against the figure in black, prompting a surge of anger within him. Ha ha ha. It appears that Lord Beerus might be on the verge of becoming a prophetic deity. But it seems your dreams have seldom come to fruition. Whis teased. Nonsense. This time it felt far too real. Otherwise, why would I have fallen from my bed? Beerus retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Ha ha ha, if Lord Beerus insists. Then what exactly did you dream about? Whis inquired. Beerus stretched lazily, rubbing his bleary eyes, displaying signs of sleep deprivation had it not been for that nightmare. He would not have awoken so early. I dreamed of a divine being who appeared before me, and lo and behold, I, the mighty god of destruction, Beerus, found myself utterly powerless. Beerus recounted, still shaken by the vivid imagery of the battle and the taunts from that individual. The thought alone sparked a tremor of fury within him. Oh, to think such a powerful deity exists within the seventh universe! Whis exclaimed, astonished. Though Beerus is often unreliable and prone to slumber, his words now carry the weight of truth. The only being capable of overwhelming Beerus from the seventh universe, aside from himself, would be the Kaioshin, which is utterly improbable. As is well known, the Kaioshin's duty is to maintain and create, while true combat prowess lies with the god of destruction. Even among all gods of destruction, Beerus ranks among the top, making it astonishing that he could be bested. What was that fellow's name again? Yes, the god of super psyots. Beerus finally recalled, infuriated by that malevolent figure's incessant mockery. Whis produced his staff and examined a peculiar sphere as if searching for something. It seems there is no record of a god of super science among the myriad deities. My lord Beerus, are you certain? Whis remarked after failing to find anything in the sphere. How could it be? That individual claims to be the god of super science. Beerus exclaimed, realizing the implications. Let us venture to planet Vegeta and consult King Vegeta. Perhaps that scoundrel knows something. Whis, observing Beerus's forgetfulness, could not help but shake his head. My lord Beerus, have you forgotten that prior to your slumber, you had sent Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened in realization. It was all that King Vegeta's fault for daring to hoard the best pillows in the universe under his very nose. How could the great god of destruction, Beerus, endure such insolence? He immediately commanded Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta. By the way, Whis, has Frieza completed his task? Beerus asked, licking his claws. It seems Frieza has already been slain by the remaining Scions. Whis replied nonchalantly. What? When did the Scions acquire the strength to slay Frieza? What was that Scion's name? Beerus inquired. In his mind, although the Scions prided themselves on being a warrior race, their strength was notoriously lacking. Otherwise, how could they have served Frieza? Now, hearing that a Scion had actually slain Frieza was utterly shocking. That individual appeared to be a super Scion. Whis glanced at his sphere. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. A super Scion. The god of super Science. How could it not be the god of super Science? This complicates matters. Beerus's enthusiasm began to wane. Perhaps it was the after-effects of his sudden awakening. My lord Beerus, we can seek out this super Scion and inquire further. He might possess valuable information. Whis reminded him. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Quickly, Whis. Locate the super Scion. I must seek him out. Beerus declared excitedly. He was determined to confront the audacious individual from his dreams, for the great god of destruction, Beerus, would not let such insolence go unpunished. Ha ha ha, I found them. There are 3 Scions in the Kaioshin realm, along with a few hybrids and another Scion on Earth. Whis reported, gazing into his sphere. What? The Kaioshin realm? TSK, 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 what is that Kaioshin up to? Allowing mortals into the divine realm? Whis, let us hasten to the Kaioshin realm and inquire with those Scions regarding the god of super Scions. Beerus felt a sense of dissatisfaction, for they were deities, beings that transcended mortals. Although the Kaioshin was of relatively low power, he was still a god. How could mortals be permitted to enter the realm of the gods? Yet, there was a flicker of excitement within him. It would be splendid if those Scions were to discover the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan god. He was determined to teach that so-called Super Saiyan god a lesson. After all, he was the god of destruction. Even if the affront was made in a dream, it was unacceptable. He must reclaim his dignity and the respect that came with his title. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, perhaps you should take a bath first, Whis suggested, covering his mouth. It would be quite the embarrassment for a deity to appear in such a state. Chapter 126, Bulma's birthday celebration in the Kaioshin realm. Li Feng was meditating in a tranquil spot, striving to comprehend the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique. Over the past month, Li Feng had made notable progress. In his Ultra Instinct form, he had begun to integrate the power of his Super Saiyan Blue form, significantly enhancing his offensive capabilities. Yet, ascending to an even higher level proved to be an arduous task. However, Li Feng was aware that although he had not reached the level of an angel, he had undoubtedly attained the Ultra Instinct level comparable to Beerus, perhaps even surpassing it. If Beerus were to learn of this, one could only imagine his reaction, after all. He had spent millennia merely scratching the surface of Ultra Instinct, while Li Feng achieved it in mere months, and with greater strength. Nonetheless, Li Feng sought more than just this. He aspired to transcend all gods and fully master the Dragon Ball universe. Suddenly, Li Feng's expression shifted, and he opened his eyes wide, as if recalling something of great importance. Oh no, today is Bulma's birthday. This was critical. He had promised to be present. How could he have forgotten amidst his training? He promptly summoned Goku and Vegeta, explained the situation to the Kaioshin, and utilized instant transmission to vanish from the spot. Over the vast ocean, a magnificent cruise ship glided gracefully. The opulence of this vessel was unparalleled, deserving the title of the most luxurious in existence. For it belonged to the wealthiest family on Earth. One could hardly imagine it lacking in grandeur. On board, Bulma was sulking, surrounded by Android 18, Caulifla, and the wives of Goku and Vegeta, Chi-Chi and Bulma, respectively, who were attempting to console her. What on earth? He promised to be here for my birthday. And that Li Feng character is nowhere to be seen. Bulma fumed. Don't worry, sis. You know how Scions are. They're always training. Look at Vegeta. He hasn't shown up either, said Tais, seemingly accustomed to Vegeta's habits. Bulma, brother will definitely come. Caulifla chimed in, confident that Li Feng would arrive. That Li Feng? Humph. 18 said with a hint of displeasure. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Li Feng and the others materialized on the cruise ship. Wow, I'm famished. So much food. I love it. Goku exclaimed, his senses captivated by the delightful aroma, rushing toward the banquet. TCH, Vegeta scoffed, displaying his usual prideful demeanor. Yet he too made his way towards the food. Oh, look who finally decided to show up, Bulma remarked, somewhat annoyed. All right, my two lovely wives, I admit my fault. Li Feng simultaneously embraced Bulma and Android 18, expressing his guilt. Upon witnessing this display of affection among the three, Chi-Chi could no longer endure and promptly departed with the others. Only Kale's eyes flickered with a peculiar light, which she swiftly suppressed. She could not allow Li Feng to discover her feelings. Meanwhile, at this moment, a multitude of familiar faces gathered around, including Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin and his wife, Master Roshi, and Oolong. Given that Bulma is the wealthiest person in the world, her presence commanded respect from her many friends. Meanwhile, Bra, Beulah, Son Goten, and a few other young children were engrossed in games on the cruise ship. The housekeeper, Bu, was in a corner, setting out his own special food. Aside from play, food was his greatest allure. At this moment, the atmosphere aboard the cruise ship was filled with warmth and camaraderie, a rare gathering of friends. However, only Li Feng was aware that this scene would soon change, as a formidable being was likely on its way here. In the Kaioshin realm, just as Li Feng and the others departed, two extraordinary figures arrived. Suddenly, a radiant light descended from the heavens, and two figures appeared before the gathering. At the forefront stood a cat-faced figure clad in ancient Egyptian attire, accompanied by a servant with pale blue skin. The East Kaioshin had never encountered Beerus, yet he could sense the overwhelming divine power emanating from him. A mere glance made the East Kaioshin feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Too terrified to even breathe. You are the current Kaioshin, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. East Kaioshin Shin, recognizing the significance of the two figures before him, immediately bowed respectfully and inquired. Indeed, you are the Kaioshin. It seemed that the current Kaioshin was unaware of his existence. Where have the Saiyans gone? Beerus inquired coldly. The East Kaioshin. Intimidated by Beerus's gaze, stammered. They have gone to Earth. Earth, you say? Excellent. Whis, let us proceed. Beerus commanded, intending for Whis to take him to Earth. But then he hesitated, as if recalling something. Whis, I once sealed an old fellow here, did I not? Beerus mused. Heh. I didn't expect Lord Beerus to still remember that. Whis chuckled. Humph. Since the current Kaioshin has changed, my shared life with the previous one has ceased. And I am now linked to the Kaioshin before me, Beerus declared. The current Kaioshin is becoming increasingly reckless. Whis, release that old fellow. Beerus instructed, not out of compassion, but because he was now one with the current Kaioshin, who did not even recognize himself. It was necessary to release the old fellow to properly educate this ignorant Kaioshin. Heh. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a smile, waving his hand, causing the Kaioshin sword to fly into their hands, with a sound of shattering. The Kaioshin sword broke apart. The East Kaioshin was utterly shocked. Was it not said that the Kaioshin sword was the most powerful weapon in the universe? How could it break so easily? Just then, a figure appeared before them. Beerus regarded the sudden arrival with arms crossed, disdainfully stating, Humph, old fellow, long time no see. Chapter 127. The disaster triggered by pudding. While the atmosphere aboard the cruise ship was jovial, a sudden light descended from the sky, and two figures materialized before the gathering. Leading the pair was the cat-faced figure dressed in ancient Egyptian garb, followed by a servant with pale blue skin. It was none other than Beerus and Whis, who had just arrived from the Kaioshin realm. Upon seeing Beerus, Vegeta's expression darkened, resembling one who had just swallowed something bitter. Memories from his childhood flooded back, the most terrifying existence in the universe, the infamous god of destruction, Beerus, though he had now attained Super Saiyan Blue. The shadow of fear lingered, causing Vegeta to tremble involuntarily. Beerus. Yes? Li Feng, who was enjoying his meal, sensed the sudden arrival of the two. Although their combined energy was formidable, it was merely undetectable to ordinary beings. Li Feng immediately smiled and approached the duo, thinking to himself that they were merely two distant guests whose purpose here remained a mystery. Li Feng, feigning ignorance, inquired, observing Li Feng's demeanor. The initially frightened Vegeta finally regained his composure. Indeed, with Li Feng present, what was there to fear? After all, they had achieved a divine state. Just like the god of destruction, he promptly approached Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, this is the Saiyan you were looking for, Whis announced to Beerus. Vegeta. What brings you here? And who are these two? Son Goku casually remarked as he strolled over, giving Vegeta a friendly pat on the shoulder. At this moment, both Son Goku and Vegeta were in their ordinary forms, completely unaware of the divine energy surrounding them. It was hardly surprising that Son Goku could not detect it. Vegeta, having encountered such beings since childhood, was not astonished by Beerus. As for Li Feng, his familiarity with the narrative and acute sensitivity to divine energy, coupled with his training in the Ultra Instinct technique, enabled him to perceive the energy of both beings. We came here to eat, was joyfully interrupted before Beerus could finish his sentence, as he was already seated at a small stall, indulging in the delectable food. Wow, Lord Beerus, this food is truly delicious, Whis exclaimed, as if the flavors were utterly unforgettable. Regardless of your purpose for being here, why not savor some of this exquisite food first? Li Feng began to subtly provoke Beerus, not for any particular reason, but rather out of curiosity to observe how the plot would unfold. Otherwise, he would have acted the moment Beerus arrived on Earth. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the food here is truly delectable, Vegeta chimed in, merely echoing Li Feng's sentiment, unaware of the ulterior motives behind Li Feng's actions. Oh, how do you know me? So you are the son of King Vegeta, Beerus remarked after glancing at Vegeta, as if recalling something. Yet, the allure of the food proved too irresistible for Beerus, who hurriedly darted towards Whis before he could finish his sentence. Witnessing Whis savoring the delicious food, Beerus could hardly contain his excitement. What could possibly be more enticing than food? Even if there were, he would indulge himself first. Once Beerus departed, Vegeta turned to Li Feng and inquired, what exactly are you planning? Vegeta had come to terms with the situation and felt less apprehensive about Beerus, though he remained concerned for his family's safety. If Beerus were to lose his temper and inadvertently destroy Earth, the consequences would be dire. Li Feng, brimming with confidence, assured him, do not worry, I know how to handle it. Haha, I thought you were up to something, but this is quite dull. I need to eat more. I'm starving. Only Sun Wukong remained singularly focused on the food, immediately zooming towards it. Meanwhile, Li Feng casually chose a seat, keenly observing the events that might unfold between Beerus and Whis. More than Beerus, Li Feng was intrigued by Whis and the extent of their celestial powers. Could an incident involving a simple pudding spark something monumental? How utterly fascinating. Delicious. I must have another. Beerus exclaimed excitedly after savoring a dish. The way he and Whis devoured their meals made it seem as though they had not eaten in days, but that was far from the truth. Beerus had traversed the entirety of the seventh universe and had never encountered food as splendid as that of Earth. Indeed, delectable cuisine was Beerus's greatest passion. Observing Beerus's delight in Earth's culinary offerings, Vegeta finally felt a sense of relief. However, events seldom unfold smoothly. Eventually, Beerus's attention was drawn to Majin Buu, who was relishing his own meal in a corner. The sounds emanating from Buu piqued Beerus's curiosity regarding what he was consuming. "This is delightful," Buu joyfully exclaimed, indulging in his favorite pudding. "Could you spare me a portion of that exquisite dish?" Beerus asked politely as he approached Buu, his mouth watering at the sight of the delectable treat. Majin Buu, however, was displeased at the request to share his food, particularly since pudding was his all-time favorite. "No way." He adamantly refused. "Just one piece, please." Beerus, for the first time, found himself humbling before the allure of food, only to realize how powerful its temptation could be. "Humph," Buu scoffed, licking all of his pudding and declaring, "I want his share." "Very well." In a fit of rage, Beerus kicked over Majin Buu's pudding. For Buu, this pudding was his utmost favorite, and having it toppled over was unacceptable. Fuming, Majin Buu glared fiercely at Beerus, smoke billowing from his head in anger. In disbelief, he landed a solid punch on Beerus's face. Vegeta was taken aback. He could only wonder what would happen next. Given that this was Beerus they were dealing with, "This is the first time someone has dared to strike my face. You, fat one, have truly angered me," Beerus bellowed, grabbing Majin Buu and spinning him around before hurling him into the sky. The commotion attracted the attention of other warriors on the cruise ship, all of whom rushed towards the scene. Who is this intruder? Chapter 128, The Wrath of Beerus for Striking Buu. "You dare to hit Buu. It seems I must teach you a lesson." Beulah, seeing her friend Buu being attacked, could not stand idly by. "No matter who you are, you'll regret this. Goten, Trunks, let us go." With Beulah's call, the young warriors transformed into Super Saiyans. Boom. For golden auras erupted as they charged towards Beerus. "I didn't expect the Saiyans could transform. Quite impressive," Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Yet, in his eyes, these younglings were hardly a threat. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches rained down on Beerus like meteors, but astonishingly, he dodged all of their attacks with ease. "How is this possible?" Piccolo exclaimed, witnessing the Saiyans' futile assault on the seemingly invincible cat-like figure. "I can't believe this fellow possesses such hidden strength," Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm, abandoning his meal to join the fray. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Bulma approached, concerned for their children's safety. "Don't worry. They will be fine," Li Feng confidently declared. "There is indeed no issue, but there will be some hardships. That cursed fellow." I am filled with rage. In an instant, Majin Buu rejoined the battlefield, joining the fray alongside 4 Super Saiyans. This formidable lineup should have been overwhelming, yet they could not even graze a hair on Beerus. "Damn it. You sickly cat, perish." Bra, seething with anger, unleashed a tempestuous whirlwind punch. Boom. Beerus finally made his move, effortlessly dispelling Bra's attack with a disdainful gaze. "You are all akin to ants." Suddenly, a vast surge of energy erupted from Beerus, sending the 5 combatants hurtling in all directions. "Humph. You are utterly weak. You insolent lot dare to offend the god of destruction. I shall make you experience the taste of annihilation." It was evident that Beerus was thoroughly provoked by these individuals, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Yet, it mattered little. Any defiance against his will would be met with destruction. This was the essence of the god of destruction's nature. Regardless of their status, in his eyes, they were simply intruders, and today, he would make the sickly feline understand his might. It was Kale speaking, her temper unusually foul that day as she witnessed Beerus wreaking havoc. She had no qualms about giving this cat a thorough beating to teach him a lesson. "Oh. So a mere girl dares to speak such words to the god of destruction? Very well, let me see your strength," Beerus replied with scorn. Yet he would show no mercy even to a girl, should she dare to offend him. It seemed this battle would be quite the spectacle. Goku expressed his excitement, noting that Kale was a legendary Super Saiyan, her power immense. Beerus' display of strength was equally astonishing. "Let us see just how powerful this Beerus truly is," Vegeta remarked coldly. despite his own trepidation, eager to witness Beerus' prowess. Damn that sickly cat! With a fierce roar, Kale unleashed an overwhelming aura, disrupting the previously calm sea and summoning ferocious winds. In the next moment, she soared into the air, a torrent of green energy erupting around her. "Oh, this is intriguing," Beerus remarked, clearly recognizing the significant difference between Kale's transformation and that of the 4 Super Saiyans prior. The legendary Super Saiyan, savage and bloodthirsty, could become a mere weapon of slaughter when devoid of reason. Who would have thought this young girl would be formidable? Meanwhile, Whis, savoring delectable treats, chuckled lightly. Though his amusement was short-lived as a new dish was presented, he promptly speared a meatball with his fork, relishing its exquisite flavor. "Oh, how delightful! Cut it out, you glutton!" Beerus shot a sidelong glance at Whis, yet his focus remained on Kale's transformation. Countless bolts of lightning crackled around her, her energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. "Unstoppable! Legendary Super Saiyan 2, splendid! Kale, give him a good thrashing!" yelled the first warrior, eager to unleash her fury upon the feline. "Humph, very well. I'll indulge you." Beerus snorted, ascending into the air to confront Kale. "Die!" Kale's eyes blazed with fury as she formed a massive energy sphere, launching it fiercely at Beerus. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, its force undeniable. However, just as it was about to strike Beerus, he casually extended his hand, effortlessly catching Kale's energy sphere. Interesting, far superior to the previous 4 little brats, but still, utterly insignificant before me, Beerus, the god of destruction. With a mere squeeze, Beerus obliterated the energy sphere as if it were nothing more than a sip of water. "Hey, young lady, do you know the Super Saiyan god?" Beerus inquired, while Kale, unaware of what a Super Saiyan god was, dismissed his words as nonsense. "I know nothing of your so-called Super Saiyan god. You only need to recognize that before you stands the legendary Super Saiyan." With a mighty roar, Kale unleashed her fury once more, her speed akin to lightning. In an instant, she appeared beside Beerus, her fist poised to strike. Yet, Beerus merely smirked, his gaze filled with contempt. Boom. Just as Kale's fist was about to connect with Beerus, he shifted slightly, causing her to strike nothing but air. Chapter 129. Confronting the god of destruction, Beerus grinned widely as his fist connected with Kale's form. Bang. Kale's expression shifted dramatically as her body was propelled backward like a bullet, soaring hundreds of yards before barely regaining her balance. Shocked and furious, she seethed. That damnable fiend is unforgivable. A tide of rage surged within her as Kale transformed into a green flash, charging directly at Beerus. "Your energy is formidable. Yet, alas, the disparity in realms cannot be bridged merely by power," Beerus remarked coolly. Kale materialized before